Chapter 1. In the dormitory of a certain university in Nanjing, Lin Han was engrossed in a game of Warcraft on Haofeng, the surroundings reflecting the essence of a senior student's lifestyle, littered with disposable food containers and a few buckets holding remnants of instant noodles. After once again demolishing the opposing team's main base, Lin Han typed GG to conclude the game. Sigh. How boring, just another novice, he muttered himself while idly tousling his hair. If only I could wield the magic from the game. Your wish is granted, a deep voice resonated. Who? Lin Han's hair stood on end as he scanned the room. Your wish is granted. Enter the other world and imbue the magic system. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath Lin Han's feet, radiating light before he vanished from the dormitory. In the continent of Ruidun, a realm dominated by magic and fighting spirit, magic is categorized into light, dark, earth, water, fire, wind, wood, and special systems. The special system encompasses space and summoning magic. Fighting spirit is divided into sword, assassin, archer, and knight systems. Notably, only those of elven blood may wield wood magic, and within the elven race, there are a rare few druids who can harness both magic and fighting spirit. Warriors are classified by strength into various ranks: novice, fighter, master, sect leader, king, emperor, saint, and god, while mages are similarly categorized. Novice, sorcerer, magician, sect leader, king, emperor, saint, and god. Beasts are categorized into 19 levels corresponding to the strength of warriors and mages, with level 13 representing low-level beasts, level 26 for intermediate beasts, and level 79 for high-level beasts. Generally, beasts of the same level are slightly stronger than humans of the same rank. Each level is further divided into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The continent is vast, approximately 5 times the total land area of Earth. Surrounding the continent are numerous islands, most notably Dragon Island and Demon Island. As the name suggests, Dragon Island is inhabited by the dragon race. Located to the south of the continent amidst stormy seas, its exact position uncertain. In this world, dragons are not as formidable as one might imagine. They possess tough hides and slightly higher magical output, serving as ideal mounts provided one has the skill to tame them. Demon Island, situated off the eastern coast of the continent and not too far from the mainland, is not home to demons in this world. Gods and demons are mere beliefs, not actual beings. Instead, Demon Island is inhabited by the most heinous criminals exiled from the continent. On the continent, the races are categorized into humans, orcs, elves, dwarves, goblins, and a few rare species. The human race occupies the majority of the land, while the remaining half is renowned for the 3 great forests, the Furnace Mountains, the Death Valley, and the Orc Plateau. The 3 great forests consist of the Elven Forest, inhabited by the elves, the Beast Forest teeming with magical beasts, and a mysterious forest, home to many rare races. Goblins and dwarves coexist in the Furnace Mountains, which are celebrated as the most famous source of weaponry and equipment on the continent. The orcs reside in the Orc Plateau. Although their relationship with humans is somewhat tense, with occasional minor skirmishes, it has been nearly a century since a significant war has erupted. The Death Valley is inhabited by the dreaded necromancers, whose dark magic is regarded as a taboo and remains unaccepted in this world, despite the absence of a light versus dark conflict. Humans are scattered throughout the continent, with the habitats of the major races either along the coast or situated in the central regions, varying greatly in nature. Overall, the continent enjoys a period of relative peace, with an unprecedented prosperity resulting from the long absence of war that in the year 2956 of the continent's history. Lin Han suddenly materialized from the void, landing 100 miles from the boundary between the mysterious forest and the Elven Forest. Thanks to the assistance of an enigmatic figure otherwise, he would have surely met his demise. Struggling to rise, Lin Han surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. Despite the mysterious individual having informed him that he had traversed into another world, he was still engulfed in confusion and trepidation due to his fear of the unknown. Is this the other world? The environment appears rather pleasant. I will have to live here for an extended period. I wonder when I can return, he pondered. The enigmatic figure had claimed that he could return once he fulfilled certain requirements, and that time in his original world stood still relative to this one. However, the nature of these requirements remained undisclosed. Well then, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it, he resolved, maintaining his characteristic optimism. Closing his eyes, he silently invoked the skill board, which promptly manifested a sky-blue display in his mind, showcasing numerous illuminated buttons alongside some grayed-out ones. This ability, granted by the mysterious figure, allowed him to utilize skills from the game Warcraft 3. The skills were categorized in a single target, area effect, aura, and special types. Each skill, apart from ultimate abilities, required the expenditure of a skill point to learn, while an ultimate could be acquired every 6 levels at the cost of 2 skill points. Starting at maximum level. Other skills required 1 skill point for each level gained. Skill points were earned through leveling up, with a maximum character level set at 60, granting 2 skill points per level. Additionally, upon leveling up, the cooldown for all non-ultimate skills would reset. Leveling up occurred in a manner akin to gaming, through slaying creatures or defeating enemies. Currently, Lin Han was at level 1 and could learn 2 skills. He gazed at the skill board. He hesitated over which skills to select. After more than 20 minutes of contemplation, during which he nearly pulled out 10 strands of hair, he ultimately chose the water element and entangle. Initially considering the sleep skill, he found its practical effects somewhat lacking in appeal. Water element. The water element serves as a summoning unit, with a limited existence of merely 60 minutes. Each tier of water element boasts a distinct appearance, and as the tier ascends, the unit occupies a more substantial area. Furthermore, the water element is incapable of any form of upgrade. It possesses the ability to inflict splash damage, with a maximum splash radius, encompassing a circular area of 7.5 meters in diameter. Entangling roots. This spell summons roots from the earth to ensnare foes, rendering them immobile and inflicting a lingering chill. Sleep. This enchantment induces a sudden slumber upon adversaries. Any attack, whether from foes or allies, can rouse the unfortunate sleeper. This effect can only be applied to organic entities whose level is inferior to that of the caster. Upon opening the mini-map, a plethora of yellow dots illuminates the screen. The map, a complimentary gift, allows for the exploration of the surrounding 500 meters, but does not reveal concealed units. Red dots signify hostility, yellow dots indicate neutrality, and green dots represent amicability, with brightness correlating to strength. The map can be magnified, an essential tool for mischief, be it theft, arson, or voyeurism. After several days of trepidation, skillfully evading formidable neutral creatures and enemies, Lin Han finally arrived at the human territory of Red Leaf Town. Though not particularly large, this town thrives due to its proximity to the elven forest, where numerous merchants trade in the essential goods scarce among the elves, selling exquisite elven trinkets and delightful elven fruit wine to distant cities, reaping substantial profits. As Lin Han traversed the town, he marveled at the unique foreign charm surrounding him. The inhabitants of this realm were not exclusively of Western descent, as often portrayed in various fantasy novels. Rather, many bore Asian features. There were also orcs with exposed tusks akin to those in Warcraft, strikingly beautiful elves reminiscent of those in The Lord of the Rings, and stout, muscular dwarves. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead as a rotund man was flung from the crowd, crashing to the ground before Lin Han and stirring up a cloud of dust. Shortly thereafter, a burly figure emerged from the throng standing over 6 feet tall, with a square jaw and a closely cropped black hairstyle, his fitted shirt accentuating his robust physique. He bore a massive sword, approximately 1 meter and 70 centimeters in length and 15 centimeters wide, slung over his back. The muscular man seized a rotund figure and bellowed, "Hurry and hand over your money." Lin Han paused, struck by the familiarity of this scene, reminiscent of countless tales where a bully robs a damsel, only for the hero to swoop in for a gallant rescue, leading to the maiden's heartfelt gratitude and an unspoken bond. However, in this instance, the damsel was replaced by a portly gentleman. While a romance was unlikely, the thought repulsed him. Lin Han's imagination sparked at the prospect of the rotund man's possibly genetically gifted daughter, causing his eyes to gleam with desire. "Look at that fool, his attire is rather peculiar, yet quite appealing," remarked a merchant from the crowd, pointing at Lin Han. "Why not collaborate and produce such clothing for sale in the imperial capital? We could surely amass a fortune." Lin Han was momentarily rendered speechless. Did he appear so foolish? Nevertheless, the suggestion from this fellow was rather astute should he find himself in dire straits. Perhaps he could venture into fashion design. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to rescue his future father-in-law. With a decisive stride, Lin Han stepped forward and bellowed, "Hey, you scoundrel! In broad daylight, beneath the vast heavens, how dare you brazenly commit robbery? Is there no law left? Cease your actions at once, or I shall ensure you face the consequences." The burly man stared at Lin Han in astonishment. "Are you with him?" "Not at all." Lin Han shook his head. "But witnessing injustice compels one to draw their sword in aid." The robust man rolled his eyes in exasperation. At that moment, a youthful voice emerged from the crowd, slightly trembling. "Big brother, I don't want the money anymore. Please don't hit him, it could be fatal." A slender boy, drenched in sweat, emerged from the throng and clutched the burly man's sleeve. "No way. This money must be reclaimed for you." "Do not worry," the burly man asserted, then pushed the boy aside and unleashed a flurry of punches upon the stout man. Lin Han broke into a cold sweat and weakly interjected, "Brother, could you show a little respect? I'm still here while you're attacking." The surrounding crowd collectively rolled their eyes. The burly man scrutinized Lin Han from head to toe. "Are you paying his debt? He hired my brother for protection, but only offered half the fee upon arrival." Lin Han was at a loss for words, a version of wage theft from another realm. The evils of capitalism. He approached the stout man and kicked him lightly. "Do you have a daughter?" The stout man shook his head resembling that of a pig. "I have no daughter, only 2 sons." "No daughter?" Lin Han exclaimed. "If you have no daughter, why are you withholding wages from others?" He then kicked him twice more. "Do you not know that I despise those who delay payment?" The onlookers were left bewildered. The stout man, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "How was I to know what you detest? Besides, what does having a daughter have to do with withholding payment?" Lin Han turned to the burly man and smirked. "You all carry on. I must attend to some significant matters in my life." With that, he delivered a parting kick and turned to leave, muttering, "Damn it. I thought I might win over a benevolent father-in-law. What a waste of my sentiments." The crowd erupted in laughter as Lin Han strolled along the most bustling street of the town. The tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air, causing his stomach to grumble. Each time he reached for the few bills in his pocket, he felt a twinge of frustration. Currency was not interchangeable. Those bankers in China were utterly unhelpful. All they did was indulge in feasting and drinking wine, not engage in something constructive. After inquiring with a local villager about the route to the capital, Lin Han stepped out of the small town, intending to hunt a wild beast to offer at the Five Organs Temple. Due to the proximity to the town, wild creatures were scarce, and after a lengthy search, he finally spotted a hare. With practiced skill, he ensnared it, summoning a water elemental that trapped the rabbit in place. The towering water elemental, standing at 2 meters, materialized beside him, unleashing torrents of water upon the hapless creature. The rabbit struggled briefly before succumbing to its fate. Approaching the rabbit, Lin Han retrieved a Swiss Army knife from his pocket, deftly eviscerating it. He then placed the rabbit within the water elemental's form for cleansing. Moving to a nearby clear space, he silently invoked the magma creature. In an instant, a magma beast emerged, and he skewered the prepared rabbit on a stick, positioning it near the magma creature. Before long, the air was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat. The rabbit transforming to a golden hue a few days prior. While utilizing an external map in the forest, Lin Han had slain a dozen unranked beasts, leveling up in the process. He spent a skill point to learn the magma creature ability, thus no longer limited to a vegetarian diet, while retaining a skill point for future use. Summon magma creature. Summon a magma creature that absorbs the essence of enemies it attacks and splits into 2. Lasts for 70 minutes. He savored the rabbit meat. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. Suddenly, several yellow dots appeared at the edge of the map, rapidly closing in on Lin Han. In less than 20 seconds, they would reach him. He swiftly commanded the water elemental and magma creature to shield him, biting off a substantial piece of rabbit meat before discarding it. He hastily wiped his hands, bracing himself, his demeanor shifting from casual indifference to the meticulous focus reminiscent of playing Warcraft. The sound of approaching footsteps drew closer as 2 figures dashed toward him. "It's you? It's you?" To his surprise, it was the 2 individuals from the town, though they appeared to be in dire straits, bearing multiple wounds. The burly man had a gaping 30-centimeter gash on his chest, blood oozing profusely, while wielding a large sword. The boy fared better, with only superficial injuries, carrying a long bow that seemed ill-suited for his stature. Seeing Lin Han, the burly man urged, "Little brother, run." With that, he grabbed the boy, ready to flee. At that moment, a brash voice echoed from behind them. "Run? Where do you think you're going?" 15 muscular men surrounded a young man as they approached. There are accomplices, and a mage at that. Let's deal with them all at once to spare this young master further trouble. Lin Han gazed at the 16 red dots on his mini-map, rendered speechless. What a stroke of bad luck. Am not with them, you carry on. They'll take my leave. My mother is calling me home for dinner. Lin Han waved dismissively and turned to depart. Suddenly, 2 men appeared in front of him, blocking his path. "The young master hasn't permitted your departure, so you cannot leave." Lin Han turned back to the young master, inquiring, "Is your father Li Gang?" Shaking his head. "Are you Li Gang?" Shaking his head. "Do you have relatives named Li Gang?" Continued shaking of the head. "Well then, what gives you the audacity to act so arrogantly?" After addressing the young master who commanded the water element's attack, the magma creature blocked the two individuals in front and retreated beside the burly man. Choosing to deploy a healing wave with the remaining skill points, he directed his finger towards the burly man, and a yellow beam of light erupted from his fingertips, dancing between the burly man and the boy. Their wounds healed rapidly. Even the gaping gash on the burly man's chest scabbed over. Observing the two in astonishment, he felt quite pleased with the efficacy of the healing wave. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the battlefield as an individual was struck by a torrent from the water element, his arm twisting grotesquely. In that instant, the burly man dashed forward, his sword slicing down, and a head flew into the air. Lin Han felt a wave of nausea wash over him. As a college student raised in modern society, it was his first encounter with such a gruesome scene. The battlefield descended into chaos, with water elements and magma creatures fending off the crowd's onslaught while the burly man maneuvered nearby, occasionally inflicting damage on the adversaries. To Lin Han's astonishment, the boy unleashed a flurry of arrows, wounding two opponents in a short span. Despite the burly man's commendable strength, his two fists could not withstand the onslaught of four. Before long, he bore several new wounds, yet the enemies suffered as well. Apart from the young master, they were all slightly injured, with two dead and one severely wounded. The burly man had claimed one life and gravely injured another. The boy had slain one as well, while Lin Han had yet to secure a kill, merely assisting for two, though he was still grateful for the experience gained. Nearing level 2. As the cooldown for the healing wave concluded, Lin Han cast another wave, the light weaving between the burly man, the water element, and the magma creature, healing the burly man's wounds completely. That moment, several tendrils burst forth from the ground, ensnaring a heavily armored man. With a swift horizontal sweep of his sword, the burly man severed the man in two. Bill was the only son of the mayor of Red Leaf Town, notorious for his unruly behavior, bullying both men and women alike. However, he was astute enough to only target the defenseless common folk and weaker mercenaries, always steering clear of formidable mercenary groups. Today, he strolled through the town with a dozen fighters and brawlers recruited by his father, seeking amusement. Coincidentally, he encountered Harry, a merchant who frequently bestowed gifts upon him. Harry informed Bill of a certain matter, promising a reward of 100 gold coins for eliminating Lin Han and his companions. For Bill, who was seeking entertainment, this presented a perfect opportunity, especially upon hearing that the adversaries were merely three young individuals of modest attire, certainly lacking any substantial power or influence. Bill, accompanied by a band of henchmen, scoured the town in search of Lin Han and his companions. However, by that time, Lin Han had already departed from the town, leaving Bill to only encounter the brawny man and the boy. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded his thugs to assault them. Taken by surprise, the brawny man and the boy found themselves in dire straits. The brawny man, sustaining a wound, had no choice but to endure a blow and flee the town with the boy, fortuitously heading in the same direction as Lin Han. Although the brawny man was a peak-level swordsman, he was injured and burdened with the boy, gradually being overtaken by their pursuers until they finally encountered Lin Han. Upon seeing Lin Han, Bill recognized him as the other individual mentioned by Harry, his peculiar attire and hairstyle making him easily identifiable: jeans, a t-shirt, and a mane of tousled hair. The presence of the water element and the magma creature beside Lin Han indicated that he was a magician. Typically, magicians grow stronger with age, and Lin Han, appearing youthful, was likely of a lower level, having cast 2 spells and presumably depleted of magical energy. Magicians are considered late-blooming professions. In their early stages, they rank among the weakest in combat, only surpassing clerics slightly, and can only unleash a handful of skills at a time. Despite Lin Han's use of opposing water and fire spells, Bill was undeterred. For history on the continent held instances of individuals mastering multiple magical disciplines. However, such practitioners often achieved little due to the limitations of human stamina. Further assuring Bill of his advantage, he ordered his subordinates to attack, but soon he found himself regretting that decision. The output of the water element and the magma creature was far beyond his expectations, and they proved to be remarkably resilient. Most astonishingly, Lin Han was revealed to be a cleric. Clerics are purely supportive professions, and even the mightiest cleric would struggle against a moderately trained commoner in a one-on-one confrontation, capable of inflicting harm primarily upon dark-type undead. Nonetheless, clerics are highly coveted in mercenary groups, treated as treasures. In the perilous line of mercenary work, injuries are inevitable, and this is where a cleric's true value shines. Thus, an unwritten rule exists in the mercenary world. When encountering a cleric, one must do their utmost to assist. Seeing 3 of his comrades fall dead and another severely wounded, while the opposition seemed unscathed, with the magma creature even splitting into 2, Bill felt a surge of anxiety. They were not far from the town, and should another mercenary group happen upon the scene and witness their assault on a cleric, he feared for his own safety. In a fit of desperation, he shouted, "Quickly, eliminate the magician, or we shall all perish." His subordinates hesitated for a moment but ultimately dispatched 2 members, armored and equipped, to charge at Lin Han, while the rest engaged the brawny man and the 3 elemental creatures. They were aware of the unspoken rule in the mercenary world. Yet survival compelled them to take the risk. Having lived in a time of peace, Lin Han had never engaged in a fight throughout his life. The spells he had previously cast were all supportive, with the water element and magma creature targeting non-lethal areas of the opponent. As he witnessed the enemy's casualties, he repeatedly reassured himself that he was not the cause of their deaths, he was merely ensnaring them. However, upon seeing 2 individuals rushing towards him, Lin Han felt a wave of panic wash over him, entangling the armored assailant while the other thrust his sword dangerously close. With a piercing scream of terror, Lin Han fell back, narrowly evading the impending danger. He rolled to the side twice before rising to his feet and fleeing. The burly man, hearing Lin Han's cry, felt a surge of anxiety. After all, it was his presence that had dragged Lin Han into this perilous situation. If anything were to happen, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Confronted by the massive sword thrusting toward him, the strong man grasped it with his left hand, blood gushing forth, while with his right hand, he delivered a diagonal strike to the assailant's neck, kicking the lifeless body aside. Enduring 2 sword strikes to his back, he charged towards Lin Han. The boy, witnessing the attack on Lin Han, swiftly loosed an arrow at the armored adversary. But the foe merely deflected it with a casual flick of his sword. Just as he prepared to shoot a second arrow, the armored opponent broke free from his entanglement and lunged forward with a thrust. The boy had no choice but to lower his bow and evade to the side. Yet he was well aware that archers were notoriously ineffective in close combat, placing him in a precarious predicament. Lin Han heard the footsteps behind him drawing closer. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from the sword, in a flurry of panic, he stumbled and fell to the ground, turning to see the tip of the blade magnifying within his pupils. At that moment, a shadow lunged forward, forcefully pushing aside the armored figure. It was a robust man who had just arrived. Lin Han instantly felt as though all strength had been drained from his body. Lying on the ground in a state of inertia, tears streaming down his face, realizing how precious life truly was. Simultaneously, a surge of fury welled up within him. "If you seek my demise, then I shall first take yours." After colliding with the armored figure, the strong man lunged forward and tightly embraced him, turning back to Lin Han and bellowing, "Kill him." Lin Han swiftly rose to his feet, seizing the colossal sword from the ground and striking fiercely at the armored foe. The armored adversary, sensing the imminent threat to his life, struggled desperately in an attempt to break free from his binds. With a sickening thud, the blade sank into his neck, blood gushing forth as Lin Han, consumed by a frenzied rage, continued to swing the sword relentlessly, his visage and attire drenched in crimson. He persisted until every ounce of his strength was depleted. The onlookers, witnessing Lin Han's madness, felt a chilling dread creep up their spines. Leaning on his sword, panting heavily, he beheld the grotesque, mutilated form of the armored foe before him, and an involuntary wave of nausea surged through him, causing him to expel the recently consumed rabbit meat. Unbeknownst to anyone, a glimmer of light flickered in Lin Han's eyes moments before, heralding his ascension in power. With a sudden burst, the water element dispersed. Those who had attacked the water element rejoiced, brandishing their swords as they charged towards Lin Han. Oblivious to the chaos around him, Lin Han remained motionless, head bowed. The burly man and the boy took their positions beside him, their eyes filled with resolute determination. As the enemy approached within 5 meters, a water element materialized unexpectedly, sending a torrent crashing down upon the foremost assailant, his head shattering like a watermelon, sending shockwaves of fear through the remaining attackers. At that moment, a searing heat emanated from behind as a new magma creature emerged, flanking them alongside the water element. Bill, witnessing the dire situation, understood that this endeavor had turned to ruin. He resolved to return swiftly and inform his father, seeking a solution. Ignoring his subordinates, Bill turned and fled. The remaining henchmen, seeing their leaders retreat, lost their resolve and scattered in disarray, leaving behind 2 severely injured who could not escape. Thinking of fleeing? Too late. A voice, resonant as if from the depths of hell, echoed. A bolt of lightning surged from Lin Han's fingertips into the throng. For unfortunate souls cried out in agony as they collapsed, the most gravely wounded reduced to a charred husk, while the least harmed lay gasping for breath. Chain lightning, unleashing a fierce bolt of electricity that leaps incessantly among nearby foes, each leap diminishing its potency by 15. The water element and 5 magma creatures encircled the remaining enemies, the first magma creature having split into 4, as Lin Han advanced slowly. A radiant halo composed of intricate runes materializing beneath his feet, magical energy surging into the halo, replenishing his mana. Brilliance aura, enhancing the magical recovery rate of nearby allies. Tell me, who are you? Lin Han's frigid gaze swept over them, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The remaining individuals, terrified, retreated and huddled together. Yet not a soul dared to respond. Choose silence, then let them perish. The elemental creatures launched their assault anew, and the already frightened opponents were utterly defenseless, swiftly falling one by one. Please, sir, do not kill me. I will speak. I will speak. A diminutive figure, with shifty eyes, collapsed to the ground in terror, a puddle of yellow liquid forming beneath him. With a wave of Lin Han's hand, he halted the assault of the elemental beings. However, one individual still fell victim to the onslaught. The diminutive man hastily bowed his head, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord." "Speak," Lin Han shouted impatiently. The diminutive man recoiled in fear, trembling all over. With a quavering voice, he pleaded, "My lord, we are the subordinates of Master Bill, the mayor of Hongya Town." It was that scoundrel Harry who requested Master Bill to eliminate those 2 individuals. "My lord, please do not kill me." Silence, Lin Han interrupted his desperate pleas. "Who is Harry? How many subordinates does the mayor of Hongya Town have? What is their strongest rank?" "My lord, Harry is a merchant in Hongya Town. He is highly regarded by Master Bill due to his frequent financial contributions. Today he approached Master Bill, claiming to have been assaulted by 3 men and beseeching him for vengeance. The most formidable among the mayor's subordinates is Lord Moon, a mid-tier battle master and swordsman." "Oh, understood." Lin Han turned his back to him. "Eliminate them." "But you are not keeping your word." The diminutive man was suddenly struck down by a surge of water, his chest caving in. His gaze turned skyward, filled with a poignant longing for the world. "So beautiful, I too do not wish to take a life. But I must survive. I must return home." Lin Han murmured softly, his heart heavy with anguish and confusion as the echoes of anguished cries resonated behind him. His fingers dug deep into his flesh, leaving marks of torment. "I'm sorry, but you were the ones who sought to take my life first." A wave of healing energy surged from his fingertips, dancing between the 3 of them. Their wounds swiftly began to mend, and with just one more treatment, they would be entirely restored. Lin Han meticulously examined each corpse, uncovering a total of 15 gold coins, 36 silver coins, and 78 copper coins, along with a dagger of mediocre quality. Having gathered his findings, Lin Han returned to the main road, proceeding towards the imperial capital in silence. The burly man promptly followed suit, and the boy, noticing the man's pursuit of Lin Han, trailed behind as well. 5 minutes later, Lin Han came to a halt, bowing his head. "Do not follow me," he said. The burly man stepped in front of Lin Han and knelt on one knee. "My lord, you have saved my life, and I am willing to be your follower." The boy hurriedly knelt as well. "So am I." In Lin Han's mind, the knowledge imparted by the mysterious figure pertained to followers, akin to loyal vassals, who must shield their master from harm in critical moments. As long as the master remained alive or did not actively dissolve the bond with their follower, the follower could not betray their master. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of all. "I do not require that," Lin Han declared. "You have aided me before, so we are even." He sidestepped the burly man and continued forward. "What I seek are friends. If you truly wish to accompany me, let us be friends." The burly man hesitated momentarily before hastily rising to catch up with Lin Han, closely followed by the boy. "Sir, I am Howard, a peak-level swordsman." The burly man introduced himself. "Sir, I am Mu Ping, an intermediate-level archer," the boy added. Lin Han contemplated for a moment before replying, "I am Lin Han. As for my profession, I am uncertain, perhaps a mage." Dumbfounded, he sighed, looking at the 2 with a perplexed expression. "Sir, have you not undergone a vocational assessment?" Howard inquired softly. "What do you think?" Lin Han replied, gazing at Howard as if he were foolish. "And please refrain from addressing me as sir. I am not that old." Howard's face flushed crimson, while Mu Ping regarded him with skepticism, muttering softly, "You don't appear injured." Lin Han and Howard were momentarily rendered speechless. "Where are you planning to go?" Lin Han inquired, observing Howard's awkwardness. "We are not sure for the time being. We are free mercenaries, and we shall go wherever we please," Howard replied, looking at Lin Han. "At present, we wish to accompany you, my lord. Where do you intend to head?" Lin Han quietly muttered to himself, "Do you think this is a grand motorcycle? You think your whims can dictate where we go?" "Sir, what is a grand motorcycle?" Howard inquired with curiosity as he gazed at Lin Han. "Oh, it's nothing." Lin Han quickly changed the subject. "I am planning to visit the capital to admire beautiful women." Howard fell momentarily silent, taken aback. "Sir, if you wish to see beautiful women, you should go to the enchanting province," he remarked cautiously, eyeing Lin Han. "You are unaware." "Are you?" "Oh, I am aware. I was referring to province," Lin Han stated earnestly, his gaze fixed on Howard. "What do you think I meant?" Howard was left speechless, while Mu Ping, who had remained silent until now, widened his eyes in astonishment, as if encountering an ancient beast, witnessing such audacity for the first time. Both began to doubt whether their decision to accompany him was wise. Feeling their scrutiny, Lin Han felt a tad embarrassed and waved his hand dismissively. All right. Let us set off quickly. Our destination, province." 10 minutes later, Howard leaned in and whispered, "Sir, are we truly heading to province?" Lin Han nodded slightly. "This direction leads to the capital." Howard's voice was becoming barely audible. "I understand." Lin Han looked at him quizzically. "What do you wish to convey?" "Province lies in the opposite direction of the capital." Lin Han was utterly tragic, and Mu Ping found himself at a loss for words as he gazed at the two exceptional individuals. Taking a deep breath to calm his thoughts, Lin Han fixated his gaze on Howard, who instinctively recoiled, realizing that this path was indeed misguided. Lin Han was suddenly enveloped in a sense of foreboding, rubbing his temples. With a smile that revealed 8 teeth, he inquired in a perfectly gentlemanly manner, "Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Howard gazed at Lin Han's warm smile. Yet a chill coursed through him. "I assumed you were aware," he replied, his voice faltering. Lin Han and Mu Ping immediately collapsed. "Damn it, this is too frustrating." Lin Han was on the verge of a breakdown. "You should have told me earlier." Howard scratched his head, looking rather embarrassed. "All right, now you lead the way." Lin Han stared at this extraordinary individual, speechless. "Very well, my lord." A saying from the Versailles Empire goes, "Only upon arriving in province does one truly understand the meaning of beauty." 3 days later, Lin Han and his companions reached the Milan Canyon, nestled in the subordinate mountains of the Furnace Mountain Range, over 100 kilometers away from province. Throughout these 3 days, Lin Han suffered nightly from nightmares and felt nauseated at the sight of meat, having not enjoyed a decent meal in days. His eyes were sunken, dark circles visible, his gaze vacant, and his lips cracked, lacking the strength to walk. Consequently, Howard and the others rented a carriage. Inside the carriage, Mu Ping fed Lin Han some liquid nourishment. Howard, observing Lin Han's current state, furrowed his brow deeply, filled with concern. At this rate, he could perish. Howard took the bowl from Mu Ping's hands and set it aside. "What should we do?" "I do not know," Mu Ping sighed. "However, I've heard from Uncle Mute in the village that the healing arts of province's compassionate hands are quite remarkable. We should consider visiting them. Yet, given his current condition, I wonder if he can endure the journey to province." Howard gazed at Lin Han with worry. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, causing Howard and Mu Ping to stumble. "What happened?" Howard opened the door and leaned out, only to see an arrow lodged in the driver's neck, his hands hanging weakly, blood streaming from the wound. At that moment, Howard felt a wave of dread wash over him, as if the scythe of death was resting on his shoulder. He quickly ducked down as an arrow whizzed past, grazing his scalp and embedding itself in the carriage, its tip penetrating the wood and the fletching trembling incessantly. From a distance, a coarse voice rang out. "Ha ha, Joey. Did your wife demand too much from you last night? Can't even hit the target from this close. Shut up, Arthur, or I might just shoot an arrow into your backside." A voice filled with humiliation retorted. Howard raised his head to locate the source of the sound. Spotting a group of over a dozen disheveled men standing atop a massive rock in front of the carriage. Leading them were 2 burly men of similar height. One had short hair, with 2 intersecting scars on his face, clad in heavy metal armor, a peculiar large sword approximately 6 feet long strapped to his back, its blade replaced by fine serrations. The other man had long, gray-brown hair, simply tied with a strip of cloth, possessing a handsome visage, dressed in a lightweight leather armor. Equipped with a quiver on his back, and wielding a bow nearly 3 feet long. It was he who had shot the driver and attacked Howard. Behind the two individuals, a dozen men faced them, dressed in a disheveled manner with a menacing demeanor. Province, renowned as a popular tourist destination, experiences a significant influx of visitors daily, which has given rise to a group of robbers engaging in unscrupulous activities. Despite numerous official attempts to eradicate these bandits, the vast expanse of the Milan Mountains allows them to thrive. When the number of pursuers is scant, the robbers resort to guerrilla tactics within the mountains, inflicting heavy casualties upon the officials. Conversely, when the forces are larger, the robbers retreat deeper into the Milan Mountains, evading capture altogether, only to emerge again once the commotion subsides. Unable to manage the situation effectively, the authorities resorted to issuing bounty tasks through the mercenary guild, offering rewards based on the number and strength of the bandits' heads. However, few mercenaries are willing to accept such tasks, as the robbers are formidable, with the strongest among them possessing saintly prowess. Moreover, the rewards offered by Province are woefully insufficient in relation to the difficulty of the tasks at hand. Upon witnessing the adversary's formidable formation and the palpable pressure emanating from the two individuals, Howard felt a wave of despair wash over him. The lowest among them were at least at the fighter level, and the presence of level pressure could only be felt when there was a disparity of more than one level between opponents. Furthermore, there were two of them, leaving no opportunity for escape. "Hand over everything of value, and I shall grant you a complete corpse," bellowed the burly man, Arthur, with reckless bravado. Howard gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his knuckles turning pale, only to subsequently release it, seemingly resigned to his fate. "Hey Ping, wait here for a moment. I'll be right back," he said. Mu Ping quickly seized his arm, imploring, "Brother, don't go. You must leave quickly. There may still be a chance to escape." "What will happen to you if I flee?" Howard inquired. "My strength is too feeble. I certainly cannot run away." "Brother, you must hurry and escape. If you manage to get away, please take care of my mother," he pleaded. "Nonsense. You should take care of yourself," Howard retorted in a low voice. "Stay here. I'll go and assess the situation. I will be fine. If you still recognize me as your elder brother, heed my words." Mu Ping's lips moved slightly, but ultimately, he repressed what he was about to say. Howard gradually emerged from the carriage, discarding his large sword onto the ground as he called out to them. "I beg you, do not kill me. I will give you everything I have." A flicker of disdain flashed in Arthur's eyes as he muttered, "Bah, pathetic, looks strong, yet turns out to be a coward." Joy chuckled, saying, "It's better that he is a coward. It'll be easier for us to get our hands on the money." "Indeed, you're right," Arthur replied with a grin, turning his gaze to Howard. "Hand over all your money, and I won't kill you," he added, though a glint of malice crossed his eyes. Howard's hands trembled uncontrollably as he rummaged through his clothing. After a moment, he produced a pouch, raising it high, but inadvertently brushed against the horse's right nostril, causing it to snort and shift 2 steps to the left. Howard then took a few steps forward, tossing the pouch towards them, subtly nudging the horse's front half downward as he did so, prompting the horse to shift left again, now turned approximately 90 degrees. Arthur caught the pouch, feeling its weight, and a smile broke across his face. Untying the rope of the bag, Arthur was just about to inspect the bounty of gold coins within when Howard suddenly seized the large sword lying on the ground. With a gentle force, he tapped the horse's head with his left hand, prompting the steed to shift left a few paces, turning the cart approximately 90 degrees. At this moment, the cart had completely pivoted, and with a powerful throw, the sword was hurled towards Arthur, while Howard spun around and struck the horse's rear with a swift palm. The horse, feeling the pain, reared and galloped wildly as Howard pushed off the ground with force, aiming to leap onto the cart. From behind, Arthur's furious roar echoed, "Damn you, scoundrel!" A surge of azure energy erupted from Arthur's body, a manifestation of his fighting spirit, indicative of his status at the Dozong level. The sword collided with this energy, shattering into a multitude of fragments. Simultaneously, Joy rapidly drew an arrow and nocked it, releasing a shadowy projectile. Howard leaped onto the cart, gripping its edge tightly, a wave of joy surging within him. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his back as a glinting arrowhead emerged from his chest, causing his hand to weaken and release its hold. Upon feeling the cart jolt, Mu Ping realized his elder brother had jumped aboard, a moment of relief washing over him. Yet, he soon heard the sound of something heavy hitting the ground and quickly leaned out of the window to look back, only to see Howard sprawled on the ground, a pool of blood slowly spreading beneath him. "Elder brother," Mu Ping cried out in anguish. Howard's eyes slowly turned, gazing at the receding cart. A contented smile gracing his face as fleeting memories flickered in his mind. "Little brother, what is your name?" A young boy shyly replied, "Mu Ping." "Little brother, your archery is quite precise. Who taught you?" The boy glanced up briefly before lowering his gaze again. "I learned from Uncle Moon. He is remarkable. A high-level warrior archer and was once a captain in the Imperial Army. From now on, call me Elder Brother. If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I shall avenge you." The boy hesitated for a moment and softly called out, "Elder Brother." Howard felt an increasing chill enveloping him, a desire to sleep washing over him as the darkness deepened. March 21st is a day to be remembered. I have obtained my marriage certificate. The god of war. The greatest honor for a warrior is to die in the pursuit of advancement. Province, located in the southern part of the Versailles Empire, is nestled against the Milan Mountains, alongside the beautiful Mirror Moon Lake. Here, the climate is perpetually spring-like, ideal for the growth of flowers, which fills the city with their fragrance throughout the year, earning it the title of City of Flowers. This region also nurtures beauties as radiant as the blossoms of Provence. It is currently summer, the most splendid season in Provence, with throngs of pedestrians and bustling traffic. At the juncture between the noble district and the common area in the city of Provence, there lies a sprawling estate. Lin Han slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings as he attempted to rise, but found himself utterly devoid of strength. "Where am I? How did I end up here?" He had been somewhat disoriented in the carriage, and when it came to an abrupt halt, he had blissfully lost consciousness. Closing his eyes, he silently recited his character attributes, and a cerulean display board materialized before him. Character, Lin Han level. For status, extremely weak skill points, 2 acquired skills. Water element, level 1. Entanglement, level 1. Magma creature, level 1. Healing wave, level 1. Lightning chain, level 1. Radiant aura, level 1. Creak. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lin Han exited the character attribute interface and turned to face the entrance. Howard and Mu Ping stepped inside, and upon seeing Lin Han awake, Howard rushed to his bedside, scrutinizing him intently. "My lord, you are awake. How do you feel?" Feeling Howard's gaze scanning him incessantly, Lin Han was overwhelmed with goosebumps and hastily pulled the covers tighter around himself. "What do you want?" "I must declare that I have no interest in men. If you attempt anything, I will resist with all my might." "My lord, I find you quite intriguing," Howard replied, gazing at him with fervent eyes. Lin Han instinctively inched further into the bed, while Mu Ping looked on in astonishment at Howard, silently reminding himself, for the sake of chastity, "I must keep my distance from my brother." Howard pressed down on Lin Han's shoulder to prevent him from moving. Lin Han silently cried out in his heart, "Oh, Jade Emperor, Buddha, please come to my rescue. That accursed mysterious man, if I lose my purity today, I shall surely make you pay dearly. My lord, your body has yet to fully recover. You must not move recklessly." As Lin Han struggled vehemently, Howard had no choice but to lean down and restrain him, creating a peculiar tableau upon the bed. Lin Han continued his futile resistance, while Howard pressed his hands firmly upon Lin Han's shoulders, his body weight pinning him down. Both men were panting heavily. Mu Ping had already turned away, unable to bear the sight. A piercing scream suddenly erupted from the doorway, drawing all 3 pairs of eyes to the entrance. There stood a man and a woman. The man, an elderly figure with hair as white as snow yet a complexion remarkably vibrant, did not resemble an old man at all. He wore a peculiar blue robe adorned with intricate floral embroidery. Drawing from his knowledge, Lin Han recognized the elder as a highly esteemed apothecary, classified by a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. This elder was a blue-robed apothecary, and violet-robed apothecaries had not been seen for centuries. The woman, likely in her 20s, had flowing wine-red hair casually tied with a sky-blue ribbon, with a few rebellious strands playfully resting against her face, embodying a youthful allure. Her large, dark eyes held a profound depth akin to the cosmos, and beneath her elegantly sculpted nose lay a petite mouth, standing approximately 5 feet 7. She possessed a graceful and curvaceous figure, clad in a purple dress that gracefully reached her knees, revealing her ivory-like calves that glimmered slightly in the light. The scream had escaped her lips. Avril, astonished, gazed at Howard and Lin Han. She and her grandfather, along with Uncle Kate, had ventured to the Milan Mountains to gather herbs when they fortuitously encountered Howard's rescue. Due to Howard's heart being abnormally positioned on the right side, he had narrowly escaped death. After treatment, he was revitalized within 3 days, while Lin Han remained unconscious for the same duration, leading the elder to question the efficacy of his medicine. Avril was taken aback. She had initially perceived Howard as a man of great loyalty, willing to sacrifice his life for a friend. Now, she realized that their bond was of a different nature. Did that mean the other individual who was saved shared a similar connection? With a probing gaze, Avril turned her attention to Mu Ping. Feeling the weight of her inquisitive stare, Mu Ping experienced an uncomfortable shiver. As Lin Han gazed upon Avril's exquisite beauty, his heart raced and adrenaline surged within him. Just as he prepared to greet her, he noticed the peculiar expression in Avril's eyes, sparking his curiosity. Was there something amiss on his face? Or perhaps his striking good looks had captivated her at first sight. He felt as if a warm breeze was blowing against his face. Turning his head, he was startled to find a broad face looming before him, adorned with a smile, yet the distance between their lips was merely a few centimeters. Ah! Lin Han let out a scream that surpassed even Avril's, and without hesitation, he spent a skill point to learn the ability Shimmer, causing a ripple in the air as he reappeared 5 meters away. Several vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Howard, while water and magma elementals materialized beside him, poised for an assault. Witnessing Lin Han's swift casting of spells, coupled with the conflicting magical elements, the elder's eyes flickered with surprise. However, given the circumstances, he felt compelled to intervene. The elder unleashed a dispel spell, striking the water and magma elementals, causing both to vanish into thin air as they transformed back into their base forms. The entangling vines also dissipated, leaving the atmosphere clear. With the magic dispelled, both Howard and Mu Ping sighed in relief, well aware of the formidable nature of those spells. Yet, Howard found himself puzzled, uncertain as to why Lin Han had targeted him. Supported only by sheer will, Lin Han could no longer maintain his stance and fell backward, expecting pain that never came. Instead, he felt a soft, pleasant sensation against his back, prompting him to gently twist his body. When a stranger's hand brushed against a sensitive part of her chest, Avril was instantly engulfed in embarrassment and indignation. "Hey, get up," she urged, pushing Lin Han, but each time he rose, he would collapse again, inadvertently pressing against her chest, which only deepened her vexation. "If you don't get up, I'll let go." "No need to shout, he merely fainted," the elder interjected. Taking Lin Han from Avril's grasp and laying him gently on the bed, he retrieved a small box from his pocket, opening it to release a rich medicinal aroma that permeated the room. "A healing elixir," Avril exclaimed in astonishment. "Grandfather, how could you give him that?" The elder carefully placed a pill in Lin Han's mouth, followed by a sip of water to assist in swallowing it. Within 5 minutes, Lin Han's pallid complexion transformed to a healthy hue, and his breathing steadied. When he awoke again, it was already evening. As he sat up, he found no lingering discomfort. The initial weakness he had felt had vanished. Rising from the bed, he stretched his limbs, relishing the invigorating sensation coursing through him. Upon opening the door, a wave of floral fragrance enveloped him. The small courtyard in front of the house was adorned with an array of blossoms, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, while a gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of flowers. The sunset is truly splendid, yet it signals the approach of dusk. Gazing at the picturesque scene, Lin Han felt an inexplicable sadness wash over him. "You lecher, I never expected your literary talent to be quite commendable, though your character leaves much to be desired." Avril emerged from behind the flowers, regarding him with disdain. "You possess a wealth of eloquence, yet you indulge in such distasteful passions." "Lecher? Where did that come from?" Lin Han regarded Avril with a peculiar expression, proceeding to touch her forehead directly, disregarding her gaze that was a blend of astonishment and indignation. He remarked, "That's odd, there's no fever. However, your skin is quite nice." "You're the one who's feverish. Your entire family is feverish," Avril retorted, pulling out a handkerchief to vigorously wipe her forehead, and then forcefully tossing the handkerchief onto Lin Han's face while scolding, "Perverted scoundrel, vile deviant." In tandem, she aimed a kick at Lin Han's leg. Lin Han evaded Avril's foot with a chuckle, saying, "My dear, when have I ever been infatuated with you? I seem to have forgotten. Shall we revisit that moment?" You, Avril stammered, her finger trembling as she pointed at Lin Han. "What's wrong with me? Infatuated with you?" Lin Han pushed her finger away, playfully squeezing her small hand. I. Avril quickly withdrew her hand behind her back, searching for an appropriate retort, but finding none. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. I have matters to attend to." Lin Han stepped outside the courtyard and paused beside Avril, leaning down to her neck. "What are you doing?" Avril flinched, drawing her shoulders in and retreating repeatedly. Taking a deep breath, her eyes half closed in bliss, she murmured, it smells delightful. With that, she burst into laughter and exited the courtyard, leaving behind the sound of Avril's furious exclamations. Upon reaching the courtyard's edge, he inquired of a servant about the kitchen's location and proceeded directly there. Lin Han, who had been lying in wait for a considerable time without food, was already ravenous. Upon arriving at the kitchen, he found the door firmly shut. In the continent of Ruidon, dinner is typically served quite late, around 8 o'clock. And it was still not yet 5. Consequently, the servants were taking a break. As his hand rested on the door, ready to push it open, he suddenly heard voices from within. Lin Han pressed his ear against the door. Once the task is accomplished, my master will surely reward you handsomely. I must take my leave now. Tonight, success is the only option. Lin Han quickly concealed himself behind a stack of timber, peering cautiously outside, where he discerned only 2 silhouettes. It appeared that an intriguing spectacle awaited him that night. Touching his smooth chin, Lin Han mused to himself, according to the narrative's conventions, dinner would surely be poisoned, followed by the emergence of villains, culminating in the protagonist's triumphant confrontation with them, after which a beautiful woman would fall into his embrace. As he delved deeper into these thoughts, Lin Han could not help but salivate. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears, prompting him to hastily wipe away the drool and adjust his attire. A group of individuals clad in servants' garb approached, and one of the older women pointed at Lin Han, exclaiming, "You from the front courtyard, what are you doing in the kitchen? Are you attempting to steal food again?" From the front courtyard? Lin Han glanced down at his clothing, realizing with dismay that he was indeed dressed like a servant. It turned out that upon his return, his clothes had become soiled, and since Howard and Mu Ping had no spare garments, they had reluctantly procured a servant's outfit from the elderly gentleman for him to wear. Lin Han gazed at the older woman with an enchanting smile. "Sister, you are truly remarkable. It is evident that you understand my intentions at a glance. I shall follow you from now on." He continued, "Sister, you seem to have gained a decade's youth since a few days ago. Have you perhaps used some cosmetics? I must purchase some for my wife." With admiration, he added, "Sister, your figure is simply exquisite. I am certain that many eyes follow you as you stroll down the street." The older woman fanned herself with a greasy hand, feigning modesty. "Oh, I am not as beautiful as you claim, and I have never relied on cosmetics. They are so harsh on the skin." "Wow," Lin Han exclaimed dramatically. "Sister, you are stunning even without makeup. Imagine how captivating you would be if you adorned yourself." "Oh, that's not true. I assure you, though, in my youth, I was renowned throughout the city as a great beauty, celebrated for my talents and charm." Lin Han suppressed the urge to vomit, inwardly cursing. Is it a lack of both talent and appearance? The bystanders were left speechless by the absurdity of the two individuals, thinking to themselves, "I've encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent." Among them, the eldest servant coughed forcefully, interrupting the two's delusions. Lin Han gazed pitifully at the elderly woman, blinking his eyes earnestly. "Sister, I am famished." Instantly, half of the bystanders could no longer contain themselves and rushed to the corner to vomit. The elderly woman, with great generosity, grasped Lin Han's arm and pulled him into the kitchen, making him feel as though his limb were ensnared in a vice. She led him to a storage room filled with vegetables and retrieved a bag from the pile. Opening it, she extracted a beast's leg and handed it to Lin Han, declaring, "This is your sister's late-night snack. I shall share half with you." "Thank you, sister," Lin Han replied, suppressing the pain in his arm as he accepted the beast's leg, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. The elderly woman, mistaking his discomfort for dissatisfaction, stuffed the entire bag into his hands and patted his shoulder, causing him to wince. "Today, I am on a diet, so all of this is for you. You must come and visit me often. Only you can appreciate my beauty, others are simply blind to it." As she spoke, her eyes lingered longingly on the bag, her tongue occasionally flicking across her lips. Lin Han forcefully swallowed the remnants of his overnight meal that had risen to his throat, clutching a bag as he fled in a panic. Observing Lin Han's retreating figure, the matron sensuously licked the corner of her mouth, captivated by the allure of his every move, utterly enchanted. Upon reaching the kitchen entrance, Lin Han glanced inside to see a petite figure diligently chopping vegetables. Returning to the courtyard, he sought a vacant space, summoning the magma creature to warm the beast's leg once more, while also conjuring a water elemental to settle beside it, thus providing hot water. Sipping the pristine boiled water and savoring the golden brown roasted beast leg, Lin Han let out a contented sigh. By the time he finished 2 beast legs, night had completely enveloped the surroundings, and a servant escorted Lin Han to the dining hall. With a curious spirit, he followed the servant into the dining area, swaying with each step. "Good evening, everyone." Lin Han waved, promptly taking a seat. "Please, enjoy your meal, don't mind me. Feel free to treat this place as your own home." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Howard obediently lifted his bowl, ready to eat. But Lin Han playfully slapped the back of his head. Howard gazed back at him with a look of grievance, asking, "What is the matter?" Lin Han raised an eyebrow and stated, "You are not allowed to eat." He then pointed at Mu Ping, adding, "You too." Avril observed the intimate exchanges among the trio of close friends and, recalling previous events, felt her stomach churn. The old man and the unassuming Uncle Kate paid them no mind, engrossed in their meal. Half an hour later, the friends were still exchanging glances. Yet Avril could not resist the temptation of food. Suddenly, the restaurant door swung open with a crash, and a servant flew in with a flourish. Kate abruptly stood up, only to wobble and sit back down. The old man patted Kate on the shoulder, casually remarking, "No need to try. This is the ancient secret potion, poison dragon powder. Once poisoned, one is rendered powerless, unable to wield magic or martial energy. It is said that even dragons can be incapacitated by it." Impressive indeed, the renowned Master Lant. Likely to become a purple-robed alchemist in a millennium. A group entered, led by a young man with golden hair, striking features, and a commanding presence. Following closely were 2 elders, one a swordsman and the other a mage. The swordsman donned simple attire, yet his sword was unlike that of a typical swordsman. It was a slender blade, 1 meter long and only 2 fingers wide, reminiscent of the decorative swords carried by noble youths. The old mage wore an exquisite red robe, adorned with 7 golden leaves on his right chest, marking him as a fire element grand mage. "Troy, is that you?" Avril exclaimed, pointing at the young man with an expression of fury. "Why did you drug us?" "Greetings, beautiful saint of mercy, Miss Avril," Troy replied with a formal bow. "As a lady, how can you be so rude as to point at others?" He then turned to face the old man Lant and said, "Master Lant, shall we make a deal?" "Oh, what sort of deal do you propose?" The old man regarded him with indifference, seemingly unfazed by the poisoning. Truly, the greatest alchemist of Ruo Dun remained so composed even in such circumstances. Troy smiled, casually approaching the table, and a young servant clad in Lant's household attire quickly pulled out a chair, wiping it down for Troy to sit, having just been in the kitchen chopping vegetables. Troy patted the servant's shoulder, praising, "Well done this time. I have a generous reward for you. Go and collect it." Thank you, esteemed young Master Troy." The servant bowed repeatedly before eagerly following a warrior out. Lin Han silently muttered, a quintessential sycophant. Troy, taking out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, addressed Lant. "Aren't you furious about your subordinate's betrayal?" Lant and Kate merely gazed at him in silence, while Avril shot him an angry glare, exclaiming, "Shameless." Troy continued, seemingly unbothered. "Do you not long to kill him?" "I certainly do." Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed from outside, the young servant's voice. "You." The ever-composed Lant was now visibly enraged. "Do not lose your temper." Troy waved his hand dismissively. "He is merely a dog that has betrayed his master. Now, let us discuss the transaction at hand. What do you wish to trade?" Lant, regaining his initial calm demeanor, looked at him, though a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. "Your lives in exchange for the Millennium Fire Dragon fruit, as well as the engagement between Miss Avril and myself." "Absolutely not. I would rather die than marry you," Avril retorted fiercely. At this moment, Lant could no longer maintain his composure, glaring at Troy as he demanded, "How do you know I possess the fire dragon fruit?" Troy chuckled softly. "That is not something you need to know. So, will you proceed with this transaction or not?" "And what if I refuse to trade?" Lant inquired. Moving towards the door, the warriors behind Troy swiftly drew their swords, pointing them at him. "I'm cold. Is it not permissible to close the door?" Lant responded nonsensically, causing the onlookers to break into a cold sweat. He closed the door and turned to Troy, asking, "Do you know what happens after the door is shut?" Troy, sensing an inexplicable sense of crisis, pushed back his chair and said, "Old man, do not squander time." It was Lin Han, who had remained seated, that stood up and remarked, after closing the door, "It should be an exchange of blows." Suddenly, Uncle Kate rose to his feet, emanating a wave of formidable fighting spirit. A violet hue streaked with gold surged forth, revealing him to be a peak Do Emperor expert. A surge of magical energy followed, as water elementals and magma creatures emerged, blocking the swordsman. One ensnared the fire elemental mage, while a purple shadow darted past, and lance struck towards the mage's heart. The fire elemental mage hastily raised a magical shield, managing to free himself from the binds. However, Kate shattered the shield with a punch that impacted the mage's arm, causing flesh to fly and a pain scream to erupt as the entire right arm was obliterated. The mage staggered back, while the opposing Doe Emperor destroyed the magma creatures and water elementals that had shielded the fire mage, confronting Kate. Lin Han smirked, recognizing their levels were still too low. Magic was fundamentally ineffective against them. The fire elemental mage retrieved a healing potion from his spatial ring and consumed it, the bleeding ceasing as scabs began to form. The surrounding warriors quickly formed a protective formation around Troy, who, once so arrogant, now wore a visage of shock and fury. "Damn it, what is happening?" Troy bellowed. "Jadlin, Carnes, protect me and retreat." At this moment, the formidable Do D. Canes and the illustrious Fad Jadlin were drenched in sweat, striving to withstand the overwhelming pressure of Kate's fighting spirit, utterly motionless. Meanwhile, Lant and Avril found themselves obstructed at the entrance, confronted by several peculiar plants that intermittently lashed out with their branches at the bewildered warriors, leaving them in a flustered state. This phenomenon was a manifestation of wood magic, a gift bestowed only upon those of elven lineage. The rarity of herbalists among humans can be attributed to the scarcity of individuals possessing elven blood. For elves are a notoriously insular race, rarely intermingling with humanity. Lin Han approached Caitlin and, observing the furious Troy, inquired, "Would you care to know why we were not poisoned?" Troy cast a glance his way, remaining silent. Sweat dripped down. He felt dismissed. Lin Han, rendered speechless, muttered, "Do you wish to know? If you want to know, just ask. How can I answer if you don't inquire? Once you ask, I can respond. And then you will know. But without your question, how can you possibly know? Please, do ask." The crowd fell silent. "Get lost. Speak if you wish. If not, then leave." Troy bellowed in anger. "Oh, you want to know? Then just say so. And please, no need to shout. What if you frighten the children? Even if the children are unharmed, what about the flowers and plants?" Lin Han continued. Silence. Everyone glared at Lin Han in unison. All right. Lin Han waved his hand dismissively. "Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall enlighten you." With a flourish, an owl appeared on his shoulder, its eyes gleaming with intensity. "Earlier today, while searching for food in the kitchen, I observed that servant interacting with a stranger. Thus, I dispatched my owl to follow them, tracking you to your residence. You have been under my watchful eye. Before dinner, I informed my companions, and together we orchestrated this little play to ensnare you all." Lin Han tilted his head back, looking at Troy. "Impressive, isn't it? Applaud, please." Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, a chain of lightning shot forth, striking Canes and Jadlin, causing them to convulse. Uncle Kate rushed forward, a purple shadow sweeping past, and the two were sent flying, their fates uncertain. "You wretched bastards! You have forced my hand," Troy exclaimed, retrieving a scroll from his spatial ring, adorned with mysterious runes, emanating an unsettling, malevolent aura. "Not good. Stop him quickly. That is the scroll of the forbidden technique, the gate of hell." Elder Rant shouted in alarm. Kate charged towards Troy, while the warriors, loyal to Troy, fearlessly obstructed Kate's path. "Haraha!" Troy swiftly unfurled the scroll. "Too late. I shall take you all to the grave with me." Suddenly, a fist pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth. He glanced down, his head tilting as he succumbed to lifelessness. The scroll inexplicably floated in midair, black mist pouring forth, growing increasingly dense until it coalesced into a sphere approximately 2 meters in diameter. The sphere began to shrink, ultimately reducing to the size of a pinhole before erupting with a blinding light, prompting everyone to shield their eyes. A black hole materialized in the air, rapidly expanding until it reached a diameter exceeding 3 meters, eerie howls emanating from within, sending shivers down spines. "This is bad. A monster is about to emerge," Kate exclaimed anxiously. "Rant, take them and flee quickly. I will hold it off." "Little Kate, I shall remain." Rand placed a hand upon his shoulder and said, "I am old and may not have many years left. You must take my dear granddaughter and these little ones with you, and take good care of her." "No, Grandpa. I do not wish to leave," wailed Avril, clutching Rand's arm. "I do not want to part from you." At that moment, a massive hand emerged from the black void, grasping the edge of the abyss, covered in dark, bristling fur, with black veins writhing incessantly. I caught a whiff of a succulent aroma, fresh human flesh. From the depths of the void came a chorus of roars, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. The great Lord Darks craved human flesh. In the far east of the continent, there stood a peculiar high mountain, steep and towering, like a colossal sword thrust into the sky. Before a thatched cottage atop the mountain, a robust man sat upon a large stone, appearing utterly lifeless, motionless. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, and a surge of sword energy erupted, cleaving the space before him. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void towards the direction of Province. The Hell Clan, Darks? In an instant, he vanished from his position, as if he had never existed at all. Simultaneously, similar occurrences unfolded in various locations, the Orc Sacred Mountain in the west, the Forbidden Grounds behind the continent's foremost magic academy in the south, and deep within the Beast Forest in the north, amidst the Elven City and the Dragon Island in the Stormy Sea. In the Death Valley stood a palace constructed from the bones of myriad creatures. Within its depths, a throne pulsated with dark energy, and a being clad in a black robe and hood emerged, no longer human, merely a skeletal figure grasping a staff crafted from dragon bone. It gazed towards the direction of Province, two flames igniting beneath the hood. The day of our undead kin's ascension has arrived. With a flick of its staff, a luminous orb pierced the void, soaring from the palace and exploding above the valley of the undead. A sound akin to metal grinding resonating throughout. All necromancers of imperial rank and above, come forth to meet me. Lin Han and others were unaware that the continent's top experts, disturbed by their presence, were now gazing in terror at the black hole from which a creature had emerged. The monster stood approximately 4 meters tall, adorned with 3 formidable horns atop its head, while its eyes, resembling bronze bells, flickered with flames. Its body was inscribed with an intricate array of mysterious runes, and a pair of bat-like wings unfurled behind it, nearly 4 meters in span. An overwhelming aura emanated from the creature, causing the very space around it to ripple like the surface of water, while the walls trembled slightly, and dust rained down from the ceiling. Kate strained to maintain a barrier of fighting spirit to protect everyone, struggling against the oppressive force. And Lin Han felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Dax stood suspended in the air, observing the violet barrier with disdain. He let out a derisive snort and, extending a finger, pointed into the void. Suddenly, Kate coughed up a mouthful of blood as the barrier shattered with a resounding crash. And Lin Han and the others were instantly propelled towards Jadlin. Jadlin and Carnes had already been knocked unconscious when Dax first appeared. Human, half-elf, Dax muttered to himself. 3,000 years. For a full 3,000 years, I have contemplated revenge day in and day out. Abruptly, Dax lifted his gaze, fury ablaze in his eyes as he bellowed. You wretches, I shall slay you all in due time. But for now, allow me to collect some interest. With that, he pointed at Rant, and a shadow darted toward his head. Rant desperately attempted to evade, but it felt as though the very space was ensnared. The shadow expanded relentlessly within his pupils. Don't, grandfather, Abel yelled in despair. Kate suddenly spat blood, rushing to shield Rant, unleashing all his fighting spirit to form a protective barrier. The shadow collided with the shield, yielding no effect, as if it were merely a decorative facade. A surge of elation filled the hearts of those present, and a faint smile crept upon Kate's lips. Yet, in an instant, agony contorted Kate's face. Blood gushed from his mouth, and the fighting spirit shield dissipated into shimmering violet motes in the air. With a thud, Kate collapsed onto his back, blood pooling beneath him. A gaping wound, the size of a thumb, marred his chest, and blood continued to flow. Why? Rant gazed at him in anguish. Little Kate, you shouldn't have saved me. You are still young. While I have but a few years left, it is not worth it. It is not worthless, Kate weakly replied. I lost my parents at a young age, and you raised me single-handedly. I have always regarded you as my father. Little Kate, do not speak further. I know. I have always considered you my son, Rant said, gazing at him with tears streaming down his face. Really? Hope and excitement flickered in Kate's eyes. Can I call you father? Yes, indeed. Rant grasped his hand tightly, tears falling onto his garments. Child, I have always been your father. With a surge of emotion, Kate called out, Father, and turned to Rant, who nodded in affirmation. A tear spilled from the corner of Kate's eye, glowing with happiness, as his hand fell limply to his side. An existence, ignorant and humble. As Dax gazed downward, he declared, Since I cannot bear to part with you, I shall send you all to hell to reunite. With that, he extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and 5 shadows shot towards the crowd. Just as the shadows were about to strike, A golden shield enveloped everyone except Lin Han. Lin Han raised his right hand, a beam of golden light safeguarding his form. The shadows collided with the others yet inflicted not a single wound. Divine shield. The Paladin can encase themselves in an impenetrable barrier of radiant light, rendering them immune to all physical and magical harm. Voodoo, ultimate magic. This is an extraordinarily potent spell, characterized by its enduring nature. When cast, the spellcaster is compelled to remain motionless, while the voodoo grants invulnerability to all their allies and themselves within the entire screen. Lin Han, still trembling with lingering fear, patted his chest, grateful for his brother's swift speed. It turned out that Lin Han had stealthily approached Jadlin while Kate was being struck down, and in the moment of Jadlin's unconsciousness, he plunged a dagger into his heart. Dax had assumed there was enmity between them, thus Lin Han sought to eliminate him before facing his own demise. Due to Jadlin's elevated status, the experience of vanquishing him elevated Lin Han by 6 levels, reaching the 10th rank, where he acquired the skills of Voodoo and Sacred Shield. The individuals who had initially closed their eyes awaiting death suddenly felt as though they were enveloped in sunlight, warm and radiant. Upon opening their eyes, they discovered themselves encased within a luminous barrier, a beam of light descending from above, with Lin Han standing at its center, exuding an aura of sanctity. Pure light elements? And the power of laws? How could this be possible? Dax gazed at Lin Han with a mix of astonishment and fury, demanding, "Who are you?" At this moment, Lin Han felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The voodoo and the sacred shield were undeniably powerful, yet they were bound by a limited duration. Once that time elapsed, he would be doomed. Resolutely, he silently resolved that there was no alternative but to take each step as it came. Lin Han regarded Daxus with the same indifference one might have for an ant, his expression devoid of emotion as he coldly proclaimed, "I am the Archangel Michael, Seraph of the Lord of Light. How dare you, a mere wretch, lay hands upon the mighty angel?" Pointing his right hand towards Daxus, he declared, "I, as a representative of the light, bestow upon you the gift of death." A brilliant light ignited at his fingertips, emanating a sacred aura that caused the onlookers to feel their wounds heal significantly. Daxus gazed at Lin Han, his heart brimming with terror. Fortuitously for Lin Han, he had inadvertently stumbled upon a forbidden realm within the hearts of the denizens of hell. This universe is a multifaceted one, consisting not only of the continent of Ruadan but also of the realms of hell and heaven, while the latter two are interconnected. The continent of Ruadan exists as a completely independent plane, with the rare summoning circles being the only means for entities from heaven and hell to manifest upon it. Given that Ruadan is the least developed of the 3 planes, neither the denizens of hell nor those of heaven are inclined to linger there, as it offers no opportunity to transcend to divine status by igniting the divine fire. Furthermore, due to the laws governing the planes, any god who has ignited their divine fire and enters Ruadan would find their power sealed, rendering them a mere elevated god. However, Daxus is an anomaly. He is quite renowned in hell, not for his prowess, but for having unwittingly spied upon the queen of the Hell King while she bathed. This incident incited the Hell King's fury, prompting him to dispatch his most trusted assassins after Daxus. At the time, Daxus was merely a fledgling god who had recently ignited his divine fire, and he fled through the depths of hell, pursued by a cadre of formidable foes. Ultimately, he was cornered, and just as he braced for death, a necromancer from Ruadan invoked a forbidden spell to open the gate of hell, summoning him to the continent. For various reasons, Daxus later returned to hell, where he secluded himself in the mountains for 3,000 years. When he once again felt the call of Ruadan, he eagerly returned to the familiar land. However, tragedy struck anew, and this time it was far graver than before. Unlike his previous escape back to hell, this time he might meet a fate of utter annihilation. Michael, the foremost warrior of the heavenly realm, serves the god of light and is renowned for his formidable strength and illustrious achievements, which are largely founded upon the annihilation of the denizens of hell. It can be said that Michael stands as the arch-nemesis of the hellish races, second only to the god of light himself. Curiously, a millennium ago, before Daxus ascended to godhood, Michael mysteriously vanished, and to this day, his whereabouts remain unknown. Daxus lamented in anguish, reflecting on the years spent in search of him, only to find himself in peril upon his return. Upon seeing Dax's face filled with terror, Lin Han realized that he had encountered the right target. However, Dax remained utterly still, like a lifeless wooden figure, which caused Lin Han considerable anxiety, fearing that Dax might sense something amiss. Lin Han sensed the continuous depletion of his mental and magical energies, inwardly cursing, "For heaven's sake, If you're afraid, just flee. Why linger? If Dax could hear Lin Han's thoughts, he would likely deliver a sharp reprimand, for it is easy to speak so cavalierly when one's position is not at stake. At that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded in Province. A formidable and utterly chaotic monster hovered in the air, trembling all over, while a frail and utterly disheveled young man stood on the ground, pointing a finger at the creature. A crowd of onlookers gathered nearby, whispering and gesturing. Lin Han abruptly lowered his hand, causing the beam of light and the protective shield surrounding the crowd to vanish in an instant. Dax and Avril, along with the others, gazed at him in astonishment. With an air of nonchalance, Lin Han waved his hand and declared, "Let us be off. Today, I shall spare your life, so hasten away." Dax, momentarily shifting from despair to elation, could scarcely believe his ears and cautiously inquired, "My lord, are you truly sparing me? Do not let him escape." Avril suddenly interjected, tears streaming down her face like rain on a blossoming pear tree. She knelt before Lin Han, pleading, "My lord, I implore you to take his life in vengeance for Uncle Kate." Dax's heart sank once more, rage igniting within him as he glared at Avril. Lin Han felt a surge of confusion. This foolish girl truly knew how to create chaos. Lin Han slightly tilted his head, gazing down at Avril with an expressionless demeanor. "Insect, I require no instruction from you." After uttering these words, he waved his hand dismissively at Dax, commanding, "Begone, wretched being, do not dare to appear before me again, lest I unleash my wrath." "Thank you, my lord," Dax replied, falling to his knees and bowing repeatedly before swiftly departing, vanishing from sight in no time. After a brief 5 minutes, ascertaining that Dax had indeed left, Lin Han collapsed onto the ground. He turned to Howard, who remained rooted like a statue, and reproached him with frustration. "Have you never seen such a sight? Hurry and assist me." Howard trembled in fear, cautiously gazing at Lin Han. He inquired, "My lord, are you the Archangel Michael?" "Archangel? Spare me the absurdity. If anything, perhaps the celestial beings above," Lin Han retorted. "I was merely deceiving him." "Alas, it is quite understandable that you could not discern the truth, especially since even Avril failed to see through it. Clearly, my acting skills are commendable." "Hey, girl," Lin Han called out, directing his attention towards Avril. Yet, she remained silent, kneeling as if oblivious to his presence. Lin Han felt a throbbing pain in his head and rubbed his temples as he said, "Little girl, do you wish for Uncle Kate?" Avril suddenly turned her head, fixing her gaze upon him, her previously vacant eyes gradually regaining their spark. "Can you truly save Uncle Kate? Trust in Brother Han, and one shall attain immortality." Lin Han struck a pose he deemed quite dashing. Avril, seemingly oblivious, continued to stare intently into his eyes, seeking a glimmer of hope. "Please, do not look at me like that," Lin Han said, nervously clutching the hem of his garment. "It makes me feel rather bashful." Howard and Mu Ping quickly turned their attention elsewhere, acknowledging, "I know him." Lin slowly rose from the ground and approached Kate's lifeless body. With a wave of his hand, a radiant beam of holy light descended from the heavens, enveloping Kate. The gaping wound in her chest pulsed with vitality, and in a mere moment, the injury vanished. Had it not been for the hole in her clothing, one would scarcely have noticed she had been harmed. The holy light, this divine illumination, has the power to heal our injured allies or inflict damage upon the undead. Gazing upon the exquisite Avril, Lin felt a stirring within his heart and, shaking his head playfully, remarked, "Beautiful Avril, what would I gain if I were to save Kate? I could offer you gold, any amount you desire." Avril hastily replied, "I do not seek gold. I am not in need of such trinkets." Lin shook his head again. "What about exquisite equipment?" He was met with another shake of the head. "How about rare potions?" Once more, he shook his head, watching Lin's persistent refusals. Avril was engulfed in a wave of despair. Lin Han turned towards the unconscious Carnes, and amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he seized the massive sword and plunged it into Karn's heart. A surge of electricity coursed from the heart throughout the body, instantly bringing a profound sense of relief, a sensation that recurred 3 times. Character attributes: name, Lin Han level, 13 status, excellent skill points, 12 ordinary skill points and 1 ultimate skill point acquired skills, water element, level 1, entangle, level 1. Magma creature, level 1, healing wave, level 1, chain lightning, level 1, radiant aura, level 1, dazzle, level 1, owl, level 1, holy shield, level 1, holy light, level 1. Voodoo max level. Lin Han opted for the resurrection ability of the Paladin as his ultimate skill. Resurrection, it allows up to 6 fallen allied units to return to the battlefield. Should the number of deceased units exceed 6, the 6 most formidable units within the vicinity will be revived. Owing to the nature of this extraordinary skill, it can only be employed once a month, after which the user will be rendered powerless for 3 days. Indeed, the mightier the ability, the greater the restrictions. However, it is fortunate that leveling up can alleviate negative statuses. Lin Han fell into contemplative silence, wavering on whether to save Kate. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. If others were to discover his extraordinary skill, it would undoubtedly lead to incessant troubles. Moreover, the 3-day period of weakness following its use posed a risk. What if Kate and her companions harbored ulterior motives? One cannot fully decipher the hearts of others. He couldn't help but regret his earlier hasty promise to rescue Kate. Seeing Lin Han frozen in thought, Avril bit her lip, seemingly having made a decisive resolution. She lifted her gaze, her cheeks flushed, and addressed Lin Han. If you can save Kate, I am willing to become yours. After speaking, she quickly lowered her head, revealing a glimpse of her alabaster neck. No, I cannot agree to this. Lin Han was about to refuse when Rand, who had been silent until now, urgently interjected. He bowed deeply to Lin Han and said, Young friend Lin Han, if you are willing to save young Kate, I shall offer you the Millennium Fire Dragon Fruit. Of course, I understand that it pales in comparison to life itself, and I am willing to enter into a master-servant contract with you. To speak truthfully, Lin Han felt a stirring in his heart. The Fire Dragon Fruit was not of particular interest to him, as he did not possess fire affinity. However, the prospect of a master-servant contract with Rand was enticing. Securing such an agreement would not only provide him with a blue-robed apothecary, but also alleviate his concerns about potential ill intentions from Kate and her companions. Truly a win-win situation. No, Avril exclaimed as she grasped Rand's hand, shaking her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face. No, Grandpa, it cannot be. Let me be his woman to save Uncle Kate. Rand embraced Avril, gently patting her back, and said, Child, it is all right. I am old and do not have many years left. You are still young, with a bright future ahead. Moreover, I see that Lin Han is a good lad with great prospects. Following him would not be a misfortune. Lin Han awkwardly touched his nose, feeling a wave of speechlessness wash over him. It was as if he were entangled in the complexities of a bygone era, reminiscent of a feudal landlord. If only he could return home, he would take great pride in eliciting envy from those who once looked down upon him, boasting of the beautiful women who cried out to be with him. Clearing his throat, Lin Han said, Well, Grandpa Rand, I do not wish for you to sign a master-servant contract. Rand immediately felt a weight in his heart, his gaze fixed intently upon Lin Han. Meanwhile, Avril experienced a mixture of joy and concern. She was delighted that her grandfather would not enter into a master-servant contract, yet anxious about her own future. Gazing blankly at Lin Han, a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. What are you looking at me for? Lin Han felt somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutinizing looks from the grandfather and granddaughter duo. I merely wish for Grandpa Rand to sign a loyalty contract. Where did your thoughts wander? At that moment, Avril felt as if she had been plucked from the depths of despair and returned to paradise. Though an inexplicable sense of loss lingered within her. Did she lack allure? Perhaps he and Howard truly. Howard, caught in the crossfire, had no idea of her thoughts. If Lin Han were to discern her inner musings, he would undoubtedly encourage her to explore her own inclinations. Rand, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. No one wished to be bound by a master-servant contract. The more he observed Lin Han, the more he found him agreeable, powerful, handsome, and considerate. It seemed that Little Wei would fare well in his company. The way Rand regarded Lin Han, akin to a father-in-law praising a son-in-law, sent a shiver down Lin Han's spine. He quickly directed Howard to pick up Kate and find a place to revive her. Suddenly, the space rippled, and several figures materialized in the air. Lin Han and the others swiftly formed a defensive formation, with Howard at the forefront. Rand and Avril summoned plants to assist him, while Lin Han invoked water elements and magma creatures, with Mu Ping preparing to attack and aim at the front. The most robust of the newcomers, a middle-aged man, looked disdainfully at the group, snorting in contempt. Lin Han immediately sensed a powerful surge of energy approaching and quickly activated the focus aura at maximum level. Beneath his feet, a new, intricate magical array materialized, approximately 50 meters in radius. Those standing within the array felt as though they were clad in armor. Focus aura increases the armor value of surrounding allies. The water element, magma creature, and plants at the forefront disintegrated in an instant, while Howard was sent flying. Crashing at Rand's feet, blood pouring from his mouth. Rant and the others, standing further back, staggered a few steps, their vitality surging. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. A wave of healing energy emanated from Lin Han's fingertips, pulsating among the crowd, swiftly restoring nearly everyone to their former state, including Howard, who suffered no significant harm. Those rejuvenated glared furiously at the middle-aged man. Among them, an elderly figure clad in a tattered robe and an orc elder regarded Lin Han with a contemplative expression. At that moment, another burly man stepped forward, playfully patting the middle-aged man's shoulder, chuckling. "Great Lizard, have you been overworked lately with the Mother Lizard? Feeling a bit fatigued?" The Great Lizard shrugged off the man's hand in irritation, retorting, "Go play somewhere else, fat cat." He then turned his attention to Lin Han, saying, "Youngster, not bad at all. Let us see if you can withstand another blow from me." With that, he swiftly appeared before Lin Han, delivering a punch aimed at his head. Everyone believed Lin Han was doomed, as he stood there, staring blankly at the Great Lizard, entirely unresponsive. A cruel smile curled at the corners of the Great Lizard's lips. The robed elder hesitated, raising his staff only to lower it again. The Great Lizard's fist struck through Lin Han's head, yet contrary to expectations, no blood splattered forth. It was merely an illusion. The real Lin Han had materialized 20 meters away. Blink. This ability allows the watcher to teleport short distances instantaneously, facilitating a rapid retreat from the battlefield. The robed elder gazed at Lin Han in astonishment, pondering, spatial magic? An intriguing young lad. Priest, spatial affinity, orc shamanism. Quite fascinating. The Great Lizard's expression shifted to one of indignation. It was already humiliating to contend with a junior of far lesser rank, and failing to inflict any harm only heightened his sense of shame and fury. This was when Howard and the others regained their composure and began their assault on the Great Lizard, caught off guard by the suddenness of their attacks. The Great Lizard failed to react as blows rained upon him. "Damnable insects! I shall obliterate you all and extract your souls for annihilation," the Great Lizard roared, his body swelling in size, distorting the space around him as a monstrous creature materialized in the air, its form a resplendent gold. Boasting 2 heads and resembling a lizard with wings, indeed, a formidable western dragon. With a thunderous roar, the 2 dragon heads arched skyward before lunging toward Lin Han, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath in his direction. Lin Han raised his right hand, preparing to summon the sacred shield. "Stop, Casito!" the robed elder exclaimed urgently, waving his staff as several deep blue water shields manifested before Lin Han. The dragon breath collided with the shields, shattering 2 instantly, while the third barely held for 3 seconds before crumbling as well, leaving only the final shield to endure. Suddenly, a blade of energy struck the dragon breath, causing it to dissipate immediately. "Wooming, are you also intent on obstructing me?" The Great Lizard, Casito, glared at the man atop Sword God Mountain. "That man, I still closed," replied coolly. "Casito, you are regressing. Why bother squabbling with a junior? And if I must confront him?" Casito retorted vehemently. The man remained silent, drawing the sword from his back with a fluid motion. Upon witnessing this, Casito's eyes narrowed in alarm, and he exclaimed in anger, "Wooming, do not presume to act recklessly just because of your prowess." Casting a glance at the few individuals beside him, he implored, "Let us be fair. I merely seek to eliminate a disrespectful wretch who dares to offend our esteemed predecessors. Yet, Nameless has drawn his sword against me. Assuredly, he will turn his blade towards you as well." The surrounding individuals averted their gazes, their eyes betraying a flicker of disdain as they silently mused. "Do not presume to measure my intellect by your own. How brazen to employ such a pitiful scheme of discord. Have you lost your wits entirely? Very well, very well. You scoundrels," Carcito retorted in fury. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave and wash my hands of Dark's affairs." With that, he turned and descended into the sky. Unbeknownst to all, his eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity. Upon witnessing this scenario, Lin Han's tense heart instantly relaxed. Suddenly, a wave of spatial distortion rippled through the air, and Casito materialized before him, unleashing a breath of dragon fire towards him. "Seeking death? That damned scoundrel." From the air came 2 furious roars as a sword aura and a magical orb hurtled towards Casito. Lin Han was suddenly engulfed by the dragon's breath, while the sword aura and magical orb struck Casito's back, blood splattering. "You 2 bastards, it hurts like hell," Casito exclaimed as he flapped his wings and fled at great speed. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over him, as if he were being targeted by a venomous snake, prompting him to quickly shift his body. A A shadow materialized in the void, thrusting a dagger violently into Casido's neck before swiftly retreating. A plume of dragon breath erupted at the spot where the shadow had just been. There hovered a tall, unremarkable man, grasping a peculiar dagger approximately 30 centimeters in length, adorned with strange runes, the hilt shaped like a skull with glimmering eyes, blood dripping from the blade. He spoke in a haunting tone. "We, the human race, are not to be casually slain by you, great lizard. This is merely a lesson. Should you dare such an act again, I shall end you." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth. "Damned bastard, I won't let this go." Casido roared, flapping his wings and fleeing. The others merely watched from a distance, offering no pursuit. However, Howard and Mu Ping remained fixated on the direction in which Casido had departed, their fists clenched tightly, nails digging into their flesh, crimson blood seeping forth. Avril felt a sharp pang in her heart as she witnessed Lin Han engulfed by the dragon's breath, as if she had lost something precious. The tall, thin man glanced into the void before turning to fly behind the robed elder, remaining silent. The elder chuckled and said, "Little one, that great lizard has already left. Why do you still hide? Come forth." "What? The master is not dead?" Howard exclaimed with delight. Avril looked up at the robed elder, her eyes filled with hope. "It seems I am still too weak, easily detected." Lin Han materialized from the void. "How did you find me?" It turned out that Lin Han had immediately activated the sacred shield the moment Casido flashed before him, followed by using the Gale Step to become invisible, creating an illusion of utter annihilation. Gale Step grants invisibility for 20 minutes. Any attack or being attacked will dispel the invisibility effect. Passive effect. Level 1 increases the next spell's damage by 10%. Level 2 by 30%. Level 3 by 50%. Perception, the robed elder explained. Upon reaching the divine level, one must continually comprehend nature and the essence of the world to progress. Your magic is commendable, yet you have not transcended this realm. Thus, while I cannot see you, I can sense your presence. "Oh, thank you for sharing this with me." Lin Han bowed to the elder, his muscles taut, ready to unleash his power at any moment. The elder regarded Lin Han with admiration in his eyes and said with a smile, "Little one, do not worry. We shall not harm you." Lin Han was filled with silent resentment, pondering the significance of that large lizard. It seemed the old man could read Lin Han's thoughts. As he continued, "That large lizard acted on its own accord to attempt your demise. We merely sought to inquire about the recent appearance of Dax. You refer to that creature, a three-horned, winged monster that emerged from the depths of hell?" "Indeed, how did it come to be?" replied the old man. "Esteemed master of forbidden spells, it was the Troy from the House of Fire in the Versailles Empire who employed a forbidden spell scroll to open the gates of hell." Rant respectfully bowed and explained, "Oh, little one, you know me?" A faint smile graced the old man's face as he turned to Rant and inquired, "Who might you be?" Lin Han gazed in astonishment at the elderly man in the robe, inwardly scoffing at the term little fellow. After all, the man appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. The old man, seemingly sensing his thoughts, cast a knowing smile in Lin Han's direction, startling him. Could it be that this old chap possessed the ability to read minds? "Respected sir, I am Lant, a blue-robed pharmacist from the Apothecary Association," Lant said respectfully. "Oh, little fellow, so you are the one most likely to become a purple-robed pharmacist." Lant, the old man in the robe complimented. "Very well indeed." "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed sir," Lant replied, bowing deeply once more. "Honestly, you two are quite amusing," Lin Han interjected. Observing the two elderly gentlemen engaged in mutual flattery, if one didn't know better, one might think there was some hidden affection between you. Having listened to their endless chatter filled with superfluous compliments, Lin Han could no longer contain himself. "Ah." The old man in the robe and Lant exchanged awkward glances, momentarily at a loss for words. "Ha ha," boomed the burly man who had initially mocked Casido. "Indeed, indeed. My young brother speaks the truth. Gandalf the Ancient is certainly rather pretentious." Gandalf, the old man in the robe, pointed a finger towards the burly man, conjuring a massive water sphere nearly 2 meters in diameter above him. With a thunderous crash, it shattered, sending torrents of water cascading down. The burly man, however, did not flinch, allowing the water to drench him as he sighed contentedly. "Ah, this feels delightful. Thank you, you old coot, for giving me a bath. Though, I must say, the water is a tad cold. Perhaps you could warm it up next time." The onlookers fell silent, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. "Enough of this folly. We must attend to the matter at hand," a calm voice interjected. Gandalf and Ares, go eliminate the fire family. Those who defy the regulations must not exist. The rest of you, accompany me in pursuit of Dax." With that, he turned and soared in the direction Dax had fled. "Yes, brother Nameless," several voices replied respectfully. Linhan stared in astonishment at the nameless figure before him. Pondering the immense strength required to command such respect from these formidable experts, to render an entire noble family insignificant as mere ants, apart from Gandalf and the burly man. The rest of the group followed the nameless figure as he departed. Gandalf, with a swift motion, produced a crystal from his ring and tossed it toward Linhan, who caught it deftly. "This is a communication crystal I crafted. Should you find yourself in peril, a drop of your blood upon it will alert me, and I shall come to your aid in the swiftest manner possible. This can be utilized 3 times, he explained. The onlookers gazed at Linhan with envy. For being under the protection of such an unfathomable master was a rare fortune, albeit limited to 3 uses. "Why do you not display any emotion? Do you not feel joy?" Gandalf remarked, exasperated by Linhan's impassive demeanor. "I am a master. After all, a modicum of appreciation would be welcome. I am preoccupied with thoughts of what to have for dinner tonight and lack the inclination for joy. Should you prepare a splendid meal for me?" "I would indeed feel quite elated," Linhan replied coolly, inwardly amused by Gandalf's discomposed expression. The crowd erupted in laughter at the exchange. "Well, I shall refrain from further comment. Additionally, should you ever visit the Haderlawn Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, you may use this crystal to seek me out. I shall await your presence, as I find you quite intriguing." With that, he and Ares took flight. The remaining individuals felt a tightening in their chests, their hair standing on end, as they regarded Linhan with a mix of sympathy and concern. "Nameless, will you also impede me?" roared the great lizard Casido, glaring at the man atop Sword God Mountain. The man, eyes still closed, replied with an air of indifference, "Casido, you are regressing. Why concern yourself with a junior? And what if I insist on holding him accountable?" Casido retorted fiercely. The man said nothing, instead drawing the sword from his back. At this, Casido's expression shifted, anger flaring within him. "Nameless, do not let your prowess lead you to act with impunity." He turned to the others, demanding, "Let us settle this fairly. I merely wish to eliminate a disrespectful brat, yet Nameless draws his blade against me. Surely, he will do the same to you in the future." The surrounding individuals averted their gazes, disdain flickering in their eyes, silently thinking, "Do not measure my intellect by your own. Such a feeble scheme is hardly worthy of consideration. Have you lost your wits? Fine, 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 you scoundrels." Casido cursed angrily. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave, and I shall no longer concern myself with Dax's affairs." With that, he ascended into the sky, though none noticed the fierce determination gleaming within his eyes. Upon witnessing this situation, Linhan felt the tension in his heart dissipate. Suddenly, a ripple of spatial energy manifested, and Casido materialized before Linhan, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire upon him. "Seeking death, damnable scoundrel." In the air, 2 furious roars echoed, as a blade of sword energy and a magical orb hurtled toward Casido. Linhan was suddenly engulfed by the dragon's breath, while the sword energy and magical sphere struck Casido's back, causing dragon blood to splatter. "You 2 bastards, it hurts like hell," Casido exclaimed as he flapped his wings and fled rapidly. Suddenly, he sensed an inexplicable danger, as if he were being targeted by a venomous serpent, and swiftly shifted his body. A shadow emerged from the void, brandishing a dagger that plunged fiercely into Casido's neck, only to retract swiftly as a jet of dragon breath scorched the spot where the shadow had been. Before him hovered a tall, unassuming man, wielding an unusual dagger approximately 30 centimeters long, adorned with strange runes. The hilt bore a skull, its eyes glimmering with an eerie light, blood dripping from the blade. "We, the human race, are not to be slain at your whim, great lizard. This is merely a lesson. Should you dare such an act again, I shall end your life," he said, a wave of overwhelming killing intent emanating from him. "Damn it, I won't let this go," Casido roared, flapping his wings as he fled. The others merely watched from a distance, refraining from pursuit. Howard and Mu Ping, however, remained fixated on the direction Casido had departed, their fists clenched tightly, nails digging into their flesh, crimson blood seeping forth. Avril felt a sharp pang in her heart upon witnessing Linhan engulfed by the dragon's breath, as if she had lost something dear. The tall, slender man glanced into the void before returning to stand silently behind the old man in the robe. The robed elder chuckled, "Little one, that large lizard has already departed. Why remain concealed? Come forth." "What? The master is not dead?" Howard exclaimed with surprise. Avril lifted her gaze towards the robed elder, her eyes brimming with hope. It seems I am still too weak to have been discovered so easily, Lin Han remarked as he materialized from the void. How did you perceive me? It turned out that when Casito had flashed before him, Lin Han had immediately summoned the Holy Shield, followed by using the Gale Step to become invisible, creating an illusion of complete annihilation. Gale Step grants invisibility for 20 minutes. Attacking or being attacked will dispel the effect. Passive effect. First level increases the next spell's damage by 10%, second level by 30%, third level by 50%. Perception, the robed elder explained. Upon reaching the divine level, one must continuously comprehend nature and the essence of the world to advance. Your magic is commendable, yet you have not transcended this realm. Thus, while I cannot see you, I can sense your presence. Oh, thank you for sharing this with me. Lin Han replied with a bow, his muscles tense and prepared for action at any moment. The elder regarded him with admiration, smiling as he said, "Do not worry. Little one, we shall not harm you." Lin Han felt a surge of indignation within, pondering the insignificance of that large lizard. The elder, seemingly able to penetrate Lin Han's thoughts, continued, "That great lizard took it upon itself to attempt your demise. We merely sought to inquire about the appearance of the creature known as Darks. You described it as a monstrous being from the depths of hell, possessing 3 horns and wings. Indeed, how did it manifest?" The elder inquired. "Esteemed master of forbidden spells. It was the Troy family from the Fire House of the Versailles Empire that utilized a forbidden spell scroll to open the gates of hell," Rant respectfully replied, bowing slightly. "Oh, young one, you are acquainted with me?" The elder in the robe smiled faintly, turning to Rant and asking, "Pray tell, who are you?" Lin Han gazed at the old man in the robe with a look of astonishment, internally scoffing at the term little fellow. After all, the man appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. The old man seemed to sense his thoughts, casting a knowing smile in Lin Han's direction, which startled him. Could this old geezer read minds? "Respected sir, I am Lant, a blue-robed pharmacist of the Pharmacist Association," Lance said with utmost reverence. "Oh, little fellow. So you are the one most likely to become a purple-robed pharmacist, Lant," the old man in the robe praised. Well done, well done. Thank you for your kind words." "Esteemed sir," Lant replied, bowing deeply once more. "Really, are you two not the least bit embarrassed?" Two old men flattering each other to such an extent that one might think there is some hidden affection between you. Lin Han couldn't help but interject, unable to tolerate their lengthy exchange of pleasantries any longer. The old man in the robe and Lant exchanged awkward glances, rendered speechless. "Ha ha," boomed the burly man who had mocked Casito earlier. Indeed, my young brother speaks the truth. Gandalf, the old codger, is quite the sycophant." Pointing towards the burly man, Gandalf conjured a massive water sphere nearly 2 meters in diameter above him, which burst with a resounding crash, sending torrents of water cascading down. The burly man, however, did not flinch, allowing the water to drench him, exclaiming with satisfaction, "Ah, how refreshing. Thank you, you sour old man, for giving me a bath. Although I must say the water is a tad cold. Perhaps you could warm it up next time." The crowd fell into stunned silence, cold sweat trickling down in abundance. "Enough of this frivolity. We must attend to serious matters," a calm voice interjected. "Gandalf and Ares, go eliminate the Fire Clan. Those who defy the rules should not exist. The rest of you, follow me as we pursue Dax." With that, he turned and soared toward the direction Dax had fled. "Yes, Brother Wooming," several voices responded respectfully. Lin Han gazed at the nameless figure with astonishment, pondering the immense strength required to command such deference from these formidable individuals, rendering a grand family no more significant than mere insects. Aside from Gandalf and the burly man, the rest followed the nameless one as he departed. Gandalf brushed his hand over a ring, summoning a crystal that materialized in his palm, which he then tossed towards Lin Han. Lin Han deftly caught the crystal. "This is a communication crystal I crafted. Should you find yourself in peril, a drop of your blood will activate it, allowing me to sense your distress and reach you at the earliest opportunity. However, it may only be utilized thrice." The onlookers regarded Lin Han with envy, for it is indeed a rare fortune to be safeguarded by an unfathomable master, albeit for a limited number of times. "Why do you exhibit no emotion? Do you not feel elated?" Gandalf remarked, exasperation evident in his expression as he observed Lin Han's impassive demeanor. "I am a master, after all. A little acknowledgement would be appreciated. I'm merely contemplating what to dine on this evening. I lack the inclination for joy. If you were to prepare a sumptuous meal for me, I would indeed feel quite pleased, Lin Han replied nonchalantly, finding amusement in Gandalf's flustered expression. The crowd erupted in laughter. Very well, I shall refrain from further comment. Furthermore, should you ever visit the Hadelin Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, you may use this crystal to find me. I await your arrival with great interest, Gandalf concluded, before turning with Ares and soaring into the sky. The onlookers felt a tightening in their chests, their hair standing on end, their eyes filled with sympathy as they gazed at Lin Han. Lin Han raised his middle finger fiercely in the direction Gandalf had departed. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Lin Han left the dilapidated courtyard, which had been battered and torn. A few individuals looked at him in astonishment, muttering, "We've seen thick-skinned people, but never anyone this thick. What are you dawdling for? Aren't you going to save Uncle Kate?" Seeing them still frozen in place, Lin Han began to suspect that these fellows had suffered some brain damage from Dax's beating, rendering them sluggish. Oh, all right. Howard hurriedly picked up Kate and followed suit, with Avril and the others trailing closely behind. They entered a spacious room, where Howard gently laid Kate on the bed. Lin Han, what shall we do next? Avril inquired softly. What do you mean, what next? Lin Han looked at her with curiosity. The group was instantly enveloped in a sense of exasperation. Avril stifled the urge to smack him and asked patiently, I mean, how do we save Uncle Kate? Oh, that is what you meant. You should have said so earlier. Lin Han patted her shoulder and declared, Next, we shall have a meal. I am starving. Thud. The group promptly fell to the ground. All right. I was just joking. I will save Uncle Kate right now, Lin Han said with a smile. Lin Han adjusted his attire, his expression grave. As he recalled the method of utilizing the resurrection skill, he couldn't help but feel that the system was quite the disappointment. To activate the skill, he had to spend a tedious 15 minutes offering various praises to the system. Otherwise, the skill would remain dormant. Fortunately, it could be done through silent contemplation, lest others overhear him and suspect his sanity. Lin Han stood at the bedside, his legs slightly apart, right hand raised with the palm facing downward. A solemn expression gracing his features as he gazed at Kate, silently reciting in his heart, magnificent, formidable, extraordinary, handsome, like a pear blossom overshadowing the begonia. Cars laden with flowers, a strikingly handsome visage. The onlookers regarded Lin Han with profound reverence, as a radiant light descended from the heavens, enveloping him in a golden glow. With a countenance radiant with sanctity, he gazed at Kate, his eyes filled with compassion, muttering incantations softly. 5 minutes passed, yet Lin Han remained unchanged, the sacred light unchanged. His murmured incantations unchanged, and Kate was still Kate. 10 minutes later, Lin Han felt a wave of despair wash over him. He lamented his earlier neglect of literary studies. The crowd's legs began to ache, their eyes darting between Lin Han and Kate, unwilling to miss a single change. However, the sacred light remained as it was. The murmured incantations persisted unchanged, and Kate remained herself, yet Lin Han transformed, his face a portrait of turmoil and apparent anguish. Concern began to ripple through the crowd. Avril, observing Lin Han's distress, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. 15 minutes later, the crowd's legs had grown weak, their eyes dry. As Avril witnessed Lin Han's increasingly tormented expression, tears began to glide down her cheeks. Lin Han, racking his brain, uttered the final word of praise. Feeling a surge of relief within, suddenly, a beam of light, approximately 5 meters in diameter, descended upon the crowd, and all that obstructed its path crumbled to ash. Numerous ethereal angels danced around the light column, harmonious melodies resonating from the void, while petals of light cascaded down like rain. Lin Han slowly ascended, standing in the void. With Kate suspended before him, an influx of sacred light surging into his being, Lin Han gazed at the myriad of extraordinary phenomena with a bittersweet smile. Realizing that the situation had escalated beyond his control, maintaining a low profile was no longer an option. Meanwhile, those enveloped by the radiant pillars were filled with astonishment. Angels, creatures of legend, were summoned by Lin Han in significant numbers, leading many to speculate whether he was indeed a favored child of the heavens. Lan's heart swelled with joy, for following a powerful leader was a source of great happiness. Howard and Mu Ping's resolve to stand by Lin Han was further solidified, while Avril's eyes gleamed with determination, as though she had reached a pivotal decision. As the petals from the City of Light cascaded upon them, it was remarkable that these petals gradually fused with their beings, amplifying their energies. Lant quivered with excitement, for after years of stagnation, He was on the verge of a breakthrough when the eighth petal graced him. He trembled as an inexplicable force surged within him, propelling him to the rank of a purple-robed alchemist, the only one in centuries. Moments later, Avril and the others also experienced breakthroughs. Avril ascended to the rank of a green-robed alchemist, albeit barely. Howard reached the pinnacle of a battle master, just a step away from becoming a battle sovereign, and Mu Ping advanced to a mid-tier battle master. Dax, who had been fleeing, suddenly turned to face Province, terror-stricken, his mind echoing with furious thoughts about the holy light and the laws of life, realizing he could once again wield resurrection magic. The pursuers, led by Wu Ming, halted abruptly and turned to gaze at Province, astonished by the towering light pillar. Wu Ming slowly opened his previously shut eyes, the space around him quivering, wisps of mist flashing before him. After a few seconds, he gently closed his eyes again, disregarding the astonished gazes of others, and calmly stated, "Let us continue the pursuit of Dax." The group stared at Wu Ming in disbelief, even more astounded than when they sensed that divine aura, as he had summoned an ability he hadn't used in 3,000 years for the sake of an insignificant figure. They resumed their relentless chase after Dax, leaving Wu Ming murmuring enigmatically, "As the stars fall, the three realms connect. Child of the rules, all beings bow in reverence." Gandalf turned to observe the light pillar, smiling as he remarked to Ares, "This young lad is something special. The future shall belong to him." Ares nodded slightly. Gradually, the petals ceased to fall. The ethereal angelic forms faded, and the light pillar vanished. Lin Han and Kate descended slowly, but as soon as Lin Han touched the ground, he succumbed to fatigue and fainted, seemingly hearing Avril's cry before losing consciousness. Avril, witnessing Lin Han collapse, gasped in alarm and rushed to cradle him. Howard approached, at a loss for how to react. Lant moved to Lin Han's side, forming hand seals to employ the unique skill of an alchemist, directing a beam of white light upon Lin Han. After 10 seconds, Lant lowered his hands and reassured them. "He fine. It's merely an overexertion of mental energy. He just needs to rest." "Am I not dead?" came a voice of astonishment from the bed. Everyone swiftly turned to look at Kate, who sat up in bed, her face a mask of surprise as she addressed the group. "What on earth happened? Where is Dax?" Rand rushed forward, grasping his arm, trembling with excitement as he fervently exclaimed, "Child, you have finally returned to us. What has transpired?" Kate, with a curious gaze, looked at the crowd, questioning, "How did I come back to life?" "It was Lord Linon who saved you." Rand slowly recounted the events to Kate. Upon hearing his words, Kate gazed in astonishment at the unconscious Lin Han, and after a long moment of silence, she dumbfoundedly remarked, "Incredible. I need not fear death any longer." The crowd was instantly struck by her response. "Honor, rise quickly. Xiaoyan awaits you." A middle-aged woman gently knocked on the door, standing at the entrance. She was of average height, slightly plump, with traces of time etched upon her face, adorned in a faded apron. Lin Han rubbed his eyes as he opened the door, complaining, "Mom, why are you rushing me on a lazy Sunday? Can't a person get some sleep?" "Sleep? Xiaoyan has been waiting for you for quite a while. Hurry and wash your face and brush your teeth," his mother gently chided, a smile illuminating her face. All right, Lin Han replied lazily, stretching as he ambled towards the bathroom. This child, he could show a bit more enthusiasm in his romantic pursuits, his mother chuckled, shaking her head in amusement. Lin Han swiftly completed his personal hygiene and made his way to the living room. A girl with an innocent appearance was seated on the sofa, her long, dark hair fashioned into a ponytail. Though her attire was quite old, it was impeccably clean, carrying a faint fragrance of laundry detergent. Lin Han plopped down beside the girl, gently grasping her hand as he inquired, "Yenner, what brings you here so early? Let us step outside to talk." The girl, her head bowed, replied in a voice tinged with a slight tremor, "All right." Lin Han, brimming with excitement, paid little heed to the inexplicable quiver in her voice, assuming it was merely shyness. In a loud voice from the kitchen, Lin Hanchao called out, "Mom, I have matters to attend to and won't be back for lunch." "That won't do. You haven't had breakfast yet, and it will harm your stomach," Lin's mother exclaimed as she leaned out from the kitchen. "It's fine. I'll buy something to eat while I'm out," Lin Hanchao reassured her, taking the girl's hand as they stepped outside. Mother Lin entered the room and gazed at a black and white photograph adorning the wall, tears welling up in her eyes as she murmured to herself, "Zhenghua, can you see? Han has started dating. Please watch over him." The man in the photograph bore a striking resemblance to Lin Han. In the park adjacent to the community, Lin Han strolled leisurely by the riverbank, holding the hand of a girl, occasionally kicking a small pebble. "Lin Han, I wish to share something with you. The girl spoke softly after a prolonged silence, her gaze slightly misty. What is it? Lin Han replied with a smile, gently entwining his fingers around the girl's palm. The girl halted, lowering her head and saying nothing. Lin Han sensed something was amiss as he gently lifted the girl's face before him. He noticed her eyes were swollen and red, brimming with tears, while she bit her lips softly. A sharp pang of pain struck Lin Han's heart. Yenner, what is troubling you? What has happened? He inquired anxiously. The girl, upon meeting Lin Han's concerned gaze, began to cry even more intensely. Lin Han grasped her shoulders, intending to pull her into his embrace. But the girl forcefully pushed his hand away and took a step back, crying out, Please don't do this. Let us part ways. Lin Han felt as though struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place, his eyes devoid of emotion as he gazed at her. Let us break up, the girl said, wiping her tear-streaked face with a calm demeanor, her hands clenched tightly behind her back. Why? Yenner, do you have some hidden troubles? Lin Han looked at her in anguish, his words tumbling out incoherently. Whatever the issue, we can solve it together. Have I done something wrong? I will change. I promise I will change. I will no longer play video games. I will never play again. There is no reason, the girl replied, avoiding Lin Han's gaze. I wish to lead a life of affluence. I do not wish to suffer alongside you in the future. Money will come in time. I will earn it. Lin Han urged desperately. How much can you earn in a year? A few tens of thousands won't even suffice to buy a handbag, the girl scoffed. Turning to leave, Lin Han hurriedly stepped forward to grasp her hand, but the girl forcefully shook off his grip and walked away with determination, leaving Lin Han standing there in a daze. Suddenly, a dark void materialized behind the girl, and Dax emerged from the abyss, his claws swiftly piercing through her body. Dax clutched the lifeless form of the girl, his visage twisted with malevolence as he gazed at Lin Han. No. Lin Han let out a terrified scream and quickly sat up. Lin Han, what is the matter with you? Avril hurriedly supported him and inquired softly. Lin Han gazed upon the room that felt both familiar and alien. It was merely a dream. It seems I cannot forget her. It is of no consequence. Merely a nightmare I encountered. Lin Han pushed Avril's hand away and rose from the bed. As he stood, he suddenly felt his legs weaken, causing his body to lurch forward. Avril, witnessing Lin Han's abrupt motion towards her, let out a startled gasp. In an instant, he toppled her to the ground. Their lips meeting, and a wave of youthful fragrance enveloped his senses. At that moment, the door swung open, and Howard and others burst into the room. My apologies. Please continue, Kate urged as she pulled the others back out and closed the door behind them, muttering to herself, Oh dear, today's youth are truly impatient. Barely awake and already. Outside, each person harbored their own thoughts. Lant wore a broad smile, delighted that his granddaughter was swift in her pursuits, predicting that it wouldn't be long before he could expect great-grandchildren. Howard gazed at the door with admiration, recognizing the prowess of adults. It was remarkable to achieve such intimacy after such a brief acquaintance. Do not inquire why an outsider would know of a home run. I, too, am unaware. Mu Ping's face was flushed with embarrassment. Avril felt a mix of shyness and joy, hastily pushing Lin Han away to help him back onto the bed. Lin Han, his face aflame with awkwardness, looked at Avril while savoring the lingering softness and warmth from their earlier encounter. With a blushing countenance, Avril opened the door and called out, You may enter. One by one, they filed in, with old Lant quietly encouraging, My dear granddaughter, your grandfather is proud of you. Uncle Kate turned his head, raising an eyebrow. So am I. Avril, bashfully stamping her foot, retorted, I shall not converse with you. The two chuckled at their own teasing. Howard approached the bedside and quietly inquired, Esteemed one, how do you feel? Lin Han scrutinized him with a discerning gaze, suggesting that one should seek out a woman to truly comprehend the situation. The others fell silent, their expressions marked by incredulity as they regarded these two extraordinary individuals. Sir, Brother Howard inquires about your physical condition, Mu Ping weakly clarified. Lin Han's face flushed with embarrassment. I am quite well. I merely feel somewhat fatigued these past 3 days. He hastily shifted the conversation. We must make haste. The repercussions of today have been profound. As they broached serious matters, everyone adopted a solemn demeanor. Old Lon nodded in agreement, stating, Lin Han is correct. This place is indeed unsuitable for prolonged stay. We shall depart tonight. Very well, let us swiftly gather our belongings. Kate responded. Time, pre-dawn. Location, East Gate of Province. The group stealthily circumvented the shadowy sentinels, drawing near to the East Gate, led by Lin Han. Isn't this rather too easy? There isn't even a single interceptor, Kate murmured. Lant, with eyes half closed, extended his mental energy outward, but discerned only ordinary soldiers. Lacking anyone of significant power. Nothing of consequence, Lant declared, shaking his head. We must expedite our departure. Regardless of the presence of others, we need to move. Kate approached and opened the city gate, while Howard hoisted Lin Han onto his back. The group swiftly traversed the gate, vanishing into the night. Suddenly, they materialized atop the city wall, where an elderly mage adorned in ornate robes stood at the forefront, wielding a staff crowned with 3 fireballs dancing around a crimson gemstone. Lord Green, why not seize them now? Inquired a middle-aged mage respectfully from behind. It would be easier to apprehend them within the city once they exit. It becomes exceedingly difficult. The old mage shook his head, replying, that black-haired lad shares a close connection with Lord Gandalf. If I were to capture him now, I would surely face retribution. However, should we apprehend him outside the city, we can deny any association with Gandalf, leaving us without recourse. A wise perspective, my lord. Nash promptly flattered. The old mage smiled with satisfaction. Let us set forth, he commanded. The group hurriedly advanced, soon departing the wooded area over 20 kilometers from Province. Halt! Kate suddenly exclaimed. We must retreat. There are people ahead. The group quickly turned, only to find themselves surrounded by a throng of individuals. They promptly huddled together, forming a defensive formation to shield Howard and the burdened Lin Han. Who are you? Uncle Lant inquired gravely, eyeing the newcomers. Old Lant, it has been a long time. One of the figures emerging from the woods, an elderly man, said, his face betraying hostility. Jadiel? Lant's heart sank as he regarded him, asking in a low voice. What do you intend to do? Hand over that black-haired lad, and I shall spare your lives, he demanded. Jadiel gazed at the crowd with a face full of fury, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of hope and delight. Jadiel, I said, I understand your desire to rescue your son. However, Lin Han is now my sovereign, and I cannot allow you to take him away. Rant's hand swiftly formed seals behind his back, and he continued, moreover, your son is already deceased. It is time to awaken to the truth. Udi is gone. No, Udi is not dead. Jadiel bellowed. It is all your fault, you damn scoundrel. Had you not stood idly by, Udi would still be alive. He was merely 18, my only son. In a fit of rage, Jadiel commanded, strike them down. I demand they pay the price for my son's death. His subordinates quickly formed an offensive formation. Shield warriors stood at the forefront, followed closely by archers and mages, with a score of swordsmen and knights flanking the sides in support. The shield warriors, a rarity among swordsmen, donned heavy armor specifically trained to enhance endurance and defense, sacrificing speed and attack power. They were quite favored in mercenary bands, often regarded as essential alongside priests. The archers drew their bows, aiming with precision, while the mages began to chant incantations in preparation for their spells. The initial wave of assault commenced rapidly, as earth mages unleashed tremors to destabilize the ground beneath their foes, while water and fire mages targeted Kate and Rant. A flurry of arrows soon followed, instigating chaos among the group, particularly endangering Avril and Mu Ping on several occasions. Kate, I will defend. You focus on attacking their mages and archers, or we shall be worn down, Rant whispered. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, their movements reminiscent of a 1,000-armed deity. In mere seconds, a 4-meter diameter hemispherical green shield enveloped the group, rendering the mages and archers' assaults as mere ripples upon its surface. Rant drew his great sword from his back and charged forth from the protective barrier, racing towards the mages and archers. Close combat was eternally the bane of mages and archers. The previously motionless shield warriors quickly closed ranks, their bodies aligning to form an unyielding wall, shielding Kate from harm. Aura radiated brilliantly, a layer of golden light enveloping the shields. Kate swung his sword downward, unleashing his energy to manifest a colossal blade extending 3 meters, which he struck fiercely against the shield wall. The shield warriors, muscles straining, held firm, while Kate was forced back 3 steps. Truly, the Iron Wall squad of the Kamikaze Mercenary Corps lived up to its reputation. Kate twirled his sword and praised such formidable shield warriors. In unison, they advanced a step forward, roaring, Iron Wall invincible. Ha, invincible? Kate chuckled lightly. As he stepped forward, he leapt high 4 meters from the shield wall, bringing his sword down upon it. The wall remained steadfast, and as Kate's blade met the shield, he murmured, wave slash. The great sword vibrated unnaturally, the shield's luminous surface quivering. After 3 seconds, the shimmering barrier shattered explosively, causing the shield warriors to stagger back, colliding with the ranks of mages and archers. Nothing more than this. Carter's lips curled into a faint sneer as he charged towards the mage. Just as he had taken 2 steps, he suddenly veered aside, a blade of energy striking the very spot where he had landed. Truly, Carter, the Sword Emperor, effortlessly bested the Iron Wall squad. Jatter, dragging his great sword, positioned himself before Carter, exclaiming angrily, "One shall leave, or one shall perish." Carter silently raised his sword, his expression grave. "It appears you have chosen death. Allow me to fulfill your wish." With a roar fueled by his fighting spirit, Jatter lunged at Carter, the tip of his sword gliding rapidly along the ground, carving a deep trench. When he was 2 meters away, he swept his sword upward, unleashing a beam of sword energy that remained intact. Carter responded with his signature wave-slicing strike, clashing against Jatter's blade. The collision released a terrifying shockwave that sent several nearby shield warriors hurtling backwards several meters. Carter retreated 3 steps before anchoring his sword behind him to halt his momentum, while Jatter staggered back 5 steps. "Come again!" Jatter bellowed, charging at Carter. Elemental winds swirling around his sword. The great sword was leveled, and his speed surged, transforming him into a fleeting shadow that darted towards Carter. Wind God Sword Technique. Gale Assault. Carter stepped forward, bending his right knee into a bow stance, holding his sword before him with unwavering resolve, his fighting spirit coalescing and solidifying. Defensive sword style. The 2 swords clashed, erupting in a fierce wave of energy. Jatter's sword tip pressed against Carter's blade, forcing Carter's entire body to shift backward. Their eyes sparked with intense determination. "Your friend is in peril," Jatter remarked with a hint of cold amusement. Carter remained unfazed. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Suddenly, Avril's cries echoed through the chaos. Carter's gaze flicked to the side, witnessing a massive fireball crashing against the green barrier, which had already been on the brink of collapse, shattering it completely. Lant was thrown backward, blood spewing from his mouth. A wave of anxiety surged within Carter, creating a momentary crack in his focus. Jatter swiftly gathered all his fighting spirit, channeling it into his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Carter, caught off guard, was sent spiraling away, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. "Despicable!" Carter glared at Jatter, seething with rage. "Despicable?" Jatter scoffed. "As long as victory is within reach, what is there to discuss regarding honor?" Carter found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Jatter approached Carter's side, pressing the sword's tip against his throat. "I now present you with 2 choices. Either submit to me and become my subordinate, or face death at this very moment." "Bah!" Carter spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva, cursing. "If you think I would become your dog, abandon that notion. Since you wish for death, I shall oblige." Jatter raised his sword, thrusting it viciously towards Carter's throat, as Carter weakly closed his eyes. A sharp metallic clang resonated through the air. "Damn you, scoundrel!" A furious roar erupted from Jadiel. Carter opened his eyes to see a flurry of dark shadows hurtling toward Jadiel, ordinary arrows, yet deadly. Jadiel swung his sword to deflect them, but with each arrow he blocked, he was pushed back a step. It was not the strength of the arrows that overwhelmed him, but rather the precision with which they struck the most vulnerable points of his defenses, revealing the terrifying skill of the archer. Carter glanced in the direction from which the arrows had come. He saw that the mages and archers who had been relentlessly attacking Lant and the others now lay strewn across the ground, arrows lodged accurately in their throats, blood flowing like a river. Only a few remained, cowering behind the shield warriors, too fearful to show themselves, while the knights and swordsmen beside them dared not advance. Avril supported Lant, Howard carried Lin Han, and the usually unassuming Mu Ping stood resolutely at the forefront, repeatedly knocking arrows and releasing them. However, Mu Ping's demeanor was unnaturally rigid, his body stiff and his eyes devoid of life. Jadiel attempted to advance and eliminate Carter, yet every time he lunged, his attack was interrupted by Mu Ping's arrows. He tried to circumvent Mu Ping to reach Carter, but Mu Ping seemed to anticipate his every move, preventing him from advancing even a step further. Gradually, Carter began to regain some strength and managed to rise, with Avril hastily assisting him in retreat. None of Jadiel's subordinates dared to impede them, their courage shattered in the face of the onslaught. Avril helped Carter to sit down, and Lan offered him a medicinal pill, quickly forming hand seals to cast a spell that would enhance the potion's effects. Carter's pallor shifted to a vibrant crimson, the lethargy from his injuries dissipating. Observing Carter's recovery, Jadiel realized that success was no longer attainable today. Anger surged within him as he regarded his trembling subordinates. "Withdraw," Jadiel bellowed, retreating swiftly. The shield warriors, true elite of the Gale mercenary corps, executed a disciplined withdrawal, providing cover for the mages and archers as they retreated. Lant and the others watched silently as the mercenaries withdrew, opting not to pursue. Once the Gale mercenary corps exited Mu Ping's range, he ceased his assault, standing motionless like a statue. 10 minutes later, the Gale mercenary corps had vanished from sight, confirming their departure was final. Lant and the others collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, while only Mu Ping remained standing, unyielding. Mu Ping, they have left. Sit down and rest for a moment, Carter urged. But Mu Ping remained as still as ever, seemingly oblivious. Carter stepped forward and gently tapped his shoulder. Mu Ping. Mu Ping's face was pale, his eyes tightly shut as he fell backward. Carter quickly caught him. Lant hurried over, placing his hand on Mu Ping's forehead, closing his eyes to assess the situation. After about 2 minutes, Lant opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. He is fine. He merely fainted from excessive mental exertion. Everyone exhaled in relief. Grandfather. What was happening with Mu Ping just now? Avril inquired curiously. Lin Han and Howard also leaned in to listen. It is a rare blood lineage. I will explain the details later. For now, we must quickly find a safe place to take refuge. Rand administered a pill to Mu Ping and subsequently instructed Carter to carry him. How splendid, truly splendid. At that moment, a group of individuals obstructed their path, with none other than the venerable green mage from Province at the forefront. With a flourish of his staff, he addressed Rand, stating, out of respect for the Apothecary Association, I shall not make things difficult for you. Release the dark-haired youth and the archer, and I shall permit your departure. Green Mage? Rand exclaimed, astonished. Do you too wish to wade into this murky water? An innocent man, yet burdened by possession. The dark-haired youth possessed remarkable abilities but chose not to conceal them. Even if I do not apprehend him, others will surely do so. Lin Han could not help but feel a pang of regret as he reflected on his recent actions, taking lives, offending the formidable dragon clan, and brazenly wielding the resurrection skill. Believing that his newfound powers in this foreign realm granted him immunity from the consequences of his actions, he realized the folly of his arrogance and vowed to adopt a more discreet approach while honing his strength. In his possession was the communication crystal of the esteemed Archmage Gandalf. Lin Han understood that if he were to be captured, it would surely provoke Gandalf's ire. Lant, left with no other option, invoked the name of Gandalf, hoping to intimidate Green. Lin Han readily produced the crystal. As Green's mental energy swept over the communication crystal, his pupils constricted in astonishment. It was indeed Gandalf's crystal, a revelation that underscored the close relationship between Gandalf and Lin Han. Green's thoughts raced, while Lant and the others felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Green might recklessly apprehend them. Silence enveloped the group, broken only by the rustling of leaves. After what felt like an eternity, the tension was palpable as beads of sweat formed on their brows. A smile crept onto Green's face as he spoke. Lord Gandalf has always been a figure I admire. Since young brother Lin Han is favored by him, he shall be considered my friend. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. However, Green continued, yet, I must take that young archer with me. His smile belied the fury in his eyes. As a god-tier mage, it was a profound humiliation to be threatened by mere ants, whose lives he could extinguish with ease. Lord Green, could you possibly show some leniency? For the sake of Lord Gandalf, Lant pleaded, persistently waving his hands to signal Carter to hasten his departure with Mu Ping. Green, gritting his teeth in anger, retorted, damnable insects, do not overstep. While I cannot harm that dark-haired youth, it would be a trivial matter to eliminate you before Lord Gandalf arrives. Lord Gandalf, you have come. Lant suddenly bowed to Green, speaking with utmost reverence. Green's heart raced as he turned to look behind him, only to find no one there, realizing he had been deceived. Carter swiftly hoisted Mu Ping onto his back and darted away like a shadow. Damnable insects! Green roared, directing his staff at Lant. The force of his spell sent Lant hurtling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Though Green's words were fierce, he dared not strike lethally. While apothecaries may not wield immense power, their latent capabilities were formidable. If he were to kill Lant, the only esteemed purple-robed apothecary, his family would surely face the wrath of many others, leading to their downfall. After injuring Lant, Green pursued Carter with great haste, summoning powerful gusts of wind. As a wind mage, Green excelled in speed, making him one of the swiftest among all professions, second only to spatial mages. Carter found himself in a precarious situation, struggling to escape alone, let alone while carrying Mu Ping. Merely 3 minutes had passed before he was overtaken by Green, who ensnared both Carter and Mu Ping effortlessly with a binding wind spell. With a thud, Carter was unceremoniously tossed in front of Rand and the others. A pitiful sight covered in blood, teetering on the brink of consciousness. Green, seething with rage at having been outwitted, unleashed his fury upon Carter, subjecting him to a brutal torment. The onlookers glared at Green with indignation. Had their glares possessed lethal power, he would have perished countless times over. "This is merely a warning," Green stated, dismissing their fury with an icy indifference, his tone laced with menace. He handed Mu Ping over to a mage named Nash before turning to leave. "Little one, who permitted you to depart?" Lin Han and the others turned in astonishment towards the source of the voice, where they beheld an elderly man clad in a simple robe, wielding a staff, suspended in the void as if he were an ethereal part of it. Despite his seemingly ordinary appearance, none dared to underestimate him, for he was Gandalf, the foremost mage of the human race and master of forbidden spells. Lord Gandalf, Lin Han and his companions offered a slight bow in respect. Upon seeing Gandalf, Green's pupils narrowed slightly, casting a sharp glance at Lin Han before bending respectfully and uttering, "Lord Gandalf." Gandalf regarded Lin Han with a knowing smile and remarked, "Young one, you are quite the restless spirit. It has barely been a moment since your last escapade, and you are already embroiled in trouble again. I find myself regretting having bestowed upon you the crystal of communication. If you continue in this manner, my old bones shall surely be worn to exhaustion." Lin Han smiled sheepishly and said, "I apologize, Master Gandalf, for troubling you this time." "Oh, little one, when did you become so courteous?" "It truly unsettles me," Gandalf remarked, a teasing glint in his eye as he regarded Lin Han. "I still prefer you to be more casual," he added. "Oh." Lin Han gazed at Gandalf. After 5 seconds, the respect that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by his usual nonchalance, as he smiled and said, "Old man, do you perhaps have a masochistic tendency? Do you dislike it when others show you respect?" Gandalf's face darkened instantly, while Rand and the others exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing at the thought of his potential wrath. After nearly a minute, Gandalf's expression finally returned to normal, suppressing the urge to swat Lin Han, and managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth. "You cheeky little brat, must you always speak so beautifully?" Lin Han shrugged and remarked, "Did you not instruct me to act freely?" Gandalf, feeling as though he had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot, was consumed with frustration, his anger bubbling within him. He silently cursed under his breath. Green observed the spirited exchange between the two, filled with astonishment and ire. He was astonished that their bond was even stronger than he had anticipated. He was enraged that they were so engrossed in their conversation that they completely disregarded his presence. In his mind, he repeatedly shouted, "I am a deity of magic, not just a passerby. Must you so blatantly ignore me?" Clearing his throat, Green interrupted their fervent dialogue, respectfully stating, "My Lord Gandalf, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Very well, you may go," Gandalf replied dismissively, waving his hand as if shooing away a fly. Green, eager to depart, was suddenly brought crashing back to reality by the next command, "Leave that archer behind." His smile instantly froze, and he inwardly lamented, "Is this some kind of joke? How could this happen? You must finish your sentence in one go. I curse you to choke on your meal and drown on your drink. My lord, I implore you to consider the Rockefeller family's reputation." That archer was specifically requested by the esteemed elder Qasim Rockefeller to be brought back, Green asserted, his voice laden with an unmistakable threat, his grip on his staff tightening as it became drenched with sweat. Gandalf's expression darkened, and he turned his gaze upon Green, who felt as if he were being scrutinized by a legendary beast, trembling and wishing to flee at once. "Are you threatening me?" Gandalf's voice was icy, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Lin Han looked at Gandalf in terror, questioning whether the playful demeanor he had just displayed was genuine. "I dare not. I merely stated a fact," Green stammered, struggling against the oppressive aura. "Humph." Gandalf snorted in anger, unleashing a greater wave of hostility that bore down on Green, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. "Even Qasim would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. If you wish to take that boy, let Qasim come to the Hydran Academy of Magic and Martial Arts to speak with me." After finishing his statement, Gandalf retracted his menacing presence, and Green, overwhelmed with relief, fainted upon the ground. Gandalf gestured, and Mu Ping soared from Carter's back to land in his hand. "Old man, are you also intent on capturing Mu Ping?" Lin Han inquired curiously. "Old man, I am not so dull. It is merely that this young lad has a connection with a dear friend of mine, and I wish to escort him home," Gandalf explained with a smile. Instantly, Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, for Gandalf, a renowned powerhouse of the Ruad Dun continent, would not stoop to deceit. When will Mu Ping return? Lin Han asked cautiously, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Having known each other for so long and endured numerous trials together, Lin Han had long regarded Howard and Mu Ping as friends, naturally yearning for their reunion. Fate shall determine our meeting, Gandalf replied enigmatically, stroking his snow-white beard, exuding an aura reminiscent of a sage dwelling beyond the worldly realm. Come on. He is not a girl, and I am not some mountain dweller. Must you speak so ambiguously? Lin Han weakly lamented, while the crowd collectively broke into a sweat. What nonsense occupies your mind all day, you scoundrel? Gandalf exclaimed, his beard bristling with indignation. Suddenly, his expression turned grave as he gazed towards the north. After nearly 10 seconds, he turned and said, I shall take my leave now. Should the opportunity arise, feel free to visit me at the Hydran Academy of Magical Arts. With that, he swiftly took to the skies with Mu Ping, vanishing from sight in an instant. As Lin Han gazed upon the blissful grain, who continued to kiss the earth with joy, he weighed his thoughts and ultimately relinquished any intentions of ending his life. Together with the others, they departed, and Green's subordinates did not hinder their exit. 10 days later, standing before the grand city gates, Lin Han felt a surge of emotion. Throughout the last 5 days, they had continuously altered their appearances to evade repeated interceptions and had dispatched some unwitting foes. At last, they safely arrived at another major city within the Versailles Empire, the renowned mercenary capital of Caesar City. Caesar City is an international metropolis, even grander and more vibrant than the capital of the Versailles Empire, Barca City. However, due to its chaotic nature, it is deemed unsuitable as a capital. This city houses the headquarters of the global organization, the Mercenary Guild, as well as the bases for the 5 premier mercenary groups on the continent of Ruadan. Here, one can encounter individuals from various nations and races, even the rare breeds from the mysterious forest. The multitude of races inevitably leads to disorder, as racial tensions persist across all realms. Yet, under the formidable influence of the Mercenary Guild, these mercenaries tend to behave, although the legal fighting zones in Caesar City witness daily spectacles of brawls, where bloodshed and fatalities are commonplace. During these 10 days, Lin Han leveled up once more, now boasting the following attributes. Character, Lin Han level, 14 status, excellent skill points, 1 ordinary skill point skills, Gale Step, level 1, Water Element, level 1, Bind, level 1, Magma Creature, level 1, Healing, level 3, Blizzard, level 2, Chain Lightning, level 2, Blink, level 1, Owl, level 1, Holy Shield, level 3, Holy Light, level 1, Focus Aura, level 3, Radiant Aura, level 3, Resurrection, level 3, Voodoo, level 3. As they mingled with the throngs entering the city, Lin Han and his companions paid a fee of 5 copper coins to enter Caesar City. Upon crossing the threshold, a cacophony of sounds enveloped them, vendors hawking their wares, shouts of anger, the promotional cries of mercenary groups recruiting members, and the clatter of wagon wheels, all contributing to the vibrant atmosphere. Truly, it was a bustling international city, alive with the energy of its many inhabitants. Lin Han observed the bustling mercenaries and residents around him, reflecting that while Earth's grand cities may surpass Caesar in number, they lack the vibrancy and liveliness found in Caesar, which is filled with the clang of iron. Indeed, it is far more animated than Provence, and undoubtedly offers a greater variety of exquisite dishes. Let's hurry and purchase some ingredients to cook, exclaimed Avril, her face alight with excitement, while Howard and the others gazed at him with eager anticipation. During these past 10 days, Lin Han had not only faced numerous battles but also discovered Avril's rather perplexing passion, her insatiable appetite. This girl was the quintessential foodie. Yet she could not cook a morsel herself, relying solely on Lin Han to prepare their meals. Fortunately, Lin Han possessed some culinary skills from his time on Earth, though this also marked the beginning of his trials. The local cuisine leaned heavily towards Western dietary preferences, predominantly featuring roasted meats. However, Lin Han's modest talent for crafting soups utterly captivated everyone's palates, especially that of the young lady, who insisted on only consuming the dishes he prepared. As a result, Lin Han had unwittingly assumed the role of the team's designated chef. First, let us find a place to settle down. Once we have secured accommodations, I shall prepare a grand feast for you, he said. Lin Han remained silent while making a promise, inwardly grumbling incessantly about the incessant eating, convinced that one day he would become so plump that no one would desire him. If Avril were to hear his inner thoughts, she would undoubtedly leave some token of affection upon him. All right. I want stir-fried shredded pork, kung pao chicken, and a soup made from pig ribs, Avril exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. The group made their way to the nearest mercenary guild, and Lin Han felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. It was absurd that a mercenary guild also engaged in real estate. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped them. The cacophony of voices mingled with various odors assailed their senses. Lant led the group to a window tucked away in a corner. Excuse me, how may I assist you? The young lady at the window inquired with a gentle smile. I would like to purchase a house, Lant replied. Certainly. Do you have any specific requirements for the house? The young lady continued. It should be somewhat spacious, equipped with a training ground, and not located in a remote area. Oh, understood. Please hold on a moment while I check, she said, her fingers dancing over a crystal panel approximately 30 centimeters square. Lin Han's mouth fell agape as he gazed at the enchanting device in her hands, astonished by the novelty. Was it a computer, or perhaps a tablet? The young lady, noticing Lin Han's astonishment at her magical processor, couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain for his naivety. How could someone be so easily impressed? Lant and the others felt an uncomfortable awkwardness under her scrutinizing gaze, lamenting their unfortunate encounter. Avril discreetly tugged at Lin Han's sleeve, prompting him to turn and ask, "What is it?" She shook her head vigorously. "It's nothing." Puzzled, Lin Han muttered to himself before returning his curious gaze to the crystal panel, leaving the others with a shared sense of exasperation. After a couple of minutes, the young lady lifted her head and announced, "I found it." With a quick tap on the crystal panel, a larger crystal board beside the window illuminated, revealing a map, remarkably, the map of Caesar City. The map expanded continuously until the streets became visible, with a red dot blinking conspicuously on it. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the capabilities of the Baidu map, seemingly transcending time. The crowd paid him no mind. The young lady introduced. This property is located in the eastern district of Caesar City, merely 5 miles from the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild. Nearby lies the most bustling commercial street in Caesar City, along with one of the 4 major combat zones, the Roman Arena. As she spoke, she tapped the crystal panel, and the display adjacent to the window transformed into a series of images showcasing the house. The property spans approximately 5 acres, featuring a total of 20 rooms, alongside a serene lake, with a training ground situated beside it. After a brief pause, the young lady inquired, "Sir, what do you think?" Rant contemplated for a moment before nodding and responding, "This house is quite splendid. I shall take it. However, what is the asking price?" The young lady glanced down at the crystal panel and replied, "Sir, the price for this property is 200,000 gold coins." Lin Han and Howard were utterly astonished upon hearing the price. It is essential to note that the currency exchange rate here is 110, 100, where 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100 copper coins, and the purchasing power of a copper coin is comparable to 1 Chinese yuan. Thus, the value of this house amounts to 20 million yuan. The young lady regarded the 2 men with disdain, and Howard found himself joining the ranks of the scorned. Avril and her companions elegantly ignored them. Rand produced a resplendent golden card and presented it to the young lady. Upon seeing the card, her demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect as she received it with both hands, stating, "Esteemed sir, as you are a distinguished VIP of the Ruidon International Currency Federation, you are entitled to a 10% discount on property purchases at our Mercenary Guild. Therefore, your payment will only amount to 180,000 gold coins." "Very well. Please proceed with the card," Rand replied with a nod. "Xiaowei, what exactly is this Ruidon International Federation?" Lin Han inquired, gently tugging at Avril's sleeve and leaning closer to whisper in her ear. As Lin Han exhaled softly, the breath brushed against Avril's ear, causing a delicate blush to bloom upon her cheeks. Despite her shyness, she mustered the courage to explain the essence of the Ruidon International Monetary Federation. This esteemed institution is a collaborative monetary management organization established by the 4 empires of the Ruidon continent, namely the Versailles Empire, the Grand Empire, the Mickey Empire, and the Germanic Empire, excluding the Orc Empire. It encompasses various prominent associations, including the Magicians Guild, the Mercenaries Guild, the Alchemists Association, the Warriors League, and the Assassins Alliance, all united in their purpose. The Council of the Monetary Federation is composed of 1 representative from each of these major factions, alongside several formidable individuals from the continent. Any decision made by the Federation requires a parliamentary vote, which must exceed 75% to be enacted. Rand, being a venerable member of the Alchemist Association, was honored with a limited edition purple gold card issued by the Monetary Federation, of which only 100 were created for the entire continent. After approximately 3 minutes, the young beauty completed all the necessary formalities and respectfully returned the card to Rand, simultaneously presenting him with a receipt and a property deed. She declared, "Esteemed sir, all the procedures have been finalized. I shall arrange for someone to accompany you to view the property. Should you find anything unsatisfactory, please do not hesitate to contact me, and I will assist you in resolving any issues." With that, she pressed a button on the table, and soon after, a young attendant emerged from a nearby door. The young beauty instructed the attendant to guide the group to the property. The attendant led them towards the Eastern District. As they passed the Grand Colosseum, Lin Han gazed curiously at the towering structure, which bore a striking resemblance to the Roman Colosseum on Earth, yet was even taller and more imposing. The sounds of jubilant cheers echoed from within, signaling the excitement that lay inside. After pausing to admire the spectacle, the group urged the attendant to continue. At that moment, a shadowy figure hurtled toward the attendant, but he deftly twisted his body to evade the incoming threat. The figure crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. It turned out to be a burly man, though he appeared quite unfortunate at that moment, with his head swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. Lin Han gazed at the servant, internally astonished. Truly, this was the largest organization in the Ruidun continent, for even the servant possessed strength exceeding that of a battle master. Just moments ago, as the servant evaded, a surge of battle aura had briefly manifested, so fleeting that one might easily overlook it if not scrutinized closely. Dare to tease me? You must be tired of living. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful woman with an air of authority rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick between the legs of the burly man, who emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The onlookers instinctively tightened their legs, feeling a sudden chill. The commanding woman, hands on her hips, stood beside the man, continuously kicking and berating him. "You lecherous old fool, do you think I'm a sickly cat just because I haven't shown my might? You ought to inquire about who I am before attempting to engage in frivolous banter with me. I shall shatter your manhood." The crowd surrounding them quickly recoiled a few steps, gazing at her with trepidation. Although Lin Han felt quite uncomfortable, he found himself captivated by the enchanting beauty before him. She possessed an oval face, with large, glistening eyes and a finely sculpted nose. Her long, raven hair was casually tied with a ribbon, and her bosom was notably ample, reminiscent of a 36D. The figure tapered dramatically at the waist, which was delicate enough to be clasped with a single hand, while her curves below were both rounded and alluring. Her legs were long and slender, accentuating her overall allure. Avril, observing Lin Han's unwavering gaze fixated on the beauty, felt a surge of jealousy. Her expression turned icy, filled with animosity as she regarded the other woman, murmuring under her breath about her rudeness and lack of refinement. The beauty, noticing Avril's discontent, shot her an irritated glance before returning her attention to Lin Han, mocking, "No matter how crude or unrefined I may seem, there are those who appreciate me." With a sidelong glance at Lin Han, she added, "Unlike some individuals who, despite their supposed elegance, cannot seem to keep their men in check," raising an eyebrow in a provocative manner. Lin Han was momentarily at a loss for words. Was it truly so easy for him? Even in a state of repose, he found himself under fire. He had merely lost his train of thought. Avril glared at her, intent on chastising her, yet found herself at a loss for words. All right, let us not quarrel." Lin Han hastily intervened to mediate the situation. However, Avril seized his hand, shaking it vigorously as she playfully pleaded, "Brother Lin Han, could you please scold her on my behalf?" Lin Han was immediately struck by a chill, as if goosebumps cascaded down his body, prompting him to hastily retreat from the battlefield. "You all continue. I am merely a bystander." "Brother Lin Han," Avril exclaimed, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot. "Enough of this nonsense. We must focus on the matter at hand," said Lant, addressing the elegant lady with a respectful gesture befitting a mage. "My dear miss, I apologize for any offense my granddaughter may have caused." The graceful lady quickly returned the courtesy, assuring him, "It is quite all right. No harm done." Lant then guided Avril, following the young attendant as they proceeded to view the property. Avril, however, could not resist casting a fierce glare at the elegant lady. Soon, they arrived at the house, where the attendant led them on a brief tour. The residence appeared satisfactory. It was relatively new and devoid of dust and weeds, indicating that the mercenary guild frequently sent individuals to maintain it. "This house seems quite acceptable," Lant remarked to the attendant. "Indeed," the attendant replied, retrieving a booklet resembling a property deed along with a pen from his bag. "Sir, if you could kindly sign here." Lant took the booklet and pen, signing his name. As he did so, a wave of magical energy surged through the booklet, revealing a complex magical array. The attendant, observing the astonished expressions around him, explained, "This magical certificate is a unique form of identification specific to our city of Caesar. Once a signature is affixed to the property deed, no alterations can be made without the signatory's consent, thereby preventing any unauthorized changes that could lead to the property owner incurring losses." Lin Han gazed at the magical array. Astonished, was this not a version of anti-counterfeiting codes from another realm? After the young servant completed all the necessary formalities, he took his leave. Avril, brimming with excitement, tugged at Lin Han, eager to embark on a shopping expedition, and he could only grimace as she dragged him along. Rand observed the two with a faint smile, instructing Carter to follow and ensure their safety. At the Mercenary Guild, Avril had memorized the location of the market. Now, she was leading the reluctant Lin Han straight to it. In the marketplace, Avril zealously swept through the stalls, while the vendors chuckled, seemingly oblivious to Lin Han's plight. After 2 excruciating hours, he trudged behind the empty-handed Avril, burdened with an assortment of bags. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd as a woman wielding a slender sword surged through, desperately fleeing. It was none other than the striking enchantress. Trailing behind her were several men brandishing large swords, all clad in matching attire adorned with a crest featuring 2 crossed swords and a shield. Upon spotting Lin Han and Avril, the enchantress's eyes lit up, while Lin Han wore a look of consternation as the enchanting woman charged towards them. Trouble was imminent. "Come save me," she shouted, as the men behind her eyed Lin Han and Avril with growing suspicion. Lin Han, with an expression of innocence, proclaimed, "I do not know her. Whether you choose to believe it or not, I am convinced." The elegant woman, standing beside Lin Han, disregarded Avril's fiery gaze as she clung to his arm, tears welling in her eyes. "You heartless scoundrel," she lamented, "have you so swiftly abandoned your sense of responsibility? Very well, you have triumphed." Lin Han gazed at her with a sense of helplessness. With a mere thought, the water element and the magma monster manifested before him, accompanied by 2 intricate magic circles that appeared beneath his feet. A bolt of lightning shot forth from Lin Han's fingertips. Recently, Carter had assessed Lin Han's prowess, revealing that he now ranked as a mid-tier mage. However, with his enigmatic magic, he stood a fighting chance against higher-tier mages or combat masters. As Lin Han unleashed the chain of lightning, the prepared adversaries swiftly conjured their battle energy shields to protect themselves while charging towards Lin Han and the alluring woman beside him, completely disregarding Avril. The water element and the magma monster positioned themselves to intercept the assailants. With a flick of his finger, several vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring one of the men. Raising his right hand, a multitude of snowflakes, each the size of a fist, cascaded from above. Seizing the opportunity, the water element and magma monster launched their attacks, relentlessly battering the men's battle energy shields, which trembled precariously. Before long, the ensnared man's shield was shattered, and a plume of blood erupted from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, only to have his skull mercilessly crushed by the water element. The remaining men found themselves in dire straits. One of them bellowed, "We are from the fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. How dare you slay our comrade?" Lin Han casually scratched his ear and disdainfully remarked, "The Tiger Mercenary Corps? Never heard of it. Are they truly formidable?" The man glared at Lin Han with fury. Had his gaze possessed lethal power, Lin Han would have been torn to shreds. Lin Han expended his final skill point, and a hammer-shaped orb of light struck the speaking man, rendering him momentarily bewildered. A shadowy figure materialized beside him, piercing him with a sword that emerged from his chest. "Why you?" The man glared at her in fury, blood gushing from his mouth. The elegant woman swiftly withdrew her sword and aimed it at another man, who stood astonished by her presence. However, he evaded a fatal blow, sustaining a wound to his arm instead. Meanwhile, the water element and magma creature swiftly struck his head, claiming yet another life. With the blizzard's assault ceased, the remaining 2 men turned to flee. "Think you can escape? Leave it behind." Lin Han suddenly appeared before his opponent in a dazzling display, only to vanish in an instant. Yet, within less than a second, he re-emerged accompanied by a brilliant chain of lightning, far surpassing the previous one. In a swift strike, it obliterated 2 individuals, reducing them to mere charred remains. How feeble! Lin Han curled his lips in disdain, turning to pick up the vegetables strewn across the ground, beckoning Avril to depart without casting a glance at the striking woman nearby. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from a distance. "You think you can leave after killing my comrades?" A shadow darted forward, swiftly arriving before Lin Han. The figure appeared menacing, with hair that cascaded like a tawny mane, eyes bulging like those of a panther, and a nose that sank inward, exhaling a cloud of white vapor. His lips were tightly sealed, and the veins on his neck bulged ominously. His broad shoulders and robust stature accentuated by a fitted azure tunic that showcased his muscular physique. "Damn it, how dare you slay so many of my men? This is utterly unforgivable." The fierce countenance of the man glared at Lin Han and his companions, rage emanating from him. Hu Ba, the leader of the fierce tiger mercenary group, was a minor expert at the upper tier of the Battle King level. Though not particularly renowned in the mercenary world, he could easily handle smaller groups. Moreover, the fierce tiger mercenary group boasted a formidable deputy commander, Jax, a strategist who had joined a decade ago when the group was merely a lowly band of mercenaries. Over the years, Jax had assisted Hu Ba in managing the team, elevating it to a second-tier mercenary group within Caesar City, a stature not too far from the top tier. Throughout this decade, Hu Ba had risen from a battle master to an upper-tier battle king, possessing a unique bloodline that allowed him to contend with lower-tier battle emperors without faltering. Due to Jax's exceptional abilities, many mercenary groups had extended offers to him, all of which were declined, including those from the 5 premier mercenary groups. This was largely because Jax's sister was Hu Ba's wife, and Hu Ba held tremendous trust in him, often valuing Jax's counsel even more than his own. On this day, Hu Ba had initially set out to enjoy a drink with Jax, but was intercepted by his subordinates mid-journey with news of his men being slain. This incensed Hu Ba, perceiving it as a blatant provocation that demanded retribution. He ordered his men to seek vengeance, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within him, one that he hadn't experienced in quite some time, prompting him to follow discreetly. Upon reaching his subordinates, Hu Ba found Lin Han dispatching the last 2 assailants with a reinforced lightning strike. Enraged by the dire consequences of the situation, he let out a thunderous roar and charged forward, setting his gaze upon a man and 2 women. The man appeared rather ordinary, his physique resembling a mere sprout. Lin Han, displeased, shouted at him, "What the hell? I'm a mage, for goodness sake. Why on earth would I need to be so muscular? Are we resorting to a contest of strength? Like a gorilla?" The 2 women were stunningly beautiful, one as gentle as flowing water, the other bold and fierce. One was a fresh-faced beauty, while the other exuded a mature charm. One resembled the delicate blossoms of early spring, while the other was akin to a thorny rose. Even Hu Ba, who was not typically drawn to women, felt a stir of attraction, though the thought of his wife's potential wrath dissuaded him from pursuing such thoughts. Among the trio, the most formidable was the male mage, a mid-level sorcerer, while the gentlewoman's aura revealed her to be an apothecary with negligible combat prowess. As for the formidable woman, the agile swordswoman, she was of the mid-tier combat master level, slightly superior to that apothecary, yet still not a significant threat. The imposing figure of Tiger Ba exuded an aura of combat energy, resembling a blazing inferno. With each step he took, he left behind 2-inch deep imprints in the ground, his presence growing increasingly overwhelming, bearing down upon Lin Han. Thud, 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 the rhythm of Tiger Ba's footsteps was almost metronomic, and as Lin Han listened, his heartbeat began to synchronize with the cadence of those steps, as if his feet were pressing upon his very heart. Though he wished to alter his own rhythm, his heart involuntarily thumped in time with the footsteps. It was in this moment that he truly grasped the chasm between himself and a genuine powerhouse. This brawny man, though not as formidable as Casido, had cornered him into a dire predicament. One could only imagine the sheer fortune of having survived the encounter with Casido. Thud. Without warning, Tiger Ba stomped forcefully, sending shards of stone flying. Lin Han felt as though his heart had been shattered beneath that blow, and a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Avril rushed to support him, her face awash with tears. Like a rain-soaked pear blossom, the refined beauty, filled with guilt, looked at Lin Han, wanting to extend a hand to assist him, but Avril vehemently shoved her aside, exclaiming with fury, "Get away. If it weren't for you, my brother Lin Han wouldn't be in this state." In that moment, there was no room for jealousy. If there was sorrow, they might as well meet death together. Tiger Ba charged towards the 2 women, bellowing, Tiger's roar fist. A tremendous amount of combat energy coalesced around his fist, and he lunged forward like a ferocious tiger. The 2 women attempted to evade, but it felt as if the very space around them had solidified, rendering them immobile, forced to watch in despair as the beastly figure lunged with its gaping maw. Damn it! Just when they believed their end was imminent, a thunderous roar jolted them from their hopelessness. A blinding light surged forth, shattering the tiger's form. Tigerba was sent hurtling backward like a broken doll, blood spraying from his body as he collapsed to the ground, consciousness uncertain. "Uncle Kate?" Avril exclaimed in surprise as she recognized the figure before them. Kate turned, his form flickering into existence between Avril and the refined beauty. A joyful expression gracing his features as he addressed the latter. "What is your connection to Arthas Hade? Do you know my uncle?" The refined beauty asked, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "I am Kate Rains," he replied. "Kate Rains?" She echoed, astonished. "The passionate Sword Emperor, Kate Rains? The passionate Sword Emperor?" Kate murmured. His eyes closed, a look of profound sorrow washing over him. "Passion? Huh. Passion cannot save those we love. Passion only allows us to witness our beloved perish before our eyes." "I apologize for bringing it up," the refined beauty said softly. Lin Han, having regained his composure, gazed at Kate with keen curiosity, pondering to himself how it seemed that Uncle Kate was a man with a story to tell. It would be worth asking Old Land about it when the opportunity arose. With a graceful wave of her hand, a sacred light enveloped her, further healing her injuries. After a brief respite, Kate regained her composure and smiled, saying, "I apologize for the wait. Let us return. It is getting late." Avril supported Lin Han, following closely behind him. After taking a few steps, Kate turned back to the still motionless elegant woman and invited, "You should join us." The elegant woman complied and followed suit. Avril opened her mouth as if to speak but ultimately refrained. As they passed by Tiger's Den, Lin Han swiftly drew his great sword and thrust it into the neck of the brute, while Kate merely observed in silence. Before long, they returned to the house, where Ramp prepared a potion for Lin Han. After consuming the remedy, Lin Han's injuries healed rapidly. Following a round of self-introductions, the group became acquainted. The elegant woman introduced herself as Heather Hyde, a member of the renowned swordsmanship family from the Mickey Empire. When queried about her presence in Caesar City, she claimed to seek adventure while still young. However, drawing from years of literary experience, it was evident that her motivations were likely threefold: to escape an arranged marriage, to flee from matrimony, and to evade nuptial entanglements altogether. That evening, Lin Han prepared a sumptuous feast. Although he was a convalescent, the gluttonous company showed little regard for his condition, eagerly exploiting his culinary skills. Upon tasting such exquisite fare for the first time, Heather's eyes sparkled with delight, and her gaze toward Lin Han softened considerably, which only heightened Avril's wariness towards her. Having triumphed over the fierce tiger mercenary corps, Lin Han had leveled up twice, now standing at level 14 with 4 skill points available. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. During the past fortnight, many events had transpired, the most sensational of which was the annihilation of the Fire family from the Versailles Empire. Reports indicated that the family's second heir had invoked the forbidden spell, Hell's Gate, summoning formidable hellish creatures to the continent of Ruidon. The incident caught the attention of the legendary spellcaster Gandalf, who had remained reclusive for a century. And alongside a mysterious figure named Ares, they eradicated the entire Fire family in a single night, including 5 god-level warriors and 10 saint-level experts, among whom were the family patriarch and 10 elders. The appearance of hellish creatures on the continent elicited little reaction from the populace, as it had been eons since interdimensional beings had last manifested, and the once feared strength of these entities had long since faded into the annals of time. However, for those ancient empires and illustrious families, the events of yesteryears remain vividly etched in their memories. As a result, all factions on the continent, aside from the Death Valley and Dragon Island, dispatched teams to pursue Dax, joining forces with the Nameless. In a flash, the continent was engulfed in tumult, with Dax fleeing like a hunted dog. Yet, as time progressed, Dax's strength gradually returned, allowing him to initiate a counterattack against the Nameless. Ultimately, a monumental battle erupted in the continent's enigmatic forest. Although Dax had regained much of his former power, he was still bound by the laws of the Rudin continent, which sealed his divine fire, limiting him to the pinnacle of divine strength. Nevertheless, his comprehension of these laws far surpassed that of the Nameless. The clash was unprecedentedly brutal, leaving Dax grievously wounded as he fled. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it would take him over a decade to fully recuperate. The Nameless sustained severe injuries and returned to the Sword God Mountain to recuperate. Gandalf was severely wounded, his rank plummeting from peak divine to mid-level divine. The beastman's prophet perished, while the beastman's sword god, Grom, fell into a coma from grievous injuries. The human knight of the gods, Alinsos, and the foremost human assassin went missing. The elder of the elves fell in battle, and the elven queen was gravely injured. The beast king Ares, the white tiger of the mysterious forest, was also gravely hurt and disappeared after descending a tier. The majority of the elite forces sent by the continent's major factions perished, with fewer than 10 returning, all severely injured. In an instant, the vitality of the continent's high-end forces was profoundly diminished, with only Dragon Island and the Death Valley retaining their original strength, while the Death Valley began to stir restlessly. Strangely, all the bodies of the fallen masters vanished. Some claimed they were devoured by the magical beasts of the mysterious forest, while others suggested they were taken by the Death Valley to be transformed into dark warriors. The latter theory gained more traction, prompting the continent's major factions to direct their ire towards the Death Valley. Led by the Mage Association, numerous factions prepared to eradicate the Death Valley completely, while the Mercenary Guild issued a permanent mission to hunt down all necromancers. Outside, the winds of change swirled, yet Lin Han leisurely prepared meals, flirted with beautiful women, and practiced his skills. After extensive study, Lin Han discovered that in addition to leveling up to increase damage, he could also compress spells like an ordinary mage to amplify their potency. For instance, the Lightning Chain, when compressed, dealt damage several times greater than its uncompressed state. This innovation addressed Lin Han's previous disadvantage of low skill damage. Of course, compression had its drawbacks, requiring time. However, the stronger one's mental prowess, the shorter the duration needed. Consequently, Lin Han dedicated his nights to meditation. His strength had noticeably improved. Now, his mental acuity was akin to that of a peak-level mage, allowing him to hold his own against mid-tier magic sects with his peculiar skills. Over the course of 5 days, Lin Han's relationship with Avril blossomed. Yet he persistently feigned ignorance to her subtle hints, leaving her heartbroken. Meanwhile, the alluring and sophisticated Heather grew increasingly curious about Lin Han. With culinary skills, enigmatic magic, a melodious voice, and decent looks, he captured her interest. As for why it is said that she can sing, it is because once Lin Han sang to her by the small lake near the house. The girl across the way, look over here, come and see. The performance here is splendid. Please do not pretend to ignore or overlook. The girl across the way, look over here, come and see. Do not be frightened by my appearance. In truth, I am quite endearing. The lament of a lonely boy, who truly understands when I speak. I beseech you, cast a flirtatious glance my way, and amuse me. Bring me joy. Lin Han not only sang, but also danced with exaggerated movements, creating a rather amusing spectacle. The song he performed was quite unique. Yet his singing left much to be desired. One morning, shortly after breakfast, Lin Han called upon everyone and, after a moment of hesitation, expressed his desire to leave Caesar City. Why? Avril asked, her body trembling slightly, her eyes reddened as she gazed at Lin Han. Witnessing the tears nearly spilling from Avril's eyes, Lin Han felt a pang of discomfort in his head. Howard, glancing back and forth between the two, asked Kate with a puzzled expression, when did they become involved? The group was immediately struck with confusion, while Avril shyly lowered her head. Lin Han, revealing his teeth in a mock growl, exclaimed, "Come on, can you not misuse words like that?" Howard sheepishly scratched his head in response. "Where do you plan to go?" Rand inquired, seemingly already aware of Lin Han's intentions. "I intend to apply to become a mercenary, to wander about and enhance my abilities, without any particular destination in mind." Lin Han paused momentarily before continuing, "However, I will be visiting the Heidi Land Martial Arts Academy." "Oh, let Avril accompany you," came the suggestion. At that moment, Avril lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with hope as she gazed at Lin Han. Observing the eager glimmer in Avril's eyes, Lin Han gently nodded. A sweet smile blossomed on Avril's face. Seeing Lin Han's affirmative gesture, Lant couldn't help but smile subtly, realizing that all he could offer was this. "The rest would depend on you alone." "Sir, I wish to accompany you," Howard suddenly interjected. "From the moment you saved me, I have resolved to follow you." Lin Han was momentarily at a loss for words. "What is this? A pledge of devotion? I have nothing pressing to attend to, so I might as well accompany you. But do not get too carried away with joy or let your imagination run wild." Heather also decided to chime in, leaving Lin Han feeling overwhelmed. What was she implying? Upon hearing her words, Avril shot her a fiery glare, while Heather smirked provocatively. Avril, incensed, silently cursed her, wishing her to endure the most severe tortures imaginable. Kate, observing the tension between the two women, could only silently mourn for Lin Han. "When do you plan to set off?" Rant broke the silence with his inquiry. Tomorrow, I suppose, Lin Han replied after a moment's consideration. Ah, very well. Then you should hasten your preparations and proceed to register as mercenaries at the guild. 2 hours later, the group returned to the mercenary guild. After handing over 2 gold coins, Lin Han and Avril received a form to fill out with their basic information. When submitting their details, the charming young woman at the registration desk asked Lin Han to present her profession badge. Lin Han was taken aback. She did not possess one. Consequently, she had no choice but to head to the nearby Mage Association, where she paid another 2 gold coins for a vocational assessment. Lin Han followed a receptionist from the Mage Association to the testing chamber. An elderly mage in the chamber gestured towards a crystal orb and instructed, "Place your hand upon it and concentrate your focus." Following Lin Han's instructions, the crystal ball soon illuminated. The old wizard glanced at it and assessed the mental prowess, identifying it as that of a peak-level mage. After a brief pause, he pointed to a large, obsidian stone and commanded, "Strike it with your most formidable spell." Lin Han feigned the incantation for 5 seconds, unleashing a chain of lightning that struck the stone without inflicting any damage. The old mage raised his eyelids slightly and remarked, "The destructive power of magic, a high-ranking mage. Overall strength, a high-ranking mage." 5 minutes later, Lin Han returned to the mercenary guild with the mage's emblem, completing the mercenary registration and obtaining a mercenary badge, the lowest rank of level 1 mercenary. Subsequently, the group formed a mercenary team, with Lin Han as the captain of the staff and Rose mercenary group. The members included Avril, the green-robed apothecary, Howard, a peak fighter-level swordsman, and Heathery, a swordsman of the battle sovereign rank. After finalizing all matters, the group returned to their lodgings to pack their belongings. The next morning, Lin Han and the others, with their luggage in hand, arrived in the living room, where Lant had already been waiting for them. "Children, you must be cautious when you venture out." Lin Han nodded gently. Avril had already wept inconsolably, her tears resembling delicate pear blossoms, while Heather's eyes were slightly reddened. Howard merely smiled foolishly. Lant affectionately patted Avril's head, saying, "My dear child, do not cry. When you are outside, refrain from being willful and listen more to Lin Han." "Grandpa, I cannot bear to part with you. Please come with us," Avril sobbed. "Enough now. Do not cry any longer. Tears will mar your beauty. Grandpa is old and cannot walk far. Should you wish to see me, you can always visit the headquarters of the Pharmacist Association. In a few days, I shall go there with Uncle Kate," Lant reassured her, gently patting her back. After some time, Avril finally ceased her tears, shyly wiping her face. "Well, it is getting late. You must set off soon," he urged. Lin Han and Howard, laden with luggage, walked out with 2 women trailing behind them. Avril, with red-rimmed eyes, continually glanced back, while Rant waved his hand and turned to head towards the backyard. In that fleeting moment, a tear escaped down his cheek, leaving Kate in silent contemplation. The group arrived at the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild, where Hathaway turned to Lin Han and inquired, "Where shall we go now? We cannot simply wander aimlessly, can we?" Lin Han took out a world map and pointed to a specific location, saying, "I wish to go here." "The Warcraft Forest?" Hathaway inquired with curiosity. "What do you intend to do there?" "It doesn't seem enjoyable. I seek to enhance my strength. The continent is engulfed in chaos, and I have a foreboding sense that great turmoil is imminent. Therefore, I must urgently elevate my abilities to survive." "Very well, I consent. Although I remain skeptical of your premonition," Hathaway replied, raising her hands in a gesture of resignation. Lin Han turned to Avril, who nodded in response. As for Howard, he was elegantly ignored. The monster forest was quite distant from the Versailles Empire, situated in the western part of the continent, while the monster forest lay in the northeast, separated by the Grand Empire. To reach the monster forest from Caesar City in the Versailles Empire, one must take a wind beast from the Mercenary Guild to the border city of Giant Peak in the Mickey Empire before proceeding to the monster forest. The wind beast, a gentle 5th-level flying magical beast, boasts an impressive wingspan of 50 meters. Though it lacks prowess in combat, its flight speed is such that even 8th-level flying magical beasts would struggle to keep pace. The Mercenary Guild raises these creatures for long-distance transport of goods and personnel. The group first accepted a task to eliminate a necromancer, then paid 50 gold coins to board the wind beast en route to the monster forest. The wind beast traveled swiftly, and in just over 2 hours, they had traversed from the Versailles Empire into the Grand Empire. The novelty of the journey alleviated the sorrow of parting. Seated atop the wind beast, they engaged in lively conversation. Lin Han occasionally shared humorous anecdotes from the internet, some even with a hint of risku, causing Avril's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. At that moment, Lin Han was recounting the tale of Romeo and Juliet, reaching the part where Juliet feigns death and Romeo takes his own life. Avril, moved to tears, gazed dreamily and said, "If anyone were willing to do that for me, I would gladly die." As she spoke, her eyes were not directed at Lin Han, who suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment, wishing he had chosen to tell a lighter story instead. Heather continued her bold commentary, exclaiming that Romeo is quite pathetic. If I were him, I would have eloped with Juliet and dealt with anyone who stood in my way. Lin Han was instantly engulfed in a cloud of frustration, while Avril, with her eyes glistening with disdain, cast a scornful glance in her direction. "What do you think, big guy?" Hathaway directly shifted the ire towards Howard. Howard, with a sheepish grin, scratched his head and declared, "I shall venture to Juliet's home, vanquishing all who stand in my way, compelling them to accept my union with Juliet." "And if you fail?" came the query. "If I fail, I shall return to my training, honing my skills, and then I shall return to fight again." Lin Han gazed at these two exquisite beings, rendered speechless. What was once a beautifully poignant love story had devolved into the melodramatic beginning of a web novel. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt whizzed from below, embedding itself into the belly of the gale beast, which let out a mournful cry as it plummeted downward. Without a means to mitigate its descent, the crowd was undoubtedly doomed. Lin Han opted for the Beast King's skill to summon a hawk, advancing to the second level to summon a Thunderhawk. Summon Hawk. At level 1, it summons a hawk that cannot attack, serving a role akin to that of an owl. At level 2, it calls forth a Thunder Hawk capable of offensive maneuvers. At level 3, it conjures a frenzied hawk endowed with true sight, which can automatically become invisible and cannot attack while cloaked. You may summon them as frequently as possible, and they will persist for 70 minutes, with a cooldown period of the same duration. The hawk's talons grasped Avril and Hathaway, slowly descending. Simultaneously, Lin Han activated the Focus Aura and the Radiant Aura, firmly grasping Howard's arm. As the two hovered only 20 meters above the ground, with a flicker, they appeared on the earth below. It was at this moment that Lin Han realized the flicker could be utilized to transport another individual along. As Lin Han and Howard emerged onto the surface, a 2-meter-long crossbow bolt hurtled towards them. In a swift motion, Lin Han positioned himself in front of Howard, enveloped in a golden shield that emanated a profound and mysterious aura. The bolt struck the shield but elicited no response, merely ricocheting off. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Han summoned water elementals and magma creatures to stand guard before him. Raising his right hand, a tempest of blizzards manifested in the woods ahead, with fist-sized snowflakes pummeling the trees, leaving them swaying precariously and creating numerous craters in the ground. At that moment, a throng of individuals burst forth from the forest, most appearing disheveled and covered in snowflakes. Among them stood one figure, sword at his back, immaculate and unruffled, his clothing devoid of even a single crease. As he regarded Lin Han with an expressionless countenance, Lin Han gazed solemnly at the group, particularly at the swordsman, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by an ancient, fearsome beast, his body bristling with unease. "Who are you? Why do you attack us without provocation?" the newly arrived Avril demanded, her anger palpable, unaware of the fleeting terror reflected in Heather's eyes. "Little girl, we are here to rob you. Hand over all your wealth, and then my esteemed self will return home to enjoy some merriment. If I am in a good mood, I might spare your life." One of the scrawny men in the group leered. "Go to hell." Avril shot back, her face flushed with rage as she prepared to charge at the lecherous man. Heather swiftly grasped her arm, calmly addressing their assailants. "Since when has the Grelland Empire's Wolf Legion taken up thievery? Even the son of the Legion commander, the maniac Yaglin, has joined a band of thieves. You caught on, huh? Then we need not pretend any longer." The swordsman stepped forward, saying, "Heather, it would be wise for you to accompany us quietly. It could spare you some physical suffering. I will go with you, but you must release them." "I will not accompany you to my death," Heather declared resolutely. The swordsman shook his head. "You lack the leverage to negotiate. They must perish." A calm voice interjected. "Is that so? Are you so certain you can kill us? What are you, to speak to the young commander in such a manner?" The lecherous man barked like a rabid dog. "And what are you? Your master has yet to utter a word, and here you are, barking nonsense." Lin Han cast a scornful glance at him, a wretched servant devoid of manners. "You filthy cur, I shall put an end to you." The lecherous man, filled with fury, charged at Lin Han, his fist crackling with hostility. With a graceful wave of his hand, Lin Han conjured a spectral hammer that struck the head of the lecherous man, instantly rendering him unconscious. The energy enveloping his fist dissipated with a resounding pop, yet his body continued to lurch towards Lin Han due to inertia. In an instant, a bolt of lightning surged from Lin Han's fingertips and struck him, reducing the lecherous man to a charred husk. Lin Han waved his hand dismissively, attempting to dispel the acrid scent that wafted through the air. A mad dog remains a mad dog, barking without strength. Young man, even if he is a dog, he is still my dog. I do not consent to anyone harming him. One must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Yaglan's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Han, his expression grave. Although the lecherous man was insignificant in strength, Lin Han had effortlessly eliminated him. Furthermore, Lin Han's magic was peculiarly enigmatic, a form he had never encountered before. This compelled Yaglan to regard him with seriousness. He was reluctant to make an enemy of a mage possessing unique magic, for it was possible that a formidable master lurked behind him. As every mage capable of creating their own spells was extraordinarily powerful, Lin Han's actions were a blatant affront, resonating with unmistakable audacity. I am acting in your best interest. If others witness your dog behaving so unruly, they may conclude that the master is equally lacking in decorum. Lin Han regarded him with a feigned innocence. Shrugging as he added, "You need not thank me. I simply adore assisting others." Yaglan's fury surged, his fists clenching tightly, veins bulging. Observing Yaglan rendered speechless, Avril chimed in with a playful laugh. "Brother Lin Han is right. Such a dog should be disposed of swiftly." Meanwhile, Heather's expression was grave as she watched Yaglan closely, her hand firmly gripping the hilt of her sword, prepared to prevent any sudden violence. Howard stood beside Avril, wielding a great sword in her defense. "You are exceedingly arrogant, young man. In that case, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." Yaglan surged forward, transforming into a flurry of afterimages, thrusting his sword towards Lin Han's shoulder. The nearby lackeys, witnessing Yaglan's assault, swiftly drew their weapons and charged at Howard and his companions. Howard straightened, gripping his great sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Avril. The tip of Yaglan's sword was less than half a meter from Lin Han, who appeared momentarily stunned, frozen in place as he stared at the encroaching blade. A smirk crept across Yaglan's lips, as if he could already envision the sword piercing Lin Han's shoulder. Suddenly, a flash of purple light darted in, and with a sharp glimmer, a slender sword struck Yaglan's blade, diverting it to the side. Yaglan twirled his sword, addressing Heather, who stood beside Lin Han. "Heather, it would be wise for you to step aside. This is between him and me. Otherwise, I shall deal with you as well. You should remember, you have only just reached the Do Zone level, whereas I am already a mid-Do Zone. It would be child's play to eliminate you." "Then do try," Heather retorted through gritted teeth. "If you possess the ability, defeat me." "He is correct. Step aside. I will handle him." Lin Han stepped in front of Heather and spoke to Agrin with a calm demeanor. However, before Heather could voice her thoughts, Lin Han immediately interrupted her, asserting, "There is no but. You go assist Howard. I will take care of this." He turned back to meet her gaze, reassuring her, "Trust me, everything will be fine." "Very well. But do take care," she replied. As Lin Han's intense eyes bore into her, Heather felt an inexplicable sense of trust, as if his words were undeniably correct. Yet, under the weight of his penetrating gaze, her heart raced, blood surged, and warmth flushed her cheeks. "Let me deal with him," she thought fiercely. Lin Han was captivated by Hester's sudden tenderness and shyness. However, her subsequent words revealed to him that a fierce individual would remain unchanged. "Are you done? If so, then perish." Aglan's face flushed crimson as he let out a furious roar and charged towards Lin Han. Lin Han, with a mere thought, summoned the water element and the magma creature to stand guard in front of him, unleashing a simultaneous assault of water and fire. The battle hawk soared swiftly towards Yaglan, its talons glinting with a chilling luminescence as they aimed for his eyes. Yaglan parried the attacks of the water element and the magma creature with a single stroke of his sword, tilting his head just enough to evade the talons. He swiftly pivoted, intending to bypass the water element and launch a direct strike at Lin Han. However, the magma creature shifted slightly, once again obstructing his path. Yet, between the magma creature and the water element, a gap of over 3 meters appeared. Yaglan deftly evaded the water element's onslaught, spiraling forward with urgency. The battle hawk and the magma creature hastily turned to pursue him. In an instant, Yaglan found himself amidst the water element and the magma creature, less than 5 meters from Lin Han, as if he could already envision his sword plunging into Lin Han's heart. A hint of disdain flickered across Lin Han's face, causing Yaglan's heart to race with trepidation. Suddenly, several tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring him tightly. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed all his fighting spirit, shattering the vines within mere seconds. Yet, it was too late. Lin Han's form vanished, only to reappear as a chain of lightning, pulsating with an alarming energy, striking Yaglin with ferocity as Lin Han materialized from the void. The jolt from the lightning chain raised Yaglin's hair, leaving him charred and convulsing uncontrollably. Seizing the moment of weakness, Lin Han appeared before him in a brilliant flash, drawing forth a dagger from his waist and plunging it viciously toward Yaglin's heart. The previously convulsing Yaglin stirred from his stupor when the blade was merely 10 centimeters from him. His pupils contracted as he shifted his body slightly to evade the strike. Nevertheless, the dagger embedded itself deep within him. In retaliation, he kicked Lin Han fiercely in the abdomen, sending him sprawling 5 meters away. Lin Han crashed to the ground. Unable to rise, his stomach racked with pain as if his insides had been severed. Yaglin grasped a tree for support, slowly straightening himself, his legs trembling as if a mere gust could topple him. Lin Han gazed at him, awe filling his heart. He couldn't help but admire Yaglin's resilience, standing despite his dire state. Then, in a move that astonished all present, Yaglin forcefully withdrew the dagger from his body, a torrent of blood gushing from the wound, draining the color from his face and causing him to sway precariously. A beam of golden light shot from Lin Han's fingertips, dancing between him, Howard, and Heather, rapidly healing their wounds. Lin Han also felt the pain in his abdomen diminish significantly, allowing him to rise slowly. Yet, as he looked at Yaglin, propped against the tree, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Suddenly, Yaglin lifted his head, his features contorted, eyes brimming with madness. Lin Han's heart sank. He watched in alarm as Yaglin's right hand clenched into a fist, morphing into a shadow as he struck specific points on his body with fierce determination. With each blow, his aura surged, rapidly escalating from the Dozong level to the Do Wang level, and it continued to rise. Stop him, Lin Han urged, realizing that Yaglin was employing the heavenly demon disintegration technique, which would elevate his power to the upper Do Wang level upon completion. Heather, sensing something amiss, attempted to intervene, but was firmly restrained by Yaglin's subordinates, leaving her with no choice but to shout a warning to Lin Han. Lin Han raised his right hand, and a vast blizzard enveloped Agra, causing his presence to vanish instantly. Lin Han and Heather both breathed a sigh of relief. Whether Agra is truly dead remains a mystery. To uncover the subsequent developments, one must await the next installment. Lin Han turned to gaze at Heather, and they exchanged smiles. With a flicker of his spirit, he commanded the water element, directing the magma creature and the war eagle to assault Agrin's minions, allowing Howard and the others to withdraw from combat. Lin Han approached with measured steps, and Avril, witnessing his unscathed visage, was overtaken by a sense of pride. At that moment, a terrifying, formidable aura emerged behind Lin Han, engulfing Agrin, whose surroundings erupted in a cacophony of shattering snowflakes. Agrin, whom they believed to be dead, was engulfed in a golden aura of battle energy, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. In an instant, he materialized before Lin Han, who was caught off guard. A sword pierced through his chest before he could fully comprehend the situation. Lin Han stared in astonishment at Agrin, then cast his gaze downward to the blade embedded in his chest. With a powerful motion, Agrin withdrew the sword, causing Lin Han to expel a plume of blood, which gushed from the wound, instantly staining his garments crimson. No, Avril cried out in despair, rushing forward to embrace Lin Han. Brother Lin Han, please wake up. Quickly, look at me, I am little Ware. She clutched his body tightly, tears streaming down her face like a torrential downpour. Lin Han felt his eyelids growing increasingly heavy, yearning to close his eyes forever. A chill began to envelop him, as if he were ensconced within an ice cellar. A young man, around 25 or 26, wore a radiant smile as he cradled an infant. He occasionally bowed his head, gently pressing his forehead against the baby ass, swirling slowly, then lifting his head to emit joyful laughter, causing the little one to beam back in delight. The chubby hands of the infant reached out towards him, and the man lowered his head, smiling as his stubble brushed against the baby's hand, prompting a series of delighted coos. Hunter, stop playing games and come eat. Came a gentle call from the doorway. Oh, all right, I'll be right out. The sound of a chair scraping against the floor followed, as a young man in his 20s emerged from the room, his face alight with smiles, though a hint of lingering melancholy shadowed his eyes. A middle-aged woman adjusted his clothing and advised, after you eat, take a stroll. During the holidays, don't stay cooped up at home all day. Sure, I will, Mom. Brother Han, shall we go fly kites together? A little girl gazed at him with eager eyes. Of course. But you must listen to your brother and not play too late, the boy replied, holding the girl's hand. Brother Han is the best. Just a tad less than Mom, the girl said, extending her hand to illustrate with her thumb and pinky, adjusting the size with a thoughtful frown. No, just this little bit. Brother Han, when Yin grows up, will you marry me? The little girl, ice cream in one hand and holding the boy's hand with the other, looked earnestly at him, her rosy cheeks radiating sincerity. The boy gently wiped the cream from her face and playfully pinched her adorable smile. All right, when little Yin grows up, I shall wed you. Yay. It's settled then. Let us make a pinky promise. 100 years without changing, and whoever changes is a little dog. The girl joyfully extended her right pinky, linking it with the boy's, sealing their vow. Lin Han, I wish to share something with you, the girl said softly after a prolonged silence, her eyes slightly misty. What is it? Lin Han replied with a smile, gently entwining his fingers around the girl's palm. The girl halted, her gaze lowered, remaining silent. Lin Han sensed that something was amiss as he gently lifted the girl's face before him. He noticed her eyes were red and filled with tears, her teeth lightly biting her lip. A sharp pang of anguish gripped Lin Han's heart. Yenner, what is wrong? What has happened? He inquired with growing urgency. The girl, upon seeing Lin Han's anxious expression, wept even more bitterly. Lin Han grasped her shoulders, yearning to embrace her. But the girl forcefully pushed his hands away and took a step back, crying out, Don't do this. Let's break up. Avril held the increasingly cold body of Lin Han, tears cascading down her flawless white face, falling upon his. Brother Lin Han, please, don't die, don't leave me. Yaglin slowly raised his sword, aiming at Avril's back, while she remained oblivious, lost in her sorrow. Avril, be careful, Heisway shouted, channeling all her energy into her legs, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she rushed towards her. Howard, with all his strength, hurled his sword towards Yaglin. Avril glanced up at Heisway, then gently caressed Lin Han's face, a trace of a poignant smile gracing her lips. Heisway drew closer to Avril, the chill from the sword palpable. Yet this brief distance felt as insurmountable as the ends of the earth. The tip of the sword was less than 5 centimeters from Avril. She gazed at Lin Han, her eyes radiating infinite tenderness. As the sword's tip was about to pierce Avril's body, Lin Han's previously unfocused gaze suddenly sharpened. He forcefully pulled Avril towards him, causing her to stumble as the sword plunged into her shoulder. Avril let out a soft groan of pain, yet her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as she, undeterred by the blade embedded in her shoulder, anxiously called out, Brother Lin Han? Lin Han remained unresponsive, his body temperature plummeting, and his gaze grew eerily vacant. A massive sword sliced through the air, aimed directly at Agrin's throat. Instinctively, he drew his blade to shield himself. The collision of the great sword against Agrin's weapon produced a shower of sparks. Though Agrin's sword was dislodged, the force of the impact caused his body to lean back, exposing his chest. At that moment, a slender blade pierced through his chest, embedding itself fully within him. Hazel pushed him backward, driving him against a great tree, effectively pinning him there. Agrin struggled momentarily before tilting his head, breath leaving him. Witnessing their master's demise, Agrin's subordinates, previously obstructed by Lin Han's summoned entities, scattered in disarray. They had no desire for vengeance, for even should they seek it, it would lead them to certain death. Thus, fleeing was their only option. Avery gently rested against Lin Han's chest, her shoulder wound bleeding profusely, the crimson streams mingling with the blood on Lin Han's torso. Her fingers glided softly across his face, her expression reminiscent, as she murmured to herself, when I first met you, I thought you and Howard shared a rather unsavory bond. You seemed quite repulsive. Yet, you ended up taking advantage of me." A hint of shyness crept onto her face as she continued. "Then, grandfather fed you that treasured elixir, which only deepened my disdain for you. The setting sun is infinitely beautiful, yet it nears dusk. These 2 lines of poetry slightly improved my perception of you, igniting a flicker of curiosity, though you continued to be flirtatious and opportunistic. You declined my proposition, opting instead to forge a loyalty pact with grandfather if it meant saving Uncle Kate. This left me feeling both relieved and somewhat disappointed. Confronting the Dragon Emperor without a hint of trepidation, I felt a mix of worry and pride. When you exhausted your mental energy to save Uncle Kate and collapsed, I was genuinely anxious and at a loss. During your first attempt at cooking, I never anticipated that your culinary skills would be so remarkable. This endeared you to me further, as no man had ever cooked for a woman before. You must be a husband who cherishes his wife. Howard and Hazel observed Avery, who spoke to herself, uncertain of how to proceed. Hazel attempted to lift her to staunch the bleeding, yet found herself unable, afraid to exert too much force. Unbeknownst to the others, when Agrin met his end, a fleeting golden glimmer illuminated Lin Han's almost lifeless eyes. Had they the ability to perceive beyond the ordinary, they would have seen golden rays emanating from his brain, radiating to various parts of his body. As the light traversed his chest, the sword wound began to heal at an astonishing pace, fully mending within mere minutes. Erasing the bloodstains would reveal no trace of injury. When the golden light enveloped his entire form, it converged back into his brain, coalescing into a luminous sphere. Lin Han's pupils gradually began to constrict and expand, the emptiness in his gaze slowly dissipating. Howard gazed at Lin Han, who lay on the ground, and at Avril, whose face was streaked with tears and whose eyes were red-rimmed, her fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, he turned and charged towards Yaglan's lifeless body, his fists, devoid of energy, relentlessly pounding against it. The corpse, pinned to the tree by a sword, could only sway without toppling. After delivering over 100 blows, Yaglan's body was utterly unrecognizable. Most of the flesh on its upper body had been pulverized, exposing ghastly white bones, while Howard's hands had swollen to the size of dumplings. Enough, Howard, cease your assault, Heather urged, suppressing waves of nausea. Howard, in a daze, halted his strikes and slowly approached Lin Han, collapsing to his knees with a heavy thud on the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. Lord Lin Han, I vow to avenge you. I, Howard, swear by my soul that I shall eradicate the Yaglan family. Should I falter in this oath, may my soul be shattered. Howard, why must you go so far? Heather spoke softly. Avril lifted her body, gently cradling Lin Han's face, her head gradually lowering until their lips met. She gazed up at him dreamily, whispering, Brother Lin Han, this is my first kiss, and I now give it to you. You must take responsibility. Heather's lips moved as if to say something, but she slightly turned her head, tears slipping down from the corners of her eyes. Avril leaned her ear close to Lin Han's lips, and after a moment, she gently asked, What? You are willing to take responsibility? Do you want me to come to you? A smile blossomed on her face, her lips curving upward. All right, I shall go now. You must wait for me. Suddenly, Avril drew a short sword, typically used for handling herbs, and swiftly aimed it at her heart. Heather and Howard rushed to intervene, but it was too late. In a flash, a powerful hand grasped hers, and a gentle voice resonated in her ear. I am here. Where do you think you are going? Avril looked up in surprise at Lin Han, whose eyes radiated warmth. The sword fell to the ground as she flung herself into his embrace, tears streaming like a fountain. Howard, witnessing Lin Han's awakening, was about to speak, but Heather tugged at his sleeve, giving him a meaningful glance before turning away. Howard followed suit. After taking a few steps, Heather glanced back at the two in each other's arms, a fleeting shadow of melancholy passing through her eyes, known only to herself. I wish you both happiness. Silly girl, why are you so foolish? Lin Han gently caressed Avril's hair, whispering softly in her ear, I am not worthy of such devotion. Avril lifted her head, gazing at Lin Han with a serious expression, and replied, It is not a matter of worthiness, for I love you. I cannot imagine my life without you. If you were to perish, I truly would not know how to cope. Lin Han stared at her in a daze, while Avril, feeling a bit embarrassed under his gaze, shrank into his embrace, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Gently lifting her chin, Lin Han spoke earnestly, I do not wish to deceive you. At this moment, I do not harbor love for you, but I will strive to cultivate feelings for you. Overwhelmed with joy, Avril's eyes brimmed with tears as she nodded slightly, murmuring, Yes, I understand. I know. Lin Han gently kissed away her tears and softly spoke, Silly girl. Do not cry. If you continue, you shall lose your beauty, and if you are not beautiful, I shall not want you. Upon hearing this, Avril quickly wiped away her tears and anxiously replied, I will not cry anymore. Please do not cast me aside. Lin Han was instantly amused and bewildered. Gently caressing her hair, he remarked, I was merely jesting. I would never forsake you. Really? She inquired. Indeed, I swear by the heavens. Avril swiftly covered his mouth and interjected, No need for oaths. I trust you. Very well, I shan't swear, but could you please rise? It feels rather inappropriate for us to remain in this position. Ah, Avril exclaimed, startled, akin to a frightened little rabbit, and she quickly stood up, her hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Ah, Lin Han emitted a mournful cry. Brother Lin Han, what has happened to you? Is it that your wounds have reopened? Avril anxiously knelt beside him, her hands fervently searching over his body. Lin Han felt a mix of exhilaration and distraction as her small hand brushed against him. However, the persistent waves of pain emanating from his hand served as a stark reminder of his predicament, rendering his experience one of bittersweet pleasure. You seem to be stepping on my hand. Lin Han weakly uttered, Avril quickly moved her foot aside. I am truly sorry. I had no idea. Are you all right? Lin Han withdrew his hand and, with a chuckle, said, It's nothing. I am still intact. Oh, Avril, with a blush, lowered her head. Lin Han found himself at a loss for words, and the two fell into a profound silence. Nearly a minute passed when, suddenly, Avril emitted a soft groan. Pressing her left hand against the wound on her right shoulder, her body swaying precariously, Lin Han quickly steadied her, overwhelmed with guilt as he murmured, I am truly remiss for having forgotten about your shoulder injury. With a swift motion, a beam of light surged into her body, and the wound began to heal rapidly. Sensing it was insufficient, he summoned another radiant light from above, which enveloped Avril, accelerating the healing process of her shoulder wound by more than fivefold. In the span of merely 2 minutes, the injury had completely healed, leaving no trace of a scar. Well, it is getting late. Let us seek out Heather and the others. Lin Han helped Avril tidy her disheveled hair and garments. The two walked approximately 50 meters and spotted Hathaway leaning against a large tree, gazing vacantly at the sky. Meanwhile, Howard paced anxiously. Upon seeing Lin Han and Avril approaching hand in hand, he hurried over with delight. Sir, you have arrived? Indeed. Lin Han nodded at him. Are you hungry? Not hungry, Howard replied honestly, albeit puzzled by the question. Avril playfully pinched the soft flesh at Lin Han's waist, executing a complete 360-degree spin, and teasingly remarked, Do not take advantage of Brother Howard just because he is so honest. Ouch! Lin Han feigned a pained expression, exclaiming, It hurts. You might pull my flesh off. Avril released her grip and gently caressed his waist, chiding, Look at you, still bullying others. Howard chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Hathaway, are you all right? Lin Han inquired, observing Hathaway still leaning against the tree, her gaze fixed in their direction, sensing an air of heaviness surrounding her. I'm fine, even better than you. Hathaway retorted with a hint of irritation, discreetly tucking her right hand behind her back. Lin Han furrowed his brow as he approached, taking Heather's right hand in his grasp. To his dismay, he noticed a gaping tear at the base of her thumb, blood staining her hand. It appeared that when her sword had struck Oghren, it had been met with his powerful aura, causing the blade to penetrate yet, in her vigorous thrust, she had inadvertently torn her hand. What is this? Lin Han remarked, a hint of anxiety lacing his tone, though he was unsure of its source. Heather, upon observing the concern etched on Lin Han's face, felt a warmth bloom within her heart. Yet, as she caught sight of Ivy's inexplicable sorrow and anger behind him, she retorted sharply, What business is it of yours? My affairs require no oversight from you. Just tend to your Ivy. Lin Han awkwardly rubbed his nose, bewilderment flooding his mind. Had this woman truly changed so swiftly? All right, we should make haste to prevent Oghren's subordinates from discovering us here. Heather, flustered by Lin Han's gaze, hastily sought to divert her attention. Then let us depart quickly. Lin Han concurred, producing a small vial from his pocket and handing it to her. Apply this for pain relief. I shall heal you shortly with a healing wave. Heather accepted the vial without protest, tossing it into her pocket. With their belongings in order, the group swiftly proceeded eastward. The Greedy Wolf Legion stood as one of the 4 grand legions of the Grand Empire, guarding its western front. The main city, Howling Fortress, was the most prosperous in the west, rivaling the other 3 main cities, only slightly inferior to the imperial capital, Mist City. Within the Grand Empire, the influence of the 4 legions was substantial. Their leaders were of noble lineage. The first commanders of these legions were 4 distinguished generals who had accompanied His Majesty Emperor Ireland in his quest to establish the empire. To reward their valor, Emperor Ireland had amalgamated their soldiers into the 4 legions: the Greedy Wolf Legion, the Violent Bear Legion, the Mad Tiger Legion, and the Mighty Eagle Legion, bestowing upon them the title of dukes to safeguard the empire's corners, a legacy unbroken through generations. Over millennia, the might of these legions had burgeoned, leading to an increasingly unyielding grip on power. Of the 4 legions, only the Violent Bear Legion remained staunchly loyal to the royal family. The Greedy Wolf and Mad Tiger legions had grown defiant, having not sought an audience with the emperor in many years. Had it not been for the caution exercised towards the violent Bear Legion and the royal guards, they might have risen in rebellion long ago. Meanwhile, the mighty Eagle Legion maintained a neutral stance, stationed in the northern frontier to combat the beasts emerging from the monster forest and the recurrent beast tide every 5 years. At the heart of Howling Fortress stood an expansive estate, larger than the adjacent lord's residence, its entrance adorned with a gilded plaque inscribed, Duke of the West. Within the parlor of the Duke's residence, several individuals engaged in lively conversation. Seated at the head was a young man, perhaps 18 or 19, his countenance radiating arrogance. In contrast, the owner of the Duke's estate, Sword Saint Harvest, the commander of the Greedy Wolf Legion, sat humbly at a lower position, wearing a forced smile. Reporting. A general clad in armor approached briskly, his left hand resting on his sword, and with one knee on the ground, he proclaimed loudly, "My Lord Duke, I have urgent matters to report." The conversation between the two was abruptly interrupted by the general. The young man, displaying his profound dissatisfaction, remarked, "Havis, your subordinates are utterly uncouth and lack any sense of decorum. I truly wonder how you have raised them." A glimmer of anger flashed in Havis's eyes. Yet he forced a smile, responding, "My dear sir, please do not be angered. He is merely a brute, and it is unnecessary to stoop to his level. I shall ensure he receives proper instruction." Turning to the kneeling general, he said with displeasure, "Did I not instruct you to refrain from disturbing me? Are my words of no consequence?" The general promptly bowed lower, his head downcast, and said, "I would not dare, my lord." "Very well, speak. What is the matter?" Havis waved his hand, interrupting him. "If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer, you may as well take your own life." The general bent even lower, sweat beading on his brow, his voice trembling as he uttered, "My lord, the young captain has perished." "What?" Havis sprang to his feet, a formidable aura emanating from him, causing the ground beside him to tremble. The unfortunate general was immediately pressed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. As the oppressive energy surged forth, a middle-aged man with an expression of indifference suddenly appeared before the young man, shielding him from the onslaught. Havis's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not perceived how this man had materialized. "Humph." The man let out a disdainful grunt, and Havis's formidable presence was instantly repelled. Hastily, Havis released his fighting spirit to counteract the pressure, resulting in a tense standoff. The man displayed a hint of embarrassment, seemingly ashamed to confront Havis. His previously half-closed eyes snapped open, unleashing an overwhelming force directed at Havis. With a violent cough, Havis spewed forth a mist of blood, propelled backward as if struck by a colossal beast, landing several meters away outside the door. He gazed at the man in astonishment. A deity? At that moment, the sound of armor clashing echoed as a dozen fully armed warriors surged forward, their fighting spirit ablaze, brandishing great swords to shield Havis. Several mages began to chant their incantations. "Cease!" Havis shouted urgently, and with the assistance of 2 soldiers, he approached the man, bowing respectfully, "My lord, I sincerely apologize for my earlier offenses. Please, impose your punishment upon me." With that, he pushed away the soldiers supporting him and knelt. The man regarded him with palpable disdain, saying nothing. "Duke Havis, please rise," a young nobleman urged as he stepped forward to assist Havis. "My subordinates are ill-mannered. They have offended you." Turning to the man, he commanded, "Rhodas, do not delay in apologizing to Duke Havis." Rhodas cast a sidelong glance, his face etched with contempt. The young nobleman's expression suddenly darkened, revealing an unmistakable intent to kill, as he ominously declared, "It seems you wish to reside in the abyss of demons for a time." Upon hearing the term Cavern of 10,000 Demons, Rhodes involuntarily shuddered, a flicker of fear crossing his visage as he hastily offered his apologies to Harvest. Harvest, however, was too apprehensive to accept such an apology and quickly returned the gesture. The young nobleman then produced a medicinal pill and extended it towards Harvest, stating, "This is the 100-herb pill, highly effective for healing wounds, a compensation for the mistakes of my subordinate." 100-herb pill? Harvest exclaimed in astonishment, promptly declining, "No. This medicine is far too precious for me to accept. To refuse it would be to disregard my honor." The nobleman feigned indignation. "Very well, I am grateful, my lord. Now, do attend to your personal matters," he said, turning back to his seat. Harvest instructed his subordinate to fetch a chair for the nobleman, and then sought to rouse the general, who had been momentarily stunned by Rhodes' imposing presence. As the general regained consciousness, His expression was one of bewilderment as he scanned the room. Upon catching sight of the sullen-faced Harvest, he immediately fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. What on earth has transpired? Harvest inquired, observing his quaking subordinate with a hint of disdain, momentarily forgetting that he had been similarly affected just moments prior. Reporting to you, Commander, my men discovered the bodies of the young commander and the soldiers dispatched outside the city, 50 miles away in a copse. Upon meeting Harvest's cold, unyielding gaze, the General's body shook more violently, ultimately causing him to faint from fright. Useless fool, Harvest bellowed in anger, waving his hand dismissively to have him removed. He then placed his hands behind his back and spoke to a nearby attendant, "Fetch the body of my son, Agalon." None noticed the subtle tremors in his hands. "Yes, my lord," the attendant replied as he exited. In less than a minute, the attendant returned, cradling a corpse, though it was less a body and more a skeletal frame draped in decaying flesh. As the attendant laid the remains upon the table, Harvest could no longer maintain his composure upon seeing Agalon's form. His hands trembled as he touched Agalon's face, and within his heart, he silently vowed, "Rest assured, my son, I shall soon ensure that those responsible for your demise meet their end, and even the woman he desires shall perish." He cast a subtle glance at the young nobleman, who was sipping tea. "See to it that the young commander is given a proper burial," Harvest instructed a nearby attendant, turning away from Agalon's body, fearful that a second glance would prove unbearable. "Wait," the young nobleman interjected, addressing the grief-stricken Harvest. "Might I request permission from my subordinate to examine your esteemed son's remains?" Harvest hesitated before conceding, "Very well, but do not desecrate my son's body." "Of course." The young nobleman replied, gesturing to Rhodes, "Go take a look." Rhodes complied, moving to the body and placing his hand upon it. His eyes closed as strange waves of energy emanated from his touch. After nearly 3 minutes, Rhodes returned to his position, bowing respectfully as he spoke. "My lord, the fatal wound on his body is a sword injury that pierced the heart, approximately 3 inches wide. He also bears several non-fatal wounds, primarily electric shock injuries and a stab wound from a dagger. Furthermore, after his death, he endured over 100 punches, resulting in the destruction of the flesh on his body. It appears he has grown rather quickly." "Intriguing." A mysterious smile emerged on the young lord's face as he muttered to himself, "Duke Harvest, I feel deeply unsettled that my actions have led to the demise of your son. However, I have a rather ungracious request. I hope you will not hold Heather responsible. As for the other aunts, you may deal with them as you wish." The young lord offered a slight bow, his expression filled with regret, while his thoughts swirled with the hope that you would not perish so easily. Otherwise, there would be no amusement left. Upon hearing these words, Harvest's expression immediately turned icy. As if shrouded in eternal frost, his eyes ablaze with fury. "No, Lord Aiden. I may concede to other matters, even that particular issue, but Agalon is my only son, and I must seek vengeance for him. This is non-negotiable." "Truly non-negotiable?" Aiden replied coolly. "What if I were to make you the bishop of the Grand Empire, commanding all forces within it?" Harvest swallowed hard, his anger gradually dissipating as he regarded Aiden. "General Buffett is quite commendable," Aiden remarked, somewhat perplexed. Harvest's pupils constricted, his face filled with terror as he gazed at him, his throat dry. After a moment of hesitation, he forced a laugh. "Well, since you, Lord Aiden, have said so, I shall grant you this favor." "Thank you, your grace. I shall certainly recommend you to my teacher for the position of bishop in the Grand Empire." As he spoke, he received 2 volumes from a cloaked figure behind him and handed them over. These contain information on the others, along with a sacred level sword technique, the Thunder Sword method. "As compensation, strive diligently. I have high hopes for you." A young man spoke to a middle-aged one with the deference of a senior to a junior. Yet Harvest did not take offense. For the sake of the sword technique, it was worth it. While martial arts levels and fighting spirit levels in the continent are akin, sacred level combat techniques are exceedingly rare, and divine level techniques exist only in legend. Harvest's face lit up with excitement as he accepted the sword technique and materials, then knelt on one knee, declaring, "Thank you for your mentorship, my lord. I shall follow your lead faithfully, dedicating myself entirely to your service." With a hearty laugh, Aiden boarded a carriage and departed, the cloaked figures behind him swiftly mounting their horses to follow. "Farewell, my lord." Once the carriage had entirely vanished from sight, Harvest rose, his facial muscles contorting. "One day, I shall slay you, you bastard, to avenge my son." He stowed the sword technique in a spatial ring and summoned a trusted aide, handing over the materials. Go to the Mercenary Guild and post a world mission. Hunt down these individuals. I will offer you 200,000 gold coins for each. And if captured alive, the reward shall double. Understood, my lord. The confidant hurriedly departed with the documents in hand. Meanwhile, Harvest ambled back to his study, instructing the guards stationed at the door to ensure that no one was permitted entry. Approaching the bookshelf, he gently twisted a vase, then moved to a wooden carved beast beside the shelf and pressed its eye. With a creak, the bookshelf shifted aside, revealing a concealed door. Upon entering, he discovered a modest chamber measuring about 5 square meters, furnished solely with a device resembling a magical tablet from a mercenary guild. Harvest covered his face with a cloth and deftly tapped on a peculiar page that exuded a sense of bloodshed. He began to inscribe something upon it when, suddenly, the page vanished, replaced by the visage of a beautiful woman on the screen. Greetings, this is the Assassin S Alliance. How may I assist you? She inquired. I wish to post a mission, he replied, pausing briefly, an advanced mission. The woman's expression immediately turned grave as she stated, what is the identity of the target? Unperturbed by her commanding tone, Harvest replied, Hathaway Hyde, a member of the Hyde family, a swordmaster of the Dozong level. The woman, now expressionless, announced. 1 million gold coins. Harvest felt a pang of discomfort at the mention of such a sum, yet he nodded resolutely. I will provide a deposit of 200,000. Should I receive confirmation of her demise, I will promptly remit the remaining amount. Understood. Mission number 89757. She responded before severing the connection. Harvest, unruffled, retrieved an unnamed magic crystal card from his spatial ring, akin to a bank card on Earth. He inserted the card into a slot on the magical tablet, prompting the screen to display a confirmation interface for entering the password and mission number. The screen flickered, revealing a line of text, mission number 89,757. Amount 1 million gold coins, please confirm. Harvest tapped confirm, and moments later, the screen displayed a successful transaction notification. He placed the card back into his spatial ring and, summoning his energy, struck the magical tablet with his palm, shattering it into countless fragments. As twilight descended, Lin Han and his companions discovered a cave. Small at the entrance yet spacious within, providing an ideal refuge for the night. The group tidied up the interior and spread hay and blankets, while Howard moved a large stone to block the entrance. Sitting before the campfire, the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Lin Han continuously turned the roasting leg of a wild boar, the savory aroma wafting through the air. Avril gazed at Lin Han with a beaming expression, her eyes shimmering with unmistakable affection. Heather appeared somewhat distracted, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead. Meanwhile, Howard sat diligently training his physique, practicing the techniques Lin Han had taught him, integrating the principles of vital energy from novels to circulate his fighting spirit within his body, surprisingly yielding effective results. Before long, the meat was ready. Lin Han used a dagger to distribute the portions among the group. Avril expressed her gratitude and delicately nibbled at her share, while Heather unabashedly seized her piece and devoured it. Lin Han found this behavior to be quite amusing. After only a few bites, Avril ceased eating and gazed at Lin Han with rapt admiration. Feeling slightly overwhelmed by her attention, Lin Han's face flushed deeper as he set down his meat, awkwardly suggesting, Avril, your constant gaze is rather unsettling. Perhaps you could wait until I've finished before you admire me? A mischievous smile danced on his lips. Startled, Avril's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head like a frightened rabbit. Observing the two, Heather felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy and remarked, Could you both refrain from flaunting your affection in front of us? We still have dinner to enjoy. Ah, such blatant jealousy, Lin Han teased, rolling his eyes with a chuckle. Heather's expression shifted as she retorted with fervor, Jealous? Not at all. I'm not jealous. Lin Han gazed at her in surprise. What is wrong with you? None of your business. I'm going to sleep now, Heather replied, her face flushed as she retreated to a corner to lie down. Lin Han and Howard exchanged silent glances, with Howard bowing his head to continue his battle with the barbecue. Lin Han gazed at the meat in his hand, yet felt no appetite whatsoever. Avril observed the silhouette of Hathaway, lost in contemplation. Lin Han summoned the water element, allowing Avril to wash her hands and face, before lying down fully clothed. Meanwhile, Howard continued to endure the trials of his physical form. A night passed in silence. Lin Han and his companions remained oblivious to the chaos that engulfed the entire continent due to his presence. This turmoil was not solely attributed to the newly emerged world tasks from the Mercenary Guild, but also to the rumors that circulated, claiming Lin Han possessed the ability to resurrect others. Initially dismissed as a jest, the situation escalated when numerous citizens of Province asserted they had witnessed such miracles firsthand, rendering disbelief impossible. Consequently, many families and solitary warriors commenced a widespread search across the continent, intent on capturing him. As dawn broke, Lin Han roused his companions, refreshed himself, and gathered the belongings of the monk before continuing eastward. Their aim was to reach the nearest city and board a winged beast to swiftly depart from the influence of the greedy wolf mercenary group. As for vengeance, pursuing it at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death. A wise man knows that retribution may be deferred. As they journeyed, they encountered several mercenaries along the way, and Lin Han gradually became aware of the peculiar glances directed at them. A considerable number of mercenaries began to trail their group, seemingly observing their every move. Caution prevailed as he sensed an unsettling tension in the air. Lin Han whispered to the group, "Have you noticed?" Heather's lips moved slightly. "These mercenaries are not particularly strong. They are trailing us from a distance, like scouts. In that case, let us play with them," Lin Han said, a faint, cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as they headed northeast towards the nearby woods. The group altered their course, moving northeast, while a few mercenaries from behind split off to report back, leaving marks along the way. After approximately half an hour, a sprawling mountain range and dense forest came into view. Suddenly, several individuals accelerated into the woods, and upon entering, Lin Han released an owl and a battle hawk. The pursuing mercenaries exchanged glances as they witnessed the acceleration into the forest. A group of over 10 formed a defensive formation and hastened after them, continuously leaving markers. After a mere 10 minutes, they had chased for dozens of miles, but were alarmed to discover they had lost sight of Lin Han and the others. The surrounding trees were thick, their lush foliage obscuring the sky. "This is bad. We have fallen into a trap," one of the older mercenaries remarked after surveying the area. "Here, we cannot establish our defensive formation, and the dim light makes it difficult to see. We should retreat swiftly." Several timid mercenaries echoed his sentiment. "Sewer, if you're afraid of dying, then leave. Don't try to fool the others here," a burly man responded disdainfully to the older mercenary. The robust figure, with a shaved head and 2 intersecting scars on his face, exuded an air of fierceness. The other mercenaries dressed similarly to the burly man chimed in. Yes. If you're cowardly, just go. Stop spouting nonsense. The Crazy Tiger mercenary group is truly lacking. Crazy Tiger, perhaps Lazy Cat, would be more fitting." The 2 mercenaries following the older one immediately took offense and shouted angrily, "Nonsense. If you dare, say it again, and I'll deal with you." Sewer, the older mercenary, glared at the burly man. "Base, control your subordinates, or I won't show mercy." "Humph," Base scoffed, spitting on the ground. "I would like to see how you will show no mercy. You seek death." Sewer roared, his anger boiling over as he swung his sword at Base. Base, not to be outdone, drew his weapon and charged forward, and soon the air was filled with the sounds of furious shouting and the clashing of metal. Their subordinates also drew their swords, engaging in chaotic combat, while the rest gathered together to watch the spectacle, occasionally commenting on the unfolding drama. Lin Han observed the chaotic melee through the eyes of an owl, feeling a sense of incredulity. It seemed the enemy had not yet made their appearance. Yet infighting had already erupted among his own ranks, truly embodying the essence of a rabble. Through his scrutiny of their combat prowess, Lin Han discerned that the strongest among them was the elder mercenary, a low-level dozong. Next was the burly man, also a low-level dozong, albeit slightly lacking in experience compared to his counterpart. The remainder were of mid-tier and upper-tier dosher levels. Tightening his garments, Lin Han instructed Avel and the others to take cover while he cautiously approached the group of mercenaries, concealing himself behind a large tree 50 meters away. Through the owl's vision, he continued to monitor the situation, poised to seize an opportunity amid the turmoil. At that moment, the outcome of the skirmish began to take shape. Due to the fewer numbers on Sol's side, his men were swiftly overwhelmed, losing their combat effectiveness. Although the mercenaries under the burly man's command could not directly engage Sol, they persistently harassed him, significantly diminishing his fighting capacity as he struggled to fend off their assaults, sustaining numerous injuries in the process. Suddenly, a mercenary from the burly man's side emerged, lunging a sword towards Sol's ribs. Sol quickly pivoted to evade, narrowly escaping the blade but sustaining a significant tear in his clothing. Seizing the moment, Bas delivered a kick to Sol's right leg, inducing a sharp pain that caused Sol to collapse to the ground. Years of mercenary combat experience kicked in, and he immediately rolled to the side as he landed. After knocking Sol down, the burly man, BAS advanced with a heavy swing of his sword. However, as he stepped forward, several vines unexpectedly sprang forth, ensnaring his left leg. The force of his momentum caused him to lose balance and topple forward. From his position on the ground, Sol instinctively thrust his sword toward the falling BAS. The sickening sound of steel piercing flesh echoed as BAS fell, a massive sword protruding from his body, blood gushing from the wound, rendering him lifeless. Sol, panting heavily, gazed at BAS with a mixture of relief and triumph. The surrounding mercenaries looked on in astonishment at this turn of events. The disparity was stark. Akin to a robust man attempting to overpower a woman, only for the woman to reverse the roles entirely, a quintessential case of the strong being vanquished. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, Boss's men rushed forward, seeking retribution against Sol. He hastily picked up Boss's sword to defend himself, and once again, the fray erupted into chaos. Let them fight, let them die in droves. Lin Han thought, exhilaration coursing through him as he watched the mercenaries. No longer was he the timid Lin Han who had first arrived in this foreign realm. He now understood deeply that this was a society where one must tread upon the corpses of others to survive. Assisting Sol in slaying BAS had further augmented his experience, now reaching 80% toward the next level. Though Sol was injured, the disparity in their levels was not easily diminished by mere wounds. And Lin Han continued to navigate the chaos, crafting opportunities for both sides. Before long, all of Boss's men lay dead, and he himself had accrued numerous injuries. Lord Sol is truly formidable. How dare that scoundrel BAS challenge you? He was truly blind to his own demise, one astute mercenary exclaimed, eager to ingratiate himself. Indeed, indeed. The Lord is truly remarkable. Other mercenaries could not help but feel vexed at having been outpaced by another, and they hurriedly echoed their sentiments, hoping that Sewer would forgive their earlier lack of assistance. Enveloped in the flattery of the crowd, Sewer became somewhat intoxicated by their praise, completely oblivious to the earlier oddities exhibited by Base. As Sewer reveled in the adulation, faces unexpectedly materialized upon the 3 trees behind him. Suddenly, several vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring his legs. Just as Sewer summoned his fighting spirit to free himself from the vines, a hammer-shaped orb of light struck him on the head, leaving him momentarily stunned. At the same time, the branches of the trance behind him lunged forward like swords, piercing him and rendering him akin to a beehive. Lin Han immediately leveled up, and the cooldown of his skills vanished. Lin Han suddenly appeared before the astonished mercenaries. A chain of lightning struck them, instantly turning 6 individuals into charred remains, level 3 lightning chain. In an instant, only a few kittens remained scattered about. With a wave of his hand, the essential soy sauce party summoned water elementals and magma creatures to ensnare several of them. Speak, why have you been trailing us? The group exchanged glances, turning away in silence. It seems you have chosen to remain tight-lipped. Let us see if your lives are as resilient as your tongues. Lin Han gazed coldly at the group before him. Then, with a mere flicker of his mind, summoned forth his elemental control. Instantly, torrents of water, fierce flames, and sharp branches assailed the mercenary at the edge, who perished before he could even react, leaving the remaining few trembling in fear. Speak, or perish, Lin Han commanded. I'll tell you. Please, don't kill me, pleaded one young mercenary, tears streaming down his face as he quaked uncontrollably. Gar, you coward. Another mercenary spat angrily, rising to confront him. At that moment, several branches swiftly lunged forth, piercing his body and leaving multiple gaping wounds, blood splattering across Gar's face. An unpleasant odor wafted through the air as Lin Han, with a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, remarked, Speak, or your fate shall mirror his. All right. The young mercenary stammered, trembling. Yesterday, a world mission was posted in the mercenary guild to hunt you down, with a reward of 200,000 gold coins, and double the amount if captured alive. Furthermore, there have been rumors that Gar dared to lift his eyes momentarily before quickly lowering them, too fearful to continue. What is it? Do not stutter. Lin Han barked at him. Gar whispered, There are rumors that you possess the ability to resurrect others, and numerous factions are offering bounties for information about you. After speaking, he repeatedly bowed his head and pleaded, My lord, I have divulged all I know. I beg you, spare my life. Lin Han squinted as he absorbed the news. Suddenly, through the owl's vision, he discerned a large contingent approaching from that direction. His expression shifted subtly, and he promptly turned to retreat to the hiding place of Avril and the others. However, the summoned entities unleashed their attack, and within mere moments, The mercenaries were annihilated. A flicker of golden light flashed in Lin Han's eyes as he leveled up once more. At this moment, Lin Han's attributes were as follows. Character: Lin Han level, 18 skill points, 2 ordinary skill points, and 1 ultimate skill point. Skills: Gale Step, level 1. Water Element, level 1. Entangle, level 1. Magma Creature, level 1. Storm Hammer, level 1. Healing, level 3. Blizzard, level 3. Chain Lightning, level 3. Radiance, level 1. Owl, level 1. Holy Shield, level 3. Holy Light, level 1. War Eagle, level 2. Focus Aura, level 3. Glorious Aura, level 3. Resurrection, level 3. Voodoo, level 3. Lin Han invoked a powerful spell, intertwining his fingers to form intricate seals. A mysterious rune materialized before him, gradually fading into oblivion. The jungle game commenced. What followed was even more thrilling, as recently, the author began to rectify the previous narrative flaws. Lin Han swiftly found Avril and the others, fleeing northward until they discovered a cave to take refuge in. Lin Han repeated a familiar motion, forming hand seals to leave behind a mark. Before long, a multitude of mercenaries arrived at the site of the massacre, where bloodstains marred the ground and bodies lay strewn about. The devastation of numerous trees evident from the fierce battle that had ensued. A gentleman of refined appearance, appearing in stark contrast to the brutish reputation of mercenaries, approached the corpse of Base. Frowning, he withdrew the sword embedded in the body, scrutinizing it before passing it to a robust man, the leader Robin. "Can you explain why your subordinate's sword is lodged in my man?" the elegant figure inquired. The mercenaries behind him grasped their sword hilts, their expressions darkening as they glared at Robin and his men. "How would I know? I didn't witness it. Perhaps he stabbed himself," Robin replied with a shrug. Feigning innocence. "You?" The refined gentleman could no longer maintain his composure, the veins on his forehead throbbing. "If you do not clarify within a few days, I shall ensure your mercenary band is eradicated." Robin's demeanor shifted to one of cold resolve. "Then let us see who will be the one to perish, my mercenary group or yours." Tension escalated between the two factions, the air thick with animosity and the palpable sin of impending violence. Enough of this bickering. There are greater matters at hand. Several individuals escorted a young man clad in splendid attire towards them. The young noble regarded the two with evident disdain. "Yes, Your Highness Peter." The crowd that had been bristling with hostility immediately tempered their demeanor, bowing respectfully, though unable to suppress their indignation at his contemptuous gaze. "Let us proceed. The sooner we capture those miscreants, the sooner I can return home," the young noble remarked with a tone of disgust. "It is beneath me, a prince of the Grand Empire, to associate with such lowly mercenaries." At his words, the surrounding mercenaries seethed with fury, some brazenly cursing in outrage. "If you deem us beneath you, then why not return whence you came? You'd be nothing without your noble birth." The young noble wiped his brow with a handkerchief offered by a nearby maid and carelessly tossed it back at her after a casual gesture. "They are far too loud." A cold, indifferent man clad in a swordsman's attire bent slightly before vanishing into the crowd. In a flash of steel, several heads tumbled to the ground. The man reappeared beside the young noble, standing guard with his sword. The other mercenaries fell silent, their faces pale with fear as they regarded the stoic figure. Charlie and Robin swallowed hard, relieved they had not joined in the ruckus. The nobleman cast a glance at Charlie, who immediately broke into a sweat, though he maintained an air of nonchalance. "You lead the way. You are certainly preferable to those uncouth mercenaries. At least you lack their brutish demeanor." "Yes, Your Highness," Charlie quickly replied, bowing in acknowledgement. He instructed several mercenaries to remain behind and deal with the corpses, then led the team in pursuit of Lin Han and his companions, following the footprints they had left behind, unaware of the peculiar trees nearby. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the cave. An owl sat motionless on a large tree outside the cave, while the mercenaries surrounded the entrance tightly. "Your Highness, according to my subordinate's investigation, their group should be inside the cave," Charlie said, bowing respectfully to the elegantly dressed man, Peter, with a sycophantic smile. "Then why not hastily send someone in to capture them?" Peter replied impatiently. "Your Highness, the entrance is quite small, only allowing 2 individuals to enter at once. If they block the entrance from within, it could lead to significant casualties." Charlie hesitated, then explained. "I care not for how many men you lose, as long as you capture that one called Lin Han," Peter retorted with evident annoyance. "Yes, Your Highness, I shall certainly capture Lin Han for you." Charlie responded with a fawning tone, casting a sly glance at Robin. He approached to organize an assault on the cave. With most of Robin's men assigned to lead the charge, Robin clenched his fists, fixating his gaze on Charlie, who felt compelled to smile back. Robin relaxed his fists, maintaining a calm demeanor as he directed his subordinates to take the lead. The first 100 mercenaries prepared at the cave entrance, around 80 of whom were members of Robin's Sky mercenary group. After about 5 minutes, the mercenaries began entering the cave one after another. The first 2 mercenaries, having taken only a few steps, suddenly found their footing giving way, and they fell into a large pit, emitting cries of despair. The pit was filled with sharp wooden stakes, each tip coated with a deadly poison. The mercenaries behind attempted to retreat, but the ones behind them pushed forward, causing the front line to tumble into the pit, their screams echoing as bodies quickly filled the deep hole, nearly leveling it off. The remaining mercenaries continued to surge forward, confronted by a water elemental and a magma monster that relentlessly attacked them. Given the confined space, evasion was nearly impossible, and many fell victim to the onslaught. However, some managed to survive, and their numbers gradually increased until the water elemental and magma monster were ultimately vanquished. As the mercenaries were about to breach their hiding place, Lin Han quickly gathered a few close to him, continuously forming hand seals while reciting incantations. After approximately 5 seconds, a blue and white magical circle appeared beneath them, and soon a protective barrier of the same hue enveloped the group. Just as the mercenaries were about to reach their hiding spot, the magical circle and barrier vanished, and Lin Han and his companions disappeared as well. Simultaneously, at the location where Lin Han had slain Base and the others, a magical circle materialized beneath a large tree. And as the protective barrier flickered, Lin Han and his companions reappeared beside the tree. Group teleportation. This spell transports friendly personnel within a 20-meter radius to a designated location marked in space, with a range not exceeding 1,000 kilometers. A maximum of 100 spatial markers can be placed at once, which are recoverable. One may utilize the device 5 times a day, with a minimum interval of 1 hour between each use, and the count resets at midnight. Avril gazed at Lin Han with admiration, while Heather displayed a more complex expression, a blend of awe, curiosity, and sorrow. Howard, on the other hand, appeared indifferent. "Let us depart swiftly. Our counteroffensive has commenced," Lin Han declared coldly, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The group followed Lin Han back along the path towards the cave, soon catching up with the mercenaries left to dispose of the bodies. Without uttering a word, Lin Han executed a swift motion and materialized beside them. A formidable bolt of lightning, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, erupted from the void, striking them down instantly. The air was filled with their anguished cries as several mercenaries were completely electrocuted. Gazing towards the cave, a sinister smile crept across Lin Han's face. This is merely an appetizer. The main event is yet to unfold. The upcoming scenes promised to be even more thrilling, as the recent modifications to the text began to rectify previous errors. Meanwhile, the third Prince Peter erupted in fury upon discovering the cave was unoccupied. He drew the sword of a nearby guard and plunged it into the messenger mercenary, killing him instantly. Charlie, lurking nearby, silently congratulated himself for his astuteness in refraining from personally delivering the news, for otherwise, he would have met the same fate. "Your Highness, please do not be enraged. I possess a method to locate them," a figure in a black robe with a hood interjected, their voice harsh and grating. The previously arrogant Peter bowed slightly in respect, his demeanor transformed. "I appreciate your assistance, Master Rueli." The cloaked individual nodded, extending a hand to rest upon a nearby tree. Their hand, slender and elongated with sharp nails adorned with strange, captivating patterns, was unsettling. After approximately 5 minutes, several mercenaries grew impatient, and even Peter's expression began to show signs of irritation. At last, the black-robed figure withdrew their hand and stated calmly, "They have passed through here. They have been inside the cave for over an hour. Curiously, they have yet to emerge, and there are no traces of them within a 10-mile radius." Despite the calmness in the figure's voice, a hint of heat crept to their face beneath the hood, as their earlier confidence in locating the individuals had yielded no results. "What shall we do now?" Peter felt disappointment welling within him, yet dared not display it on his face, maintaining a facade of respect towards the black-robed figure. "Wait," the figure replied, remaining composed. "They shall return." Upon hearing this, Peter's curiosity piqued, and the surrounding mercenaries leaned in to listen intently. "Why?" Peter questioned, puzzled as he gazed at the cloaked figure. "If they have already escaped, What reason would they have to return? Would that not be akin to walking into a trap? Instinct was the only reply. The figure cloaked in black presented a rather ludicrous justification. Yet Peter exhibited no skepticism. It appeared that anything uttered by him was deemed irrefutable. As Peter continued to regard the black-robed man with utmost reverence, most of the mercenaries surrounding them displayed expressions of disdain. Had it not been for the indifferent man standing nearby, sword in hand, these forthright individuals would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of invective. Very well. Prepare accordingly for their arrival, the black-robed man commanded. Meanwhile, Lin Han and his companions were rapidly approaching within less than 5 miles of the mercenaries. Ever since they had been 10 miles away, an ominous premonition had lingered in Lin Han's heart, growing increasingly oppressive as they drew nearer to the mercenaries. As if he had overlooked something crucial, Lin Han casually commanded a few individuals to swiftly and efficiently eliminate the scouts and sentinels along the path. At that moment, the figure clad in black stood with his hand resting against a tree, staring blankly in the direction of Lin Han and his companions, speechless. If one were to remove his mask, they would find his face etched with astonishment. How had he discerned the presence of these sentinels and scouts? Could it be that he possessed some form of ancestral bloodline? Yet, his exterior seemed to suggest otherwise. He murmured a few words to Peter, who then proceeded to relay instructions to Charlie. Lin Han and his companions moved swiftly, soon finding themselves less than a kilometer from the cave. Yet they were compelled to halt. The number of hidden sentinels had increased, making it impossible to eliminate them all without revealing their presence. These sentinels were often grouped together, and their strength was formidable, rendering a single lethal strike unattainable. Heisway hastily scribbled on the paper. Lin Han nodded thoughtfully and inscribed, "Let us retreat for now. We shall return once darkness falls." The group promptly erased their traces and swiftly withdrew. The figure in the black cloak retracted his hand and proclaimed, "They have departed. Let us take a moment to rest, for they shall return this evening." As he spoke, a formidable aura emanated from his cloak, overwhelming the surrounding mercenaries, who were instantly brought to their knees in sheer terror, particularly those who had earlier displayed disdain, fearing retribution. "Tonight, I shall take matters into my own hands, ensuring they do not return." With that, the cloaked figure turned and stepped into a tent. As soon as the black-cloaked figure entered the tent, an owl swooped down, alighting on a nearby tree, its head slightly turning to survey the mercenaries' arrangement. Inside the tent, the figure gazed skyward, his eyes seemingly piercing through the fabric to the world outside, a look of understanding gracing his features, before he closed his eyes to rest. Time continued to elapse, each second stretching into eternity as midnight approached. Lin Han, Howard, and Heather stealthily approached the mercenary camp, leaving Avril concealed in a hiding spot. Silently, she dispatched a few drowsy sentinels and finally reached a point just over 100 meters away from them. Suddenly, Lin Han and the others took out several pills and consumed them, then retrieved a few bottles from their backpacks. Upon uncapping them, a faint mist wafted toward the camp. One by one, the guards at the entrance collapsed, snoring on the ground, and the camp fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any sound, resembling a desolate graveyard. The bottles contained a potent narcotic concocted by Avril, known as Dragon's Breath, reputedly capable of incapacitating even a colossal dragon. Lin Han had desired to concoct a poison himself, yet Avril lacked the expertise to create such a widespread toxin, leaving him to settle for this alternative. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Han unleashed a bolt of lightning from his fingertips, striking a tree 5 meters away. The electric flash crackled, splintering the wood. Yet not a single mercenary emerged from the camp. "All right, let us proceed." Lin Han beckoned the others to swiftly approach the camp, casually eliminating any mercenaries in their path. When he dispatched the last guard at the entrance, a golden light surged through his eyes, indicating his ascension to level 19. As they reached the largest tent, an unsettling feeling surged within Lin Han, accompanied by a sudden and intense palpitation. "This is bad. We have fallen into a trap. Quickly, let us retreat." Lin Han abruptly grasped the arms of the two individuals and swiftly retreated. As the trio reached the entrance, a gaunt figure obstructed their path. The person wore an expression of indifference, with eyelids slightly drooping, standing with a sword cradled in his embrace. He emanated a formidable aura, akin to a sharp blade radiating intense murderous intent. Lin Han and the two others gazed at him with solemn expressions, their hearts brimming with vigilance. "Since you have arrived, why not stay a while and rest? There is no need to rush away," a youthful voice resonated from behind. Peter emerged from the tent under the watchful protection of his guards, his countenance replete with arrogance as he regarded the trio. Upon catching sight of Heather, an intense desire flickered in his eyes, glimmering with lascivious intent. Heather, perceiving the covetous gaze directed at her, felt a wave of revulsion surge within her. Lin Han's gaze swept over the elegantly clad youth and his entourage, and upon spotting the figure in the black robe, a surge of unease washed over him, prompting him to regard the individual with heightened wariness. "Who are you? Why are you pursuing us?" Lin Han furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the young man in splendid attire, his hands discreetly forming seals within the voluminous sleeves of his robe, rendering any unusual movements undetectable from the outside. "You need not concern yourself with our identities. The purpose of my presence here is to take you away," the prince declared. "As for that little girl," Peter's gaze fixated on Heather with an unsettling intensity. "If you serve me well, I might spare your life and even contemplate taking you as my maid." "Bah, in your dreams. I would rather accompany a swine than follow you," Heather retorted fiercely, her face a mask of defiance as she unleashed a torrent of invective. Lin Han was suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of foreboding, feeling a surge of frustration. His hands continued to weave intricate seals, with only a few remaining. That fiery little lady was undeniably captivating, a fact that the prince found rather appealing. Peter's lewd grin was unmistakable as his gaze lingered hungrily on Heather. As Lin Han completed the penultimate seal, a smile crept across his face, envisioning the moment the teleportation would commence and the exquisite expressions that would grace the faces of his adversaries. However, as he finished the final seal, his smile faltered. The teleportation was abruptly interrupted at the last moment. "Young man, if you think you can escape before me, you are sorely mistaken," came the harsh, grating voice of the man in the black robe. "Lin Han's teleportation has failed, leaving him surrounded by a multitude of skilled adversaries. Will they manage to escape this dire predicament? The resolution shall unfold in the next chapter." Lin Han gazed gravely at the figure draped in black robes. As he focused his mind to employ his dazzling ability, he discovered that the very fabric of space was impenetrable. A hint of bitterness crossed his face as he struggled to articulate "spatial blockade" at the saint level. The black-robed man emitted a piercing laugh. Heather V and Howard, upon hearing that laugh, gradually moved closer to Lin Han, forming a triangular defense against impending attacks. "Eliminate that muscle-bound fool," commanded Peter, his face adorned with a lascivious grin. "As for Lin Han, just ensure he remains unharmed. And that young lady," he paused, a smirk lingering on his lips, "do not injure her. It would certainly spoil the allure." Lin Han gazed at him, his eyes filled with murderous intent, yet he remained vigilant, prepared to strike at any moment. Heather spat disdainfully, her face contorted in revulsion. Howard, unfazed, gripped his great sword defensively. The man wielding the sword nodded slightly before advancing, each step measured with precision, as though the very space around him yielded to his presence. With every footfall, he emanated an aura that seemed to blend seamlessly with his surroundings, rendering him almost undetectable. An Imperial-level master. The three were captivated by this natural aura, their minds entranced and unable to escape its grasp. Suddenly, the figure vanished, and a flash of sword light tore through the air, aiming directly for Howard's throat. As Howard attempted to evade, a chilling sense of inevitability washed over him, as if escape were utterly futile. The sword tip hovered less than 20 centimeters from his neck, a bone-chilling cold seeping into him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Lin Han, previously entranced by the natural aura, was jolted awake by the sharpness of the sword's intent. He quickly summoned his focus, conjuring 2 golden barriers to shield Heather and Howard. These barriers radiated a mysterious energy, embodying the primordial truths of existence, the essence of the universe itself, the very laws governing all life. When the sword tip struck the barriers, it caused not a single ripple, as if it had met an immovable force. The cold man was abruptly knocked back several steps by an overwhelming power, his sword reduced to mere fragments. Shock etched across his face as he beheld the protective barrier. "Laws?" exclaimed the figure in the black robe, her voice surprisingly melodious, revealing her feminine nature. Peter stared at her in astonishment, noticing her trembling form as her hood slipped slightly, revealing an indescribable visage, emerald green hair, exquisite features, and eyes sparkling with boundless joy and astonishment. Her nostrils flared slightly, and her small mouth parted to reveal 2 pearly white teeth, with pointed ears. She appeared to be an elf, and though her beautiful face bore mysterious magical tattoos, they did not mar her allure. Rather, they added an exotic charm. Peter found himself nearly drooling at the sight. Humph. The elven woman scoffed at his repulsive expression, irritation evident in her tone. Upon hearing her voice, Peter shuddered, acutely aware of her formidable reputation. 5 years prior, she had burst into the imperial palace of the Grand Empire clad in a black robe, causing chaos as guards and nobles alike fell before her. Even a coalition of several saint-level masters had been powerless against her, ultimately summoning a divine patron to subdue her after a fierce battle lasting half an hour. Remarkably, the black-robed figure was not slain, but instead became a revered protector of the royal family, with even princes compelled to bow in her presence. The reasons for this were known only to a few involved, leaving Peter, the third prince, in the dark. The invincible effects of the voodoo soon dissipated, and Lin Han felt a wave of vulnerability wash over him. Adjusting her hood, the figure in black addressed Lin Han, her voice remaining harsh and grating. "Tell me the reason behind your ability to wield the laws, or I shall make your existence a living hell. And the girl beside you will meet a fate of humiliation." With a swift motion of his hand, Lin Han unleashed a chain of lightning directed at her. However, the figure clad in black robes appeared utterly indifferent. As the lightning chain approached within a meter of her, it inexplicably transformed into a cascade of electric arcs and vanished. "In my domain, I am akin to a deity, unless you possess divine status," the black-robed individual remarked disdainfully. Lin Han remained silent. With a flick of his wrist, the cloaked figure unleashed a beam of green light that enveloped the indifferent man, calming his previously tumultuous energy. "Eliminate that muscular man," the cloaked figure commanded. The indifferent man nodded, pivoting to appear before Howard, his right hand poised like a dagger aimed at Howard's throat. Howard swiftly raised his sword to deflect the impending strike. A crisp clash resonated as the finger met the blade. Beside them, Lin Han pointed, directing a hammer-shaped orb of light towards the indifferent man's head. Without so much as a glance, the man exuded a violet aura, effortlessly blocking the orb. His fingers trembled, and fissures radiated from the point of contact, instantly shattering Howard's sword into fragments, while the indifferent man's finger continued its relentless advance toward Howard's throat. The orb penetrated the violet energy, striking the top of his head, leaving the indifferent man momentarily dazed and motionless. Seizing the opportunity, Howard swung his sword in a downward arc, just as the blade was about to connect. The indifferent man jolted awake, gathering his energy in his abdomen. A surge of pain coursed through him as he was propelled backward, crashing into a nearby tent. "Damn bastard!" the indifferent man roared, emerging from the tent, suspended in midair with violet flames roaring around him. His right hand formed a grip, conjuring a sword of violet energy that instantly manifested in his grasp. He darted towards Howard, executing a downward strike. With a thunderous impact, the indifferent man was once again sent hurtling backward. Lin Han stood resolutely before Howard, encased in a golden shield. The indifferent man attempted to circumvent Lin Han to strike Howard, yet Lin Han's steadfast presence rendered it impossible for him to reach his target. Resorting to wide-area attacks posed the risk of harming Heather, thus he was compelled to face off against Lin Han. Aware that such extraordinary spells could not be utilized frequently and their duration was limited, 45 seconds later, the shield surrounding Lin Han dissipated. The indifferent man reformed his energy sword, charging directly at Lin Han. He kicked Lin Han in the abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air, blood spilling from his mouth. A beam of holy light descended from above, enveloping Lin Han and swiftly alleviating his discomfort. Meanwhile, as the indifferent man assaulted Lin Han, Howard and Heather coordinated their attacks from either side, targeting his head. The indifferent man's finger flicked against Heather's blade, and she felt a tremendous force surge through her sword, causing it to fly from her grasp as she stumbled backward. Howard, however, was not as fortunate. The indifferent man's focus was solely on him. With a swift motion, the man seized Howard's fist with his left hand and delivered a brutal kick to his chest, shattering his ribs and leaving a deep indentation. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed Howard before Lin Han. Lin Han pressed his hand against his chest, and a concentrated wave of healing energy flowed into his body. Visibly, his chest began to swell gradually, and soon his sternum was entirely restored. However, a formidable force of fighting spirit remained, relentlessly ravaging his body. Howard's vitality waned with each passing moment, his gaze growing increasingly hollow. After a brief span of several breaths, his life force finally extinguished. Lin Han also wished to use resurrection to bring him back to life, but upon considering the subsequent repercussions, he ultimately decided against it. Even if he were to revive him now, he would soon meet death once more. The indifferent man, after dispatching Howard, refrained from attacking Lin Han and instead returned to the doorway, standing silently. Seeing him in action, Peter, anxious, grasped Heather tightly and urged, "Kai, what are you doing? Hurry and apprehend those two." Kai coldly replied, "I only kill, I do not capture." Peter, in a fit of rage, pointed at him, his finger trembling slightly with indignation. He retrieved a golden token from his spatial ring, embossed with a flower of the Bauhinia, and directed it at him with a fierce command. "Captain Kai of the Royal Guard's 3rd Squad, I command you in the name of the 3rd Prince to seize those two individuals." Kai merely tilted his head, feigning ignorance. "Enough, do not press him further." Peter was about to speak when the cloaked figure interrupted him, then addressed Kai. "Young one, your ability to maintain your stance is commendable. With diligence, you shall surely achieve greatness." The ever-cool Kai, however, respectfully performed a sword salute to the cloaked figure, thanking the master for his guidance. The cloaked figure nodded, then shifted his tone to Lin Han, stating, "Our paths diverge. It would be wise for you to surrender." Peter chimed in, "Boy, you would do well to cease your resistance, or this prince shall make your existence a living hell." His face twisted into a grotesque grin as he gazed at Heather. "My dear, tonight I shall make you." The narrative's first turning point approaches, as new rules will emerge within the system, alongside the introduction of equipment. Lin Han remained unmoved, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. Heather turned to him, softly calling his name. "What?" Lin Han responded, noticing her anxious expression, and quickly reassured her, "Do not worry, we will be fine." Heather bit her lip and nodded. "I believe in you. Will you remember me in the future?" Her voice was barely a whisper, and Lin Han did not catch her words, his focus solely on the potential threat before him. Heather approached Howard's lifeless body. Kneeling beside it, her hand resting gently upon him, she directed her mental energy into the ring on her finger, and in an instant, the body vanished. Sensing the fluctuation in the space around him, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Han's face. Was it a spatial ring? Note, a spatial ring cannot store living beings. But a corpse, being devoid of life, can be kept within. Moreover, time within the ring stands still, preventing decay. Peter and the others gazed at her in astonishment. Those who possessed a spatial ring were far from ordinary, typically belonging to affluent families or exceptionally powerful lone wanderers. Yet, with circumstances pressing upon them, even Heather's formidable lineage would not shield her from retribution. Having incurred offense, one must ensure complete obliteration of evidence. Heather retrieved a scroll from her ring, fastening it to her belt, then grasped Lin Han's hand, placing the ring upon his finger. Whether intentional or not, it found its resting place on his left ring finger. Just as Lin Han opened his mouth to speak, Heather gently covered his lips with her hand and enveloped him in her embrace, holding him tightly. Lin Han, unsure of where to place his hands, lifted them only to let them fall. Heather looked up and softly pressed her lips against his, whispering, "I am Heather Hyde. Never forget me." With that, she stepped back and unfurled the scroll, which then hovered in the air. She placed both hands upon it, and the runes inscribed glowed with a faint, ethereal light. Lin Han sensed that something was amiss, and by the time she attempted to intervene, it was already too late. As she reached out to seize the scroll, she discovered an invisible barrier obstructing her path. The figure cloaked in black suddenly let out an enraged roar. "Damn it, madwoman. If you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you." The voice, no longer the initial hoarse and jarring tone, transformed into a melodious yet panicked female timbre, brimming with alarm and fury. Initially, the dark-clad figure found it peculiar when Heather took out the scroll. Its appearance seemed hauntingly familiar. However, upon the scroll's unrolling, the dark figure finally recollected its nature. She swiftly formed hand seals, and a green arrow of light shot towards Heather's throat, an arrow of life conjured through with magic. Yet, it detonated abruptly about a meter away from Heather, failing to graze even the hem of her garment. The scroll emitted a blinding radiance, and countless enigmatic runes erupted from it, encircling Heather. Lin Han endeavored to shatter the invisible wall surrounding Heather to halt her, but her efforts were in vain. Observing the futility of the attack, the cloaked figure, realizing the scroll had been activated, turned to flee. Though Peter and Kai were unaware of the scroll's significance, they understood that whatever could instill such fear in a saint-level adversary was beyond their means to confront. They swiftly scattered, making their escape, followed by several other guards. However, not 50 meters into their flight, they were abruptly thrown back as if colliding with an unseen barrier, landing on the ground with bruised faces and streaming noses. Peter even lost a few teeth in the process. The dark figure, neglecting the fallen hood that revealed her uncanny visage, extended her hand forward. Her face etched with profound despair as she uttered, "Spatial barrier, Master Rueli, what has happened to you?" Prince Peter, clutching his bleeding nose, quietly inquired. For at this moment of life and death, he had lost all desire to gaze upon that face filled with strange allure. "Get away," the cloaked figure bellowed. Devoid of any respect for the prince, delivering a slap that caused Peter to lose the remaining teeth he had. "If it weren't for your audacity in provoking her, why would she resort to the despair scroll?" With that, the dark figure kicked him, cursing him as a worthless fool, adding, "If it were not for the greater cause, I would have already slain you." Peter, unaccustomed to such humiliation, charged at the cloaked figure in fury, only to be sent hurtling back with even greater speed, collapsing to the ground unable to rise. Meanwhile, Kai and several guards feigned ignorance, unwilling to court misfortune. Upon hearing the scroll's ominous nature, they lost their will to resist. Save for Kai, whose eyes glimmered with an insatiable thirst for battle, he was a true martial enthusiast. The Despair Scroll was one of the 10 most formidable scrolls in the continent. The purpose of the Despair Scroll is to absorb the user's entire life force to enhance their strength, enabling the wielder to possess the power of a lower deity for 2 fleeting minutes. However, when confronted by true deities, this power proves futile. Even a newly ascended god could effortlessly annihilate the user, for divinity encompasses not only strength but also profound realms of existence. Yet against those below the divine threshold, the scroll bestows considerable advantage, as deities remain a rare breed, justifying its esteemed position among the 10 most powerful scrolls. Nevertheless, the use of the Despair Scroll guarantees the user's demise once the 2 minutes elapse, hence its ominous name, reserved for moments of utter hopelessness. As more and more runes soared from the scroll, a mesmerizing array encircled Hathaway, gradually coalescing into an orb that shimmered with a ghostly luminescence. Within this ethereal cocoon, Hathaway's power surged at an astonishing rate, from mid-tier Dozome to upper-tier Dozome, reaching the pinnacle of Dozome, then descending to lower-tier Dowang, and progressing further to lower-tier Saint, mid-tier Saint, upper-tier Saint, and finally, lower-tier Deity. Ultimately, Hathaway's strength culminated at the lower deity level. With a resounding explosion, the rune-formed orb shattered, revealing Hathaway, who now stood suspended in midair, devoid of any trace of smoke or fire. Her once ebony locks transformed into silvery strands, and her complexion turned pale. An overwhelming aura surged forth, piercing the heavens and creating a colossal rift in the clouds above. The formidable pressure bore down upon Peter and his companions. Even a mere fraction of this force threatened to overwhelm Lin Han, who had to activate his focus aura to withstand it. The direct recipients of this oppressive force fared far worse, as Peter and several guards collapsed, bloodied and unconscious, while only Kai and the cloaked figure remained unsteady, drenched in sweat, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, Kai let out a furious roar, his aura escalating dramatically. He had broken through Saint level. A brilliant golden sword energy shot skyward, leaving the onlookers astonished at Kai's tenacity. A true martial fanatic, he was able to transcend even in such dire circumstances. Yet, this moment of ascendance would also herald his demise. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" He bellowed thrice, his hands forming a grasp, as a colossal sword materialized in the air, striking fiercely towards Hathaway. Lin Han swiftly utilized his skill points, and at his feet, a verdant halo materialized. Within its confines, a faint projection of thorns enveloped Hathaway, while a crimson aura manifested, casting a ghostly blood-like shadow upon her. Thorns Aura, Level 3. This grants a protective shield, adorned with thorns, to allied forces within a specified radius, inflicting damage upon those who dare to assail them. Vampiric Aura. Nearby units can replenish their vitality by striking their foes. As the colossal sword descended upon Hathaway, she extended her right hand, pointing it like a blade. Her sleeve slipped slightly, revealing a delicate wrist, skin as smooth as jade, fingers resembling tender green shoots, a beauty that captivated the soul. With a gentle touch upon the sword, it halted abruptly, the wind stilled, time froze, and the world fell into silence. A moment later, the massive sword began to disintegrate from its tip, vanishing entirely. Kai's form also commenced its dissolution, disappearing completely within mere seconds, as if he had never existed. The onlookers gazed at Hathaway in astonishment. They had always known that a divine-level being was formidable, yet they had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. A holy-tier warrior slain in an instant. This was vengeance for Howard, Hathaway stated coolly. Then, she pointed at Peter. who lay on the ground. A ripple in space ensued, and his limbs shattered, blood spraying forth. "This is the price for your insolence." With a thunderous explosion, the spot where Peter rested transformed into a crater 5 meters wide and 2 meters deep. "This was vengeance for Howard," she reiterated, before directing her finger towards a guard, whose fate mirrored that of his master, his remains rendered to nothingness. As Highsway eliminated Kai and the others, a subtle vitality coursed into her body, leaving her momentarily perplexed. At that moment, a glimmer of golden light flickered in Lin Han's eyes, drawing his consciousness into his mind. "Congratulations, you have reached level 20. The first system upgrade is commencing. The upgrade will take 1 minute. Only you remain." Highsway regarded the cloaked figure with a detached gaze. At that moment, she was drenched in sweat, her garments clinging to her form, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Raising her arm, she pointed at the cloaked figure and uttered, "You shall perish." The figure attempted to evade but found himself ensnared, a wave of spatial distortion preceding a colorless sword aura aimed at his throat. In the forthcoming chapter, new rules of system upgrades will emerge, alongside the introduction of equipment. An impending twist awaits. A metallic voice resonated within Lin Han's mind. The 5-second countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. System upgrade complete. Preparing for the camp trial. Suddenly, a screen materialized in his mind, densely populated with text. Lin Han focused intently on it. System upgrade rewards. 1. All skill effects, excluding special abilities, are doubled. 2. Reward. 1 complete set of mage equipment for the trialist. Composition: the trialist hat, trialist necklace, trialist's pauldrons, trialist robe, trialist bracers, trialist gloves, trialist belt, trialist trousers, trialist boots, trialist ring, trialist staff, trialist tome. Effects: enhances all magical effects by 25, excluding special skills. Reduces all damage by 25, excluding critical strikes. Increases mental recovery by 100. Enhances casting speed by 25. The trialist tome can seal any spell except 3 ultimate abilities. At this moment, a voice imbued with a metallic resonance echoed. The trial of factions commences. The content on the screen altered entirely. Light faction. All skills of human and elven heroes are enhanced by 50. All skills of orc and undead heroes are diminished by 50, and the ultimate abilities of the dark faction cannot be utilized. The skills of neutral heroes remain unchanged. Faction divine skill. Descent of the deity, embodying the divine, comparable to a god. All skills of human and elven heroes can be employed, with effects doubled and cooldowns halved. All skills of the light faction are unusable. All non-ultimate skills of neutral heroes can be utilized, with effects doubled and cooldowns halved. Physical strength is augmented, rendering one immune to all magical damage below the imperial level. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 1 month. Dark faction. All skills of orc and undead heroes are enhanced by 50. All skills of human and elven heroes are diminished by 50, and the ultimate abilities of the light faction cannot be utilized. The skills of neutral heroes remain unchanged. Faction divine skill. Demon transformation. Embodying the demon, comparable to a god. All skills of orc and undead heroes can be employed, with effects doubled and cooldowns halved. All skills of the light faction are unusable. All non-ultimate skills of neutral heroes can be utilized, with effects doubled and cooldowns halved. Physical strength is augmented, rendering one immune to all magical damage below the imperial level. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 1 month. The metallic voice resonated once more. Please select a faction. As Lin Han contemplated his next move, a strange, piercing roar echoed in his mind. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a monstrous creature grasping Heather's throat. The beast was grotesque, its body covered in long fur, limbs thick and sturdy, adorned with a pair of horns atop its head, and blood-red eyes glaring fiercely. At that moment, the scroll's effectiveness had waned, and Heather's vitality was nearly extinguished. She lay on the brink of death, her skin dulled, and faint wrinkles marred her once exquisite visage. The creature bore numerous sword wounds, one particularly deep gash slashing diagonally from its shoulder to its waist, nearly cleaving its belly open. With a thunderous roar, the monster directed its fury towards Lin Han. A cruel smile spreading across its face as it suddenly swung its fist into Heather's abdomen. With a sickening sound, its fist punctured Heather's stomach, leaving a gaping hole through which torrents of blood spilled forth, pooling on the ground. In her final moments, Heather turned her head with great difficulty to gaze at Lin Han, her eyes brimming with reluctance and sorrow, her lips quivering as she formed the shape of a word. Leave, before her head drooped lifelessly. In anguish, Lin Han cried out, a violent surge of emotion overwhelming his mind. Kill, kill, kill. A primal urge for vengeance surged within him, his vision clouded with crimson rage as he glared at the beast, longing to tear it to shreds. At that moment, he yearned for power more than ever, loathing his own frailty. He wished to attack immediately, yet found himself paralyzed. The creature flung Heather's lifeless body before Lin Han, and upon seeing her unblinking eyes, he was consumed by a murderous intent. Ding! Due to the host's overwhelming negative emotions, the default alignment is now the dark camp. Alignment selection successful. Rewards are now being dispensed. The creature's form began to shift, its fur receded, the horns vanished, its limbs elongated and slenderized, and its monstrous visage transformed into one of exquisite beauty. Moments later, a naked woman emerged, her skin smooth and her figure alluring, albeit marred by unsightly markings, even upon her face. Yet, she radiated an unusual charm. She was none other than the dark-robed master, Rueli. She retrieved garments from her spatial ring and donned them, then draped a black robe over herself, pulling up the hood, resembling her original appearance. The dark-robed figure regarded Lin Han, still frozen in place, with disdain as she began to form incantations, preparing to eliminate the final obstacle. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from Lin Han, disrupting the elemental magic in the air, interrupting the dark-robed master's spell. At that moment, pure dark energy surged into his body, enhancing his physical form to better accommodate the dark power, elevating his strength to that of a low-ranking king. As a multitude of violent, greedy, selfish, and angry emotions surged within him, the once serene sea of his mind gradually transformed into a dark abyss. A radiant column of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Han in a magnificent and enigmatic ensemble. The figure cloaked in black, Rueli, gazed at Lin Han with astonishment. Witnessing him adorned in a purple robe intricately embroidered with golden threads, depicting mysterious runes. In his right hand, he wielded a staff approximately 1.5 meters in length, crowned with a purple gemstone surrounded by 8 gems of varying hues, each representing one of the elemental forces. In his left hand, he held a thick tome, its cover adorned with peculiar symbols that intermittently glimmered with an ethereal light. Lin Han's eyes suddenly widened, the fury, rage, and hatred within him transformed into an eerie calm. "I shall make your existence a torment," he stated. His gaze fixed on Rueli, a chilling tranquility enveloping him. Rueli regarded him with palpable disdain, retorting, "How laughable for one of such lowly rank to boast so grandly. Let us see if you possess the capability to end my life." Lin Han bellowed, "Demon transformation." Instantly, an inexhaustible surge of dark elements erupted from his body, intertwining with the surrounding dark elements. In mere moments, the area within several miles was enveloped in these dark forces, plunging the sky into an abyss of darkness, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Lin Han hovered in the air, 2 sinister horns sprouting from his head, his eyes transforming into blood-red demonic orbs, and a pair of bat-like wings unfurling from his back. Simultaneously, his power surged rapidly, reaching divine levels. With a thunderous roar, Lin Han, now embodying a demon, let out a cry that resonated through the heavens, unleashing waves of negative emotions that permeated the surrounding dark elements with an aura of malevolence. Rueli gazed upon Lin Han in his demonic state, astonishment flooding her heart. Gradually, the surrounding dark elements thickened, the evil essence intensifying. She was taken aback as torrents of negative emotions assaulted her mind. Initially, she could resist with ease, but as time wore on, the intensity of the onslaught grew, and her heart began to churn with agitation. With a primal howl, Rueli succumbed to the turmoil, her negative emotions seizing control of her body. She began to swell dramatically, horns sprouting anew from her brow, her appearance becoming grotesque, limbs thickening, and her eyes turning crimson. Resembling Lin Han closely, save for the absence of demonic wings, a half-formed demon. Transformed into a monstrous form, Rueli's power surged, surpassing the saintly level to reach the divine, her prowess even slightly exceeding that of Lin Han in his demonic state. Lin Han, utilizing his mental prowess, summoned a spatial ring to collect the body of Heiswei. Shielding it from the chaos of battle, for once the original owner of the ring perished, it became a possession without master, available for any to wield. In a flash, Rueli appeared before Lin Han, her sharp claws lunging towards his head. Lin Han swiftly evaded to the side, directing his staff at Rueli, releasing a chain of lightning towards her. She pivoted without hesitation, charging directly at him. Just as the lightning chain was about to strike, a shield made of dark flora emerged, shattering upon impact, causing the lightning to dissipate. Rueli suddenly accelerated, leaving behind phantoms in the air, instantly materializing behind Lin Han. Her form grotesquely morphing into that of a colossal bear, showcasing the monstrous traits she had adopted. With a powerful paw, the bear struck towards Lin Han's head, simultaneously binding him with an eerie force. A cerulean shield enveloped Lin Han, accompanied by shards of ice clinging to his robe. The bear's palm met the shield, shattering it in less than a second. However, as the colossal bear closed in, its speed noticeably diminished, allowing Lin Han to retreat a few steps with composure. Evading the oncoming attack, Mana Shield creates a shield that absorbs damage using the user's mana, capable of absorbing up to 100 points of damage. Frost Armor envelopes the target in a protective layer of frost, enhancing defense while slowing down enemies who engage in close combat. Lin Han gazed at the colossal bear, secretly astonished. It was indeed a rare druid of the elven race. Upon witnessing the monstrous yet immensely powerful Riri, he suddenly comprehended why Heather had been defeated. As the giant bear distanced itself from Lin Han, its speed rapidly returned, emitting a roar as it charged towards him. Simultaneously, numerous plants erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare him. This exemplified the peculiarities of a druid. After transformation, they possessed formidable close combat abilities and could wield magical attacks, embodying the quintessential dual mastery of martial and magical prowess. Lin Han directed his staff towards the colossal bear, unleashing a blue ice arrow that struck it, significantly reducing its speed, even more so than the frost armor. Simultaneously, with a flourish of his staff, a thick layer of ice enveloped a 50-meter radius around him. The giant bear, encased in ice, struggled relentlessly to break free from its frozen prison. Truly, as a druid adept in both magic and martial prowess, its physical strength was formidable. The ice emitted creaking sounds as cracks began to form. Frost Arrows fires an ice arrow that inflicts freezing damage upon the enemy and substantially decreases their movement speed. Frost Nova creates a frost explosion originating from the target, dealing damage to all nearby foes and slowing their movement speed. Lin Han swiftly retreated, simultaneously forming intricate seals with his hands. A meteor, engulfed in emerald flames, pierced through the void and crashed upon the colossal bear, causing ice shards to scatter everywhere. Rui Li was dazed by the impact. The meteor emitted a deafening creak as it morphed into a gigantic figure, entirely ablaze with the infernal green flames of hellfire. Inferno, ultimate magic hellfire, descends from the heavens, and upon striking the ground, it inflicts 50 damage upon its targets, generating a tremendous shockwave that disorients enemies in the vicinity for 4 seconds. The hellfire persists for 180 seconds. When the hellfire manifested, a blood-red siphoning halo appeared beneath Lin Han's feet, accompanied by a sinister aura and a green durability ring. The hellfire approached and delivered a powerful punch to the bear's head, sending it hurtling backward and creating a large crater in the earth, singeing a patch of its fur. Recovering from its daze, the bear let out a furious roar, unleashing a powerful sound wave that surged toward Lin Han and the hellfire. Lin Han was propelled several meters away by the force of the sound wave, colliding with a large tree and instantly spewing a mist of blood. The hellfire skidded several meters before regaining its balance and charging toward the bear. Lin Han's staff emitted a wave of healing energy, swiftly mending his injuries. The bear and the hellfire engaged in a fierce battle. However, the hellfire was ultimately just a summoned entity, significantly weaker than the bear. Initially, it had managed to wound the bear by surprise, but in a true confrontation, it struggled to hold its ground and soon could only defend itself. A peculiar smile suddenly crept across Lin Han's face as he pointed his staff at the bear. A luminous orb, radiating a similar aura, swiftly hurtled towards it. The bear attempted to evade, but the hellfire clung to it tenaciously. When the orb struck the bear, it felt no pain, leading it to a moment of relief. However, upon glancing at the hellfire, the bear was astounded to see it had grown several times larger. Lin Han gazed upon the enormous bear transformed into a diminutive lamb, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Hellfire lifted its foot and forcefully stomped down upon the little lamb. Rui Li attempted to evade to the side but discovered her speed significantly diminished, and to her dismay, she found herself unable to wield magic or martial energy. Ultimately, half of the lamb's body was caught beneath Hellfire's foot, unleashing a chilling cry from the creature due to the overwhelming force. The enchantment, akin to a wild creature's transformation into a sheep, had minimal magical consumption and a brief casting interval. Soon, the effects of the spell waned, and the giant bear reverted to its original form, albeit with numerous burn marks adorning its body. In a fit of rage, the bear roared violently before delivering a powerful punch that forced Hellfire back. Its body began to contort and swell, accompanied by a disconcerting cacophony of creaking bones. Moments later, a new monstrosity emerged, resembling a dragon with an additional head. Indeed, it was a chimera of the elven lineage, albeit a demonic variant adorned with 2 extra pairs of horns. Rueli, astonishingly, was a druid of the elven race, a rare dual transformer capable of metamorphosing into 2 magical beasts, one of which included the bizarre chimera. Transformed into the chimera, Rueli spread her wings and soared into the sky, rendering hellfire ineffective. Both of her heads opened wide, unleashing a plume of dark green toxic mist and a bolt of lightning aimed at Lin Han. With his staff pointed forward, Lin Han conjured a water-blue magical shield that absorbed the lightning. However, the toxic substance continued to waft toward him. He hastily retreated, yet still inhaled a trace of the noxious mist, instantly feeling dizzy and disoriented. As Lin Han retreated several meters, preparing to employ a healing wave, he was suddenly struck by a wave of palpitations, akin to the lazy roll of a donkey. From the very spot where he had stood, a sinister wooden spike emerged, entwined with malevolent energy. Before Lin Han could rise, he felt a faint tremor beneath him and hastily rolled aside. One wooden spike after another sprang forth, filling Lin Han with profound humiliation as he found himself continuously tumbling on the ground. Rueli, having unleashed nearly 10 wooden spikes in quick succession, began to sense a depletion of her mental energy, causing her speed to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han executed a swift roll, evading the ensuing wooden spikes, and launched a frostbite ice arrow towards Rueli. As she opened her mouth, a bolt of lightning struck the ice arrow, instantly transforming it into a mist of water. In a swift retaliation, she unleashed a cloud of poisonous mist towards Lin Han. However, Lin Han did not evade, for the transformation time was drawing near, and he could not afford to linger. With a deft flick of his staff, a magma creature materialized amidst the poisonous fog, instantly becoming riddled with wounds from the corrosive mist. Yet, the flames emanating from its body effectively incinerated the toxic vapors, leaving Lin Han filled with relief, grateful for its effectiveness. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to do. Lin Han swiftly executed a gale step, vanishing from Rueli's sight, and rapidly positioned himself directly beneath her. The Frost Nova, even more formidable than when first unleashed, expanded in range, instantly encasing Rueli in ice, causing her to plummet like a frozen mass. Truly, as a god-level druid adept in both martial and magical arts, she sought to ascend once more as soon as she touched the ground, only to be ambushed by a series of stone spikes erupting from the earth, striking her and rendering her momentarily dazed. Impale, the claws descended upon the ground, hurling the adversary skyward, pinning them to one of the cavern lord's sharp forelimbs, inflicting substantial damage while ensnaring the target in a daze for several moments. Meanwhile, the Hellfire, which had been idly observing, lunged upon her, engulfing her in searing flames. The intense agony jolted her back to consciousness, yet she found herself unable to shake off the relentless grip of the Hellfire. A cruel smile crept onto Lin Han's face as he summoned his will. His staff, in the Book of Trials, began to levitate and spin around him. He formed intricate seals with his hands, and a foul stench began to permeate the air. A vast swarm of locusts, exuding a potent miasma, surged toward Rueli, enveloping her entirely. Her anguished cries echoed as the locusts dissipated, revealing a gravely weakened Rueli and the Hellfire, now reduced to a mere pile of stones. She had reverted to her human form, her demonic state vanished. Her body was riddled with wounds, exposing her innards and bones, and from the gaping wounds, green flames flickered ominously, as the Hellfire had fully infiltrated her being. At that moment, Lin Han's demonic transformation also waned, returning him to his original appearance, save for his hair, which had turned white. Remarkably, the Trialist's gear, a gift from the system, showed no signs of damage whatsoever. Lin Han, gripping his staff in his right hand and cradling a tome in his left, approached Rueli, casting a disdainful gaze upon her. "I have promised to make your existence a living hell," he proclaimed. At that moment, a chain of lightning struck her left arm, instantly reducing it to charred remnants. Humph! Rueli let out a pained gasp, beads of sweat cascading down her face. "This is merely the beginning," Lin Han stated coldly as he waved his staff, summoning a magma creature. The creature seized her remaining arm with its hands. The air filled with the sound of sizzling flesh, followed by a nauseating stench of charred meat. "Ah!" Rueli screamed in agony, her voice piercing the air as she cursed, "You wretched insect! If you dare, then kill me." Lin Han shook her head and stated, I have promised to make your life a living hell. The magma creature lunged to seize her leg once more, and a flicker of determination flashed in Rue Li's eyes. If you refuse to let me die peacefully, then let us all perish together. In an instant, her body began to swell rapidly, emanating a perilous aura. Damn it! Lin Han cursed as she swiftly retreated. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, and although Lin Han had withdrawn, the sheer magnitude of the saint-level self-detonation was overwhelming. She was caught in the blast, and the space around her trembled violently, ultimately tearing open a rift, into which Lin Han was drawn. Lin Han experienced an extensive dream in which he beheld Avril, her visage etched with sorrow as she stood at the threshold, gazing into the distance. The sun rose and set, and people withered away. He dreamt of Hathaway, her eyes brimming with hope as she implored him to remember her, to forever hold her in his thoughts. Suddenly, a violent earthquake jolted him awake, the ground trembling beneath him. Little Phillips walked cautiously, his gaze fixed upon the ground to avoid toppling someone over. A gruff voice resonated nearby, prompting Lin Han to squint and assess his surroundings. He discovered himself lying on a stretcher, surrounded by a dense forest. A middle-aged man and a youth, scarcely 17 or 18, were lifting the stretcher. Judging by their attire and demeanor, they appeared to be hunters, albeit of limited prowess. The man was merely a mid-tier warrior, while the boy possessed the strength of a low-tier fighter. Sensing no malice from them, Lin Han felt reassured and closed his eyes to rest. In the mist-laden capital of the Grand Empire, the Fog City, King Roland III was engrossed in reviewing reports from various regions within a study deep within the palace. Suddenly, a shadow materialized in the room, kneeling respectfully and stating, Your Majesty, the third prince's mission has failed. Without lifting his gaze, Roland III continued to scrutinize the documents and asked coldly, What of their whereabouts? The shadow trembled, bowing lower yet remaining silent. Roland III's hand trembled slightly as he raised his head, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, What has happened to my third son? The shadow suddenly knelt fully, prostrating and trembling as it replied, Your Majesty, please accept my condolences. The third prince, along with Lord Rue and Lord Kai, has perished in battle, their remains obliterated. Master Rue sacrificed himself in a mutual destruction with the enemy. What? Roland III sprang to his feet, a violent fury emanating from him, causing the temperature in the study to plummet drastically. The shadow was nearly rendered unconscious by the overwhelming aura of wrath. Roland III sank back into his seat, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, murmuring, Galio, do you not think that someone has conspired against my son? How could mere ants of the highest master tier slay my third prince? Your Majesty, I cannot say for certain, but one must not underestimate anyone. Even those who seem weak in your eyes, a distant voice echoed, cool and detached. When Lin Han awoke once more, it was already evening, and he found himself in a modest wooden cabin. The interior was simple, furnished only with a bed and a somewhat aged cabinet, which bore a hole in its door. Lin Han attempted to rise, but felt utterly drained, every movement sending waves of pain through his head and internal organs. Even the thought of using magic for healing was thwarted, as his mental energy felt akin to being pricked by needles. The creaky wooden door emitted a disconcerting sound, as though it might splinter with the slightest pressure. Lin Han remained on high alert, observing the entrance. An elderly man, his hair completely white, entered the room. Upon seeing Lin Han awake, a warm smile graced his face. Greetings, dear traveler. Lin Han gently nodded and greeted, Hello. May I inquire where I am? Curiosity tinged his voice as he sought to ascertain his location, hoping to determine whether he had traversed realms once more. The elderly man, with a warm and affable smile, kindly informed Lin Han of his whereabouts and addressed his other inquiries. Fortunately, this time he had not crossed dimensions. He had merely journeyed from the Grand Empire to a quaint village situated at the northeastern edge of the Furnace Mountain Range, within the Kingdom of Rome. Here, the villagers rise with the sun and retire at dusk, primarily subsisting through hunting. Lin Han was rescued from the mountainous woods of the Fire Furnace Range by the village's most formidable hunter, Uncle Gal, and his nephew, young Philip. According to their accounts, when they discovered Lin Han, he was drenched in blood, his body riddled with numerous wounds, some of which even exposed bone and entrails. It was Uncle Gal who suggested bringing Lin Han back to the village for treatment by the elderly healer, the white-haired old man, who also serves as the village chief. Lin Han was recuperating here, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. His injuries had healed completely, leaving no trace of scars. Throughout this month, Lin Han attempted to resurrect Heather and Howard, but to no avail. The system informed him that the ultimate abilities of the opposing faction could not be utilized until the faction trial was concluded, which left Lin Han quite disheartened. His escape skills were also rendered ineffective. Howard's resurrection was manageable. He merely needed to wait for the trial's conclusion to use the revival spell on him. However, Heather's situation was more complicated. A direct application of the revival spell would not suffice, as she had been slain by the laws themselves. Thus, it was imperative to find someone with a profound understanding of these laws to eliminate the remnants of the laws within Heather before she could be revived. Meanwhile, the continent was rife with turmoil. The Apothecary Association had produced the first purple-robed apothecary in a millennium, prompting numerous factions to flock to the association's headquarters in an attempt to recruit him, all of which were met with rejection. Rumors circulated that this purple-robed apothecary had indeed been courted, though the identity of the recruiter remained unknown. Additionally, the Grand Empire issued a continent-wide bounty for a person named Lin Han. Following the previous world-spanning mercenary mission announced by the Greedy Wolf Legion, Lin Han found himself once again pursued relentlessly. In a short time, he became a household name. Yet, at this moment, Lin Han was entirely unaware, as he was still recuperating in a small mountain village. Even if he had known, he would have felt little pressure. Since the last battle, his appearance had undergone significant changes. His hair had turned white, his facial features had become more chiseled, and a hint of melancholy adorned his visage, rendering him unrecognizable to those unfamiliar with him. On this day, Lin Han bid farewell to the old village chief, Uncle Gao, who had saved him, and young Philip. After Lin Han departed, the village chief returned to his modest abode, brushing his hand across his face, which instantly transformed into that of a younger man. He opened a cabinet and retrieved a peculiar device resembling an ancient bronze mirror, although the reflective surface was transparent. Grasping the handle with both hands, he infused it with magical energy, causing the mirror's surface to shimmer with brilliance. After approximately 1 minute, the light subsided, revealing a figure wearing a strange mask. "Pelahis, what have you discovered?" The masked figure inquired, his tone flat and devoid of emotion, lending an almost artificial quality to his voice. "Reporting, my lord. After a month of observation, I have not detected the power we seek within Lin Han. Instead, he possesses a concentrated and pure darkness," Pelahis replied, his face a mask of respect as he kept his gaze lowered, too intimidated to look up. "Very well. Continue to monitor him and report any developments immediately." "Yes, my lord." A hint of hesitation flickered across Pelahis's face as he whispered, "My lord, I have a question that I am uncertain whether I should voice." "Speak, my lord." Since he not only lacks what we are searching for, but also wields nefarious dark powers, why not eliminate him? He could very well become a significant threat to us in the future. "Humph." The masked figure scoffed, causing Pelahis to cower and kneel, pleading in terror, "My lord, I am at fault. Enough, this shall not happen again. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. The more you know, the sooner your demise." Although separated by a magical device, Pelahis felt an overwhelming aura of malevolence, causing his back to become drenched with sweat. Meanwhile, Lin Han was wandering aimlessly through the forest, tragically lost. A vast net was lunging towards him, with an unknown force lurking in the shadows, watching him intently. Bentley Exon, the son of the Count Exon of the Roman Kingdom, was notorious throughout the realm, not for his strength or debauchery, but for his idealistic aspiration to become a bard. This ambition greatly disappointed Count Exon, yet, given the scarcity of heirs in the Exon lineage, he could not ignore his son's whims. Thus, he sent Bentley to the esteemed Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts in the capital, hoping he would acquire knowledge to eventually inherit the title. However, Bentley continued to act unpredictably, skipping classes to hide in the library, engrossed in books about the diverse cultures across the continent. Ultimately, he became the first student in the Academy's history to be expelled without attending a single class, earning notoriety, albeit of an unfavorable kind. Count Exon was incensed, confining him to his chamber with 2 choices, either starve or study diligently to inherit the title. 3 days passed, and Bentley remained obstinate. On the 4th day, worried for his son, Count Exon hastily opened the door only to find a person collapsed on the floor. In shock, he rushed to assist, only to discover that it was not Bentley, but rather his servant. It turned out that shortly after being confined, Bentley had coerced and bribed the servant to take his place, allowing him to escape. Count Exon sighed, shaking his head in resignation, and retreated to his study, leaving a group of bewildered servants behind. Meanwhile, Bentley had successfully fled the capital of the Roman Kingdom, Jerusalem. and was joyfully accompanying a group of mercenaries toward the dwarven and goblin settlements in the Furnace Mountains. This band of mercenaries, known as the Shield and Sword Mercenary Corps, was tasked with escorting a caravan to these settlements for the purpose of trading weaponry and equipment. The Furnace Mountains were rich in various ores, and the dwarves and goblins primarily resided there, mining these resources to craft exquisite weapons and armor, which they exchanged with humans for everyday necessities and the dwarves' beloved strong spirits, as well as the shiny trinkets favored by the goblins. It is indeed difficult to fathom that the notorious, timid goblins, known for their lewdness, share similar interests with the formidable dragons. Bentley followed the procession to the border city of Stone Hollow in the Roman Kingdom, the closest city to the Furnace Mountains. The bustling streets were filled with a cacophony of vendors' calls, teeming with dwarves, humans, and various other races. At the city gates, the group was compelled to halt due to a disturbance ahead. A crowd had gathered, obstructing the entrance. Bentley exchanged greetings with Rue, a member of the Sword and Shield Mercenary Corps. Rue, a middle-aged man in his late 30s, was amiable and understood Bentley's curiosity, recognizing that the 16 or 17-year-old youth was at an age ripe for adventure. Apologizing profusely, Bentley squeezed through the throng to the front, where he witnessed several soldiers leering at a girl of about 17 or 18, while an elderly man lay on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Inquiring about the situation from a nearby onlooker, Bentley's anger ignited. The girl had been attempting to enter the city with her grandfather. The entrance fee was typically 1 copper coin per person, yet the soldiers demanded 10 copper coins from the girl and the elderly man. When the old man questioned the exorbitant charge, the soldiers brazenly responded, "Because you are an old man. The elderly are prone to mishaps, and should anything occur, it could be troublesome. Thus, you must pay extra, a fee for potential troubles." Enraged, the old man argued with them, revealing the soldiers' true nature. They shamelessly suggested that if they lacked the funds, they could leave the girl to entertain them, or else they would arrest them on charges of disturbing the peace. One soldier even attempted to touch the girl's face as the old man intervened, only to be violently kicked, causing him to cough up blood and lose consciousness. Now, the soldiers had cornered the girl against the wall, tugging at her clothing as she wept and sought to evade them. "Stop, you vile scoundrels!" Bentley could no longer contain his outrage and rushed forth to intervene. The soldiers turned to face him, one of them sneering, "Who is this wretch, daring to meddle in the affairs of the old man without knowing who he is?" "I care not who you are," Bentley retorted with righteous indignation in broad daylight. Beneath the open sky, you, as soldiers sworn to protect the civilians, brazenly harass women and injure the elderly. Truly, you are lawless. The soldiers exchanged glances, looking at him as though he were a fool. "Are you mad? Lawless? Who do you think you are?" The bystanders anticipated an entertaining spectacle, envisioning a heroic rescue where a powerful figure would emerge, vanquishing the soldiers and saving the girl, leading to her eternal gratitude. However, they were met with the reality of a Na'vi boy, and the excitement waned. Among the crowd, Lin Han smirked slightly. This scene was all too familiar, reminiscent of his own foolish bravado, which had led him to meet the earnest Howard and the shy Mu Ping. A myriad of events transpired subsequently. Yet now everything has changed irrevocably. Howard and Heather have temporarily departed from this world, while Mu Ping has vanished without a trace, taken away by the aged Gandalf. Avril is presumably on her way to the Apothecaries Association, leaving me uncertain as to when we shall reunite. I had promised her that I would fall in love with her, a promise I have yet to fulfill. Suddenly, a series of pained cries and rapturous applause resonated through the arena, pulling Lin Han back from his reverie. There he beheld Bentley, who was currently enduring a beating. Although Bentley had attended the Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, he spent his days ensconced in the library. If the soldiers appeared to Lin Han as inept fighters with a combat prowess of merely 5, then Bentley's skills were utterly pitiful by comparison. His appearance was so unremarkable that he could hardly be distinguished from an ordinary person. He was merely a pampered heir, utterly helpless and swiftly reduced to rolling on the ground from the blows he received. Lin Han silently shook his head. With a mere thought, a verdant halo, visible only to him, materialized beneath his feet. The Bentley was also encompassed within the magical circle, and soon, numerous emerald runes adorned it. A manifestation of the elven skill known as Thorn Halo. The ability to render others invisible through this halo was a discovery that filled Lin Han with satisfaction, for it was the subtlety of stealth that truly reigned supreme. However, as he now belonged to the dark faction, the effects of the elven skills, which belonged to the light faction, were halved. thereby diminishing the potency of the thorn halo considerably. At that moment, an eerie scene unfolded. Several soldiers were mercilessly beating Bentley. Not only was Bentley suffering injuries, but the assailants were also sustaining wounds. Yet, this did not deter them. Rather, it incited their ferocity, prompting them to strike even harder. Lin Han felt a sense of miscalculation wash over him as he prepared to intervene and rescue the young man. Just then, a commotion erupted from the crowd. "Make way! Make way!" A middle-aged man pushed his way through. It was Rue, the leader of the Sword and Shield Mercenary Corps, accompanied by several members of his team. Upon recognizing Bentley as the victim, he was momentarily taken aback, but without hesitation, he rallied his comrades to charge forth. While these soldiers may have bullied the common folk, they were no match for seasoned mercenaries who thrived in the heat of battle. In an instant, there were cries of despair, and within moments, several soldiers were dispatched. Rue helped Bentley to his feet, inquiring, "Are you all right? How did you end up in a scuffle with these ruffians?" Bentley struggled to rise, grimacing in pain. Upon learning the circumstances surrounding the altercation, Rue was consumed with fury, launching into another bout of fierce retribution. "You wretched mercenaries dare to strike me," bellowed one soldier clad in the uniform of a squad leader. "My brother-in-law is a general in the city guard, the esteemed Lord Prometheus, a combat king-level archer." Lin Han was momentarily at a loss for words. Previously, it was always about who my father was, who my uncle was, and now, here comes the mention of my brother-in-law. What a predicament. A few mercenaries froze at the squad leader's words, casting glances at their commander, Rue. Rue hesitated as well. After all, his mercenary band was a small one, weak in comparison to the city guard, not to mention the presence of a high-ranking martial artist among them. The highest level of strength in his ranks was his own, a low-tier martial artist. The disparity of two tiers left him utterly defenseless. Noticing Rue and his comrades' hesitation, the squad leader grew increasingly arrogant, a smug expression plastered across his face. "You lowly mercenaries, are you frightened now? All of you must kneel and apologize to me, and pay me 100 gold coins each, and I shall spare you." The young mercenaries glared at him, their fists clenched, ready to retaliate. But for the intervention of several older mercenaries who restrained them. "What? Are you still daring to act?" The squad leader, taken aback, retreated a few steps, his bravado faltering as he shouted, "If you dare to make a move, I will have my brother-in-law deal with you." Rue waved his hand, calming the younger mercenaries, then approached the squad leader slowly, his expression devoid of emotion. "Noble young master, your brother-in-law is a high-ranking martial artist? You demand an apology? In compensation of 100 gold coins from each of us?" Each word uttered by Rue was met with a nod from the arrogant squad leader, who wore a sinister grin. The young mercenaries, however, felt a sense of satisfaction as they observed the unfolding events. They understood that Rue's calm demeanor indicated his displeasure, foreshadowing the squad leader's impending misfortune. Only the older mercenaries cast worried glances at Rue. Rue stood before the squad leader, gently lifting him up, placing one hand on his shoulder while brushing off the dust with the other, a faint smile gracing his lips. The young mercenaries' excitement grew, their eyes wide with anticipation of the storm that was about to break. "Must you truly demand an apology?" Rue inquired softly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. The arrogant squad leader raised his chin defiantly, snorting, "Of course. And it must be at least 10 kowtows." His arrogance intensified as he envisioned the mercenaries bowing like dogs. And he chuckled at the thought. Rue gazed at the deluded squad leader, utterly speechless, his idiocy boundless. "Very well, 10 kowtows it is." With a swift kick to the back of his knee, Rue sent him crashing to the ground, then pressed down hard on his shoulder, pinning him to the earth. "Now, bow your head 10 times. The squad leader, trapped beneath Rue, could only emit a humiliating cry, writhing in a desperate attempt to rise, his face scraping against the ground until it was bloodied and raw. Yet, not a single bystander spoke up for him. In fact, some even cheered. Such a profound lack of character was a talent in itself. Lin Han seemed to sense something and gazed towards the city. Suddenly, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at Rue. Rue took a half-step back, then swiftly kicked up the arrogant squad leader who lay on the ground. The arrow pierced through his body, pinning him to the ground. His face was a mask of astonishment as he stared at the quivering arrow shaft, never anticipating that he would meet his demise at the hands of those he relied upon. The mercenaries under Rue were equally taken aback by this outcome. Though they longed to dispatch the arrogant squad leader immediately, they were aware of the formidable backing of their adversary and could only hope for a lesson to be taught. However, Rue adhered to the principle of eliminating threats entirely once offended. He drew his great sword, preparing for the incoming arrow. Before long, another arrow shot forth. But Rue deftly deflected it with his sword. He then stomped the ground, leaving a deep imprint as he surged toward the direction of the arrow, creating multiple afterimages in the air. With a metallic clang, Rue was sent flying back, crashing into the crowd and toppling several onlookers. An arrow was lodged in his arm. His great sword lay discarded, now marred by a puncture from another arrow. His fellow mercenaries rushed to help him, while a few retreated discreetly from the throng. At that moment, the crowd parted to reveal several burly soldiers guarding a man clad in leather armor. The man approached, his arms and body appearing oddly disproportionate. With calloused hands, he halted 20 meters away from Rue and the others, regarding them with a disdainful expression. "Who gave you the audacity to kill my men?" he inquired. Suddenly, Rue, who had appeared incapacitated, sprang up and yanked the arrow from his arm, thrusting it toward the man. Yet, he was intercepted by several soldiers before he could reach him, and was subsequently subdued, his limbs broken. "Bastards, I'll fight you to the death." A young mercenary could no longer contain his fury and charged at the man with his sword. However, anger alone could not secure victory. A soldier swiftly kicked him down and then stomped viciously upon his head. Other mercenaries attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Just as the soldier's foot was a mere 10 centimeters from the downed mercenary's head, a hammer-shaped orb of light struck him, rendering him motionless. Two spectral wolves suddenly appeared, pouncing upon him and tearing him to shreds. All of this transpired in an instant, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. As no one had time to react to the soldier's demise, Feral Spirit summons two wolves to assist the prophet in battle for a duration. Wolves summoned by skills of higher levels exist for 60 seconds. Howl, howl. Two piercing wolf howls jolted everyone awake, and the Duke-level archer, along with his subordinates, exchanged anxious glances as the atmosphere thickened with tension. At that moment, 3 ethereal rings unfurled beneath Linhan's feet. The Emerald Thorn Ring, level 3. The Azure Brilliance Ring, level 3, and the Focus Ring, level 3, instantly elevating the strength of the spectral wolves, which lunged towards the Duke-level archer from both flanks. Vallado, a general of the city guard in the border city of Stone City of the Roman Kingdom, was an upper Duke-level archer. Recently, he had been riding high on the winds of fortune, having not only taken a new concubine as his 18th, but also received credible news that he was likely to be bestowed a title in the imperial capital. Though it was merely a humble barony, for someone whose lineage had been composed of commoners, it was a matter of great pride. This evening, Vallado intended to indulge in some intimacy with his newlywed concubine. While she was not the most exquisite among his women, she possessed an unparalleled charm that could satisfy him in ways the others could not. Just as they were poised to embark on their passionate encounter, they were abruptly interrupted by his subordinates. Vallado swore under his breath that if the excuse provided by this troublesome interloper failed to appease him, he would force-feed him a bottle of misery and bind him with rope to experience the same unfulfilled desires. Upon exiting the room, Vallado grumbled, "What is the urgency?" The soldier delivering the message, observing Vallado's disheveled appearance and evident irritation, realized he was in for a rough time. He mentally replayed the moment when he had been summoned to deliver the news. Damn it, he knew that this scheming fellow harbored ill intentions. Usually, he would eagerly seek opportunities to catch Vallado's attention, but today he had pushed him forward, claiming to leave the opportunity for a friend. "General, Captain Raji's men have reported that there is a disturbance at the city gate, and Captain Raji has been injured." The soldier, suppressing his own anxiety, lowered his gaze and stood still, awaiting Vallado's judgment. Meanwhile, the 18th concubine, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, heard that her brother had been hurt. Without a second thought, she burst through the door and threw herself at Vallado, disregarding her disheveled state and flushed cheeks. The soldier, hearing the door swing open, glanced up in curiosity, his eyes widening in disbelief as he struggled to contain his drool. She stood before him, her hair cascading loosely, her face aglow with a rosy hue, her attire haphazardly arranged, and a simple coat draped over her shoulders, revealing ample skin, with her bosom prominently displayed, even hinting at a delicate blush beneath. As she moved, her form drew the soldier's gaze, causing his eyes to flicker with desire. The concubine rushed forward, clinging to Vallado's leg, tears and snot mingling as she pleaded, "My lord, you must save my brother. He is my only family if he dies. How shall I live? I will be left an orphan." She clung to his thigh, her bosom pressed against him, the softness of her touch intensifying Verado's pent-up desires, causing his little companion to rebel immediately. "You take them over first. I shall join shortly," Vardu said nonchalantly to the soldier, who was still fixated on the two ample figures before him. Fortunate that he too was captivated by their allure. Otherwise, he would have surely noticed the soldier's eyes brimming with longing. The soldier, upon hearing his words, roused from his reverie, reluctantly diverted his gaze from the enticing figures, bowed his head in acknowledgement, and turned to leave. As Vardu observed the soldier exit the courtyard, he swiftly grasped the small concubine who still clung to his thigh, his hand delving into her garments to knead her fervently. "Little enchantress, if you wish to rescue your brother, you must please me well. First, allow me my moment of indulgence." A few breathy moans escaped her lips, and she melted against him like water. Vardu hastily swept her into the room, tossing her onto the bed, and then stripped away the scant fabric that adorned her, pouncing upon her. In her fervent desire to expedite Verado's journey to save her brother, she exhibited an uncharacteristic wildness, embracing various positions she had previously hesitated to try, much to Verado's delight, turning him into a veritable marksman. 5 minutes later, with a look of satisfaction, Vardu donned his leather armor and slung his longbow across his back, striding towards the city gate, his steps somewhat unsteady. At first, Vardu was a force to be reckoned with, effortlessly vanquishing Rue. However, the sudden emergence of the spectral wolf startled him, as one of them swiftly dispatched one of his subordinates. Though this subordinate was not particularly formidable, being slain so easily was no common occurrence. Faced with the two ferocious spectral wolves, Vardu cautiously retreated behind his men, ever wary of the lurking enemy, directing several of his subordinates to fend off the wolves' assaults. A competent archer learns early on not to confront the enemy directly, for an archer is a distant damage dealer, and engaging in close combat renders one as feeble as a fighter with a power level of less than 5. By creating distance, he could regain his confidence. In that moment, he was not alone in battle. He had consumed a blue potion, applied a magical ointment, and he was rejuvenated. Lin Han observed the group of individuals entangled in combat with the shadow wolves, his heart filled with a sense of urgency. Though their abilities were modest, they exhibited a disciplined retreat and advance, subtly forming a battle array that revealed their identity as seasoned warriors, forged in the crucible of countless battles. The situation on the battlefield had reached a stalemate. Velado, noticing the two shadow wolves engaged with his subordinates while the lurking enemy remained hidden, felt a pang of anxiety. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Rue, who was being shielded by his men, and an idea struck him. With a swift motion, he turned, drew his bow, and aimed at Rue, a sense of wicked satisfaction coursing through him. "If you refuse to reveal yourself, then I shall compel you to do so." "Damn it," Lin Han silently cursed, hesitating whether to intervene. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Without transformation, he possessed merely the strength of a lower-tier mage king. Although his peculiar skills allowed him to contend with mid-tier battle kings, he was utterly outmatched against upper-tier battle kings, not to mention the archer, who was reputed to be a formidable mage. Confronting such an opponent would be tantamount to a death sentence, even if he were to heal Rue. The two of them together would not suffice, as Rue was merely a lower-tier battle king, and the disparity in their strengths was too great. If he transformed, he could easily dispatch Vardu in an instant. However, such an act would inevitably expose his identity, leading to relentless pursuit. This dilemma left him torn: should he save or refrain from saving? Verado's bow was drawn increasingly taut, with the arrowhead glinting ominously. Threads of battle energy spiraled around the shaft, for when the arrow struck, it could penetrate the body like a drill, tearing through flesh and organs with the archer's deadly technique, the poison dragon drill. As Vardu released his grip, the arrow shot forth, aimed directly at Rue's throat. Rue desperately attempted to evade, but it seemed futile, as if no direction would suffice. The archer's exclusive skill, mental lock, enabled him to pinpoint the enemy's position and guide the arrow with mental precision. The arrow sped forward with a deafening sonic boom due to its velocity. Rue, in despair, gazed at the approaching projectile, feeling as though death itself was grinning at him. Resigned, he closed his eyes. Yet, after a moment, he felt no pain as he had anticipated. Opening his eyes, he beheld a strange creature, engulfed in flames. Standing before him, Verado's arrow was embedded in its body, the tip protruding from its back, shimmering ominously. It turned out that Lin Han had summoned a water elemental and a magma monster at the last moment to shield Rue. The water elemental was dispersed upon contact with the arrow, and due to this brief respite, The arrow ultimately failed to penetrate the magma monster. Vardu turned to the crowd, which slowly parted to reveal Lin Han. Dressed in a purple robe adorned with golden thread and mysterious runes, Lin Han wielded a staff approximately 5 feet in length, topped with a purple gem surrounded by 8 gemstones of various colors, each corresponding to a different element. In his left hand, he held a thick tome, the cover inscribed with peculiar symbols that intermittently glimmered with an ethereal light. It was none other than the Trials set. The Trials set possessed 2 modes, a revelation Lin Han had only just discovered. The 2 modes were the Fashion mode and the Combat mode. In Fashion mode, when not engaged in battle, the set could transform into any desired attire, with the staff and tome vanishing into his being, reminiscent of the mystical weapons in Xinxian novels. Upon entering Combat mode, the staff and tome would reappear, along with the set's attributes, which were only active in Combat mode. Lin Han's face was concealed by a tattered piece of cloth, hastily severed from the garment of a bystander moments ago. "Friend, it appears we are not acquainted," Vardu remarked gravely, observing Lin Han with scrutiny. To his astonishment, he realized Lin Han was a lower-tier Law King-level mage, possessing a unique magic of his own design. Typically, a mage with an original spell either possesses an astute understanding of magic or has been mentored by an exceptional teacher. Judging by his youthful physique, he likely had a good mentor, although it was also conceivable that he had independently devised his magic, a rarity akin to stumbling upon a dragon's egg. "We are not acquainted," Lin Han replied, his voice gravelly yet composed, gesturing towards several individuals in the arena. "However, I intend to take these individuals with me." A sardonic laugh escaped Vardu, his expression tinged with disdain. "Do you truly believe that just because you have a competent teacher, I would be intimidated by you?" Lin Han felt somewhat conflicted. This was the second time someone had mentioned that he had a good teacher. It struck him as rather peculiar. How could they discern that he had a mentor? Nevertheless, it was quite advantageous to wave the banner of a tiger. Lin Han remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Virado's eyes, creating a palpable tension between them. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the eerie atmosphere as one of Virado's subordinates was seized by a spectral wolf, which clamped down on his right shoulder, tearing off his entire arm. He collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of fighting, and was soon torn apart by another spectral wolf. With the loss of a comrade, the formation among the remaining fighters faltered, leaving them vulnerable to the relentless assault of the 2 spectral wolves. Enraged, Vardu knocked an arrow, aiming it at one of the wolves. However, Lin Han swiftly intervened, pointing his staff to unleash a chain of lightning towards Vardu, thwarting his attack. Vardu, quick on his feet, evaded the lightning bolt with a swift turn and fired an arrow at Lin Han. In response, Lin Han sidestepped a few paces, brandishing his staff, causing several green vines to erupt from the ground and ensnare Vardu, who hastily leaped back. "Elven bloodline," Vardu exclaimed in shock, recognizing that wood-based magic could only be wielded by elves or those with elven ancestry, unaware that Lin Han possessed an almost limitless skill from the realm of Warcraft. Meanwhile, Lin Han had reached Rue's side, where most of the mercenaries were either tending to Rue or shielding him. Bentley had also been rescued, but unlike Rue, he was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground. Lin Han waved his staff, and a band of yellow light flickered among the mercenaries. Soon, the injured mercenaries and Bentley had recovered significantly, and Rue's wounds had also improved considerably, allowing him to stand with some effort. At that moment, a beam of pure, sacred light descended from the heavens, enveloping Rue's body, causing his wounds to heal swiftly. Within 5 seconds, he was entirely restored, even the internal injuries completely mended. Vardu gazed in astonishment at this transformation, realizing that it was a priest, indeed, a priest. His mind churned with confusion. Who was this individual capable of creating unique spells, and yet being a priest? At that moment, an inconspicuous figure in the crowd's eyes sparkled with intensity as he squeezed through the throng and departed. A hint of an enigmatic smile appeared on Lin Han's face. "I shall take them away," he rasped. Virado's expression was one of deep hesitation, his thoughts tumultuous. Should he refuse to let them go, he would inevitably offend Lin Han and his powerful allies, potentially leading to a dire fate. Yet, if he allowed their escape, what would become of his own dignity? How could he command his subordinates if he could not protect them? A general who could not safeguard his own men would find no followers. Lin Han gazed at the indecisive Vardu, his hand rummaging in his pocket until it emerged with a crystal. Vardu, an archer with keen eyesight, widened his eyes upon beholding the crystal, instantly breaking into a cold sweat as he noticed the engraved words, Forbidden spell mage Gandalf. An overwhelming dread enveloped his mind. He realized that he was in the presence of the disciple of the foremost mage of humanity. Suddenly, everything unusual became explicable. No wonder Voodoo possessed such peculiar abilities. No wonder, despite being merely a lower-level mage king, he exhibited no fear towards Lin Han, a higher-level fighting king. No wonder he donned such evidently valuable equipment. He had inadvertently clashed with a disciple of Gandalf. When Lin Han was drawn into the black hole formed by the fracture of space, nearly all his belongings were destroyed, save for the enigmatic trialists ensemble. Yet this communication crystal bestowed by Gandalf remained unscathed. It was now an opportune moment to wield it as a bluff, to instill fear in Voodoo. At that moment, Voodoo executed an unexpected maneuver that astonished everyone present, save for Lin Han. He turned and swiftly loosed several arrows, each finding its mark in a soldier, pinning them to the ground at the city gate, including his own hapless brother-in-law. Then, bending at a 90-degree angle with an obsequious grin, he remarked, "My lord, it was merely a misunderstanding. These individuals have offended you, and I have taken the liberty to resolve the matter on your behalf." Onlookers, including Rue and others, stared at Voodoo in disbelief. The shift was too dramatic to comprehend. Surely, this Voodoo could not be genuine. Yet, Voodoo remained unfazed, still wearing his ingratiating smile as he regarded Lin Han. Lin Han waved his hand, bemused by Voodoo's shamelessness. Yet he mentally categorized him as a dangerous individual. Those capable of bending and yielding are often the most perilous. Well, since it was a misunderstanding, he decided to let it pass. Lin Han wished to extricate himself from such perilous company as soon as possible. He continued, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave with them." "Very well, my lord, please take care," Voodoo said with a sycophantic smile, bowing once more. Lin Han entered the city accompanied by a few silent companions. The onlookers, realizing that there was no further entertainment to be had, gradually dispersed. Once Lin Han and his group had distanced themselves, the smile on Voodoo's face abruptly vanished. He turned to the soldiers behind him and commanded, "Go investigate who that person is." The soldier promptly vanished into the crowd. "This humiliation shall be avenged 100-fold. Voodoo muttered darkly to himself. "Thank you for rescuing us," Rue said sincerely, performing a gesture of respect akin to a swordsman's salute. Lin Han waved his hand dismissively and said coldly, "There's no need to thank me. I acted to save him, while you were merely incidental." As he spoke, he glanced at Bentley. "Me?" Bentley looked around, realizing he was alone in this direction, and with a puzzled expression, pointed at himself. Lin Han nodded slightly before turning to leave. Bentley intercepted him and inquired, "My lord, why must you treat me in this manner? It seems as though I am a stranger to you." Lin Han, without turning his head, remarked, "I find you agreeable." Bentley was momentarily speechless. Such a justification was indeed formidable. Observing that Lin Han had already distanced himself significantly, he hesitated, then turned to Rue, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Captain Rue, but I must take my leave now." Rue glanced at Lin Han's retreating figure before responding, "No worries, young man. It's good to travel while you're still young. Farewell, Captain Rue," Bentley said, bowing slightly before he turned to pursue the direction Lin Han had taken. Rue chuckled and beckoned his mercenaries to depart, while one of them, seemingly contemplative, cast a final glance at Lin Han's silhouette before following Rue. Bentley swiftly caught up with Lin Han, walking alongside him. "Why are you following me?" Lin Han inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Bentley, however, skirted the question, fixated instead on the mystery of why Lin Han had rescued him. As they continued walking, Bentley persistently pressed him with questions. Finally, after 5 minutes, Lin Han, overwhelmed, shouted in exasperation, "I told you, it was simply because I found you agreeable. What more do you want to know? Should I say I saved you because I like you?" Bentley paused for 5 seconds before replying, "I thought you saved me because you liked me." At that moment, silence enveloped them. All nearby individuals halted, captivated by the exchange between the two. Lin Han felt his face flush with embarrassment, while Bentley remained blissfully unaware. Turning to gaze at Lin Han with gentle eyes, Lin Han found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion, feeling as if the world had dimmed. "Oh, come on," he thought despairingly, regarding this seemingly well-intentioned young man, doubting whether he had mistakenly saved a fool. Suddenly, Bentley burst into laughter, declaring it all a jest. "Oh, come on," Lin Han retorted, exasperated, and began to walk away. "Wait for me. Don't leave so quickly," Bentley persisted, playfully. "Oh, for heaven's sake, go away and stop following me." No, I want to stay with you. As onlookers observed this pair of seemingly affectionate companions, they were left in a state of bemusement. Over an hour later, Lin Han hired a carriage and purchased a stack of maps to depart from Giant Stone City. Sitting in the carriage, he gazed in silence at this troublesome companion beside him. Had it not been for Bentley's payment, he would have long since ejected him from the vehicle. While Lin Han was lost in thought regarding this individual, Bentley raised an eyebrow, wearing a cheeky grin. Lin Han simply closed his eyes and continued to cultivate his mental strength, choosing to remain unperturbed by the external world. What is your aspiration? Lin Han opened his eyes and regarded him curiously. What is your dream? Bentley asked solemnly, his countenance devoid of its previous frivolity. Lin Han gazed into his eyes for a moment before closing his own, pondering deeply. I desire for those I love, and those who love me to be healthy and happy. Then, casting a sidelong glance at him, she inquired, And you? It was uncertain whether it was intentional, but her tone remained unaltered. Bentley, however, exhibited no sign of peculiarity. He leaned back against the carriage wall, a faint, bittersweet smile gracing his lips, his voice tinged with melancholy. I am Bentley Exon, the son of the Earl of Exon from the Kingdom of Rome. Lin Han looked up in astonishment at him, having never anticipated that he was a nobleman, an account at that. During my childhood, while undergoing a physical examination, I discovered that although my mental prowess was extraordinary, my physique was that of a cursed body, rendering me incapable of practicing either magic or martial arts. My father was initially disheartened, but as time passed, he treated me with even greater kindness, hoping that I would not feel inferior due to my condition, and seeking to compensate me for it. Lin Han's impression of Count Exon improved considerably, for in this world where the law of the jungle prevails, it is rare to find someone, especially a nobleman, who treats a son devoid of martial prowess with unwavering kindness. Bentley paused momentarily before continuing. My father, having held deep affection for my mother, refrained from taking a concubine. However, my mother passed away shortly after my birth, leaving my father with but one son. From a young age, he encouraged me to immerse myself in various forms of literature, military treatises, economic analyses, and literary works, aspiring for me to inherit his title and become a civil nobleman. He believed that, much like Chancellor Bismarck, who lacked martial talent yet became the sole Grand Duke in history, I too could achieve greatness for the kingdom. Initially, I devoted myself diligently to my studies, hoping to emulate the capabilities of the esteemed Grand Duke, despite my lack of martial aptitude. However, one day, while perusing my father's study, I chanced upon a book by the continent's most renowned bard, Nietzsche, entitled A Comprehensive Understanding of the Customs and Manners Across the Continents. It was then that I realized my true aspiration was not to become a chancellor, but rather to embody the spirit of a wandering poet, much like Nietzsche. Traversing the expanse of the continent, Lin Han gazed at him in astonishment, a son of an earl daring to aspire to be a wandering minstrel, rather than indulging in the frivolities of walking dogs and teasing gentle maidens with a retinue of sycophants. Is it not surprising? Bentley, observing the look of disbelief on Lin Han's face, revealed a hint of self-deprecating amusement, a scion of nobility yearning to embrace the life of a troubadour. Lin Han found himself at a loss for words. Bentley shook his head and remarked, I apologize. I'm not quite sure why I've said so much. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he continued. I suppose I must truly have feelings for you. It is only in the presence of someone one cherishes that one finds it easy to reveal their innermost thoughts. With that, he raised an eyebrow suggestively. Lin Han was suddenly struck by a chill and distanced himself from this insufferable individual, exclaiming, For heaven's sake, the further your thoughts wander, the farther you should retreat. However, do not succumb to despair. Those who harbor dreams are destined for success. As long as you do not relinquish your aspirations, one day you shall achieve greatness. Lin Han observed the nonchalant smile that masked a hint of unrecognized anguish and could only utter empty platitudes to console him. How about I teach you to sing a song? He suggested. Bentley looked at him in astonishment, surprised that he could sing, and without hesitation, nodded in agreement. All right. Lin Han, with a somber expression, cleared his throat and sang. Life resembles a mighty river, at times serene, at times tumultuous. Reality is akin to a shackle, binding me, rendering escape impossible. This enigmatic existence is as sharp as a blade, wounding me time and again. I am aware that the happiness I seek resides in that lofty sky. I yearn to soar higher, to dance like a tempest and break free from these confines. I long to ascend ever higher, my wings stirring a storm, my heart echoing with a cry. I am in perpetual flight, in relentless pursuit, yet I find it elusive. To truly attain liberation, I must first sever the seductive web of temptation. I desire a life more resplendent, a sky more azure. I know that the bliss I seek dwells in that elevated expanse. I yearn to soar higher, to dance like a whirlwind and break free from these bindings. I long to ascend ever higher, my wings stirring a tempest, my heart resonating with a roar. I wish to fly higher, to dance like a gale and liberate myself. I long to rise ever higher, my wings conjuring a storm, my heart filled with a cry. Higher and higher, I shall ascend. Although Lin Han's singing was far from perfect, he remained on key. Reflecting on his arrival in this unfamiliar realm, he endeavored to strive for both himself and the ones he cherished, infusing his emotions into the song, evoking a profound sensation. Bentley listened intently, tears streaming down his face, joining in the refrain again and again until he was utterly exhausted. Even the elderly driver chimed in, their voices harmonizing as they journeyed along. In Giant Stone City, a figure enveloped in a black cloak stealthily approached the entrance of an old courtyard in the commoner district, gently knocking on the door with a rhythmic pattern. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. After approximately 10 seconds, the door creaked open, revealing an old man peering through the gap, inquiring, "Where do you hail from?" The cloaked figure replied, "From the mountains of Gran, the waters of Gran, the invincible warriors of Gran." "Come in," the old man gestured, stepping aside to allow entry. After a cautious glance around, he closed and locked the door behind him. The old man escorted the cloaked figure to the threshold of a room before departing. Upon entering, the cloaked figure beheld a middle-aged man seated within. The most striking feature of this man was his elongated, narrow eyes, glimmering with an air of intelligence that rendered him astute. The cloaked figure knelt on one knee and respectfully declared, "Moses, a member of the Intelligence Department's shadow team, has matters to report to you, my lord." "Speak, what is it?" The middle-aged man casually lifted his tea, feigning indifference. In the depths of his heart, he incessantly cursed the wretched Pain, that old fool, for dispatching him to this desolate and inhospitable place. After so many years, not a single vital piece of intelligence had surfaced, leaving him to ponder when he might return to the royal capital. He found himself reminiscing about the charming courtesans of Ichuan Tower, their delicate skin lingering in his thoughts. Lost in such reverie, he could not help but smirk. Moses, the man in the black robe, observed his entranced superior with a sense of exasperation and cleared his throat. The middle-aged man was jolted back to reality, embarrassment flooding his face as he took a sip of tea to mask his awkwardness. "Sir, according to the intelligence from my informants, Lin Han has been sighted in Stone City," Moses said, feigning ignorance of his superior's embarrassment, acutely aware that if his superior became enraged, he might not know how he would meet his end. "Let him appear. It's such a trivial matter to seek me out," the middle-aged man replied nonchalantly, savoring the aroma of his tea with his eyes closed. Yet, mere seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, spitting out tea in a fit of excitement. "Who did you say appeared? Lin Han? Are you certain it's Lin Han?" Moses was startled, quickly affirming, "Yes, my lord, it is indeed Lin Han." Although he wore a mask and altered his voice, his unique magical aura is unmistakable. There is over a 95% likelihood it is him. However, it remains a mystery as to why he is in Stone City. Waving Moses away, the middle-aged man erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "The heavens do not forsake me. The heavens do not forsake me." He then turned his gaze toward the direction of the Grand Kingdom, fury igniting in his eyes as he bellowed, "Pain, you old wretch. Did you ever imagine that I would soon return? I shall reclaim all that I have lost." The elderly man at the door, hearing the outburst, wore a mask of deep sorrow, muttering to himself, "Young master, you have yet to let go of the past. Nevertheless, if it is your wish, I shall sacrifice this old body to assist you." He then raised his gaze to the heavens, whispering, "My lord, may you watch over the young master and ensure his safety." Meanwhile, in another corner of Stone City, a seemingly ordinary man, one who could easily be lost in a crowd, stood before a mirror-like device conversing with the figure reflected within. "My lord, the target's body has manifested the item we seek. He may be akin to those individuals. However, there is an unsettling aura about him, as though he were a natural adversary." "Understood. Continue to shadow him and assist him with any troubles that may arise if necessary," replied the figure in the mirror, who was none other than the masked individual from the magical device in the small mountain village on the border of the Roman kingdom. Time passed swiftly, and darkness soon enveloped the land. With no nearby city in sight, Lin Han and Bentley were left to seek shelter under the stars. Lin Han prepared a dish of beggar's chicken, delighting Bentley, who had always dined on steak and bread, to the point where he nearly swallowed his tongue in astonishment. "Brother, this chicken you've made is truly exquisite." Bentley swiftly finished his portion, gazing longingly at the serving in Lin Han's hand. Lin Han gazed at Bentley, who resembled a starving ghost reincarnated, and felt a profound sense of pity for the child from another realm. The mere sight of a beggar's chicken had him salivating with desire. Observing the boy's eager and longing expression, Lin Han reluctantly extended the chicken in his hand towards him, saying, "Here, take it. You look as if you haven't eaten in ages." Bentley's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Yet he shook his head when he noticed Lin Han had not yet taken a bite. "Are you truly not going to have any? I was just about to prepare another one, but if you insist, I shall refrain." As Lin Han spoke and began to retract his hand, a swift hand darted like lightning, snatching the chicken away in an instant. He stared in disbelief at Bentley, who was relishing every bite. Truly, the potential of humanity is boundless. Such speed could rival even that of a Zone level fighter. This is absolutely delicious," Bentley exclaimed between mouthfuls. An hour later, the two of them lay on the ground, completely motionless after their feast. Rubbing his round belly, Bentley remarked, "Big brother. May I call you that from now on?" Lin Han cast a glance at him and remarked, "Haven't you been calling out all along?" With a chuckle, Bentley scratched his head and inquired, "Brother, what is your name?" Lin Han pondered for a moment before speaking. "There are certain things that are detrimental for you to know too much about." After a brief pause, he continued, "When we arrive in the next city, we shall part ways." "Why?" Bentley asked, sitting up and looking at Lin Han in astonishment. "Because I have too many enemies, and I can sense that they are drawing near." Lin Han gazed into the distance and softly remarked, "Furthermore, my name is Lin Han." "Oh, I understand now." Lin Han felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing his response. Deep down, he yearned for companionship during challenging times. Even though he would never truly put a friend in harm's way, he found himself reminiscing about Howard and Hathaway, who lay within the confines of his spatial ring, as well as the mysteriously vanished Mu Ping, and now the ever-thoughtful Avril, who must be missing him. His thoughts drifted back to the moments of shared joy they once experienced together. "What is the matter?" Bentley suddenly inquired. "Huh?" Lin Han looked at him, bewildered. "What difference does it make if someone is after you? It's not as if they are pursuing me. What is wrong with accompanying you?" "That's not..." Lin Han began to respond but was interrupted. Bentley gazed at him earnestly and declared, "I am not one to forget kindness. Since you saved me, I must repay you." But Lin Han was about to decline when Bentley waved his hand to silence him. "The truth I have accepted will not waver. If you consider me a friend, then do not speak further. If you do not regard me as such, then let it be as though I never said anything." Lin Han fell into a sudden silence. "Alas," Bentley suddenly called out with a light-hearted smile, prompting Lin Han to raise his gaze toward him. "Are you feeling particularly disappointed? Thinking I would leave alone?" "Not at all. How could that be?" Lin Han denied expressionlessly. "Hee. Do not deny it. My mental acuity is exceptional. I can discern your thoughts merely from your expressions. Moreover, I can also..." Lin Han suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "You must hide quickly. My adversary is approaching." Bentley, aware of his inability to assist, hurriedly sought refuge by climbing a nearby tree. Lin Han's mind stirred, and the resplendent and mysterious trialist attire reappeared. In his right hand, he clutched a staff, while his left hand cradled a tome, his eyes gazing into the distance as if penetrating the very fabric of emptiness. After a span of 2 or 3 minutes, shadows flickered, and a dozen mercenaries clad in combat attire encircled Lin Han. Leading them was a burly man, his face adorned with layers of flesh, exuding an air of menace, as he sported a brazen grin and declared, "Kid, you run pretty fast. It took me quite a while to find you." Lin Han gazed at them with an expressionless countenance and calmly inquired, "Who are you? What do you seek from me?" The man, exuding an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "I am Mario, the leader of the Hungry Wolf Mercenary Corps." His demeanor was one of pride, as if the Hungry Wolf Mercenary Corps were the preeminent mercenary group in the world. With a boastful tone, he continued, "What do I want from you, you ask? Haha, I find myself in a bit of a financial bind lately. I've heard whispers in the mercenary circles that there are 2 global missions to capture you, and the bounty is substantial. Fortune favors me, for you happen to be traversing my territory. You would do well to accompany me willingly, lest you endure considerable suffering otherwise. I shall make your existence a living hell." A nearby mercenary, as thin as a reed and with a sharp, monkey-like visage, chimed in, "A living hell." The other mercenaries, regretting allowing the reed-like figure to speak first, joined in fervently to amplify their threats. Lin Han curled his lips in disdain, utterly perplexed by whether they were foolish or simply ignorant of their own folly. A group whose prowess barely reached the mid-tier Dozone level, comprised mostly of Dosher mercenaries, had the audacity to provoke him. Truly, it is said that when heaven wishes to annihilate a person, it first drives them to madness. The brash man noticed Lin Han's silence and his smile widened. "Are you frightened? If you're scared, then obediently follow me, young one." Lin Han was utterly speechless. With a flourish of his staff, a chain of lightning surged forth towards the crowd. The brilliant flashes illuminated the scene, and several mercenaries were struck down before they had the chance to even scream, some merely charred, while others were reduced to ash. The bandit, witnessing this outcome that starkly contrasted with his expectations, was immediately taken aback, his grin frozen upon his face. The great sword in his hand slipped and fell upon his foot, jolting him back to reality. In a swift, panicked motion, he collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for mercy. "My lord, Grandmaster, spare me. I was blind to your prowess. I did not recognize the sword god and have offended you. Please, treat me as though I were a mere nuisance and grant me clemency." The remaining mercenaries, equally terrified by the devastating turn of events, followed suit, kneeling and bowing repeatedly, desperately begging for forgiveness. The open space erupted into chaos, a cacophony of pleas blending into a tumultuous din. Lin Han waved his hand in exasperation and said, "Get lost." He truly did not wish to engage with this group. It was not out of a sense of compassion, but rather because he was currently undergoing the trial of the camp. Failing this trial would impede his advancement. Even if he were to eliminate them, it would yield no experience. Moreover, their strength was so feeble that they posed no threat whatsoever. They were akin to ants daring to provoke him. One cannot be overly concerned with exterminating such insignificant creatures. In Lin Han's eyes, they were no different from ants. At present, Lin Han possesses formidable strength. Without transformation, he is assured of victory against both lower and upper-level kings, while his chances against mid-level kings stand at a precarious 50-50. Should he encounter an upper-level king, he can guarantee his escape. However, upon transformation, he is capable of contending with mid-level saints. Upon hearing that Lin Han had spared their lives, the others immediately rose and fled, leaving behind a scattering of broken weapons and several lifeless bodies. Lin Han was about to call Bentley down when he suddenly felt a jolt of anxiety. In a swift motion, he rolled aside to evade danger. A glint of cold light flashed by, and a gash approximately 10 centimeters long was etched across his left arm, blood gushing forth as his limb lost its strength, rendering him nearly incapable of holding the book. Had he not evaded in time, it would not have been merely an injury to his arm, but rather a piercing of his heart. Lin Han swiftly rose to summon the water element and magma creature to safeguard himself. Simultaneously, a beam of radiant light, imbued with a sacred essence, descended from the heavens, enveloping him. In no time, the wound on his arm began to heal. However, due to the dark faction's suppression of the light faction's powers, what should have taken merely 2 seconds for recovery now took nearly 3 seconds. Lin Han glanced around, but found no trace of his opponent. Closing his eyes, he expanded his burgeoning mental energy, yet still could not detect the presence of the foe. A chill ran through him. The adversary was an assassin, and a high-ranking one at least at the level of a battle emperor. Suddenly, a flicker of cold light emerged, and after a violent disturbance of the water elements, they transformed into a splash and vanished. Lin Han continually commanded his owl to fly back, but before it could return, the magma creature followed the water elemental's fate, disintegrating into a heap of stones. Lin Han found himself bearing several wounds, his clothing stained with dirt. Yet the elusive foe remained undetectable, leaving him profoundly frustrated, feeling as though he were merely a puppet in this game. A minute passed. Lin Han resolutely activated all his aura skills, Focus Aura, Radiant Aura, and Thorn Aura, but to little avail. He bore no fewer than 10 wounds, though none were fatal, merely superficial injuries. He understood that his opponent harbored no intent to kill, yet being relentlessly pressed in battle filled him with fury, especially since he could not locate the adversary. A flash of cold light darted past, adding another wound to his body. At that moment, a faint smile crept upon Lin Han's lips as he vanished in a flurry of swift movement. Stealthily, he approached a large rock, where a dark shadow lingered. As it turned out, the owl had arrived. Its unique ability to pierce through invisibility rendered it a nemesis to assassins. From a mere 2 meters away, the shadow remained oblivious, merely scanning its surroundings. Suddenly, a lightning bolt shaped like a hammer struck him, rendering him instantly dazed. Lin Han rushed forward, snatching the dagger from his grasp and delivering a swift series of punches. Just as the assassin began to regain consciousness, Lin Han pointed, causing spikes to erupt from the ground, lifting him once more into unconsciousness. Another barrage of blows followed until he was thoroughly incapacitated. When the assassin finally awoke, he found himself suspended in a tree, clad only in his undergarments. Awake? Came a cold voice from nearby. Struggling to turn his head, he gazed toward the source. Why target me? The assassin stared blankly at Lin Han, yet remained silent. Lin Han frowned as he gazed at the defiant assassin, remarking, "Do you think your silence renders you invulnerable? I possess countless methods to extract your words." A trace of disdain flickered across the assassin's face. Thinking to himself, as an assassin, the most vital trait is resilience. What fear do I have of your tactics? Lin Han, as a traveler from another realm, had encountered numerous methods of torment during his time on Earth through various online resources. He had come across the infamous 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty and the diverse interrogation techniques employed by the authorities of the Harmonious Era. There seemed to be an abundance of such methods, any of which could effortlessly lead one to utter despair. To illustrate, the authorities would submerge a prisoner's lower body in a large barrel filled with water, while simultaneously illuminating the upper body with high-temperature lights, creating a stark contrast of temperatures. This method, indeed, exemplified the duality of ice and fire, leaving no visible traces behind, an essential skill for any nefarious endeavor. Lin Han wielded his staff, summoning both a water elemental and a magma creature, commanding them to take positions on either side of the assassin. The chilling presence of the water elemental contrasted sharply with the searing heat of the magma creature. Within a mere 5 minutes, the assassin's body began to exhibit alarming changes. The left side grew icy and purplish, while the right side was drenched in sweat. It felt as if an iron band constricted the left side of his head, while the right side throbbed as if boiling over. Yu Ming was among the most promising members of the younger generation within the Assassin Alliance. At just 19, he had already ascended to the rank of a mid-level combat king. And more astonishingly, he had mastered the skill of shadow stealth, a technique typically reserved for those at the combat emperor level. Shadow stealth was a concealment skill said to allow its user to traverse shadows undetected. As long as there was a shadow, one would remain hidden, and at advanced levels, it could even be employed to execute enemies. Of course, this applied to opponents of equal standing. But this skill had enabled Yu Ming to remain undefeated against adversaries below the emperor rank, and he could even contend with lower-tier emperors. Recently, the most talked-about figure on the continent was not one of the 4 renowned beauties, nor a newly ascended demigod, but rather Lin Han. A mere mid-level mage had simultaneously taken on 2 world-class missions, one of which was issued by the Grand Empire. Although the Grand Empire was the weakest among the several empires, it still held the status of an empire, and even a higher-tier deity would think twice before offending it. Yet, here was Lin Han, the target of a mission issued by an empire. Whispers circulated that he possessed a secret technique capable of temporarily elevating his power to the saint level. And it was this very technique that had enabled him to slay the Grand Empire's esteemed holy mage, Rui Li. The Grand Empire did not deny these rumors, which sent shockwaves throughout the continent. What did this secret technique signify? It meant that a significant faction could impart this technique to their family's elite, quickly producing a multitude of saints. While the saint level was not the pinnacle of power, it was considered the primary combat force, as the continent had regulations prohibiting deities from intervening freely. Thus, various factions across the continent dispatched individuals to seek out Lin Han, either to recruit him or to seize him. As Yu Ming passed by the council hall, he overheard news regarding Lin Han, igniting a fire of defiance within him. He had been hailed by the elders as a once-in-a-millennium genius, yet he had only achieved the rank of mid-level combat king. Despite his explosive potential allowing him to contend with lower-tier combat emperors without facing death, it seemed unfathomable that his counterpart could defeat a saint. He resolved to expose this deception, to vanquish Lin Han, and to demonstrate to the world who the true genius was. Thus, Yu Ming departed the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance, embarking on his quest to find Lin Han. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him, for he traveled to Stone City on a mission, and just after completing it, He chanced upon rumors of Lin Han while at the Stone City Mercenary Guild. He decided to follow a brash man to catch up with Lin Han. Initially, he intended to use this brash individual to gauge Lin Han as strength, but to his astonishment, this man proved utterly incompetent, and his team was similarly inept, leading to their swift demise. He even humiliated himself by begging on his knees, silently vowing to remember this individual, intending to teach him the ways of a competent mercenary once the current affairs were settled. When Lin Han defeated the brutish man but chose not to deliver a fatal blow, Yu Ming perceived a semblance of kindness in him. However, she simultaneously branded him as excessively soft-hearted, her disdain for him deepening. A person lacking in ruthlessness can never ascend to greatness. How could he possibly be as formidable as the legends suggest? As Yu Ming lay in wait, witnessing Lin Han banish the brutish man, she relaxed her guard, further deeming him inexperienced in combat. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly approached him, her dagger transforming into a glimmering arc aimed at his heart. Yet, to her disbelief, her lethal strike missed its mark. He had evaded her attack. A slight smirk graced her lips, intrigued by the encounter. Seeing Lin Han summon water elements and magma creatures while scanning the surroundings, her assessment of him improved marginally, though she remained unimpressed. With such minimal skills, he dared to challenge her. He underestimated the prowess of a once-in-a-millennium talent. She sought to immerse Lin Han in endless terror, compelling him to unleash his so-called secret techniques in an attempt to defeat her and recognize her strength. Thus, she relentlessly inflicted wounds upon him, even vanquishing his summoned allies. Everything unfolded as she had envisioned. Lin Han was left in a state of utter disarray, blood streaming from his wounds, yet none were fatal. From the outset, her intention was not to kill him, but rather to force him to reveal his full capabilities. She held no desire to seize his techniques, believing them to be a lesser path. True strength, she thought, was forged through one's own cultivation. And employing techniques that came at the cost of one's own body was an unwise endeavor. However, the tide turned too swiftly for him to anticipate. Just moments ago, he had basked in pride, only to find himself soundly beaten, utterly defenseless, and ultimately rendered unconscious in a haze of confusion. Upon awakening, he discovered himself captured. And it was laughable that his captors sought to extract information from a renowned, tight-lipped assassin. Did they not understand that he was a prodigious talent, a rarity of a millennium? Yet, mere 5 minutes later, he began to regret provoking this seemingly amiable man, who harbored a heart more sinister than that of a demon. He felt as though the left side of his body stood unclad in the frigid snow, while the right side was ablaze with fire. His mind, too, was tormented beyond measure, wishing for nothing more than to escape it all. What do you desire? Yu Ming's eyes blazed with fury, her gaze locked onto Lin Han. Lin Han glanced up at him with irritation brewing within. How shameless of him to ask what she desired after having initiated the conflict. With a heavy heart, she turned her gaze downwards, lost in thought once more. Moments later, Yu Ming was on the verge of despair, her face contorted in distress as she implored, "Brother, what is it that you wish to know? Please, do not leave me in silence." Lin Han lifted his gaze once more to cast a fleeting glance at him, then resumed his reverie. "Brother, I implore you, speak of anything." Yu Ming, in a state of urgency, felt the gravity of the situation. If this continued, it would surely lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, Bentley, squatting nearby, gazed at Lin Han with unbridled admiration, marveling at his prowess in subduing the assassin with such finesse. Truly remarkable, indeed. If Lin Han could hear his innermost thoughts, he would undoubtedly give him a sound thrashing, exclaiming, "Could you not misuse your words so recklessly? Why does this feel so awkward?" "Very well, then, do speak." Lin Han continued to cast his gaze downward, refusing to meet his eyes. What should I say?" Yu Ming was momentarily taken aback, staring at him blankly. Lin Han lifted his eyes once more, casting a sideways glance at him. "Then you may continue to experience this duality of extremes." Yu Ming let out a pained cry, shouting, "I will say anything. My name is Yu Ming, and I am a member of the Assassin Alliance." "Yu Ming, do you really think I possess the same level of intelligence as you?" Lin Han, his face dark with frustration, bellowed, "If you're going to deceive me with a pseudonym, at least choose one that bears some semblance of reality." Yum. Her expression filled with grievance, softly retorted, "I truly am named Yum. You can verify it if you wish." "Verify? Verify your nonsense." At that moment, Bentley gently tugged at Lin Han's sleeve and whispered, "I assure you, I sensed it with my mental energy. He is not lying." "Oh?" Lin Han leaned in closer and murmured, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt," Bentley replied with a playful grin. Lin Han was momentarily rendered speechless. The name was truly exceptional. After clearing his throat, he lifted his gaze and said, "Very well. I shall momentarily place my trust in you. Please continue. I am called Dreamshade, a member of the Assassin Alliance. I have come specifically to seek you out, with the intention of defeating you and proving my superiority," Dreamshade declared, only to pause after uttering those words. After a brief silence, Lin Han inquired, "Is that all?" He nodded obediently, affirming that it was indeed all. Goodness, what a letdown. It seems you truly do not shed tears until faced with the grave. Lin Han, his face dark with frustration, bellowed, "I shall resort to my trump card." Yu Ming instantly trembled, her face contorted in sorrow as she replied, "I truly have nothing left. I am not deceiving you." Lin Han tilted his head and whispered, "Is that true?" Bentley nodded in affirmation. "Is this pitiful excuse truly enough for you to resort to violence?" Yu Mei obediently nodded as well. Lin Han was rendered speechless. If this individual were on Earth, he might very well be the second coming of Osama bin Laden. Having acquired what he desired, Lin Han unethically left Yu Mei, still entirely vulnerable, behind as he departed with a sense of satisfaction. Bentley cast a mischievous grin at him as he walked away. Yu Mei looked on in terror at what Bentley had left behind, a pile of wolf dung. The coachman, however, displayed commendable professionalism, remaining steadfast despite the presence of the ruffian and Yu Mei, which brought a sense of relief to Lin Han. After all, neither of them possessed the skills to navigate such an opulent mode of transport. Lin Han was only familiar with traveling by his own 2 legs or a bicycle. Anything with more than 2 wheels, particularly a horse-drawn carriage, was entirely foreign to him. "What unsavory deeds did you engage in just now?" Leaning against the side of the carriage, Lin Han inquired curiously, eyeing Bentley's incessant grin. "Kiki." Bentley's smirk deepened. "Oh, nothing much. Just providing him an opportunity for a close encounter with the wolf." At that moment, a series of wolf howls echoed from the direction where Yu Mei was situated, causing Lin Han to shudder involuntarily. He rubbed his arms, which were covered in goosebumps, and remarked, "Why do I feel that those howls sound so lascivious? Almost as if they were in heat." Bentley, however, merely continued to grin at that direction without uttering a word. 3 days later, Lin Han and Bentley arrived at the city of Anglo, located in the northeastern part of Giant Stone City. Anglo was the principal city of the Anglo family, a noble lineage within the Roman kingdom. The Anglo family is one of the oldest families in the annals of the Roman kingdom, having existed long before its establishment. The founding of the Roman kingdom was significantly aided by this family, rendering them the most esteemed after the royal family itself. At times, even the royals would find themselves yielding to their influence. Throughout these 3 days, they encountered no enemies, which struck Lin Han as peculiar. If a band of ragtag mercenaries could pursue him, one could only imagine what the more formidable factions were capable of. Lin Han sensed a looming pressure drawing near, as though a storm was on the horizon. Lin Han and Bentley donned a simple guise to infiltrate the mercenary guild in the city. Originally, Lin Han believed that the considerable alteration in his appearance would render him unrecognizable. However, his distinctive skills ultimately revealed his identity. Thus, he resorted to makeup to obscure his true visage, particularly his rare white hair. Within the confines of the mercenary guild, the duo sought to glean certain information they were eager to uncover. Subsequently, Lin Han left a message at the guild. "The setting sun is infinitely beautiful, yet it draws near to dusk." Signed, Hydran. Bentley, with a curious expression, looked at him and remarked with a playful grin, "Oh, quite impressive. You can even write poetry." Lin Han, however, chose to disregard him, for Bentley was the kind of individual who thrived on attention. The more one engaged with him, the more he reveled in his self-importance. "Which charming maiden do you have a rendezvous with at Highland?" Bentley, undeterred by Lin Han's indifference, clung persistently like an adhesive plaster. "Your dating technique is quite romantic." "Oh, master, I shall follow you from now on. Do impart to me your secrets so I may charm more lovely ladies and engage in profound conversations about life." During those 3 days, this fellow, shadowing Lin Han, absorbed the lingo of the day, mastering phrases such as charming maiden and flirting without missing a beat. Lin Han, disregarding him, strode directly towards the carriage. Bentley hurriedly caught up, running alongside while calling out nonsensically, "Oh, great one, do take your time. Whom are you rendezvousing with? A delicate maiden, perhaps? Have you two engaged in profound discussions about life? Have you contemplated the art of creation?" The surrounding mercenaries cast curious glances at the pair, and several female mercenaries regarded them with the scrutinizing eyes of disapproval. prompting Lin Han to feel an urge to kick him away. At that moment, a disheveled middle-aged man entered the mercenary guild, holding an instrument reminiscent of an ancient zither. He proceeded straight to the center of the guild hall, unceremoniously seated himself upon the ground, and gently plucked a few strings of the instrument resting on his lap, producing a few delicate notes. The previously cacophonous hall fell into an immediate silence as most mercenaries instinctively gathered around him, settling quietly. Even Bentley, typically boisterous and chatty like an old woman, leaned in with an unusual calmness. Lin Han approached the peculiar scene and whispered, "What is happening? Who is that person?" Bentley turned to him, gazing at him as if he were an extraterrestrial being. After scrutinizing him for a while, he softly replied, "Do you not recognize the minstrel? Is this truly a minstrel?" Lin Han exclaimed in astonishment, observing the individual who appeared to be in a dire state, resembling a beggar. "No wonder your father disapproves of your aspiration to become a minstrel." However, Bentley regarded the man with admiration and remarked, "They can traverse the entire continent, going wherever they please, savoring all the delectable delights and witnessing the breathtaking vistas of the land. Moreover, they can engage in profound conversations with various women across the continent. Am I right?" Upon hearing this, Bentley grasped Lin Han's arm fervently, his face filled with emotion as he declared, "Those who give life are our parents. Those who truly understand us are the divine." Suddenly shifting his expression to a serious one, he added, "However, let us discuss this in private. One must be mindful of appearances in such settings." "Damn it!" Lin Han shot him an exasperated gesture. At that moment, the middle-aged man strummed his lute and began to sing. "In that distant place, there exists a beautiful city where the girls bloom like flowers. With lovely faces and slender waists, their skin, as smooth as cream, glides through your hands, leaving a faint fragrance of blossoms. Their flowing hair dances, gently brushing against their faces. Their ardor melts the heart." Observing the captivated mercenaries and Bentley, Lin Han curled his lip in disdain. How could one sing with such abysmal skill without feeling embarrassed? Yet, he was intrigued by Bentley's unexpected enchantment. This fellow had persistently sought Lin Han's guidance in song over the past few days. Reluctantly, Lin Han had taught him a few uplifting tunes, such as "The Strong Should Stand Tall" and "Invisible Wings." After being immersed in such beautiful melodies, Bentley's taste should not have been so low. It was astonishing that he was drawn to such an excruciatingly poor performance. Lin Han scrutinized him closely and finally discerned something amiss. This fellow displayed a lascivious grin upon hearing the lyrical passages that extol the beauty of women, his eyes narrowing and the corners of his mouth gleaming. How shameless! This scoundrel was indulging in his fantasies while listening to someone else's song, utterly devoid of dignity and boundaries. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Lin Han leaned in and whispered, "Isn't she beautiful? Do you desire her? Speak your wishes aloud. I want a beauty." Bentley's loud exclamation abruptly roused the surrounding mercenaries, who glared at him with ire. Several male mercenaries also sported that same gleam in their eyes, birds of a feather. The poor lad had fallen victim to Lin Han's unscrupulous antics, and as Bentley yelled, Lin Han turned away, feigning ignorance. The middle-aged singer shot him an indignant look. Was this fellow intent on ruining the performance? Bentley, noticing the hostile gazes from the mercenaries, found even his thick skin struggling to withstand the scrutiny. Wishing desperately to vanish into a crevice, he disregarded Lin Han's suppressed laughter and hurriedly squeezed through the crowd to escape. Lin Han felt that staying there was pointless, so he pushed through the crowd and exited. Upon boarding the carriage, he noticed Bentley gazing at him with a forlorn expression. A smirk appeared on Lin Han's face. "Fond of beautiful women, are we?" he jested. Suddenly, Bentley playfully lunged forward, grabbing Lin Han's clothing, and the two engaged in a lively scuffle. Passers-by observed the swaying carriage, shaking their heads in disapproval, lamenting the decline of societal values. The coachman sat in front, utterly speechless, lost in thought. The two spent the afternoon wandering in Anglo, thoroughly immersing themselves in the local customs and culture. For Bentley, however, it was more about the people, particularly the charming young women. His eyes sparkled at the sight of any attractive girl, as if he were on the verge of leaping toward them. That was until he encountered her, a woman whose silhouette was enchanting and graceful. Lin Han, seated beside him, could almost hear Bentley's heart racing. Bentley leaned against the carriage window, disregarding the decorum befitting a count's son, and boldly sang, "Girl across the way, look this way, come and see the splendid display. Please don't pretend to ignore my plea. Girl across the way, look this way, don't be frightened by my face, for beneath it, I hold a gentle grace. The sorrow of a lonely boy, who understands such a plight? I beseech you, cast a glance my way, and bring me joy this day." Onlookers paused, captivated by Bentley's exuberance. Some young women clasped their hands to their hearts, feigning deep emotion. Yet Bentley remained oblivious, his gaze locked onto the stunning figure before him. The crowd around them, brimming with amusement, cheered him on, a few mercenaries even clanking their weapons in support. "Look this way, look this way." The crowd rallied, amplifying the call. Bentley, touched by their enthusiasm, flashed a grateful smile, marveling at the warmth of the people. Just then, as if summoned by their cries, the woman turned slightly, a delicate handkerchief obscuring her face, her ethereal outline radiating a unique beauty that left Bentley entranced. "Sir, were you calling for me?" Her soft voice glided through the air, leaving a sweetness in its wake. Lin Han could almost hear Bentley's heart struggling under the weight of its own fervor. As he leaned back, eyes half closed, murmuring to himself, "Such a lovely voice, like a call from paradise." Lin Han closed his eyes, using his mental prowess to sweep over the enchanting beauty before him, then turned to Bentley with a mischievous grin. Bentley, with his upper body leaning out of the window, gently spoke, "Dearest goddess, might you unveil your delicate handkerchief so I may behold your exquisite visage?" The lady feigned shyness, gracefully twisting her waist as she replied, "Oh no. Please, I would feel rather embarrassed." Bentley immediately placed his left hand over his heart, exclaiming, "Oh, my goddess! My heart is on the verge of melting. Just a glance. Just a glance." The onlookers around them erupted in cheers, though the smiles on their faces bore an oddly peculiar quality. The lady slowly lowered the handkerchief, bashfully stating, "Mother always says that a girl should not casually draw close to men. You must take responsibility if you gaze upon my face." Bentley nodded earnestly. "I shall take responsibility. Forever." As the handkerchief slipped further down, it revealed her smooth forehead, delicate willow-like eyebrows, and a pair of triangular eyes. Wait, triangular eyes? Bentley was momentarily taken aback. The handkerchief continued its descent, unveiling a petite mouth. Wait, where's the nose? At last, the entire handkerchief was removed, revealing her true appearance, which was indeed a revelation. Her face bore a striking resemblance to the mountain itself, with uneven features aside from her forehead, triangular eyes, and a flattened nose that at first glance appeared to lack definition, merely 2 nostrils, accompanied by a mouth that was rather diminutive, measuring only about 2 centimeters in length. Lin Han seemed to hear the sound of shattering glass. The Bentley, like a withered flower, wilted. Responsibility! 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 The surrounding onlookers erupted into a commotion once more. But the Bentley no longer felt their enthusiasm. Glancing at the inexplicable smiles adorning their faces, he cursed inwardly. So they all knew the true appearance of that woman and were here to relish the spectacle. However, he had no time to indulge in such thoughts as the woman, with a face full of bashfulness, approached him. Well, even if she was shy, the sway of her slender waist and the sweet, sticky sound she emitted only filled Bentley with a profound sense of nausea. "Handsome brother, you must take responsibility for me, as you just promised." Bentley, startled, instinctively recoiled, shouting loudly to the coachman, "Drive away." The coachman, witnessing such an enchanting woman for the first time, was so rattled he lost his senses. Upon seeing her approach, he trembled in fright. At the sound of Bentley's shout, he quickly cracked the whip and urged the horses to flee. Leaning against the carriage, Bentley wiped the cold sweat from his brow and patted his chest. "How is it? Captivating, isn't it?" Lin Han gazed at the flustered Bentley with a mischievous grin and remarked. Observing the wicked smile on Lin Han's face, Bentley instantly comprehended the situation. Seizing his collar and exclaiming, "You did this on purpose, didn't you? You didn't bother to warn me." Lin Han brushed off his hand with a laugh, saying, "If you don't experience a little hardship, you won't be able to move when you see a beautiful woman in the future." "Damn it," Bentley exclaimed, raising his middle finger in frustration. "This is quite a heavy price to pay. I'll be haunted by nightmares for at least a month." "Isn't that splendid?" Lin Han remarked, draping an arm over his shoulder with a cheerful expression. "It allows you to have more dates with her in your dreams, discuss life, and even explore the intricacies of parenthood together." Bentley's face instantly turned pale, doubling over as he began to gag. The two, having lost their enthusiasm for sightseeing, decided to settle in a slightly better inn. Lin Han tidied up his belongings and went down for a meal, while Bentley, lacking any appetite, went straight to bed. After finishing his meal, Lin Han sat on the bed, gazing blankly in the direction of Caesar City, lost in thoughts of Avril, that foolish girl who was willing to sacrifice herself for him. He wondered how she had been lately and whether she had lost weight. Suddenly, A series of knocks interrupted his reverie. Lin Han felt perplexed. Bentley, that rascal, had been thoroughly exhausted during the day and was surely resting now. Moreover, he had specifically instructed the innkeeper not to disturb him during his rest. Who could possibly be at the door at this hour? Lin Han approached the door and inquired. Who is it? A deep yet slightly aged voice responded from outside. May I ask if this is Mr. Lin Han? Lin Han felt a sudden shock, instantly shifting into battle mode as the trial suit reappeared. He opened the door to find an elderly gentleman, dressed in butler attire with graying hair, standing at the threshold. Who are you? What business do you have with me? Since the other party already knew his true name, there was no point in denying it. He decided to simply acknowledge it. The old man performed a perfectly executed gentlemanly bow and replied, Greetings, Mr. Lin Han. I am a butler of the Anglu family. Our esteemed patriarch requests that you and your friend, the young Earl Bentley, come for a visit. Initially contemplating an escape, Lin Han realized that Bentley's mention signified his capture. Although he felt a sense of coercion that was quite vexing, he ultimately yielded. As they boarded the carriage outside the inn, Lin Han noticed Bentley sitting inside with an expression of helplessness. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Otherwise, you could have escaped, Bentley expressed, his face filled with remorse. No, it should be me apologizing. They are after me, Lin Han replied. As the carriage ambled along, approximately half an hour later, it entered an expansive estate. Lin Han gazed through the window, astonished by the grandeur of the gates, where guards possessed strength exceeding that of Dozone. Such extravagance seemed excessive. After all, a Dozone-level individual could command 1,000 soldiers in the army as a captain, yet here they were merely gatekeepers. Lin Han's heart sank at the realization. The carriage slowly traversed the stone path within the estate, enveloped by the endless night. Before long, it halted in front of a courtyard. Lin Han and Bentley disembarked and followed the butler into the yard, while the attendants led the carriage away. The butler brought them to a grand hall and said, You may enter. The patriarch will arrive shortly. Lin Han and Bentley entered the hall and casually selected 2 seats to settle down. Shortly thereafter, 2 maids approached, serving them each a cup of tea and a few plates of snacks. Are you familiar with the Anglo family? Lin Han lifted his teacup and took a sip before inquiring. Bentley, that fellow, seemed either utterly carefree or was adept at concealing his concerns, as he incessantly indulged in food, as if he had never tasted a meal in his life. After gulping down a generous mouthful of delicacies, he declared, The Angru family is, in fact, the most powerful lineage of the Roman kingdom, surpassing even the royal family in strength. They simply maintain a low profile, and the average person is deceived by appearances. However, through my years of observation, his voice suddenly dropped as he leaned closer to Lin Han's ear and whispered, I suspect that the royal family is merely a puppet they have propped up, while they have been orchestrating the kingdom from behind the scenes. Lin Han felt a surge of astonishment. To nurture a family capable of controlling a kingdom, that family must possess immense strength. Do you know how many formidable experts are within their ranks? Bentley shook his head and replied, I'm not entirely certain about that. However, I do have some insights regarding their outward influence. The most formidable among them is the family's chief elder, the esteemed saint-level mage, Michel, who specializes in wind magic and also possesses proficiency in fire magic. Of course, this is merely their surface strength, yet even that is beyond our capacity to contend with. Lin Han nodded and said, In that case, we must adapt to the circumstances. The two shifted the conversation to other topics for a while. Meanwhile, in a room located behind the grand hall, an elderly man, approximately 60 years of age, sat alongside a mage of similar age, both gazing intently at a square crystal plate, measuring around 30 centimeters on each side. The crystal plate vividly displayed the scene unfolding in the hall, where Lin Han and another individual were engaged in lighthearted banter. Remarkably, their conversation could be heard clearly through the crystal. Michel, what is your opinion? The elder inquired, turning to the mage. The mage pondered for a moment before responding respectfully. Esteemed clan leader, I personally perceive his strength to be at the Duke level. However, he emanates a mysterious aura that suggests he may not be as he appears. As for that young one from the Exon family, I can only say he is indeed clever. Yet, the clever often do not live long, for they know too much. The elder nodded in agreement. My sentiments align closely with yours. However, I believe we should not eliminate that young lad. I would prefer to have him work for me, hoping he proves to be astute. Wise words, clan leader. Michel offered a measured compliment. Clan leader Angla's face broke into a slight smile as he remarked, Very well. Let us go meet them. I hope these two young ones are perceptive. Otherwise, I shall have to teach them a lesson in discernment. His tone was laced with an icy chill, causing Michelle to involuntarily shiver. Lin Han and Bentley engaged in idle chatter, discussing everything from Dragon Island on the stormy sea to which unfortunate soul in the Roman kingdom had been outshone by his wife. Their conversation turned to the splendid figures of the beauties in Provence when suddenly, the creak of a door interrupted them. They turned to see two elderly gentlemen entering. Bentley whispered, "The gentleman leading the way is Carlsberg Angla, the head of the Angla family." With a warm smile, Carlsberg approached them and said, "I apologize for the delay. Something came up that held me back. I truly appreciate your patience." "It's no trouble at all, Lord Anglo," Lin Han replied respectfully. "Considering you manage such a vast family and are burdened with numerous affairs, it is indeed an honor for us, mere unknowns, to receive your personal attention." Lin Han and Bentley stood up and offered a gesture of respect. For the time being, unaware of their thoughts, he could only feign cordiality, attempting to placate them with words. "Ha." The chieftain of the Ongru tribe appeared to be quite taken by this approach, his smile growing even broader. After taking his seat in the main position of the living room, he gestured towards the two seats below and said, "Please, have a seat." Lin Han and Bentley obediently seated themselves at his right hand, while Michelle occupied the first position on his left. Chief Angla regarded the two with the gaze of an elder observing his juniors. Lin Han, the modest young man, humbly remarked, "If you are deemed inconspicuous, then who among us could claim to be renowned?" "Oh, not at all," Lin Han replied with a countenance of humility. "Chief Angla, you flatter me excessively." Bentley and Michelle exchanged glances of ennui as they observed the aimless prattling of the individuals before them. Over half an hour had elapsed. Yet the core of the matter remained unaddressed, with only idle chatter filling the air. Meanwhile, Carlsberg Angla maintained his cheerful demeanor while conversing with Lin Han, though his heart brimmed with astonishment. He had anticipated that the young man, brimming with youthful exuberance, would lack patience and soon inquire about the reason for his summons. To his surprise, this young fellow displayed an astuteness akin to that of a cunning fox, perpetually circling the topic without any apparent urgency. Lin Han silently berated, "Do you think you are the only one with patience? Today, I shall outlast you. Do you not realize who I am? I am the man who spent the entire National Day holiday in the dormitory, immersed in books, save for meals. Comparing patience with me? You are asking for trouble." The two continued their aimless banter, yet the sparks in their exchanged glances hinted at an imminent ignition between them. The boredom lingered. Bentley consumed all the snacks, including Lin Han's share. Eventually, overwhelmed by fullness, he began to doze off. Michelle, exasperated, observed the two still engaged in their nonsensical chatter, then collected her thoughts and cleared her throat to speak. Lin Han and Chief Angla turned to look at him. Bentley also lifted his head to gaze at him. Sensing the unfolding drama, a hint of apology graced his face as he said, "I apologize for the interruption." "It's quite all right," Chief Angla replied with a smile, his eyes reflecting a sense of contentment. Michelle turned to Lin Han and said, "Young friend Lin Han, I have always been a person of considerable curiosity. Might you indulge my inquisitiveness?" Lin Han pondered for a moment and replied, "I shall do my utmost to fulfill what I know. Thank you." Although Michelle was somewhat dissatisfied with this answer, she concealed her feelings and smiled, saying, "I too am a mage, proficient in both wind and fire. I have heard that your magic is quite unique, entirely original and exclusive. May I inquire as to who your teacher is?" Lin Han's mind raced as he pondered how to respond. Seeing his silence, Michelle assumed that Lin Han was unwilling to answer, and thus spoke with an understanding expression. "It's all right. No need to force yourself. If you cannot speak, then you need not." Yet, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Han, and anyone with sight could perceive the deep longing within his eyes. Lin Han gazed at him, internally cursing, "Can you refrain from casting that repulsive glance, making it seem as though I am abandoning you? Well, it's not that I cannot express it, after all." Lin Han feigned embarrassment as he spoke. "In truth, I am unaware of my master's name. I hail from a small mountain village, and during my childhood, I once encountered an elderly man while playing outside. He requested a bowl of water, so I returned home to fetch him a cup. Upon receiving it, he remarked that I possessed the aptitude for magical cultivation and proceeded to teach me sorcery. However, he departed several years ago without ever revealing his name." Pausing to lift his cup, he intended to quench his thirst but was dismayed to find it empty. With a glare directed at Bentley, he continued, "A few months ago, having mastered the spells my master imparted, I left the village to explore the wider world." "Oh," Michelle replied, her expression a mixture of hesitation and curiosity as she gazed at Lin Han. After a moment's deliberation, she ventured, "May I inquire about a rather personal matter?" "Certainly. Feel free to ask," he encouraged. "I've heard that you possess a skill capable of temporarily elevating a person's strength to the saint level. Is there any truth to this rumor?" Lin Han's muscles tensed instantaneously, his expression grave as he gazed at him. Although Chief Angla feigned indifference, his calm demeanor revealed his focused attention. Meanwhile, Michelle unabashedly fixed her gaze on Lin Han. The atmosphere became somewhat peculiar. At that moment, an abrupt voice pierced through the strange tension. Bentley, looking rather sheepish, addressed the group. "I apologize for interrupting your conversation, but I find myself quite famished." He chuckled, a hint of awkwardness playing on his features. "Not at all, not at all. It is my oversight," Chief Anglu replied with a warm smile, clapping his hands. Immediately, a maid entered the room. "Please bring another few plates of snacks for these two gentlemen." The maid curtsied and exited, returning in less than 2 minutes with several platters of delicacies, which she placed before Lin Han and Bentley, filling their teacups to the brim. Undeterred, Michelle continued to inquire with a curious expression, "Young friend Lin Han, might I ask if the rumors hold any truth?" Lin Han smiled and remarked, "Since it is merely a rumor, how could it possibly be true? Moreover, where in this world could such a bizarre skill exist?" Michelle, with a look of disappointment, lowered her head and said, "It seems I have been overly concerned. How could such a skill ever exist?" However, in that fleeting moment as Michelle looked down, she exchanged a subtle glance with Angla, who imperceptibly nodded. A hint of understanding flickered in Angla's eyes, and then he smiled at Lin Han, saying, "My young friend Lin Han, what is your impression of the Anglu family? The main event is about to unfold, revealing the hidden dagger." Lin Han pondered for a moment before speaking. The Anglu family, esteemed as the second family of the Roman kingdom, wields power that rivals even that of the royal family, demonstrating remarkable strength. Furthermore, the leader of the Anglu clan is an exceptional patriarch, and under your guidance, the Anglu family will only grow more formidable. "Oh, it appears that I hold such a commendable standing in your eyes, dear Lin Han. I am truly humbled." The leader of the Angla clan narrowed his eyes slightly, his smile unwavering, leaving one to wonder whether it was born of genuine joy or mere politeness. "You are too modest. In the Roman kingdom, who does not recognize the brilliance of the Anglo patriarch? Your renown spans the entire continent. Regardless, flattery costs nothing," and Lin Han unabashedly continued to shower him with compliments. "Haha." The Anglo patriarch erupted into hearty laughter. Then, gazing into Lin Han's eyes, he inquired, "Might you be interested in joining the Anglo family as a revered member?" Lin Han lowered his head, seemingly deep in contemplation. The Anglo clan leader and Michelle feigned indifference, both bowing their heads as though engaged in discussion. Yet their glances frequently drifted towards Lin Han. Bentley, oblivious to the tension, continued to indulge in his snacks. After approximately 5 minutes, Lin Han finally raised his head, his face etched with hesitation as he spoke. "I too aspire to join the Anglo family." Immediately, satisfaction flickered across the faces of the clan leader and Michelle. However, he continued, "My mentor once instructed me to refrain from joining any family in the future. I sincerely apologize for disappointing your kind intentions." The expressions of both individuals instantly froze. Anglu's facial muscles twitched slightly as he quietly inquired, "Is there truly no room for negotiation?" Lin Han shook his head with a face full of regret and said, "My lord, you would not wish for me to become one who betrays both teacher and ancestor, would you?" "Of course not." Anglu displayed a somewhat forced smile, yet it appeared rather sinister. "If I were to seek to exchange for that secret technique in your possession, I wonder what it might require." Lin Han shook his head and replied, "I truly lack such skills. It is merely a rumor, and someone is attempting to harm me." "Really?" "Truly not." Chief Anglu rose abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Han, a palpable aura of menace emanating from his eyes as he coldly stated, "What if it were your life on the line?" Lin Han also stood up, declaring, "Do not presume that I lack such skills. Even if I possessed them, I would not yield to your threats." "Very well, very well, very well." Angru laughed in a fit of rage, repeating the phrase thrice. Throughout the years, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. With a swift motion, he struck the armrest of his chair, and instantly, the grand hall's doors swung open. A dozen sword-wielding warriors clad in agile attire filed in, encircling the two individuals. Angru glared at the ensnared pair, his face contorted with fury, and proclaimed, "You insolent youth, for many years, no one has dared to be so brazen before me. Do not make the mistake of rejecting my hospitality. Surrender your secret techniques willingly, or I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. Lin Han's spirit stirred as he transformed the trialist attire into combat mode, revealing a set of resplendent and enigmatic armor that adorned his form. The robe, intricately embroidered with arcane runes, shimmered with a faint ethereal glow. In his right hand, he grasped a staff, while his left cradled a tome, its pages turning autonomously in an endless dance. Chief Anglu and Michelle gazed at Lin Han's ensemble with eyes alight with avarice, their greed unmistakable. Particularly for Michelle, a fellow mage, the desire to claim this trialist set as her own was palpable. Chief Anglu fixed his gaze upon Lin Han, an unmistakable hunger flickering in his eyes. "Boy," he intoned, "surrender the secret techniques in this armor, and I shall spare your life." Lin Han's face displayed a profound disdain. It was utterly inconceivable that one of such esteemed lineage could be so effortlessly ensnared by desire. He gradually retreated to lean against the Bentley and remarked, "I shall escort you away shortly, while I remain here to hold the fort." Bentley understood the futility of his presence and thus nodded in agreement. In Lin Han's heart, he silently chanted the incantation for transformation into a demon. Suddenly, a torrential wave of demonic energy surged from his being, piercing through the ceiling of the living room and reducing it to ash. The once brilliant starry sky was shrouded by a dark cloud, from which an endless stream of demonic energy poured forth, merging with that emanating from Lin Han. The malevolent aura thickened, gradually enveloping Lin Han entirely as his strength surged, ascending through the ranks from upper-level Law King to lower-level Law Emperor, then to mid-level Law Emperor, and onward to upper-level Law Emperor, lower-level Law Saint, and astonishingly, even reaching mid-level Law Saint. This transformation was slightly more potent than his previous metamorphosis. It seemed that during this period of cultivating his mental prowess, his power had indeed increased, demonstrating that one need not rely solely on ascension for strength. Anglu and Michelle gazed at Lin Han, shrouded in demonic energy, with expressions of astonishment. They were taken aback by the existence of such a secret technique, their hearts brimming with intense greed. Initially, they harbored concerns about whether they could control him as Lin Han's power escalated to lower-level Lost Saint. However, upon witnessing him reach mid-level Lost Saint, their worries dissipated. They believed that Michelle, as an upper-level Lost Saint, would easily maintain control over Lin Han. Boom. The encapsulating demonic energy erupted violently, sending the armored swordsman, who had been surrounding Lin Han, hurtling away without the slightest resistance. In the air, he was consumed by the demonic energy, transforming into a dozen skeletal remains under Lin Han's command. As the demonic aura gradually receded, Lin Han was revealed, suspended in midair. Sporting two twisted horns atop his head, his eyes transformed into blood-red demonic orbs, and a pair of bat-like wings unfurled from his back. Spanning over 10 meters, slightly longer than before, an insatiable desire radiated from Lin Han, corrupting the souls of those around him. All present stared in astonishment at the demonized Lin Han. This was no mere technique for enhancing power, but rather a bloodline ability, wielded solely by those of such lineage. Seizing the moment while the others were still caught off guard, Lin Han grasped Bentley and unfurled his wings, transforming into a shadow as he sought to soar beyond the city limits. Observing Lin Han's flight, Michelle swiftly gave chase. Manifesting a pair of azure wings composed of wind elements, the royal-level magic known as the wings of the wind god, he became a streak of blue, rapidly pursuing Lin Han. Given that Lin Han was burdened by his companion, his speed was no match for that of the wind mage, and he gradually felt the formidable pressure of the wind closing in behind him. After 5 minutes, Lin Han and Michelle had distanced themselves from the other pursuers. Perhaps the chief of the Anglo tribe had been overly confident, as he had dispatched only Michelle to pursue Lin Han. The two arrived at the base of a mountain, where Lin Han suddenly appeared behind a massive boulder 100 meters away, setting Bentley down to take cover before he turned to face the approaching Michelle. In an instant, Michelle stood before him, gazing at Lin Han, who hovered in midair, with a mocking expression. "What is this? No flight response?" Upon realizing Bentley was missing, the playful demeanor on his face faded, replaced by a hint of admiration. "I didn't expect you to possess such loyalty. I should commend you for that. However, our positions are opposed. If you agree to join the Anglo family now, I could plead with the chief on your behalf, granting you a position as a family patron. Thank you, but our paths do not align. I have no desire to be constrained." Lin Han shook his head and said, pausing momentarily before continuing, "Ultimately, it remains uncertain who will triumph in this contest of fate. Perhaps this place may indeed become your final resting ground." Michelle's expression shifted as she erupted into a fit of laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha." Her face then transformed, revealing a deep disdain as she remarked, "Initially, I found you rather admirable. However, I now see that you are just like any other boastful young man, reveling in your own grandiloquence. You will soon discover whether your bravado holds any weight." Lin Han's mind stirred, and beneath his feet appeared several mysterious magical circles, a resplendent aqua halo, a cerulean focus halo, a verdant thorn halo, a deep green endurance halo, a sinister black halo, and a blood-red vampiric halo. In that instant, Lin Han emanated an array of peculiar auras, a blend of the sacred and the malevolent. Michelle gazed at Lin Han, who appeared in an extraordinary state, filled with astonishment. It was remarkable that one individual could exude such a multitude of energies, with the contrasting essences of sanctity and wickedness merging so seamlessly. Lin Han waved his staff, and strange pillars emerged from the ground. Upon one of these pillars, an orange-red cobra unleashed fireballs in a relentless assault on Michelle. Concurrently, a thunderhawk appeared in the sky, its talons gleaming with a chilling light as they aimed for her eyes. The Cobra Guardian was akin to a low-cost arrow tower. While it unleashed fireballs that inflicted considerable damage, its mere 100 hit points made it vulnerable to physical attacks, despite its magical immunity. Michelle pointed her right hand forward, conjuring a deep azure wind shield composed of numerous wind elements to block the fireballs. With her left hand, she gestured towards the Thunderhawk, ensnaring it with a cerulean chain that grounded it from the sky. However, as she cast several seals with her left hand, a flurry of azure wind blades shot towards the Cobra Guardian. Only to her astonishment, they proved ineffective upon impact. At that moment, a green skull radiating an exceedingly malevolent aura soared towards her, accompanied by a series of chilling, sinister laughs that sent shivers through her very soul. Swiftly, Michelle reinforced her wind shield to confront the skull. Upon collision, rather than the anticipated explosion, the skull emitted a peculiar essence that corroded the wind shield, simultaneously diminishing in size. Within mere seconds, the skull vanished, leaving Michelle's wind shield considerably weakened. Just then, several small fireballs barreled towards her, shattering the wind shield entirely. Alarmed, Michelle retreated hastily, preparing to summon another wind shield. To her astonishment, she discovered she could no longer commune with the magical elements of the world, feeling akin to an ordinary person. Given her status as a saint, she managed to remain suspended in the void without external support. Otherwise, she would have plummeted to the ground. Silence. This spell halts the enemy's ability to cast magic within a designated area. The scope and duration of the effect increase with the caster's level. At that moment, a hammer-shaped orb of lightning surged towards her head, while several small fireballs obstructed her escape, leaving her in a dire predicament. As the orb and fireballs neared their target, she quickly summoned a scroll into her hand and tore it open. Suddenly, she vanished, reappearing a short distance away, as Lin Han's attacks missed their mark. It was a space teleportation scroll. Fury painted Michelle's face as she glared at Lin Han, her desire for vengeance burning fiercely within her. This was her soul teleportation scroll, acquired for over $1 million at an auction, intended for use in life-threatening situations. To have it squandered by a weaker opponent was utterly unforgivable. "You scoundrel! I shall slay you." Michelle bellowed in a fit of rage, while simultaneously conjuring a wind shield before her. With both hands, she rapidly formed seals, and in an instant, a multitude of wind elements coalesced around her. Lin Han pointed his staff, sending forth a green beam that vanished just 2 meters shy of her. Domain, wind and fire unleashed. Before him surged an endless torrent of wind elements intermingled with fire elements, enveloping Lin Han in an instant. After a while, Lin Han opened his eyes and discovered himself in a verdant realm, with flickering flames suspended in the air. The entire world was filled solely with the whispering sound of the wind, devoid of anything else. Lin Han closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy to perceive the world around him, only to discover that the entire realm is composed of wind elements, interspersed with a few unruly fire elements. However, in comparison to the abundance of wind and fire, other elements are pitifully scarce. "Welcome to my domain, where wind and fire intertwine," a voice resonated. Suddenly, the space before him began to warp, and Michelle emerged from the distortion, followed by a magnificent chair crafted from a multitude of wind and fire elements, resplendent in hues of red and azure. With an air of ostentation, he seated himself upon it. Lin Han sneered disdainfully, dismissing the pretense as utterly futile. His mental energy continued to dissect the peculiar world around him. Yet, there was no point in exerting himself. This was a domain beyond the comprehension of a mere ant whose actual strength was only at the level of a law king. Michel observed Lin Han from his chair with a look of contempt, for the domain resonated with his own mind, allowing him to directly perceive Lin Han's attempts to analyze it with his mental prowess. Lin Han kept his eyes closed, persisting in his efforts. Michel, witnessing Lin Han's disregard, felt an increasing surge of anger within him, akin to flaunting a prized possession before an undesirable individual, only to be met with indifference. This sensation of striking air was profoundly unsettling. Die! He bellowed, unleashing a torrent of wind blades that surged from all directions towards Lin Han. In response, Lin Han waved his staff, summoning a water-blue Naga magic shield that briefly shielded him, only to shatter within seconds. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Han raised his staff, and a golden radiance descended upon him, forming a luminous barrier that emanated an inexplicable aura, reminiscent of nature itself. The very essence of the world, a divine shield akin to an invincible turtle shell. Countless wind blades struck against it, yet it offered no reaction whatsoever. Michel, seated in his chair, gaped in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor, overwhelmed by the aura of the laws at play. Lin Han pointed his staff towards him, and a profound aura emanated from his being as the azure world began to transform. A dark vortex gradually materialized in the sky. Boom! A fierce and searing energy surged forth from the vortex, and a massive stone engulfed in flames shot out, hurtling towards Michel. Just as Michel prepared to evade, the battle eagle, previously ensnared, broke free and lunged at him, its claws aimed directly at his eyes. Realizing there was no time to dodge, Michel's fingers danced as he swiftly formed seals. The azure world shifted instantly, and a relentless whirlwind began to swirl around him, gradually coalescing into a colossal pillar of wind connecting heaven and earth, with a diameter exceeding 50 meters. The space around it distorted under the immense tearing force. As the battle eagle approached the wind pillar, it was drawn in and disintegrated into a spray of flesh carried away by the wind. When the massive stone collided with the wind pillar, it instantly dented, both forces locked in a stalemate. However, as more wind elements were infused into the pillar, the tearing power intensified, gradually stripping away fragments from the stone, reducing it to dust. At that moment, the cooldown for the tranquility skill ended, and a cruel smile crept onto Lin Han's face as he directed his staff towards the wind pillar. An inexplicable force surged towards it. Floating within the eye of the wind pillar, Michel felt a sudden pang of dread. That same force reappeared, and he sensed the wind elements beginning to uncontrollably dissipate. The wind pillar narrowed, unable to maintain its hold against the massive stone, and within 2 seconds, it had lost the majority of its wind elements. Finally, the stone broke free from the pillar's resistance and struck Michel. In a panic, he managed to conjure a wind shield just in time when the stone hit the shield. It was fortunate that the pillar had expended most of its strength, preventing the shield from shattering. However, the mysterious aura emanating from the stone instantly left him dazed, severing his connection with the realm. Upon striking Michel, the stone transformed into a green flame-wreathed figure known as Hellfire. Hellfire rose from the ground and delivered a punch towards the dazed Michel, causing the wind shield to collapse under the pressure and dissipate into wind elements. As Hellfire prepared to deliver another blow to finish him off, Michel suddenly regained consciousness and hastily aimed his staff at the incoming fist. Boom! The fist collided with the staff, which shattered into dust, but the power stored within the staff erupted, since it contained wind elements. Michel utilized the force of the wind to slide backward over 10 meters, narrowly avoiding the attack. Yet, Lin Han was unwilling to relent. The pages of the book in his hands flipped rapidly, and a storm hammer, crackling with arcs of electricity, hurtled towards Michel's head. Michel understood that this seemingly exquisite artifact was far from a benign treasure. She tore open another scroll, and a wind lance over 2 meters long emerged, striking the storm hammer, and both were instantaneously obliterated. At that moment, Hellfire surged towards her with great speed, directly aimed at Michel. With a powerful flap of the wings of the wind god on her back, she ascended swiftly, soaring dozens of meters above the range of Hellfire's assault. It was then that the flaw of Hellfire was laid bare. It could not fly. Before her, Michel's wings crossed in front of her, forming a protective shield. A torrent of wind elements surged into the shield, instantly thickening its defenses. Simultaneously, numerous azure runes flickered upon the shield, emanating an ethereal aura. This was the sacred wind magic, guardian of the wind god. Lin Han brandished his staff with great urgency, and a chain of lightning struck the shield. Yet it elicited no response whatsoever. Meanwhile, Michelle, concealed within the protective barrier, deftly manipulated her fingers to form intricate seals, releasing a peculiar aura that seeped from the shield into the verdant realm. Mastery over a sanctified domain requires the user to continually craft seals, exerting mental control to alter the field. Only upon attaining a divine domain does one gain the ability to transform it according to their will, devoid of any prerequisite preparations. Lin Han sensed that the domain was undergoing continuous transformation. An unsettling feeling washed over him, realizing that the opponent was exerting control over the realm. He swiftly raised the Book of Trials, its pages flipping rapidly as a strange aura began to manifest once more. The spell of tranquility was invoked, designed to halt the casting of spells within a designated area. When that enigmatic aura collided with the shield, a similar essence emerged, intertwining with it. After approximately a second, both auras dissipated, revealing that the opponent's shield also bore the essence of laws, rendering the tranquility ineffective. Lin Han attempted several skills, yet received no response, and despair began to envelop his heart. Before long, the Azure Realm underwent an inexplicable transformation, seemingly imbued with sentience, as Michelle successfully re-established communication with the domain. Haha. Michelle erupted into maniacal laughter. You should feel honored, for you have managed to corner a high-ranking sorcerer into such a dire predicament. His tone shifted, growing chillingly cold. But all of this is over. Prepare to embrace despair. With a flicker of his mental energy, countless wind elements surged around him, forming innumerable blades of wind, which continued to compress, deepening in hue. Compressed wind blades, 1,000 strikes. An endless barrage of wind blades hurtled toward Lin Han. In response, Lin Han invoked the divine shield once more. The wind blade struck against it, yet elicited no reaction. A trace of disdain flickered across Michelle's face. I shall not repeat the same mistake. The wind blades ceaselessly battered the shield. Within the protective barrier, Lin Han pondered his course of action. Yet no viable solution emerged despite his desperate thinking. Should he attempt to escape with Radiance? That was utterly impossible, for Radiance did not extend that far. Continuing with Tranquility? That was merely a temporary fix. Once he exhausted the final spell from the Book of Trialists, what would he do then? The strategies he contemplated were either mere stopgaps or entirely ineffective. Lin Han sensed that the time for the Holy Shield was drawing to a close, and a thought flashed through his mind. Gritting his teeth, he resolved internally, I shall take the plunge. The bold thrive while the timid perish. As he now belonged to the Dark faction, the effects of the Holy Shield's skill from the Light faction were halved, resulting in a significantly reduced duration. And soon the shield dissipated. With a visage marked by fear and despair, Lin Han gazed at the approaching blades of wind, which struck him one after another in less than half a second. Lin Han let out a series of anguished cries, the sensation of being flayed tormenting him to the brink of despair. Within a mere span of 3 seconds, it felt as though an eternity had passed, before an overwhelming darkness enveloped him. Michelle gazed at Lin Han, who was being mercilessly shredded by the relentless blades of wind. With a look of satisfaction etched upon his face, exuding an air of triumph, though a flicker of regret glimmered in his eyes, he continued to form intricate hand seals. As the azure realm around him gradually diminished in size, drawing ever closer until it transformed into a sphere approximately 5 meters in diameter, reminiscent of its initial manifestation. Suddenly, the remnants of Lin Han's dismembered body emitted a gentle glow, and the fragments began to reassemble. Before long, Lin Han materialized once more, untouched and unscathed, as if he had never suffered any injury at all. The enigmatic trialist's ensemble reappeared as well, remarkably intact and showing no signs of damage. Lin Han gazed at the sphere formed by the elements of wind, his eyes shimmering with profound hatred, his lips barely moving, prepared to tremble with fear. With a mere thought, Lin Han vanished, executing the Gale Step. As soon as Lin Han vanished, the sphere completely infused itself into Michelle's body. He opened his eyes and gazed at the spot where Lin Han had just stood, a flicker of peculiarity crossing his gaze as he murmured to himself, how strange. Why did I just sense that boy's aura? Closing his eyes, he attempted to probe with his mental energy, but discovered nothing, shaking his head in amusement as he remarked, it seems I have become overly sensitive. Even a saint would not survive in such circumstances, let alone a mere king of magic. To learn of what follows, one must await the next installment. In my tale, the realm of the saints does not possess the whimsical ability to transform at will, as seen in other narratives. Rather, it necessitates the harmonization of mental energy with the incantation to exert control. Only upon reaching the divine tier can one manipulate the realm according to their thoughts. Thus, During the lower saint levels, the realm is akin to a superfluous appendage. It becomes marginally useful at the mid-tier and can be employed at the high tier, albeit with considerable complexity. It is only upon ascending to the divine level that one can truly harness the realm's potential, as it embodies the power of loss. Herein lies a description of a skill: the resurrection of the Minotaur chieftain after Lin Han's demise. Rebirth, passive skill. Ultimate magic upon the death of the Minotaur chieftain. He possesses a singular opportunity to rise again, restoring all of his life and magic. Michel silently recited the incantation for the wings of the wind god. And within a heartbeat, a pair of azure wings manifested upon his back. He prepared to take flight with a powerful flap of his wings. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He swiftly attempted to evade to the side but was still a moment too late. Several spikes erupted from the ground, impaling him and plunging his consciousness into a state of confusion and dizziness. Simultaneously, the previously invisible Lin Han revealed himself, adorned in a splendid and enigmatic trialist ensemble. Standing 30 meters away, with a flick of Lin Han's staff, several vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Michel tightly. He then gently tugged at both the staff and the Book of Trials, causing them to levitate before him, revolving in a synchronized manner. Lin Han's hands, now free, swiftly formed intricate seals, his fingers dancing in a mesmerizing display. Simultaneously, the staff and the book that soared around him emitted a peculiar energy, drawing a multitude of elements to coalesce in his vicinity, amplifying the potency of his skills. This was the hidden attribute of the staff and the Book of Trials, the acceleration of elemental gathering. In less than 2 seconds, Lin Han had executed hundreds of hand seals, a palpable aura of death emanating from him as the surrounding flora began to wither gradually. Moments later, Michel, who had been in a daze, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Lin Han, his fingers halting in their intricate movements, completed his skill, forming a peculiar gesture directed at Michel, and bellowed, withering death. Awakening to the overwhelming aura of death emanating from Lin Han, Michel felt an ominous presence of decay and destruction encircling him, sending chills down his spine. His spirit surged with terror as he struggled violently to escape. Though the vines were not particularly sturdy, they still managed to restrain a mage for a moment or two. In a panic, Michel swiftly conjured blades of wind to sever the vines, yet it was too late. A torrent of death and destruction enveloped him, penetrating his very being. No, Michel cried out in agony. The relentless forces of death and annihilation ravaged his body, his once grizzled hair turning stark white before it withered and fell away. His taut skin rapidly aged, becoming wrinkled and marred by age spots. In an instant, he seemed to have aged 30 years, the vitality within him steadily dissipating. "You demon! How could you cultivate such malevolent power?" Michel screamed in anguish, cursing Lin Han. "To wield such strength is to invite a fate worse than death. Pain will torment you for eternity." Lin Han gazed upon the aging figure of Michel and the plants surrounding them, which had withered away into mere fragments. A wave of confusion washed over him. Is this malevolent power truly mine? How have I come to this state? Reflecting on his arrival in this foreign realm, he recalled that initially, fear had restrained him from taking a life. He had merely inflicted injuries upon others. However, after that grave illness, it seemed he had transformed, becoming far more ruthless, killing whenever the impulse struck him. Lin Han could not help but incessantly question himself. How had it come to this? He had become a ruthless killer. Michel gazed at Lin Han, whose eyes were filled with confusion, and a manic smile crept across his face. "If we must die, let us die together." He forcefully thrust his right index and middle fingers into his own eyes, plunging into darkness as crimson blood streamed from his empty eye sockets, leaving 2 trails upon his face. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he concentrated the wind elements into sharp needles that violently pierced his ears and nostrils, obliterating his sense of hearing and smell. He then bit off his own tongue, annihilating his sense of taste. At this moment, only his sense of touch remained. With the other senses rendered useless, touch became painfully acute, an incessant torment gnawing at his nerves. Meanwhile, Lin Han's deathly decay continued to erode his very life force. Despite losing 4 senses, Michel did not relent. He commanded a vast array of wind elements to scour his skin, inflicting torturous agony akin to slow slicing upon his psyche, until his sense of touch, too, was entirely stripped away. This entire sequence transpired in less than 3 seconds. Though devoid of all 5 senses, Michel remained upright. His appearance grotesque, his eyes mere black voids, continuously weeping blood, while his nose, mouth, and ears bled profusely. His clothing had vanished entirely, his skin laid bare. rendering him a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. Meanwhile, Lin Han remained lost in thought, his eyes still clouded with confusion, despite having lost all 5 senses. Michelle's mental prowess surged, approaching the brink of divinity, rendering him unnaturally lucid. Lacking sensory perception did not prevent him from perceiving Lin Han through sheer mental force. It was not that Michelle wished to charge forth or unleash a skill to eliminate Lin Han. Rather, the decay of death had left a considerable amount of deathly energy within him. This energy, beneficial to the undead, was lethal poison for the living. And Michelle found himself utterly incapable of purging it. His demise was inevitable. The decay had siphoned away too much of his vitality. In his current state, not only would he be unable to defeat Lin Han, but merely surviving a confrontation would be a feat in itself. Although Lin Han was presently engulfed in introspection, his instinctive reflexes would awaken him at the slightest hint of danger, leaving no opportunity for Michelle to strike. He could only resort to self-mutilation to bolster his strength in a futile bid for a shared demise. With a sudden movement, he burst forth from the radius of decay, swiftly closing the distance to Lin Han, now merely 5 meters away. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth as he conjured a wind spear composed of a multitude of wind elements, aimed directly at Lin Han's heart. Arising from his reverie, Lin Han opened his eyes to see the dark green wind spear hurtling towards him, less than 10 centimeters away, prompting him to instinctively shift aside by a few centimeters. With a sickening thrust, the wind spear pierced through his chest, impaling him to the ground. Thankfully, his evasive maneuvers spared his heart. Had he not moved, death would have been certain. Through mental acuity, Michelle discerned that the wind spear had narrowly missed Lin Han's heart and endeavored to gather another wind spear. However, Lin Han did not afford him an opportunity. A hammer-shaped orb of lightning swiftly struck his head, and then Lin Han unleashed a greenish, eerie skull that let out a series of mournful laughs as it soared toward Michelle. Upon the skull's impact, the last vestiges of vitality within him vanished, and he disintegrated like weathered stone, transforming into grains of sand that scattered in the wind. As Lin Han beheld the utterly lifeless form of Michelle, a wave of relief washed over him, and before he could even muster the strength to employ his healing skills, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, Bentley, who had been hiding behind a rock, rushed over to assist Lin Han, preparing to flee. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him. Instinctively, Bentley shielded Lin Han, anxiety evident in his voice as he inquired, "Is it you? What do you want?" When news of Lin Han's slaying of the high-ranking saint-level mage Michelle reached Anglura City, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire realm. Spies from various factions, lurking in the shadows, hastily relayed the information, and soon it echoed across the continent. In the imperial capital of the Mickey Empire, Walton, at the headquarters of the Apothecary Association, Avril appeared noticeably gaunt. She stared blankly at the paper in her hand, murmuring softly, "The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it nears dusk." A few tears trickled down her cheeks, leaving small, damp spots on the paper. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door jolted her from her reverie. She lifted her head and called out, "Who is it?" "Dear granddaughter, it is your grandfather," came the voice of Lant from outside. "What are you doing, my dear? May I come in?" Upon hearing this, Avril hastily wiped away her tears, neatly folded the paper, and placed it in a sandalwood box. After composing herself, she replied, "Come in, the door is unlocked." The door swung open, and old Lant entered the room. Noticing her slightly swollen eyes and the remnants of tears on her cheeks, he sighed softly and said, "Dear granddaughter, why are you crying again?" Avril's expression turned flustered as she quickly rubbed her eyes in faint nonchalance. "I am not crying. It is merely sand that got into my eyes." Seeing his granddaughter, who had clearly been weeping, Lant felt a pang of sympathy but was at a loss for how to console her, merely shaking his head with a sigh. "Oh, I am your grandfather. Surely I know what weighs on your heart. Are you worried about that boy Lin Han again? I have news of him." "What news?" The moment Avril heard Lin Han's name, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she lifted her gaze towards old Lant, filled with hope and trepidation. Hope for updates on his well-being, yet anxiety that the news might not be favorable. Observing his granddaughter's tear-stained cheeks and slightly reddened eyes, Lant felt a twinge of pain in his heart. It was love that had caused this turmoil, and he couldn't help but lament that Lin Han had stolen away his granddaughter's affections while wandering aimlessly. Suppressing his thoughts, he managed a teasing smile. "You light up at the mention of his name, yet you appear so weary. It seems that love has made you forget your grandfather, which truly saddens me." Averil's cheeks flushed crimson, extending to her neck and ears. She leaned closer, grasping her grandfather's arm and playfully shaking it. "Grandfather, you are being unfair, constantly teasing me." All right, Lant chuckled, nearly dizzy from her antics. "I can't handle this much shaking. My old bones might just fall apart. I'll tell you the news." Avril abruptly ceased her playful demeanor, lifting her delicate face to gaze at him. A faint smile of bitterness appeared on Lance's face, accompanied by a profound sense of reluctance. In the blink of an eye, that little snot-nosed child had found a partner. How swiftly time had flown, over a decade had passed in an instant. Observing Avril's noticeably thinner visage due to her worries about Lin Han, Lant gathered his thoughts and spoke. "Lin Han has resurfaced at the juncture of the Roman Kingdom and the Furnace Mountains, and this time he has accomplished something monumental." "What remarkable feat has brother Lin Han achieved? How has he been lately?" Avril inquired, her expression suddenly filled with concern. "That rascal has managed to slay a saint-level being," Lant exclaimed, astonished, his heart brimming with emotion. Previously, it had been a struggle to contend with a king-level adversary, yet now he could vanquish a saint-level foe. The growth of this young man was truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Avril's face lit up with pride, as if it were she who had slain the saint-level being. Lant, observing his granddaughter's exuberance, felt a wave of nostalgia. When he first encountered Lin Han and his companions, Lin Han had been lying in a carriage, pursued by a band of thieves. Now, this young man possessed the ability to defeat a saint-level being and held capabilities that had sent ripples throughout the continent. Watching his proudly beaming granddaughter, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. A man of such exceptional caliber would undoubtedly attract numerous admirers, and he feared she might face considerable heartache. He hoped she could keep a level head. "Oh, by the way, I received a piece of news about Lin Han from the Mercenary Guild," Lance suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. "What news?" Avril asked, her spirits lifting at the prospect of further information about Lin Han. "I saw an anonymous message left at the Mercenary Guild. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it is near dusk. Haterland sees. I recognize those lines as being written on that paper you often read, so I inquired. The message was posted in Angru City. It should be from Lin Han." As soon as Avril heard this, she sprang to her feet, frantically gathering her belongings. Lant, taken aback, said, "Silly girl. There's no need to rush off to find Lin Han so hastily. You should at least prepare yourself first. Wait a couple of days until I resolve matters here, and then I will accompany you." "Thank you, Grandpa," Avril exclaimed joyfully, throwing her arms around him and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Meanwhile, Angru City was abuzz with excitement as people incessantly discussed Lin Han's slaying of Michelle. In stark contrast, within the study of the Angru family patriarch, a different scene unfolded. The once mighty patriarch, Jasper Angru, knelt with a pallid complexion, while a figure shrouded in a silver mask occupied his former seat. "Jasper, do you recognize your transgressions?" A voice, as melodious as a nightingale yet laced with chilling intensity, emanated from behind the mask. Jasper trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. If the outside world were to discover that the patriarch of the Anglu family, who controls the Roman Empire, was rendered into a state of cold sweat by the words of a woman, they would surely be left astounded, provided they possessed glasses, of course. "My lord, I acknowledge my mistakes. I should not have let my momentary greed lead to Michelle's demise." Jasper Anglu knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in a plea for mercy, tears and snot mingling on his face. The masked figure regarded him in silence, emanating a profound disdain. It was pitiful to witness a grown man so utterly stripped of dignity, bowing and weeping. As Jasper noticed the masked figure's silence, his fear intensified, prompting him to bow even more fervently, his forehead striking the ground with resounding thuds. Before long, a wound appeared on his forehead, leaving a crimson stain on the floor. Blood streaming down his face, rendering him a ghastly sight. Enough with the bowing, the masked figure finally spoke, halting his desperate gestures. "Michelle is dead. Let her remain so. She was but refuse. It is disgraceful that a saint-level being should perish at the hands of a mere king-level. Truly useless." Jasper dared not utter a word, merely nodding in acquiescence. "Regarding your unauthorized actions without the organization's consent, we had initially planned your execution. However, considering your prior contributions, your death sentence is commuted, though you shall face punishment, 1 month of wall-sitting in the abyss of 10,000 demons." Upon hearing the mention of execution, Jasper collapsed in terror. Yet when the masked figure proclaimed he would not be killed, he exhaled in relief. Nonetheless, the prospect of being sent to the abyss filled him with overwhelming dread. Furthermore, you need not concern yourself with Lin Han's affairs. The organization will handle them. You are to protect him in secret. He is of great importance to us. Jasper could only nod repeatedly. Very well, I must take my leave. Take care of yourself. As the words left the masked figure's lips, he vanished, leaving Jasper still prostrate on the ground for a considerable time before finally rising. After regaining his composure, he summoned his confidant to relay instructions. In a mysterious locale on the continent, shrouded by a colossal barrier, stood a grand palace at its center. A man clad in white strode swiftly into the palace, where dozens of similarly attired men and women sat, with the seat of honor conspicuously vacant. Upon his entry, the man knelt on one knee before the young man closest to the principal seat. My lord, the magical footage you requested has been transmitted. Thank you for your efforts. Oh, the young man replied with a nod, gesturing for him to rise. After Ul stood and seated himself on a nearby chair. A crystal screen measuring 20 meters in length and 8 meters in width illuminated on the palace wall. An image appeared, revealing Lin Han engaged in battle against Michelle. As the assembly witnessed Lin Han conjuring a green, eerie skull to attack Michelle, expressions of revulsion swept across their faces, with some clenching their fists so tightly that the veins on their hands bulged ominously. Had it not been for the centurion seated at the forefront, who remained silent, the entire palace would have likely descended into chaos. After being ensnared by death, Lin Han employed other skills, yet the crowd remained unresponsive, their gazes toward him rife with hostility. However, when Lin Han invoked the Holy Shield, astonishment swept through the assembly, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief as they gazed at the crystalline screen. Particularly, those few with clenched fists appeared utterly flabbergasted. Their jaws nearly unhinged as they muttered to themselves, "Impossible, this cannot be." When the hellfire appeared subsequently, and Lin Han found himself bested by Michelle, the onlookers paid little heed, still absorbed in their earlier astonishment. Yet, when Lin Han transformed into a demon, some could no longer contain themselves. The fiery-tempered individuals clad in white sprang to their feet, their faces aflame with rage as they glared at Lin Han on the screen, their voices echoing with murderous intent. Kill. Annihilate him. Reduce him to ashes. If Lin Han were to discover that several individuals were stirred to a frenzy, akin to a vendetta against him, after watching his confrontation with Michelle, he would undoubtedly be inclined to deliver a sharp slap to them, exclaiming, "What on earth are you so excited about regarding my duel?" The centurion seated in the front turned to glance at those individuals before returning his focus to the battle between Lin Han and Michelle. The irritable individuals clad in white, however, resembled mice in the presence of a cat, trembling in fear and promptly settling down to continue watching the screen, daring not to utter another word. After approximately 5 minutes, the footage finally concluded. The centurion turned to address the white-clad individuals below, pausing momentarily before inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" As the irritable individuals rose once more, ready to speak, the centurion shot them a stern glare, causing them to shrink back in silence. At that moment, a female figure dressed in white from the central seating area stood up and performed an unusual bow towards the centurion, stating, "Sir, I believe we should apprehend this individual to uncover the source of his powers. Dear Julie, your assertion is misguided. I propose we allow him to continue roaming freely, for that may lead us to his lair, enabling us to capture him altogether," countered a man seated slightly ahead of her. However, the man's gaze was unsettling, glinting with an inappropriate lust that repulsed the white-clad woman, who was just about to retort. At that moment, an elderly man with a head full of white hair, seated beneath the centurion, cleared his throat twice to capture everyone's attention, then raised his teacup to take a sip before speaking. "I believe this young fellow is akin to us. Galileo, you must be losing your senses," exclaimed a brash young man opposite the elder, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "How could we possibly be similar to a filthy demon?" After making his point, he muttered under his breath, "What a decrepit old fool," spouting nonsense with his eyes wide open. Though his voice was low, every expert present could hear him, and disdain was evident on the faces of those around. The elder, undeterred, remained oblivious to the contempt directed at him, wearing a smug expression. "You." The elder's fingers trembled with rage as he glared at the young man, his eyes ablaze with fury. "What do you mean by you?" The arrogant young man sneered at the elder, spitting defiantly, "If you have the guts, come bite me." "Silence, Buzz." The centurion sprang to his feet, swiftly approaching the young man and delivering a resounding slap that sent him flying several meters away. He then fixed a venomous gaze on Buzz, warning, "Should you continue to speak carelessly, I will shatter your mouth. Consider this a warning. Behave yourself, or I shall ensure Lord LaSalle provides you with a proper lesson." At this, Buzz fell silent, his eyes filled with resentment. The centurion shook his head in dismay. Reflecting inwardly, Lord LaSalle, a man of great valor, has unfortunately fathered a worthless son. Truly, a tiger begets a son of a dog. Casting aside his lingering thoughts, he cleared his throat several times to capture the attention of the assembly, and then proclaimed, "Regarding Lin Han, we shall deliberate at length, but for now, our primary focus is to monitor him and simultaneously address some of the more indiscreet nuisances." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd at the notion of not only sparing this fiend, but also offering him protection. The captain glanced around at the gathered assembly and added, "This is the directive from above." The crowd nodded in agreement. Noticing the consensus, the captain declared, "Very well. Let us leave this matter behind and discuss other affairs." He then turned to a middle-aged man who had previously engaged with the elder, saying, "Gabriel, how goes the task?" The middle-aged man rose, bowed respectfully, and replied, "My lord, it is nearing completion. We are now in the final stages. It should be ready for trial in approximately a year." "Excellent, excellent, excellent." A satisfied smile spread across the captain's face as he repeated his praise thrice. With a swift motion, he brushed his hand across a ring, and a magnificent silver sword materialized in his grasp. As the sword emerged, an overwhelming aura of sword energy enveloped the entire palace, and the assembly's eyes fixated upon the blade. Akin to prisoners released after years of confinement mesmerized by the sight of a stunning beauty, their gazes rife with avaricious desire. The captain approached the middle-aged man, solemnly extending the sword towards him. Overwhelmed by the captain's gesture of bestowing such a precious weapon, the middle-aged man's eyes glistened with emotion. Observing his dazed demeanor, the elder beside him tugged at his sleeve as a reminder. Suddenly awakened, the middle-aged man promptly knelt, lifting the sword above his head with both hands. The captain, with an expression of admiration, presented the sword, stating, "Gabriel, in recognition of your years of dedicated service and commendable efforts, I, Captain Haynes of the Demon-Slaying Legion, bestow upon you this holy sword and elevate you to the rank of centurion." The newly appointed centurion Gabriel, brimming with excitement, accepted the sword and bowed deeply, proclaiming, "All for the Legion, all for His Majesty." The surrounding members in white echoed his fervent chants, resembling a throng of zealous devotees. Lin Han gradually opened his eyes, discovering himself lying within a cave. He slightly raised his head and noticed that Bentley was dozing against the cave wall. At that moment, a voice emerged from the shadows. "You are awake." A figure slowly stepped out from the darkness. Upon recognizing the individual, Lin Han's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "It's you?" Immediately, he attempted to switch to combat mode, only to find that he was met with no response. Realization dawned upon him. Having recently undergone a demon transformation, he was now in a weakened state, incapable of utilizing the trial as set. A sense of despair began to envelop his heart. In his prime, he could have defeated this adversary, but now he found himself powerless, merely awaiting his fate. "What do you intend to do?" The man observed Lin Han, whose muscles were taut and face beset with vigilance, and disdainfully remarked, "You need not be so tense. Had I wished to kill you, you would have perished long ago." Lin Han pondered for a moment and realized the truth of the matter. He then glanced at the map, noting that the point representing him was yellow, signifying neutrality. Had he shown hostility, it would have been red. The once slumbering Bentley was roused by the conversation between the two. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth and gazing sleepily at the individual, he inquired, "Dreamy lady, with whom are you conversing?" The person in question was none other than Yu Ming, the would-be assassin of Lin Han, who had adopted a feminine moniker despite being quite the burly man. Yu Ming's facial muscles twitched in agitation as he fixed a steely glare upon Bentley, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "You scoundrel, should you utter another word of nonsense, I shall shatter every tooth in your mouth." Bentley instinctively covered his mouth, muttering in a muffled tone, "Humph, if you don't wish to speak, then don't. Who are you trying to intimidate, dreamy lady?" Yu Ming, infuriated, rolled his eyes dramatically, turning away to avoid further confrontation, preferring the solace of ignorance. Lin Han gazed at the increasingly beleaguered Yu Ming, his heart brimming with curiosity. Clearing his throat twice, he sought to draw their attention. Upon hearing Lin Han's voice, Binli let out an exclamation of surprise, swiftly turning to Lin Han and exclaiming with fervor, "Elder brother, you have awakened." Lin Han was momentarily speechless. How could it be that, despite his presence, she remained oblivious to him? Was he truly so insignificant? It was utterly disheartening. Observing Lin Han's expression of confusion, Bentley offered an awkward smile. Lin Han was utterly despondent regarding this fellow, for in his eyes, there existed only beautiful women and food. If there were a beautiful woman who could also be consumed, he would undoubtedly be the first to rush forward. Pointing at the still cold and aloof Yu Ming standing beside him, Lin Han inquired with a perplexed expression, "What is he doing here?" As he spoke of the matter at hand, the playful grin on Bin Li's face diminished slightly. He continued, "That day, after you fainted, I intended to go to you. I was lifting you up when he appeared. Initially, I thought he meant you harm. But he claimed he was there to save you. Of course, I found that hard to believe. No one would. It was utterly absurd. Just moments ago, he was ready to strike, and now he comes to your rescue." With a teasing lift of his eyebrows toward Yu Ming, he added, "Am I right, fair maiden? Would you believe him?" Yu Ming immediately wore a dark expression, thinking to himself, "How did I get caught in this?" Adhering to the principle that there comes a time when one can no longer endure, he swiftly flicked his right hand, sending a dagger slicing through the air toward Bin Li. Before either Bin Li or Lin Han could react, the dagger embedded itself where Bin Li had been seated. Its blade mere inches from his prized possession, leaving Bin Li feeling an icy chill beneath him. 3 seconds later, Bin Li finally comprehended the situation, emitting a shrill scream akin to a dolphin's wail, before rapidly scrambling to hide behind Lin Han, directing a furious tirade at the expressionless Yu Ming. "You are far too ruthless. This is not a place for attacks. What if you had missed your target?" Observing the incessant rambling of Bin Li, Lin Han found himself at a loss for words, feeling that he was even more verbose than an old lady. Yu Ming revealed a hint of disdain on his face and remarked, "I do not miss. But should you continue this incessant chatter, I might just make an error." Instantly, Bin Li fell silent, resembling a duck with its neck grasped tightly. Lin Han gazed at the two adversaries before him, rendered speechless by their rivalry. With a sense of resignation, he addressed Bentley, urging, "Cease the banter and get to the point." "Oh, very well," Bentley retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Yu Ming before continuing. "Initially, I believed he would bring you harm, but since I am no match for him, I decided to let things be. As you so aptly put it, life is akin to a formidable woman. When resistance is futile, one might as well recline and savor the experience." As Bentley's levity escalated, Lin Han found himself questioning the wisdom of having agreed to accompany him. Bentley's eccentricities were beyond measure. Noticing Bentley's inclination to continue speaking, Lin Han shot him a warning glare, then turned to Yu Ming and inquired, "Pray tell, why did you come to my rescue? We were, after all, adversaries at the time, and that fellow over there has caused you considerable distress." He gestured towards Bentley. Yu Ming's thoughts drifted back to that harrowing night, and his countenance darkened instantly. Bentley, sensing the fury directed toward him, lamented, "Brother, you are being rather unreasonable. You are putting me in a precarious position." After a moment of contemplation, Yu Ming replied, "We shall settle that score another time. I saved you because you belong to me." Bentley, who had been wearing a woeful expression, instantly transformed upon hearing those words. His eyes darted back and forth between the two, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Ah, scandalous affair." Lin Han was momentarily taken aback. But soon his expression darkened, and he shouted with a frown, "What the hell? Go as far away as your thoughts can take you. Leave as swiftly as your ideas can travel." Yu Ming was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized the ambiguity of her words, her face flushing with embarrassment. She hurriedly added, "That's not what I meant. What I intended to convey is that you have defeated me, and I aspire to triumph over you in the future. Therefore, you cannot perish now, and I must save you." Lin Han instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Being liked by others is indeed a delightful experience. However, if the one who harbors such affection is of the same sex, it may become a tragic circumstance, except for those who inherently favor their own gender. "So, what are your intentions?" Lin Han gazed at Yu Ming, whose expression had once again turned icy. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Ming replied, "I wish to accompany you. For this will allow me the opportunity to challenge you at any time until I emerge victorious." Lin Han was indifferent to having someone accompany him. Even though he frequently challenged himself, engaging in sparring with another could enhance his own prowess. If he wished to decline, he could simply refuse. as he had never committed to accepting any challenges. However, Bentley's expression immediately fell. He realized that having this formidable individual around would spell an end to his peace. Just as he prepared to voice his refusal, Lin Han seemed to sense his thoughts and shot him a piercing glance, compelling Bentley to swallow his words. Thus began Bentley's unfortunate days, a turning point marked by later generations. It was notable for two reasons: the inclusion of the God of Assassins into the divine team, and the onset of the tragic saga of the God of XX. 3 days later, on the official road from Ongru City to Hadolin, a rather large but modestly adorned carriage carried Lin Han, Bentley, and the newly joined Yu Ming, who were engaged in conversation. Lin Han pondered for a moment and solemnly remarked, "I have contemplated extensively over the past 3 days, and now I wish to pose a question to you all." His tone conveyed a hint of tension. Bentley gazed at him with surprise. It was quite unusual for the typically optimistic Lin Han to exhibit signs of nervousness, even when confronting the head of the Ongru family. Meanwhile, Yu Ming maintained her ever-unyielding poker face. Lin Han pondered for a few moments, then fixed his gaze upon the two individuals and said, "You both witnessed my confrontation with the Archmage of the Ongru family, did you not?" Bentley and Yu Ming nodded in affirmation. Bentley had been hiding behind a rock, observing the battle, while Yu Ming had stealthily followed the two combatants. However, the ferocity of their clash rendered him unable to assist. He could only remain concealed, biding his time for an opportunity. Lin Han's voice grew increasingly tense. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "I trust you have witnessed my use of magic." The two nodded in agreement. Lin Han fell silent once more, seemingly grappling with some inner turmoil, and the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. Bentley, unable to endure the tension any longer, quipped with curiosity, "Brother, what is it you wish to convey? Spare us the vagueness. You sound like a woman. Your name is hardly feminine, so why feign such delicacy?" He cast a teasing glance at Yu Ming, who had been attempting to appear aloof. Upon hearing this remark, Yu Ming immediately turned to him, her gaze piercing, and articulated each word with precision. "If you dare speak nonsense again, I shall show you what it feels like to weigh lightly in that region." Bentley, initially taken aback, quickly retaliated by covering his groin and retorting, "You weigh but 2 taels. I am at least a pound." Yu Ming was rendered speechless, and Lin Han found amusement in Bentley's outrageous words, momentarily lightening the atmosphere. Bentley, still clutching his groin, patted Lin Han on the shoulder, saying, "Now that's more like it." The previous tension was unbearable, suffocating even. "Now, brother, speak your mind. We will surely assist you. If it comes to a fight, Yu Ming will handle it. If there are women involved, Yu Ming will take care of that too." He winked at Yu Ming, adding, "Right, Yu Ming? I trust you know how to manage such matters." Yu Ming turned her head away, opting for silence. Lin Han was left in a state of disbelief, exclaiming internally, "How did I end up surrounded by such eccentric individuals?" Bentley seemed eager to continue his banter, but Lin Han quickly interjected, fearing more outlandish remarks. "All right, enough of the frivolity. You have seen my magic, and among its attributes, particularly the last one, the demon transformation, clearly exhibits an evil alignment. Do you harbor any objections?" "I was expecting something more profound," Bentley replied, feigning realization. He then abruptly shifted his expression to one of confusion, asking, "What of it?" Lin Han, taken aback, responded, "You are not concerned? Keep in mind, the power I wield carries a necromantic essence, as the undead of the dark faction are inherently tied to that attribute." Bentley regarded Lin Han with a serious expression, and after a 10-second pause, he sighed, "Brother, you possess considerable intellect in your daily life. How is it you fail to see clearly in this instance?" Lin Han gazed at him in bewilderment. "Brother, power is devoid of intrinsic goodness or evil. It solely depends on the wielder." Yu Ming turned her head to look at Bentley, astonished, for she never anticipated that the usually playful and carefree individual could utter such profound words. A flicker of insight briefly illuminated Lin Han's mind, yet when he reached out to seize it, he found it elusive. Bentley's eyes revealed a hint of struggle before he spoke. "In that case, allow me to share a secret with you." Lin Han and Yu Ming exchanged puzzled glances, astonished to see that the usually carefree Bentley exhibited such a profound expression. "Initially, when I assessed my physical constitution, the results indicated that my mental acuity was extraordinary. However, my body was classified as a demonic body, rendering me incapable of practicing magic or martial arts. At first, I was engulfed in despair, truly. Yet, on one occasion, I stumbled upon my unique ability, control." Lin Han and Yu Ming gazed at him in bewilderment. "Control? What control? Bentley looked at the two, articulating each word with precision. Mental control? It is the ability to manipulate others with one's mental power. The two exchanged startled glances, astonished that such a force existed. Does it not evoke a sense of dread? An aura of malevolence? A faint, bitter smile crept across Bentley's face. Initially, I was indeed horrified. I could not believe I possessed such a sinister power. However, as time passed, I grew indifferent, for I have never used this power to harm anyone. I am free of guilt. Free of guilt? Free of guilt? Lin Han couldn't help but murmur to himself, his face awash with confusion and turmoil. The ethereal dream seemed to convey something, but Bentley quickly intervened, whispering, he must rely solely on himself to overcome this affliction. Lin Han reminisced about every event that transpired since his arrival from Earth to this otherworldly realm. Initially, he encountered Howard and Mu Ping, who later sustained grievous injuries while defending him. Subsequently, he met Avril and her grandfather, standing shoulder to shoulder with them in battle before departing from Province to Caesar City. There, he encountered another woman who cherished him, Heiswei, a lady who willingly risked her life for his sake. On the journey away from Caesar City, Mu Ping was taken by unknown assailants. While Howard and Heiswei perished in combat, their remains still confined within the ring. Eventually, he found himself inexplicably transported to the Kingdom of Rome, where he met Bentley, an exceptional individual, alongside the enigmatic Yum, who bore a feminine name. Is power inherently good or evil, or does it merely reflect the character of its wielder? Can he truly claim to be guiltless? Lin Han could not help but introspect. After approximately 10 minutes, he lifted his head to gaze at the Bentley and Yu Ming, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. At that moment, the confusion in his eyes had dissipated, replaced by a resolute understanding of himself. What did it matter if the power was malevolent? To love oneself and those dear to him rendered the nature of that power inconsequential. Ding. At that moment, the long silent system re-emerged. Congratulations, host, for successfully navigating the faction trial and comprehending the distinction between righteousness and malevolence. Rewards granted. 1. Enhanced Trialist set. With all equipment attributes doubled, and the Trialist tome now stores an additional 2 spells. 2. All hero skill effects increased by 50%, including those of neutral heroes. 3. The ability to freely invoke Demon Transformation and Divine Descent, albeit only one at a time. Each skill lasts 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 6 months, rendering the user weakened for half a year post-usage and reducing all skill effects by 80%. 4. Due to successfully passing the trial, the adverse effects of the Demon Transformation have been lifted. The host may now continue to level up. Lin Han felt an unexpected surge of joy. He had finally overcome this perplexing trial, and the rewards were quite satisfactory. He opened his attribute panel. Character, Lin Han level, 20 status, excellent skill points. For ordinary skill points, ordinary skills. Gale Step, level 1. Water Element, level 1. Entangle, level 1. Magma Creature, level 1. Blink, level 1. Owl, level 1. Holy Light, level 1. Stormhammer, level 1. Battle Eagle, level 2. Healing, level 3. Blizzard, level 3. Chain Lightning, level 3. Holy Shield, level 3. Focus Aura, level 3. Radiant Aura, level 3. Thorn Aura, level 3. Ultimate Skills, Resurrection, level 3. Voodoo, level 3. Teleportation, level 3. Special Skills, Demon Transformation. Descent of the Celestial Being. Lin Han assessed his current strength. Excluding the skills of Demon Transformation and Divine Descent, he estimated himself to be at the level of a low-level Archmage. With these skills, he felt a 70% confidence in defeating a mid-level Archmage, and he possessed the ability to protect himself against a high-level Archmage. Through prolonged meditation, his mental fortitude had finally reached parity with his physical prowess, achieving the strength of a low-level Archmage. Having resolved a significant concern and gained 2 sincere friends, Lin Han's spirit soared. He eagerly began to teach Bentley, who aspired to become a bard, how to sing. Bentley, endowed with remarkable musical talent, swiftly mastered the new song. He then produced a newly acquired instrument, the Wanderer's Lute, symbolizing the essence of traversing the world, reminiscent of the ancient Chinese guqin. Sitting cross-legged, he placed the lute upon his lap and commenced his performance. For these years, I walked alone. Through winds and rains, I have shed tears, made mistakes. Yet I remember what I stood for. Only those who have loved truly will understand, will know loneliness and look back. Eventually, there are dreams. And you reside in my heart. Friends walk together through life. Those days are now a memory. A single phrase can last a lifetime, a life of affection. A cup of wine. Friends have never been alone. With a call of friendship, you will understand. There are still wounds, still pain, still paths to tread, and I remain. For these years, I walked alone, through winds and rains. I have shed tears, made mistakes, yet I remember what I stood for. Only those who have loved truly will understand, will know loneliness and look back. Eventually, there are dreams, and you reside in my heart. Friends walk together through life. Those days are now a memory. A single phrase can last a lifetime, a life of affection, a cup of wine. Friends have never been alone. With a call of friendship, you will understand. There are still wounds, still pain, still paths to tread, and I remain. Friends walk together through life. Those days are now a memory. A single phrase can last a lifetime, a life of affection, a cup of wine. Friends have never been alone. With a call of friendship, you will understand. There are still wounds, still pain, still paths to tread, and I remain. Bentley sang the song repeatedly. Initially, it felt merely pleasant, but as he immersed himself in the performance, Lin Han sensed the melody penetrating his soul, drawing him into a reverie of joyous memories shared with friends and their selfless support during difficult times. He was particularly moved by Bentley and Yoming's unwavering companionship. Despite his possession of dark powers, causing tears to stream down his face, even Yuming, who often maintained a stoic facade, was visibly affected, her eyes glistening with emotion. As the song concluded, Lin Han and Yuming found themselves in tears, while Bentley, slowly opening his eyes and noticing their state, expressed his surprise, exclaiming, "Hey, what happened to you two? Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Brother will help you get back at them." Lin Han and Yuming emerged from this peculiar state, their gazes meeting in astonishment. Lin Han was overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. His strength had reached the royal level, yet he found himself entranced, losing his composure due to a mere song. Even the renowned assassin Yuming, known for her resilience, was swayed by his melody. "Bentley, did you feel anything unusual while singing just now? Or was there something different from your usual experience?" Lin Han gazed intently at Bentley, who still wore a puzzled expression, and earnestly inquired. Yuming could not help but lean in closer. Bentley looked at the two with their serious demeanor and replied, "No, it's just the same as usual." "Think again," urged Lin Han. "All right," Bentley said, falling into contemplation, his brow furrowing slightly. Lin Han and Yuming watched him anxiously, seemingly attempting to decipher something from his expression. After a quarter of an hour, Bentley opened his eyes once more and shook his head, eliciting a wave of disappointment. However, he added, "The only difference in my singing this time is that I was more engaged than before. I truly cannot think of anything else." "Engaged?" Lin Han lowered his head, muttering to himself, persistently pondering. Yet the more he thought, the more perplexed he became. "Perhaps you could sing it a few more times," suggested Yuming from the side. Unable to conceive a better method, Lin Han nodded in agreement with the proposal. Bentley, feeling a slight ache in his legs, adjusted his position and resumed playing the piano. During the first couple of renditions, Lin Han felt nothing particularly remarkable. However, as the third iteration commenced, Bentley closed his eyes, fully immersed in the performance. It was then that Lin Han began to sense a peculiar force emanating from Bentley, gradually penetrating into his own being. Lin Han turned his gaze towards Yuming, who, with a look of astonishment, returned the glance. They nodded to each other and continued to listen to his singing. As time elapsed, Lin Han sensed the power intensifying, compelling him to employ his mental fortitude to shield his mind from the invasive force. Observing Yuming, he noticed that despite the beads of sweat adorning his brow as he persistently resisted the force, he remained composed. Approximately 10 minutes later, Bentley's complexion paled noticeably. The potency of the force surged even further, requiring Lin Han to exert his arcane-level mental energy to withstand it. This was largely due to his status as a mage, which endowed him with superior mental strength compared to other professions. Meanwhile, the assassin Yuming had succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, tears streaming down his face once more. Lin Han reached out and gently patted Bentley on the shoulder. Immediately, Bentley ceased his singing, yet his body uncontrollably leaned back against the wooden panel of the car. His face was devoid of color, drenched in perspiration, and his mouth was agape, gasping for air as if he were on the brink of suffocation. Lin Han observed Bentley's weary expression and promptly directed a healing wave into his body. The wave then leapt from Bentley to Yuming, who, still enraptured by the melody, was jolted awake by the healing energy. She gazed at Bentley with astonishment, eager to speak, but Lin Han shook his head to silence her, gesturing towards Bentley's pallid complexion. Yuming nodded in understanding and leaned back against the carriage to rest her eyes. After receiving treatment, Bentley succumbed to slumber. More than 4 hours passed, and the afternoon sun cast its glow. Bentley opened his eyes, his complexion no longer ashen. He appeared significantly rejuvenated. Upon noticing his awakening, Lin Han and Yu Ming hastily set aside their tasks and inquired with concern, "How do you feel? Are you still unwell?" Bentley shook his head and replied, "I'm fine now. Just a slight headache remains." His voice was somewhat hoarse. "That's a relief," Lin Han said, visibly easing from his earlier worry. "Initially, your face was ghostly pale, drenched in sweat. It startled us." A faint smile crept onto Bentley's face as he reassured them, "I'm all right." Then, turning to Lin Han and Yu Ming with curiosity, he asked, "What was the outcome this time?" Lin Han summarized, saying, "In your first 2 renditions, there was nothing particularly strange. However, when you sang the 3rd time, an extraordinary force emanated from your voice. This force was capable of penetrating the mind and influencing thoughts." He paused for a moment before continuing. "This power intensified, and ultimately, it was only through the exertion of my spiritual energy at the level of the Dharma that I was able to withstand it," while Yu Ming succumbed completely. Bentley turned. Curiosity etched on his face as he glanced at Yu Ming. "Is that true?" Yu Ming awkwardly nodded, as it was indeed difficult to admit that one had fallen prey to another's influence, even when on guard. "How did you manage that?" Lin Han gazed at him in astonishment, for this was an exceedingly peculiar and immensely powerful force capable of influencing the human mind. Bentley pondered for a moment before responding. "To explain how this works, I must confess that I am at a loss myself. However, I have sensed that when I sing, I involuntarily immerse my entire being into the act, with nothing occupying my mind but the music." Lin Han, upon hearing his words, couldn't help but lower his head in contemplation, fully immersing himself in thought. It seemed that he had grasped a glimmer of understanding, yet the threads remained tangled. Yu Ming was also deep in consideration, while Bentley gazed at the two with hopeful anticipation. After all, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, everyone yearns to become a formidable force. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. His strength might be attributed to his extraordinary mental prowess. Originally lost in thought, Yu Ming appeared to have had an epiphany, raising her head to speak. "In the intelligence gathered by the Assassin Alliance, there exists a peculiar creature known as the Mirage Fox, which resides in the enigmatic forest. The Mirage Fox possesses the ability to wield mental energy to conjure illusions that bewilder its foes, and it lures individuals into these fantasies through the sounds it emits." Lin Han, upon hearing his words, felt as though he had grasped a crucial insight. Mental strength, illusions, control. He could not help but lower his head and murmur to himself. Suddenly, a term flashed through his mind: sound killing technique. A method to vanquish foes through auditory control. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming clarity. He could unleash his mental energy through sound to harm his adversaries. Lin Han's face broke into a broad smile as he exclaimed, "Bentley, you have struck gold this time. This is an extraordinarily formidable skill." Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Bentley's features, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. Simultaneously, he could not help but exclaim internally, "I am no longer an ordinary person devoid of power." However, Yu Ming, observing the jubilant expressions of the two, felt compelled to douse their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "Do not rejoice too soon. The drawbacks of your ability are glaringly apparent. Firstly, it demands an exceptionally high level of mental fortitude. Although your current mental capacity is commendable, what of the future? Lin Han can withstand it with his mental prowess at the FA zone level. Secondly, your preparation time is excessively long. It took you nearly 10 minutes to achieve any effect this time. Thirdly, you lack concrete examples for reference and must rely solely on your own exploration, which makes the path ahead quite treacherous." Immediately, the smile on Bentley's face faltered, replaced by a look of inner turmoil. Witnessing his renewed disappointment, Lin Han felt compelled to offer words of consolation. "Fear not. These are not insurmountable issues. They can be resolved." Bentley gazed at him with hopeful eyes, and Yu Ming, being a friend, also leaned in, wishing for his success. Lin Han organized his thoughts and remarked, "Regarding mental fortitude, your innate potential is already remarkably high. If you were to discover an effective method to cultivate your mental strength, the results would undoubtedly be exponential. As for the concern of prolonged preparation, practice indeed makes perfect. Merely engaging in more exercises will suffice. Furthermore, the issue of lacking reference points can be resolved through practical experience. The knowledge acquired through personal exploration is what truly suits oneself." Bentley's expression immediately brightened, and Yu Ming nodded in agreement. Very well, now focus on your practice. I shall take a moment to rest, as I have matters to attend to this evening. In an instant, the melodies of song floated along the official road. Yet Yu Ming bore the brunt of the situation. As time swiftly passed, dusk began to settle. Lin Han and his companions sought refuge in a cave, tidying up their surroundings. Seated before the crackling campfire, Lin Han resumed his familiar task, summoning water elementals and magma creatures to roast meat. Bentley, having indulged in this feast a few times before, gazed hungrily at the beast's leg in Lin Han's grasp, drool nearly escaping his lips. Meanwhile, Yu Ming wore a pained expression. Having never witnessed such a method of cooking with elemental beings, any other mage would surely contest her actions, deeming it a desecration of the noble art of magic. Before long, the beast's leg was perfectly roasted, its surface a rich golden hue, glistening with savory juices. Lin Han divided the leg into 3 portions, distributing them to his companions. Bentley, unable to contain his eagerness, snatched a sizable piece and began to devour it with delight. Yu Ming, her curiosity piqued, took a bite as well, eager to savor the flavor of magically roasted meat. Yet, after merely one taste, she could no longer restrain herself. The meat was tender and flavorful, and as she bit into it, the aroma burst forth, prompting her to indulge like Bentley in a feast. Lin Han gazed at the 2 gluttons, momentarily at a loss for words, and could not help but wonder if these 2 fellows had ever tasted meat before. Shaking his head, he resumed his meal. After approximately half an hour, Bentley and Yu Ming, both clutching their round bellies, were continuously belching in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lin Han had only managed to consume half of his portion, for the beast leg weighed a staggering 6 or 7 pounds. And even a mere 2 pounds of meat would be overwhelmingly filling. The trio reclined on the ground, leisurely picking their teeth and engaging in boastful banter. Time stealthily slipped away amid their conversations, and before long, it was midnight. Feeling a bit drowsy, they decided to sleep fully clothed. In the blink of an eye, 11 days had passed, and they had covered nearly half the distance to their destination. In approximately another half-month, they would reach Hadelin. It was not that they wished to avoid the mercenary guild's flying beasts. Rather, they feared being discovered upon entering the city and had to rely on a slow-moving carriage. Over these 12 days, many events transpired. After Lin Han vanquished the high-ranking saint, Michel, gossip-mongers began to refer to him and a few others as the 4 great talents of the continent. Due to Lin Han's demonic transformation being perceived as exceedingly malevolent, he earned the moniker of Law Demon. As a result of his sinister abilities, numerous self-proclaimed righteous organizations sprang forth, declaring that he must be eradicated for the peace of the continent. However, after a while, these small factions mysteriously vanished, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation, convinced that Lin Han had a formidable force backing him, and they hastily instructed their subordinates to avoid crossing him. Meanwhile, Bentley and Yu Ming were blissfully making their way to Hadelin, while Lin Han and his companions enjoyed a rather comfortable existence over the past 11 days. Of course, Yu Ming was the exception. He was nearly driven mad by Bentley's incessant singing. Nevertheless, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a significant enhancement in his mental prowess, truly experiencing joy intertwined with suffering. They also recognized a new drawback. Bentley's prolonged singing left his throat sore and his voice hoarse. Without the ability to sing, what joy is left? However, drawing upon his internationalist spirit, Lin Han, ever resourceful, conceived a new method of utilizing mental energy to play the piano. Speaking of which, surely they had seen the movie The Six-Fingered Pianist. The 8-part heavenly dragon was indeed a magnificent and graceful spectacle. Thus, Bentley commenced practicing the art of channeling his mental energy into the piano strings, allowing the sound to resonate. Poor Yu Ming, having enjoyed 2 days of peace, was once again subjected to torment. During their journey, they encountered several bands of petty thieves, all of whom met their demise under Yu Ming's counterattacks. Bentley also attempted to employ the musical technique Lin Han had dubbed the 8-part heavenly dragon to fend off the robbers. Initially, both Bentley and Yu Ming were curious about why it was called the 8-part heavenly dragon. Lin Han narrated the tale of the Six-Fingered Pianist, albeit in an alternate world version. Upon hearing it, Bentley was captivated, envisioning a day when he too could wield music as a weapon of destruction. At first, Bentley played melancholic melodies, causing the thieves to weep profusely. With remarkable results, even a few particularly weak-minded brigands were driven to suicide by the sorrowful strains. This left both Yu Ming and Lin Han speechless, pondering how someone so mentally fragile could dare to pursue a life of thievery. However, Bentley was quite elated, for he had achieved the first blood. On the 11th day, Lin Han and his companions finally discovered a relatively secluded spot, where they parked their carriage discreetly and ventured into the dense forest to find a clearing. They sat down to enjoy their evening meal and began to meditate, preparing for the night's endeavors. Before long, darkness enveloped the landscape. The weather had been splendid, with not a cloud in the sky, and countless stars adorned the deep blue expanse. The cool moonlight bathed the earth, casting a serene hush over the forest, occasionally interrupted by the distant calls of birds. After midnight, Lin Han sensed that his state had reached its zenith. He abruptly stood and declared, "All right, it is time to attend to serious matters." Bentley and Yuming rose in response to his words. "Are you going to revive Howard and Heather?" Bentley inquired, his face a mask of curiosity, echoed by Yuming's equally inquisitive expression. During their journey, Lin Han had informed them of his close friends and beloved women, explaining that Howard and Heather had perished while trying to assist him, and he intended to resurrect them. As for why he had waited until now to perform the resurrection, Lin Han could not disclose the reasons related to the trials. He could not reveal the existence of the system, not even to his friends. He could only say that he had previously needed to adjust his state, and now the timing was right for their revival. Initially, Bentley and Yuming thought he was jesting or had perhaps sustained an injury to his head, speaking nonsense about such an extraordinary ability to bring others back to life. However, upon witnessing the seriousness etched on Lin Han's face, they gradually began to believe him. Reflecting on his peculiar magic and formidable demon transformations, they could not help but concede a measure of faith. Lin Han walked to the center of the clearing and retrieved a blanket from his spatial ring, laying it gently upon the ground. He then removed the bodies of Howard and Hester, placing them delicately on the fabric. Thanks to the spatial ring, their remains retained the appearance of having just passed, and Lin Han had completely healed their wounds with his skills, filling his heart with a sense of relief. Gazing at Hester's pale visage, a pang of sorrow struck him. He crouched down, tenderly caressing her once beautiful features, murmuring softly, "I shall soon bring you back to life, and I will cherish your love dearly." Bentley and Yuming observed Hester, whose hair had turned as white as snow and whose face bore faint wrinkles due to the life-draining effects of the despair scroll. They were filled with a profound sense of reflection, for who could have imagined that this woman, appearing to be in her 30s, was merely in her teens, willing to sacrifice her very life for the man she loved? Lin Han gently lowered his head to plant a soft kiss on Heather's forehead, then rose and took 2 steps back, addressing the 2 individuals. "Very well, please step back a bit. Be cautious to avoid any unintentional harm. However, when a beam of light appears, you may enter it. This will aid in enhancing your strength and healing any hidden injuries." This was also conveyed to Lin Han by Avril and Lant after his previous use of revival, as they both reaped considerable benefits within the beam of light, with Lant even becoming the first purple-robed alchemist. Lin Han closed his eyes, gradually calming his emotions. After approximately half a minute, his eyes suddenly opened wide, exclaiming inwardly, "A divine being descends." A formidable aura erupted from Lin Han, soaring into the sky. Elements within a 100-mile radius began to converge towards him, swiftly forming a colossal elemental vortex above. Subsequently, this vortex extended a pillar-like structure, approximately 3 meters in diameter, descending towards Lin Han, who stood at its center. An inexplicable force lifted him, suspending him in midair. Bentley and Yuming gazed up in astonishment at Lin Han, whose aura was rising continuously, reminiscent of his transformation into a demon. He surpassed the ranks of a mid-level mage, an upper-level mage, and a lower-level emperor, ascending to a mid-level saint. An upper-level saint. Remarkably, his aura had transcended that of an upper-level saint, reaching the pinnacle of saint, merely a step away from the realm of the divine mage. Lin Han felt an immense power surging within him, igniting a sense of grandeur that made him wish to tread upon the entire world. The elemental aura still enveloped Lin Han, though it had diminished significantly in size. At that moment, an inexplicable presence emanated from the distant cosmos, swiftly arriving before Lin Han, entering his body before he could even comprehend the occurrence. Instantly, an air of nobility radiated from him, and creatures within a 1,000-mile radius seemed to sense this aura, with all beings below the divine level kneeling in reverence towards him. This was not merely the aura of a god, but that of a true deity, one who holds dominion over the laws of the universe. Those who had reached the divine level, having brushed against the edges of these rules, managed to resist the overwhelming presence and did not bow. However, Bentley and Yuming, positioned at the heart of this aura, remained unperturbed, shielded by an unseen force. A pair of semi-transparent wings of light unfurled behind Lin Han, extending to a remarkable length of several meters. At that moment, melodies resonated throughout the cosmos, akin to whispers of the earth and murmurs of the universe, articulating the intrinsic laws of existence. All living beings were irresistibly drawn to this harmonious sound, immersed in its essence, thereby grasping the profound mysteries of the world. Unbeknownst to them, their comprehension of the universe expanded rapidly. Even the most formidable beings were unable to resist the allure, reveling in the wondrous secrets of existence. This experience would greatly facilitate their future growth and strength, as those fortunate enough to hear it would encounter no obstructions prior to reaching divine levels. This was the true descent of a celestial being, the authentic might of a deity. Previously, Lin Han's power was insufficient. After transforming into a demon, he could only attain a mid-level saintly strength. Now, he was confident that by embracing the demonic transformation once more, he could undoubtedly elevate his power to the pinnacle of saintly realms, brushing against the divine threshold, effortlessly vanquishing all beings beneath the divine level and escaping from those of mid-tier divinity. Lin Han pointed his right hand towards the elemental mass suspended in the air, his gesture harmonious and graceful, seemingly in accordance with the laws of the universe. As his finger directed towards the mass, it shattered with a resounding force, and an elemental rain fell across the surrounding area for dozens of miles. This elemental rain, upon touching the creatures below, penetrated into their bodies, enhancing their physical attributes. Creatures that were not directly under the deluge seemed to comprehend the benefits of the elemental rain and rushed toward it, resulting in a chaotic stampede of myriad beasts across the expansive terrain. However, as these creatures approached within 5 miles of Lin Han, they were suddenly halted by an invisible barrier that prevented them from getting closer, forcing them to remain at the perimeter and receive the elemental rain from there. Meanwhile, those nearest to Lin Han, including Bentley and his companions, reaped the greatest benefits. Bentley felt a surge within himself. His spiritual power had inexplicably ascended to the level of a law king, and his physical prowess had been significantly enhanced. He even sensed that ordinary blades could no longer pierce his skin. Similarly, Yu Ming experienced substantial improvements. While his spiritual power reached the level of a lost sect, his physical prowess had nearly doubled, instilling in him the confidence to easily eliminate royal-level experts. The bodies of Howard and Heather also absorbed a considerable amount of elemental rain. The rain continued for approximately 2 minutes before ceasing. At that moment, in a celestial assembly hall among the deities, the god of light, seated upon his throne, pondered profound matters. Clad in a robe of pearly white adorned with intricate depictions of mountains, rivers, and various creatures, he appeared as an insurmountable pillar of divinity. A peculiar aura swept across the celestial realm, abruptly drawing the god's attention. His eyes snapped open, radiating beams of light as he gazed in the direction from whence the aura emanated, murmuring, "How could such a presence arise?" Following the trace of the aura, he sought its source, only to soon find it elusive, vanishing without a trace. He closed his eyes once more, returning to his contemplative state. Meanwhile, the entire continent of Ruidun was in turmoil. The moment the aura manifested, its nobility was palpable across the land. Consequently, various factions dispatched their strongest warriors post-haste to investigate, while some solitary figures had already set forth. In the same mysterious palace, the previous occupants remained. When Lin Han's divine aura emerged, everyone stood in unison, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed toward the source. Could it be that a crown prince had descended? The centurion pondered, yet it shouldn't be. This space cannot possibly withstand such overwhelming power. It ought to have been sealed upon emergence, thus failing to exude divine energy. Investigate. Determine the origin of this aura. The centurion commanded urgently. The subordinates promptly acknowledged and departed the palace to arrange inquiries regarding the matter. In a secluded part of the mysterious forest, 2 immense eyes focused on Lin Han's direction, filled with intrigue, as if witnessing something extraordinary. After a moment, the eyes closed again, and an aura emanated from the being, soaring toward a peculiar castle within the enigmatic woods. Lin Han remained unaware that he had once again become the esteemed target of the entire world, drawing even the attention of the celestial realm. Lin Han lowered his head, gazing at Howard and Hathaway. His once ebony eyes had transformed into a resplendent gold, exuding an aura of authority and justice. With his hands raised in a cross, an air of nobility emanated from him, bridging the heavens and the earth. In this divine state, the cumbersome preparations of his previous life were rendered unnecessary. A celestial beam of light, over 5 meters in diameter, enveloped the lifeless forms of Howard and Hathaway, causing them to levitate. Around the light column, countless ethereal angels danced and sang, emanating a sanctified essence. At that moment, petals composed of holy light began to cascade from the sky, merging seamlessly with the bodies of the two. Bentley and Hume, heeding Lin Han's counsel, stepped briskly into the light column, immediately feeling a warm energy coursing through them, bringing a profound sense of relief. Petals landed upon the two, integrating with their beings, and they suddenly sensed their strength surging. Then, a magnificent angelic apparition arose behind Lin Han, adorned with 6 pairs of wings, its face uplifted in a countenance of compassion. With hands raised in a cross, akin to Lin Han, a beam of divine light shot forth from the intersection of its hands, striking the two. As the ethereal figure ascended, the centurion in the mysterious palace and the enigmatic creature from the forest widened their eyes, fixated on Lin Han's direction. "Is that the Legion commander?" The centurion exclaimed in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. The mysterious being, equally incredulous, gasped, "How could he descend? Wasn't he supposed to be?" It faltered mid-sentence, then began to probe the surroundings with its mental energy. As the divine light struck the two mystical essences swiftly entered their bodies, imbued with vibrant life force, the very essence of the laws of life. The once lifeless bodies began to emanate a faint vitality, their previously inert hearts resuming their rhythmic beats. The life force intensified, their heartbeats gradually quickening, nearing a normal pace. Far to the east of the continent lay an extraordinary mountain, steep and towering, resembling a colossal sword piercing the heavens, known as Sword God Mountain. Before a thatched cottage on its summit, the continent's foremost swordsman, Nameless, sat upon a large stone, his aura notably diminished compared to before, barely reaching the mid-god level. His complexion tinged with an unhealthy flush. Nameless closed his eyes and turned his head toward Lin Han's direction, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Truly the son of the laws, achieving such heights so swiftly. The entire continent is engulfed in chaos, the fate of humanity teetering on the brink. It is upon you to save us all." In the forbidden area behind the Highland Magic Martial Academy, Gandalf was deep in meditation. Though his condition was no better than Nameless's, his aura somewhat disordered, his strength having inexplicably fallen to the mid-god level. Simultaneously, a deep, bone-exposing wound marked his chest, resembling a savage claw mark from a beast, emanating an aura of malevolence. Gandalf, sensing the familiar essence of the laws of life, could not help but smile with satisfaction, murmuring, "Little one, this continent will rely on you henceforth." In the Death Valley stood a palace constructed from various biological bones, where, deep within, a throne pulsated with dark energy. At that moment, the occupant of the throne was no longer the previous necromancer, but a robust man. This man, bare-chested, were numerous intersecting sword wounds, one of which extended from his left shoulder to his right lower back, nearly severing him in two. His presence now was markedly feeble, reduced to a lower divine level. Upon sensing the essence of life and the divine aura emanating from Lin Han, his eyes flew open, filled with terror as he gazed in Lin Han's direction, exclaiming, "His aura has intensified. Could he be on the verge of a complete awakening?" Suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted from the man, reverberating throughout the Death Valley. Within moments, the former necromancer materialized in the Grand Hall, bowing respectfully to the man and stating, "Great Lord Darks, what is your command?" This formidable figure was indeed Darks, a creature summoned by Troy using a forbidden scroll and province. Previously, aside from the expelled dragon Emperor Casido, the 10 gods of the continent had pursued him relentlessly, led by the Nameless Ones and a multitude of powerful warriors. Upon reaching the mysterious forest, it was perplexing how this creature, once injured, had suddenly recovered completely and even augmented his strength. The ensuing battle was grueling. Though they inflicted severe wounds upon him, they too suffered grievous losses. Nameless returned to the Sword God Mountain gravely injured. Gandalf fell from the pinnacle of divine status to a mid-tier level. The Beastkin prophet perished, and the Beastkin Sword God Grom lay unconscious from his wounds. The human divine knight Alensos and the first assassin went missing. The elven elder was slain, while the elven queen sustained serious injuries, and the Beast King Ares, the white tiger of the mysterious forest, was gravely wounded and subsequently vanished. The forces dispatched by the continent's major factions suffered catastrophic losses, with fewer than 10 returning, all severely injured. This conflict left the entire continent gravely weakened, taking nearly a decade to recover. Darks addressed the necromancer below him. "You sensed that aura just now, did you not?" The necromancer nodded in affirmation. "Good. Summon all those of divine rank and above. Our next target is him." The necromancer complied, swiftly gathering all divine-level members from the Death Valley to the palace, where they deliberated throughout the afternoon. Once all had exited the grand hall, a sinister grin spread across Darks's face as he threw his head back in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Once, you dominated the realms of heaven and hell. Now I shall extinguish your divine essence and ensure your eternal demise. My name, Darks, will be forever inscribed in the annals of heaven and hell, while you, Seraphim Michael, shall serve as my stepping stone." As the heartbeats of the two individuals reached a normal rhythm, their vitality was fully restored. Heather let out a gentle sigh and gradually awoke. Shortly thereafter, Howard also regained consciousness. The divine light emanating from the angelic apparition had not yet dissipated, still binding the two together, while countless petals composed of sacred light descended upon them, merging into their beings. Captivated by the breathtaking scene, Heather felt herself lost in reverie. However, upon seeing Lin Han, tears of clarity welled up in her eyes, which were fixated on Lin Han, who floated gracefully in the air. Upon witnessing her awakening, Lin Han's face blossomed with a radiant smile, his gaze tenderly fixed upon her. As their eyes met, the ethereal figure behind Lin Han solidified further, exuding a gentle aura imbued with love. Instantly, the surrounding trees and flowers, which had wilted, transformed into a lush paradise, and a multitude of blossoms erupted into bloom. The once tranquil forest became vibrant with life as numerous small creatures scurried about. Meanwhile, Bentley and the others experienced a remarkable surge in their powers. Though this extraordinary phenomenon lasted merely a few seconds before fading, along with the angelic apparition and the beam of light connecting heaven and earth behind Lin Han. Lin Han gradually descended before Heather. She parted her lips as if to speak, but he gently shook his head, signaling her to remain silent. Then, with a slight mental gesture, a colossal magic circle emerged beneath the feet of the gathered crowd. In less than 5 seconds, they, along with the magic circle, vanished. Shortly after their disappearance, numerous powerful beings arrived in the dense forest, only to find nothing amiss, prompting a collective sigh of disappointment as they prepared to leave. Suddenly, one exclaimed in delight, "Heavens! The elemental concentration here is several times that of other places." Upon sensing the truth of this claim, most of the individuals promptly settled down to cultivate, while the rest hastily sent messages back to their families to report the discovery. What Lin Han did not anticipate was that, following this event, the forest would come to be revered as the land of divine presence. For a deity had once graced this woodland, bestowing numerous miracles and immense blessings upon all living beings within its bounds. Over countless years, the creatures in this realm would refer to themselves as the children of the divine, and unexpectedly, Lin Han would find their assistance invaluable. In a cave situated several dozen miles from the forest, a white magic circle appeared, casting a gentle white light that illuminated the entire cavern. Once the magic circle dissipated, Lin Han and his companions materialized within the cave. Lin Han's mind stirred, and a magma creature materialized, promptly igniting the hay and wooden sticks concealed within the cave. Instantly, the previously pitch-black cavern was illuminated. "Is this not the same cave we passed through last time? How did we end up here?" Bentley gazed in astonishment at the familiar cave, recalling how Lin Han had wandered about, sealing the entrance upon their departure, and when he inquired about it, Lin Han had mysteriously uttered 2 words, "It's a secret," leaving him nearly speechless. Bentley felt a surge of admiration. He had not anticipated that Lin Han had already devised an escape route at that time. Meanwhile, Yu Ming, who frequently immersed herself in the Assassin Alliance's intelligence database, recognized the peculiar magic circle and understood the spatial transformation that ensued. Her heart churning with tumultuous waves as she realized it was a rare form of spatial magic, legendary spatial teleportation. Once Lin Han completed his actions, the divine aura dissipated, and the overwhelming presence receded, reverting to a lower royal tier. The side effects of utilizing divine descent soon manifested. A wave of weakness enveloped his body, his vision darkened, and his legs buckled, causing him to topple forward. Heather, who had been attentively observing Lin Han, gasped as he fell, rushing forward to catch him. Upon seeing Lin Han unconscious, his complexion pale and devoid of color, Heather's heart was filled with sorrow. With a trembling voice, she exclaimed, "Han, what is wrong with you?" Once carefree and bold, Heather, now enamored, resembled a shy young girl, her tear ducts welling up as 2 large tears rolled down her cheeks, landing on Lin Han's face. Bentley and the others were startled by Lin Han's condition. However, Yu Ming, as an assassin, maintained her composure. She conducted a simple medical examination on Lin Han and, Upon receiving reassuring results, sighed in relief, stating, "He-s fine. He-s merely exhausted." The group felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yet Heather continued to hold Lin Han tightly, fearful that he might vanish at any moment. Howard, possessing a taciturn demeanor, was not one to engage easily with unfamiliar individuals. Yuming was little better, always maintaining an aloof facade, and Heather was entirely focused on Lin Han, remaining silent. Bentley realized that a single hand cannot produce a sound alone. The cave was filled only with the crackling sounds of the burning sticks. After a few minutes, the restless Bentley could no longer endure the oppressive silence and addressed Howard. "Hey, buddy, your name is Howard, right?" Howard nodded, somewhat sheepishly, and replied, "Yes, I'm Howard, a swordsman. And you?" "I'm Bentley Exxon, a friend of Lin Han," Bentley replied with a broad smile, gesturing towards Yu Ming, who was trying to appear cool. "This guy, who looks like he is trying too hard to be cool, is Yu Ming." Suddenly, Yu Ming's expression shifted, and with a cheeky grin, Bentley added, "Isn't it peculiar that a big guy like him has a girl-ass name?" Yu Ming, standing nearby, felt the veins in her temples throb, wishing fervently to retaliate against Bentley's mockery. Although Howard may appear simple-minded, he is not foolish enough to fall for any tricks. With a naive smile, he nodded at Yu Ming and greeted him, "Hello." Despite Yu Ming's seemingly aloof demeanor, he is not difficult to get along with. Upon receiving Howard's nod, he managed a slight smile in return, but quickly turned cold upon glancing at Bentley. Bentley, however, remained unfazed. After knowing each other for so long and often exchanging jokes, he was accustomed to it. He approached Howard, intending to drape an arm over his shoulder, but due to Howard's height, he could only rest his hand there. With a brotherly demeanor, Bentley patted Howard's shoulder and said, "Buddy, I've often heard Lin Han speak of you. Since you are his friend, you are also my friend, Bentley. From now on, I've got your back. If anyone dares to bully you, just mention my name." Howard nodded with a simple smile, while Yu Ming, fully aware of Bentley's character, calmly remarked, "If you wish to be bullied even more, then by all means, use his name." After saying this, he leaned against the cave wall, closing his eyes to rest. Bentley shot him an annoyed glance and continued to persuade Howard, "Don't listen to him. That's just sheer jealousy. He envies that you're better than him." Howard remained with his innocent smile, saying nothing. Bentley felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, thinking, "This guy can't seem to change his expression beyond a smile." Shifting his focus, Bentley approached Heather with a flattering demeanor and whispered, "Sister-in-law, don't worry too much. Big brother is capable and will be fine." Though Heather was generally carefree, she, like many women, had a sensitive side. Upon hearing him refer to her as sister-in-law, her cheeks flushed crimson, yet her heart swelled with sweetness. She looked up and smiled at him, saying, "It's all right. You two should rest for a while. I'll stay with him a bit longer." With that, she turned her gaze back to Lin Han, her eyes filled with affection. A flicker of envy crossed Bentley's eyes as he hoped to encounter a woman who would love him so deeply in the future. As Bentley and Howard engaged in casual conversation, they occasionally included Yu Ming, who responded with nothing but eye rolls. Heather continued to hold the unconscious Lin Han, sitting quietly. Time passed, and nearly 4 hours had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lin Han gradually awakened, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with the visage of Heather. Her gaze was imbued with profound affection. Sensing this overwhelming love, Lin Han's heart trembled, prompting him to ponder, "Do I truly love her?" He recalled the moments when she witnessed his sweet exchanges with Avril, the intimacy they shared, while she silently bore the weight of sorrow. He remembered how she was willing to forsake her very life for him, and the heaviness of that love weighed upon him. The memory of her heart-wrenching gaze stirred a tumult of emotions within him: compassion, guilt, and an ineffable reluctance to let go. He had once believed that having Avril was sufficient for a lifetime, yet now, this girl who loved him more than herself had taken residence in his heart, making it impossible to part ways. Gazing into her eyes, filled with love, Lin Han's previously uncertain heart found resolution. He gently lifted his hand and caressed her face, whispering, "Let me take care of you for a lifetime, shall I?" Heather, perceiving the ambiguity in his eyes, was overcome with apprehension, fearing rejection. As Lin Han tenderly stroked her face, promising to care for her eternally, Heather bit her lip, tears cascading down her cheeks, before she collapsed into his embrace, weeping openly. Those days spent secretly watching him exchange sweet nothings with her, those moments of observing their closeness, the time she witnessed him lovingly combing her hair, the instances of him adorning her head with beautiful flowers, the endless attentiveness he showed her, all of these memories filled her with envy, wishing she could either replace her or be by her side. Now that she finally had the outcome she desired, all her grievances spilled forth in tears. Gently patting her back, Lin Han soon found her cries subsiding into slumber. He sighed softly, casting a glance toward the direction of Hydran, silently apologizing to Avril, acknowledging that he could no longer love her alone. When Heather awoke, 4 to 5 hours had elapsed. During this time, Lin Han and the others discussed their next steps. He had not anticipated the magnitude of the recent events and felt a twinge of regret. Initially, Lin Han had contemplated directly resurrecting Heather and Howard. But during the trial period, after transforming into a demon and employing his ultimate skills, Hellfire and Swarm, he recalled past experiences where such ultimate abilities had led to various side effects. However, on that occasion, there had been none. Thus, he speculated that employing the special skill, Divine Descent, followed by the transformation into a demon before using the ultimate skill, would not incur side effects. Ultimately, his conjecture proved correct. After utilizing Divine Descent and then resurrecting Heather, he indeed faced no adverse effects. Nevertheless, the commotion caused was considerable, likely sending ripples across the continent. Lin Han's conjecture came to fruition. During his time concealed within the cave, the entire continent fervently sought him. Many powerful factions issued proclamations, vowing to spare no effort in locating him. However, their intent was not to harm him, but rather to win him over. Indeed, they sought to entice him, willing to go to any lengths. The Mickey Empire even declared that should Lin Han join their ranks, he would be granted the title of prince, endowed with privileges surpassing those of the royal family. Other empires, observing the Mickey Empire's announcement, hastened to emulate their approach. Meanwhile, various guilds and associations endeavored to attract Lin Han by offering him positions as elders. Yet, these overtures were merely the surface. The clandestine forces had their own machinations, known only to them. At the very least, the necromancers of the Death Canyon harbored enmity toward Lin Han, for their leader had issued a decree to eliminate Lin Han at any cost. In the cave, Lin Han and his companions engaged in casual conversation, during which Bentley and the others discovered a significant enhancement in their abilities. Bentley's mental prowess had ascended to the level of a mage king, while his physical strength had reached that of a fighter. However, this did not necessarily equate to actual power, as mental strength is not the sole measure of a mage's capabilities. Elemental affinity also plays a crucial role. Likewise, physical strength alone does not define a warrior's might. The presence of combat energy is equally essential. With his fighter-level physique, he might even struggle against a seasoned warrior, as experience holds considerable weight. Nevertheless, with the eightfold celestial dragon, his future remains boundless. Similarly, Yuming had also experienced a remarkable increase in strength. With his current abilities, the success rate of assassination against lower-ranked monarchs approached nearly 100%, while the possibility against mid-ranked monarchs was plausible. However, confronting upper-ranked monarchs posed a considerable challenge. Howard, when slain by Captain Kai, the Sword Emperor of the 3rd Royal Guard Squad of the Grand Empire, possessed only the prowess of a peak swordsman. Yet, after enduring death and rebirth amidst the nourishing elemental rain, his strength had surged by 2 major tiers, transforming him into an upper fighter-level swordsman. His defensive focus, combined with the strength augmentation from the elemental rain, rendered him significantly more formidable than the average fighter. As for Heiswei, Lin Han estimated her current prowess to be at the lower monarch level based on Howard's situation, having previously attained the holy level through the use of a despair scroll. She had no bottlenecks before reaching the holy level. Bentley and Yuming, due to Lin Han's influence, similarly faced no such limitations. Upon Heiswei's awakening, Yuming assisted in applying makeup for the group before removing the large stone that blocked the cave's entrance. Employing his exceptional skill of shadow stealth, Yuming ventured outside to scout the surroundings and discerned that there was no immediate threat in the vicinity. Consequently, the group swiftly departed and made their way onto the official road. Disguised as mercenaries, they journeyed without incident to the nearby city of Jakarta, notorious across the continent for its chaos. It was said that Jakarta was only second to Demon Island in the degree of turmoil within the entire rodent continent. Initially, Demon Island served as a place of exile for those whose crimes were severe yet did not warrant death sentences. However, due to the formidable nature of the exiled criminals, many being either exceptionally powerful or deranged individuals engrossed in mad scientific pursuits, the control exerted by the nations over the island waned, ultimately leading to its abandonment and transformation into a lawless place. Desperate and ruthless individuals from the continent, unable to survive elsewhere, would flock to Demon Island, thereby enhancing its notoriety. Eventually, After being vilified by certain nations, it came to be known as Demon Island. Upon reaching the gates of Jakarta, the entrance appeared dilapidated due to years of neglect, prompting Lin Han to question how many assaults the gate could withstand if conflict erupted. Howard led the group into the city ahead of everyone else. Upon entering the city, one could witness a grand sword slicing through the air, descending towards the crowd. However, Lin Han and his companions advanced forward as if oblivious to the impending danger. As the sword hovered above Howard, his previously jovial demeanor morphed into an explosive display of formidable energy, propelling the colossal blade away with a single surge. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, recognizing him as a peak-level combat king. A few astute individuals swiftly retreated, vanishing within the throngs. At that moment, a brash voice boomed, "Hey, kid, impressive strength. How about joining forces with me?" A muscular man, his face etched with ferocity, emerged from the crowd. The surrounding people seemed to cower in his presence, hastily parting ways to avoid incurring his wrath. The muscular figure stood bare-chested, revealing a torso marred by numerous scars. This sight spurred a flurry of whispers among the onlookers. "Look, it's the madman Zwan. Those folks are in for a rough time." Indeed, Zwan, a descendant of the Berserker lineage, was renowned for his prowess, and the others, apart from the one at the forefront, appeared frail and would likely be crushed. As Lin Han absorbed the murmurs around him, he gleaned a preliminary understanding of this muscular man named Zwan. Possessing the bloodline of the continent's most illustrious warrior race, the Berserkers, Zwan held an upper-level royal power. Though his lineage was diluted, it conferred certain advantages. Unlike ordinary Berserkers, he retained control during bouts of fury, minimizing collateral damage. Due to his heritage, he garnered considerable popularity and initially joined one of the continent's 5 elite mercenary factions, the Divine War Mercenary Corps, rising to the rank of squad leader. His reckless valor in battle, often sacrificing his own safety to vanquish foes, instilled fear in adversaries, leading them to flee before engaging him. Thus, he earned the moniker Madman. However, a fateful mission turned disastrous due to his impulsiveness, resulting in the annihilation of his entire squad. Although protocol dictated his execution, a superior interceded on his behalf, ultimately expelling him from the mercenary group. Following his departure from the Divine War Mercenary Corps, Zwan arrived in Jakarta, where he rallied a band of outlaws to establish the Berserker Mercenary Corps. Together, they unleashed a torrent of bloodshed upon Jakarta, instilling dread in the local factions. Eventually, the situation escalated, prompting the dominant force, the Black Dragon Society, to curb his burgeoning influence. Since that episode, no one dared provoke this madman, and his mercenary group swiftly ascended to prominence, becoming one of the 4 major factions in Jakarta, asserting control over the southern part of the city, earning him the title Southern Madman. Howard and his companions, upon hearing the surrounding discourse, felt a chill of apprehension. They had not anticipated encountering such a formidable local power so soon. Given Lin Han's current state of vulnerability, caution was paramount. Howard performed a respectful sword salute, asserting with measured dignity, "I appreciate your kindness, esteemed sir, but I must respectfully decline to remain here." "Oh, what is it? Speak up, and I shall assist you," the muscular man replied. The madman from Zuin seemed unable to comprehend Howard's intentions and persisted obstinately. Howard merely offered a way out, yet he remained oblivious to it. The onlookers were momentarily speechless, unsure whether he truly did not understand or was deliberately feigning ignorance to complicate matters. As for Howard, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate any specific rationale. "Why should I be accountable to you for my actions?" The fiercely independent Hathaway erupted, her patience wearing thin. "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Are you tired of living?" Bentley and Yu Meng exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They had previously thought Lin Han's portrayal of Hathaway's boldness was an exaggeration, but now they witnessed her fierce demeanor firsthand, arms akimbo and words flying. Zuin, having navigated through tumultuous encounters for so long, was unaccustomed to such public rebuke, especially from a woman. His face flushed crimson, and anger surged in his eyes. Ahem. Lin Han quickly cleared his throat, attempting to halt her. Upon hearing his soft cough, Heather instinctively swallowed the words that had almost escaped her lips. Noticing the astonished expressions of those around them, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She hurriedly approached Lin Han, bowing her head and nervously twisting the hem of her garment, her heart racing as she spoke. "Do you dislike me like this?" Seeing Lin Han remain silent, she mistakenly believed he was upset, and her face filled with anxiety. "I promise I will change. Please don't be angry, all right?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, brimming with emotion. Lin Han observed her demeanor and let out a gentle sigh. This young girl was on the verge of losing herself in love. He cradled her face in his hands and said, "Do not be this way. I am not angry. What I adore is the unrefined you, and there is no need for you to change." "Really?" "Indeed. More genuine than pearls." Lin Han gently brushed her small, delicate nose and chuckled. What a shy little face, crying at such an age. Instantly, Hazeway's cheeks flushed crimson as she dove into his embrace. Truly, he was the leader. Even a fierce woman like her could be trained to be as docile as a kitten. Bentley gazed at Lin Han with admiration, his respect swelling like an uncontainable tide. Meanwhile, the sideline Zhuan's eye twitched incessantly, veins bulging on his forehead, feeling utterly disregarded. "Damn it, I will tear you to pieces." Unable to endure any longer, Zhuan let out a furious roar, brandishing his axe and charging towards Lin Han. However, Howard, prepared for the onslaught, swiftly positioned himself in front, conjuring a shield of fighting spirit to defend against the attack. Meanwhile, the stealthy Yu Ming vanished into the shadows. Bentley, cradling the Tianyaqin with his left arm, delicately placed his right hand on the strings, and Hazeway brandished her slender sword, shielding the weakened Lin Han. In response, Lin Han activated all his auras, the Focus Aura, the Thorn Aura, and the Glorious Aura. Although most of his skills had been significantly diminished, any advantage was better than none. Zhuan's massive axe descended upon Howard, who, despite his defensive prowess, was at a disadvantage in the attack. He struck the axe at its weakest point with his great sword, attempting to mitigate the blow. Nevertheless, Zhuan's strength surpassed Howard's by an entire realm. Even with Lin Han's auras, Howard could not fully withstand the force, and he was forced to retreat several steps, stabilizing himself only by bracing his sword against the ground. Observing their commander engaged, Zhuan's subordinates surged forward, brandishing their weapons against Lin Han and his companions. These henchmen, though desperate, were of mediocre strength, with only 2 at the King of Fighters level, while the rest were at the fighter or martial master levels. Moreover, they were all swordsmen, lacking archers, knights, assassins, or mages. In the eyes of the group, they were mere weaklings with a combat power under 5. Suddenly, a flash of light cut through the air, and the first few henchmen fell, blood spraying from their throats as they clutched their necks in agony. One of them was even a King of Fighters. Their momentum faltered as they glanced around warily. A stealthy assassin was the nightmare of all professions. After pushing past Howard, Zhuan maintained his relentless charge towards Lin Han and the others. At this moment, Bentley, still cradling his instrument, began to unleash his power. His right hand swiftly plucked the strings, producing a sound akin to a silver vase shattering or rain falling on banana leaves. When Bentley took his position with the Qin, Lin Han and the others had already stuffed their ears with cotton. Bentley had not yet mastered targeted damage. His attacks were still indiscriminate, prompting Lin Han and the others to prepare the cotton as earplugs to avoid friendly fire. Furthermore, due to Bentley's rudimentary understanding of mental energy, he could only attach his spirit to the music to inflict harm. Once he reached a certain level of mastery over his mental prowess, he could directly infuse his will into the minds of his adversaries, rendering earplugs utterly ineffective. A hauntingly melancholic melody wafted from his strings, resonating throughout the space. And in an instant, Zhuan and his subordinates appeared as though cursed, their bodies growing sluggish as waves of profound sorrow surged from their depths. Zhuan could not help but recall that fateful mission, where his impulsiveness led to the tragic demise of his comrades. He seemed to see his former allies, bloodied and approaching him, incessantly cursing and tearing at his very being. Suddenly, Zhuan let out a furious roar, slipping into a frenzied state, and in that fleeting moment, his wild resolve swept away the encroaching sadness. However, the lesser minions and the onlookers were far less fortunate. The weaker among them could withstand the torment for less than a minute before, in despair, they plunged their swords into their own hearts. The remaining souls struggled valiantly against the invasion of that sinister melody, with even the Dual King resorting to unleashing his aura to counter the bewitching sound. Lin Han and others were momentarily astonished by the scene before them. Although they were aware of the peculiarities of the art of sound assassination, they had not anticipated its terrifying capability to take lives invisibly. The music currently being played by Bentley was the piece Lin Han had bestowed upon him, Gloomy Sunday, originating from Earth. This serendipitous encounter occurred when Lin Han downloaded the sheet music from a peculiar website, along with several other musical compositions. However, when he returned to the site a few days later, it had already been shut down. Lin Han entrusted the globally banned melody Gloomy Sunday to Bentley. Initially, Lin Han and his companions found it somewhat overwhelming. He had intended to experiment with infusing his mental energy into the music to explore the art of sonic assassination. However, each attempt ended in failure. For the moment he summoned his mental force, it inadvertently attracted elemental energies, leading him to abandon the endeavor. It seemed that such a technique was only suited for someone like Bentley, who possessed formidable mental strength yet was devoid of physical prowess. In a frenzied state, Zhuan charged towards Bentley, wielding his axe like a fleeting shadow. Heiswei swiftly appeared beside Bentley, yet Bentley maintained his impassive demeanor, continuing to play Gloomy Sunday. As haunting melodies reverberated around them, the conflicting wills of sorrowful despair and chaotic destruction battled relentlessly within Zhuan's mind, inducing excruciating pain. As he swung his axe towards Bentley, Heiswei seized the moment, her slender blade transforming into streaks of lightning, striking repeatedly against his axe. With each contact, the force behind his strikes diminished, and by the 17th or 18th blow, his axe had lost all momentum. Heiswei, an agile swordsman adept in the art of force dissipation, rendered Zhuan's subsequent strikes ineffective. Each time she neutralized his power, she would exploit the opportunity to counterattack. Given her swiftness and Zhuan's exhaustion from previous exertions, he could not evade all her strikes, resulting in several superficial wounds. Although Zhuan's body had been significantly enhanced in his frenzied state, and Heiswei, being agile, dealt minimal damage, the injuries he sustained were not fatal. Nevertheless, Zhuan's frustration escalated as he found himself unable to strike back, feeling increasingly aggrieved. At this moment, Bentley's rendition of Gloomy Sunday reached its climax. With the sinister melodies assaulting the minds of all present, the lower-tier fighters succumbed to despair, taking their own lives, while those of the king rank could only sweat profusely as they summoned all their energy to fend off the sonic onslaught. Yum, the most distinguished assassin of the younger generation in the Assassin Alliance, seized this opportunity to stealthily approach the remaining king-level combatants, and then suddenly sprang forth. A cold glimmer aimed at one's throat. The few kings, their faces stricken with horror, attempted to evade the approaching dagger, but failed. A spray of crimson erupted as one fell, clutching his throat helplessly before collapsing. At this juncture, Zhuan stood alone, the last remnant of his once formidable group. After dispatching the kings, Yum returned to a stealthy state, inching closer to Zhuan, besieged by the conflicting wills of despair and chaotic destruction, felt his head throb increasingly, as consciousness began to wane and instinct took control, causing his axe to flail wildly. Bentley, still expressionless, cradled his guitar as he played Gloomy Sunday, his fingers dancing ever faster, creating an illusion of countless fingers fluttering upon the strings. Heiswei seized this rare opportunity, lightly pushing off the ground, gliding towards Zhuan like a leaf in the wind. Meanwhile, Yum circled around Zhuan, searching for an opening. Suddenly, Zhuan let out a furious roar, his azure energy transforming into a blood-red hue, his eyes glowing crimson, radiating a faint red light. If moments ago his demeanor was one of madness, it has now escalated to sheer frenzy. Cloaked in a blood-red aura, he was enveloped entirely, along with his massive axe. Observing this transformation, both Yu Ming and Heather felt an immediate sense of foreboding. A palpable aura of danger emanated from Zhuan, who had inexplicably entered a state of blood rage, typically accessible only to the pure-blooded berserkers. In an instant, Heather and Yu Ming morphed into afterimages, lunging towards him. Yet when the tips of their swords and daggers met the blood-red aura, they found themselves unable to penetrate it, repelled instead by a formidable counterforce that sent them staggering backward. With a thunderous roar, Zhuan vanished from sight. Yu Ming suddenly sensed an imminent threat approaching at breakneck speed and hastily attempted to evade to the side. However, before his body could react, a blood-red axe descended upon him with lethal intent. Despite his instinct to dodge, he felt an inescapable force locking onto him, rendering him helpless. A wave of dread washed over him. It was the hallmark ability of an Imperial-level warrior, Chi-Lock. When an Imperial-level attack is launched, it first establishes a connection to the opponent's life force, making evasion impossible. One must simply endure the onslaught. A harsh metallic clash resounded as the blood-red axe collided with the dagger, a dazzling shower of sparks illuminating the scene. Yu Ming's dagger was instantly sent flying, and he was hurled like a rag doll against a wall, blood gushing from his mouth. Due to the presence of the thorned halo, Zhuan experienced reciprocal harm while attacking Bentley, Heather, and Howard. Yet in his frenzied state, he felt no pain, consumed solely by a desire for slaughter and destruction. Upon witnessing Yoming's injury, Bentley, who often jested at his expense, was suddenly enraged. He swiftly assumed a seated position, fingers deftly plucking the strings of his instrument, unleashing an even more potent melody that relentlessly assailed Zuin's mind. Meanwhile, Howard promptly positioned himself beside Bentley, bracing for Zuin's impending assault. In his primal state, Zuin, devoid of reason, failed to effectively resist the onslaught of the melodic assault, collapsing to the ground in agony, writhing as his aura fluctuated violently on the brink of unraveling. Lin Han, upon seeing Yu Ming injured, swiftly embraced his role as a healer. He approached Yu Ming and gently placed his hand upon his chest, a barely perceptible yellow light flowing into his body. Instantly, Yoming's pallid complexion transformed, becoming flushed with vitality. However, due to Lin Han's weakened state, the efficacy of his healing was significantly diminished. This wave of healing merely stabilized Yoming's condition, preventing further deterioration. To achieve full recovery, he would require several such treatments. At that moment, Heather moved stealthily beside Zwan, raising her sword in search of an opportunity to strike him down. As Zwan rolled and exposed his chest, Heather's slender blade surged forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming for his heart. Sensing the imminent danger, Zwan instinctively unleashed his fighting spirit. A torrent of blood-red energy erupted from him, akin to a gushing stream of blood. His hand, enveloped in this aura, seized the slender sword like a crimson claw. Despite Heather's desperate attempts to push down, the blade remained immovable. Suddenly, a hammer-shaped orb of lightning struck Zwan's head with a resounding crash, plunging him into a daze and causing his fighting spirit to dissipate. As he succumbed to unconsciousness, the grip that had held Heather's sword weakened. The sound of metal piercing flesh echoed as the slender sword penetrated his heart, pinning him to the ground. Instantly, the frenzied aura emanating from Zwan vanished. His hand fell limply, and his eyes regained their original hue, though devoid of life. A pool of blood rapidly formed beneath him. Heather turned to Lin Han, who stood beside Yu Ming, a smile gracing his face as he signaled a gesture of victory. A flicker of a smile appeared on Heather's face in response. Bentley, lifting his lute, dashed a few steps towards Yu Ming to assess his condition. He's fine. I've managed to stabilize his injuries. With a few more treatments, he will be all right. Lin Han reassured the group. Instantly, their worries began to dissipate. We should swiftly depart and find a place to rest, suggested Bentley. At that moment, the vicinity was devoid of any souls, all having been frightened away by the echoes of Bentley's lute. The group quickly vacated the area, opting for a secluded path to avoid the throngs of people, thus eluding any recognition for the commotion they had caused at the city gate. They found accommodation at an inn situated a considerable distance from the city gate. After dining, they retreated to their rooms to rest. During this incident, Lin Han refrained from slaying anyone and therefore gained only a meager amount of experience, still far from reaching level 21. The news of the madman Zwan's demise at the city gate swiftly spread throughout Jakarta, reaching the ears of numerous factions. Many speculated who had vanquished him and dispatched scouts to scour the city in search of suspicious individuals. Meanwhile, with Zwan's death, his berserker mercenary group lost its influence, causing the southern district of Jakarta to become a coveted prize in the eyes of the three major factions. Smaller factions, eager for growth, also set their sights on this lucrative territory, stirring a tempest throughout the city. In the heart of Jakarta stood a lavish estate, sprawling in size and fortified by city walls, aptly described as a city within a city. This realm is a forbidden territory for many factions, as it serves as the clandestine stronghold of the Black Dragon Society, the most formidable force in Jakarta. With a history spanning over 5 centuries, the society was founded by a legendary assassin. Through the course of its development, the Black Dragon Society has emerged as a significant power in the northern regions of the Roman Empire. However, their arrogance has led them to annihilate smaller factions at the slightest provocation. Originally aspiring to join the Assassin Alliance, they were rebuffed due to their unscrupulous methods. Subsequently, the Black Dragon Society aligned itself with the Ongru family, becoming their subservient allies. Despite their nefarious deeds, the might of the Ongru family has deterred any factions from confronting them. In the council chamber of the Black Dragon Society's lair, the leader, a man known as Little Dog Foolish Wolf, sat at the head of the table, surveying his core members below. What is your perspective on the recent obliteration of the frenzied mercenary corps? He inquired, casting a discerning gaze upon his subordinates. A gaunt, dark-skinned man responded, My esteemed leader, I view this as a trivial matter. The demise of that insufferable Zuin is entirely expected, flaunting his allegiance to our illustrious Black Dragon Society and behaving so audaciously. It would be remarkable if he had not met his end. This thin man, with a sly glint in his eyes, resembled a frail bamboo pole. Yet he clearly understood Zuin's arrogant nature. I beg to differ, retorted another member, whose physique was more robust, exuding an aura of strength, though his face bore the disfigurement reminiscent of acid burns. With righteous indignation, he declared, "My leader, we must thoroughly investigate this matter and capture the perpetrator for a public execution. Only then can we safeguard the esteemed reputation of our Black Dragon Society." Rather than behaving like a coward and evading the issue, he cast a disdainful glance at the frail man. "Flower face, what did you say?" The slender man abruptly rose, his anger palpable as he glared at the speaker. The flower-face individual disdainfully spat. "The coward knows himself well. You." The slender man trembled with rage, pointing accusatorily at Flower-face. "Enough of this bickering." Little dog foolish wolf interjected, quelling the escalating discord. Instantly, silence enveloped the chamber. The Flower-face member shot a fierce glare at the slender man before returning to his seat, while the latter composed himself, offering a courteous nod to the leader before sitting back down, though his eyes continued to dart about, lost in thought. With an impassive expression, Little dog foolish wolf regarded both men before addressing a figure cloaked in black in the corner, their face obscured by a black cloth, buried in secrets. "I entrust this matter to you for investigation. Determine who is responsible, but do not act hastily." The figure clad in black rose, bowed, and performed a courteous gesture before transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing from the assembly hall. "Is there anything else to discuss?" The foolish hound, Shun Lang, inquired of his subordinates below. Following this, several individuals proceeded to report various matters. As the night deepened, Lin Han sat upon his bed, engaged in meditation to hone his mental fortitude, which he increasingly valued. His progress in advancement had slowed compared to the past, thus, enhancing his strength now relied solely on augmenting his mental prowess. Moreover, Lin Han had discerned a flaw within the skill system. The damage dealt at each level remained constant, and only by increasing his mental power could he elevate this damage. Should his progression continue to decelerate, it might take an entire month to achieve a single level up, leaving him dependent on mental strength to amplify his damage. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door jolted Lin Han from his meditation. Scanning with his mental acuity, he approached and opened the door, asking, "Why are you still awake at this hour?" "I can't sleep. May I chat with you?" said Haizwei, standing at the threshold in her night attire, her face alight with anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Han stepped aside to let her in. A joyful smile broke across Haizwei's face as he casually closed the door. Just as it shut, the door from the neighboring room creaked open, and Bentley peeked in. An impish grin plastered across his face as he remarked, "What a splendid night it is." Inside the room, Lin Han felt a headache approaching as he regarded Haizwei, who stood before him with an air of shyness. He thought to himself, thank heavens Bentley did not witness this, otherwise, who knows what scandalous tales he might concoct come morning. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" he inquired. Lin Han gazed at the silent Heather, who had her head bowed. Heather shook her head and then nodded slightly. Lin Han felt a sudden heaviness in his head, caught in a dilemma of whether to nod or shake his head. He gently cradled Heather's face in his hands and spoke softly. "Heather, please do not be this way. I am still accustomed to the former version of you. Your current demeanor feels quite unfamiliar to me. I miss you." Her voice was barely a whisper, akin to that of a mosquito, almost inaudible. "What?" Although Lin Han had good hearing, her words were too faint to grasp. "I miss you," she repeated, her voice significantly louder this time. Lin Han gently pressed a kiss to her forehead and replied, "I miss you too." "Really?" Heather immediately lifted her head, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Lin Han, her eyes sparkling with glimmers of hope. Lin Han nodded. Heather immediately, filled with joy, leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. As he felt her ample form and the softness pressed against his chest, Lin Han couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart. "Little girl, you do not consider the feelings of a vigorous man like me. This evening is bound to be challenging." Lin Han gently patted her back and said, "All right, my dear. If it were the old you, you would have expressed your feelings with a natural confidence, proclaiming, 'I like you, and you should feel honored,' at once." Heather felt a rush of shyness and buried her head in his embrace, softly inquiring, "Do you prefer the current me or the old me?" "I cherish you," Whether in your present form or your past self, Lin Han replied, tenderly caressing her long, dark hair. Yet, I must admit, I am more accustomed to the former you. Heather let out a soft "oh" but fell silent, the two of them holding each other tightly, as if they were the only two souls in existence. After approximately 5 minutes, Heather withdrew from Lin Han's embrace, gazing at him with tender eyes. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and with hands on her hips, she declared, "If you truly can have both me and Avril in your life, should you dare to stray, even if Avril turns a blind eye, I will not hesitate to make you pay dearly." With that, she formed a scissor gesture with her hands. Lin Han suddenly felt a chilling breeze beneath him, his expression frozen in bewilderment as he gazed at her. The swiftness of her transformation was utterly astonishing. "What? Have you never seen me before?" Lin Han immediately shook his head, but after a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. His heart ached with despair. This woman was truly capricious. He couldn't help but regret his earlier words, a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. The next morning, Lin Han and Heather went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Bentley and the others had long been seated, waiting for them. Upon seeing the two arrive together, Bentley let out a strange cry and began to wink vigorously at Lin Han, while Yu Ming and the others regarded the pair with knowing glances. Lin Han gazed at the peculiar actions of several individuals with a perplexed expression and inquired, "What is the matter with you all? How was your night?" Bentley, wearing a mischievous grin, leaned closer and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Lin Han looked at him with curiosity. "What are you trying to convey?" "Oh, still in denial, are we? I distinctly saw a certain beauty enter your room last night." He nudged Heather with a playful wink. Heather immediately caught on, her face flushing crimson. However, a fierce woman is often full of surprises. With her brows furrowed, she glared with wide eyes and declared, "What of it if I went to his room? He is my man, and I shall go if I please." The crowd stared at her with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Even the diners nearby were drawn in by her audacious words, their expressions a blend of shock, with a few individuals dropping their chopsticks in surprise. Lin Han slapped his forehead, rendered speechless. It was as if he had jumped into the Yellow River, unable to cleanse himself of the situation. If something had indeed transpired last night, it would have been one thing. But to have gained nothing and yet be perceived by all as having taken advantage of the circumstances was utterly frustrating. As he partook in breakfast, Lin Han felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that Heather would utter yet another bold remark. The group remained absorbed in their meal, with even the usually talkative Bentley silent for a full 5 minutes. After finishing breakfast, they ventured into the streets to replenish their supplies. They arrived at a relatively large store and purchased a considerable amount of food, some clothing, and a few tents. Once they had gathered their provisions, Lin Han intended to return and organize everything before setting off. At that moment, Heather suddenly declared her desire to buy some feminine necessities. Despite her fierce demeanor, she was, after all, a woman, and the desire for beauty is an innate trait among women. Lin Han's expression slightly changed upon hearing her suggestion, but he quickly regained his composure. Exchanging concerned glances with Bentley and the others, they all harbored a sense of unease. Heather had once utilized a despair scroll to extract life force, elevating her strength to the saint level, only to ultimately fail and be killed by the dark-cloaked figure, Rueli. Although Lin Han had resurrected her, her vitality had not fully returned, leaving faint lines upon her visage. While this was inconsequential compared to death, no woman desires the presence of wrinkles on her face, especially not a young girl in her teens, regardless of her mature appearance. In the days spent outdoors, coupled with the absence of mirrors in their modest lodgings, Heather remained blissfully unaware of her condition, as Lin Han and the others chose not to disclose this truth, fearing it would distress her. However, secrets cannot remain hidden forever. After inquiring with several passers-by, they eventually arrived at the nearest women's shop, brimming with an array of feminine products. Heather strode directly towards the cosmetics section, prompting Lin Han to hasten after her, while Bentley and the others lingered, their faces etched with sympathy. Despite their brief acquaintance, they had all grown fond of the forthright young woman, even when her words occasionally proved overwhelming. Heather picked up a hairpin, testing it against the adjacent mirror. Lin Han quickly approached her, while Bentley and the others dispersed around her, anxious to prevent any impulsive actions. When Heather finally beheld her reflection, her hand froze mid-air, the hairpin slipping from her fingers and clattering to the floor with a crisp sound. Gently, she touched her face, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. A sharp cry escaped her lips as she frantically explored her features, her expression fraught with terror. How could this happen? Tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Han rushed to embrace her, soothingly stroking her back, but she remained unresponsive, leaning against him like a lifeless doll, muttering to herself, "How could this happen? Heather, please don't despair. I love you." Lin Han held her tightly, whispering softly in her ear, "I love you. To me, you will always be the most beautiful." Heather seemed to awaken to his words, lifting her gaze to stare at him in astonishment, and asked, "Do you truly love me? Do you not care about how I appear now?" Lin Han nodded repeatedly. However, Heather suddenly pushed him away, her voice rising in a hysterical outburst. "You deceived me. You deceived me." Tears streamed down her face, and her throat grew hoarse. "How could you possibly not care? I feel like a woman in her 30s. How could you still want me?" Turning to flee, she was swiftly intercepted by Bentley and the others, who had anticipated her move. Yet, Heather, being a nimble swordswoman, was too swift for Howard and Bentley to catch. Only Yuming could keep pace with her, though unable to confront her directly. The group could only position themselves at the doorway to block her escape, unable to physically restrain her. At that moment, Bentley disregarded the risk of revealing their presence. He seized the instrument, Tian Yaqin, from his back, removing the cloth that shrouded it, and began to pluck the strings with fervent precision. Meanwhile, Yuming and the others had prepared in advance, donning earplugs. As Heather attempted to retrieve her own earplugs from her pocket, Yuming swiftly intervened, disrupting her action. A soothing melody filled the air, reminiscent of a mother's gentle whispers from childhood, akin to the soft breaths of nature. The music infiltrated the ears of those around, reaching into their souls. Heather suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness, as if she could easily succumb to slumber. Those around her, lacking strong willpower, quickly succumbed to sleep, while the remaining few struggled against the debilitating heaviness of their eyelids. This melody was a lullaby, inherently harmless, merely facilitating sleep. As a swordswoman with relatively weak mental fortitude, Heather soon found herself unable to resist the enchanting strain of the music, her body swaying precariously. Bentley, sensing her vulnerability, hastened his playing, the tempo intensifying. Overwhelmed by the insistent pull of slumber, Heather felt herself about to collapse, prompting Lin Han to swiftly catch her in his arms. Ignoring the few remaining individuals still valiantly resisting the encroaching sleep, they hurriedly departed with Heather, leaving behind a scene of unconscious passers-by and a handful of others sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Han and his companions hastily gathered their belongings and swiftly made their way to the city gates. However, upon their arrival, they were met with the grim sight of the gates being under strict surveillance. Numerous individuals in uniform were meticulously inspecting each person attempting to exit the city. Anyone unable to present proof of residency was summarily barred from leaving. The situation in Jakarta was tumultuous, and as it lay off the main trade routes, few mercenaries or caravans ventured into the city. Even when they did, they were often of little repute, and those in uniform showed no apprehension in offending them. Lin Han and his companions cautiously departed from the city gate, seeking refuge within an abandoned residence. Lin Han retrieved a rug from his ring and laid it upon the ground, gently placing Heather on it before covering her with a blanket. "Boss, what shall we do now? The city gate is under strict surveillance. How can we possibly escape?" Bentley inquired softly, observing the troubled expression on Lin Han's face. Lin Han shook his head and said, "I am uncertain as well. Let us wait until nightfall to investigate further before making a decision." The group, unable to conjure a better plan, resigned themselves to waiting for the evening. As darkness enveloped the sky, not a single star shone above, rendering the night perfectly suited for clandestine activities. Yuming transformed her form and swiftly departed from the estate. Lin Han and his companions chose a relatively secure room within the dwelling, sealing the doors and windows with fabric to obscure the glow of their fire. Simultaneously, Lin Han dispatched an owl and a thunderhawk to monitor the surroundings. Inside, the group gathered around the campfire, resting and awaiting news from Yuming before proceeding. Yuming approached the grandest estate in the city with utmost caution. Through inquiries made during the day, they had learned that the true power in Jakarta resided with the diminutive yet cunning leader of the Black Dragon Society, who dwelled within that very estate. Given that stealth mode was energetically taxing and not suitable for prolonged use, Yuming refrained from entering that state, relying instead on swiftness and cover to obscure her presence. Soon, Yuming arrived at the base of the estate's towering wall, standing approximately 10 meters high. Without tools, scaling it was impossible. Only those of divine caliber or wine mages possessed the ability to fly. However, as the most formidable assassin among the younger generation of the Assassin Alliance, Yuming had meticulously prepared for this moment. With a swift motion, she produced a thread as fine as silk from her waist, one insecured to a grappling hook. Pressing her ear against the wall, she listened intently before deftly launching the hook, which silently latched onto the wall. Confirming its grip, she pulled on the thread with determination, propelling herself upward against the wall like a gecko. Upon reaching the summit, she cautiously peered around, and upon finding the vicinity clear, she swiftly scaled over the parapet and slipped into the shadows. Within seconds, a patrol armed with weapons passed by, oblivious to Yu Ming concealed within the shadows. Once they had moved on, Yu Ming emerged and skillfully retraced her steps along the thread, descending the wall and entering the estate. Having infiltrated the grounds, the number of patrols increased, as did their strength, with even some royal-level professionals present. Utilizing her exceptional skills as an assassin, Yu Ming deftly evaded numerous patrols, making her way into the core area. Here, the area was illuminated brightly, with numerous skilled guardians stationed, rendering her entry increasingly challenging. Yu Ming concealed herself in the shadow of a large tree, then adjusted her aura, vanishing from sight as she entered stealth mode. In this state, her speed intensified, allowing her to deftly maneuver past formidable guardians until she arrived before a grand building, the council hall. Inside, the council hall was ablaze with light, and the sounds of heated debate echoed forth. Yu Ming cautiously approached the entrance, aware that this was a crucial core area, and the defenses were formidable. After considerable effort, she finally reached the door. At that moment, a short, elderly man inside the hall abruptly turned his gaze toward Yu Ming's position. A wave of apprehension washed over her. Yet she dared not move, holding her breath and patiently waiting in silence. The elderly man, after a moment of scrutiny, turned his gaze away, perplexed, to continue observing the heated exchange between the slender man and the painted-faced man. At that moment, Yu Ming felt a wave of relief wash over her, allowing her to quietly listen to the ongoing dispute. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that the old man, upon turning his face, was mouthing words as if engaged in silent conversation. The young dog-brained wolf, seated in the principal position, noticed the old man's gestures and subtly nodded, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the armrest of his chair. "You wretched bastard, if you dare to utter another word of nonsense, I will annihilate you," the painted-faced man bellowed, his facial muscles twitching, veins protruding on his forehead, seething with rage as he hurled accusations at the slender man across from him. Simultaneously, his followers joined in, hurling insults at the slender man. The slender man, undeterred, retaliated loudly. "You miserable creature, you are nothing but the offspring of your mother's illicit affairs. Here I stand. If you have the guts, come and eliminate me. If you fail to do so, may your entire family perish." He continued, "Come at me. I fear you not. Dare to confront me, and I shall shatter your skull." His supporters echoed his defiance, vociferously cursing the painted-faced man. The greatest taboo for the painted-faced man revolved around his mother's reputation, as he bore no resemblance to his father, who had mysteriously taken his own life shortly after his birth. Rumors circulated that his mother had engaged in an affair with a stranger, leading to his father's shame and subsequent suicide. This matter haunted him profoundly. Throughout his childhood, he was incessantly called a bastard. By a twist of fate, he was once taken under the wing of an eccentric old man, from whom he learned the art of combat. Upon mastering his skills, his first act was to take his mother's life, convinced that all the humiliation he had suffered stemmed from her actions. Following this, he eliminated those who had belittled him, resulting in numerous deaths, including those of individuals from influential families. Consequently, his deeds were exposed, leading to a manhunt by the authorities and a bounty placed on him by the mercenary guild. He subsequently adopted a false identity and sought refuge in Jakarta, the capital of the Roman kingdom. His formidable strength and ruthless nature caught the attention of the young dog-brained wolf, allowing him to join the Black Dragon Society. Over the past decade, he ascended to a position of high rank, becoming one of the two left protectors of the society. However, the past is not easily concealed, and when his earlier transgressions came to light, several adversaries taunted him with the label of bastard, yet they met swift ends, their deaths attributed to him without any proof. The young dog-brained wolf valued him highly, thus these matters were quietly overlooked. Yet, this time, the steel-clad man had reopened his old wounds before a multitude of witnesses, igniting a fierce desire for retribution within the painted-faced man. Nonetheless, the steel-clad man, as the right protector, held significant authority, making it a daunting task to eliminate him. Therefore, careful consideration was required, while the steel-clad man remained blissfully unaware that he had become a target on someone's assassin list, continuing to hurl insults. "Enough. Silence." Upon witnessing the loud altercation between two individuals, the young canine, foolishly named Wolf, felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. The pressing matters at hand remained unresolved. Yet they resorted to internal strife. As the guardians of the council, how dare you raise your voices within the hall? With a sharp reprimand. The young canine chastised the two, who immediately fell silent, their heads bowed in fear like children caught in mischief. They had known Wolf for quite some time and were acutely aware of his methods. Should he fixate upon them, their suffering would be unfathomable. Let us return to the matter at hand, Wolf declared. Earlier today, in the West District, numerous individuals inexplicably lay upon the ground, asleep. Witnesses claim it was a person wielding a Tianya zither who caused this. His music possesses an inexplicable allure, capable of inducing slumber. What are your thoughts on this? The assembly gasped in astonishment, engaging in fervent discourse, though the majority wore expressions of disbelief. At this juncture, a young man emerged from the crowd, exuding an air of arrogance as if he were the most noble being in existence. His name was Matsushita Nozomi, the scion of the Matsushita clan, endowed with exceptional talent. Having attained the rank of a mid-tier assassin at merely 18 years of age. Approaching the forefront, he eschewed any form of salutation and boldly proclaimed, "Esteemed leader. I am uncertain whom you have heard this from, but it is clearly a jest. How could music possibly inflict harm? Such notions are preposterous." Upon hearing his disrespectful words, Wolf's eyes flared with indignation, and he was poised to respond when a man from the Bamboo Pole faction stepped forward. He bowed respectfully to Wolf and addressed Matsushita Nozomi, stating, "Young nephew, your assertion is flawed. Just because you have not witnessed something does not imply its non-existence. You may not have encountered your grandfather. Yet that does not negate his existence. There may be many you have yet to see." A hint of mockery danced upon his features. You, Matsushita Nozomi, youthful and impetuous, could hardly endure such provocation. His face twisted with murderous intent as he erupted into action, transforming into a streak of lightning aimed at the man. Yet the latter was not to be trifled with. He swiftly drew a knife emitting an eerie green glow from his waist and lunged towards Matsushita Nozomi's throat. In a deft maneuver, Matsushita Nozomi evaded the strike mid-air, retrieving a black orb from his waist and forcefully smashing it against the ground. With a resounding bang, a thick plume of black smoke erupted, enveloping the assailant within its depths. Meanwhile, Matsushita Nozomi, standing outside the shroud, whipped his hands in rapid succession, unleashing countless cross-shaped projectiles that glimmered like cold stars into the smoke. As the haze dissipated, it revealed no one but a wooden effigy lying on the ground, riddled with cross marks. Matsushita Nozomi remained unfazed by this outcome, knowing well that the adversary was not easily vanquished. His muscles tensed. He remained acutely attuned to the sounds surrounding him. Bentley, observing the skirmish from within, was filled with astonishment. They were indeed members of the elusive Shadow Stream, a faction of assassins. The assassin arts encompass numerous schools of thought, with the traditional school being the most renowned and orthodox. In contrast, the Shadow Stream, though possessing considerable prowess, is often regarded as a deviant path by the traditionalists, due to their excessive emphasis on external factors. They have neglected the development of their intrinsic abilities. For instance, when it comes to concealment, traditional schools and the vast majority of other factions rely on dochi to become invisible or utilize certain unique skills, whereas the Shadow Stream depends on external elements, such as the dense smoke just mentioned or specific garments. Moreover, in terms of assassination, most factions approach their targets directly for close-quarters kills. While the Shadow Stream employs every means at their disposal, they resort to poisoning, kidnapping relevant individuals for leverage, and even sacrificing their own bodies as bait. For these numerous reasons, the Shadow Stream has been scorned and ostracized by other factions. Over 2 centuries ago, a significant event transpired within the Assassin Alliance. At that time, the Alliance accepted a contract to eliminate a noble from the Mickey Empire, and the task was assigned to a member of the Shadow Stream. In a shocking turn of events, the assassin captured all of the target's family members and coerced him into committing suicide. The unfortunate noble, left with no choice, took his own life. However, rather than concluding the matter, the assassin went on to violate all the women present and slaughtered the remaining family members, resulting in over 100 deaths. Initially, this incident was not deemed particularly grave, meriting perhaps only a reprimand for the assassin. However, the situation escalated dramatically when it was revealed that one of the women was a member of the royal family, albeit distantly related. The Mickey royalty, outraged, dispatched royal enforcers to hunt down the Assassin Alliance, leading to a fierce confrontation at the Alliance's headquarters. This conflict was extraordinarily brutal, with the royalty sending 15 divine-level warriors along with numerous saint-level and lower-tier practitioners, supported by an army of 10,000 encircling the Assassin Alliance's stronghold. Faced with the formidable experts of the Mickey Empire, the Assassin Alliance did not retreat but instead engaged in a fierce battle. Ultimately, 3 of the 10 elders of the Assassin Alliance, Elder 3, Elder 4, and Elder 5, perished, while the remaining elders were grievously injured. Many of the underlings and guardians also suffered heavy casualties, severely weakening the Assassin Alliance. The Mickey Empire, too, faced losses. Out of the 15 divine-level warriors, only 5 survived, including the leader, who was reputed to be the closest to the 10 divine beings of the continent, yet was slain by the Grand Elder. As the experts of the Mickey Empire prepared to annihilate the remaining forces of the Assassin Alliance, the only assassin among the 10 divine beings appeared, swiftly eliminating all opponents of saint level and above within a mere 10 breaths. He left a chilling proclamation: "Whoever dares to threaten the Assassin Alliance shall face merciless retribution." This declaration was undeniably audacious, yet no one dared to contest it. This enigmatic assassin was dubbed the continent's foremost assassin, shrouded in mystery. No one knew his true name or appearance. Even the continent's mightiest swordsman, known as Nameless, was less mysterious, as many had at least glimpsed his visage and were aware of his residence on Sword God Mountain. In stark contrast, no information was available about this shadowy figure. Subsequently, in a bid to save face for the future of the Mickey Empire, they challenged him to a duel at the LD11G, Huel Grand Canyon, located next to the imperial capital of the Mickey Empire. This event sent ripples across the continent, drawing countless practitioners eager to witness this rare spectacle of combat. On that day, the LD11G was a veritable sea of humanity, as innumerable practitioners gathered in anticipation. At noon, precisely at 12 o'clock, both parties arrived punctually. The Nameless assassin donned his ever-unchanging signature attire, a black cloak suited for nocturnal endeavors. In stark contrast, the representative from the Mickey Empire was an unfamiliar figure, a swordsman. The battle commenced swiftly. The Nameless assassin suddenly vanished beneath the radiant sunlight, while the swordsman stood with his eyes closed, cradling his sword. 10 seconds elapsed, and he remained in that stance. A minute passed, and still, he was unchanged. 10 minutes later, all remained as it was. The onlookers, however, grew impatient, vociferously urging them to engage in combat. Yet, the two remained unmoved, one cloaked in invisibility, the other steadfastly holding his sword. After half an hour, under the relentless prodding of the spectators, the swordsman could no longer maintain his tranquil state. His body trembled slightly. In that fleeting moment, the concealed Nameless assassin struck with sudden ferocity, a glimmer of cold light slicing across the swordsman's neck. Though he endeavored to retreat, he was a fraction too slow, resulting in a 2-inch-long gash upon his neck, fortunately shallow, or it would have been fatal. The swordsman swiftly drew his blade, intent on retaliating against the Nameless assassin, who deftly parried the sword with his dagger and propelled himself backward. The swordsman, refusing to relent, propelled himself forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow that pursued the assassin. In an instant, a vast field of power enveloped the assassin, who, undeterred, summoned his own domain, encasing them both. The swordsman's domain possessed a sharp attribute, significantly amplifying his attack power within its confines. Conversely, the assassin's attribute was exceedingly rare, shadow, enabling him to conceal his presence and enhance his stealth, thus countering the swordsman's advantage. Within the confines of their domains, the swordsman found himself on the defensive against the relentless assault of the assassin. At last, the swordsman erupted with fury. He pierced through the assassin's domain, standing defiantly in the void, and raised his sword high. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and an overwhelming pressure emanated from him. It was then that the spectators realized the true prowess of this once unknown warrior. Except for a few masters, the majority struggled to endure as the oppressive force intensified. The Nameless assassin regarded the swordsman with grave concern, sensing that he had been locked onto. The swordsman's skill demanded a direct confrontation. Evasion would surely mean death. He stowed his dagger in a spatial ring, summoning a new blade that resembled a black hole, absorbing all around it, even light itself. With a gentle flick of his finger against the dagger, a clear, resonant sound echoed. As that sound reverberated, the surrounding professionals felt their hearts seize, with some even collapsing on the spot. The swordsman, too, was affected, his momentum faltering, while the assassin's aura transformed, from calm and collected. He had become a whirlwind of bloodthirsty rage. The sounds of striking echoed as the onlookers fell in droves, including several holy and divine-level masters, instilling fear in the remaining spectators, who hastily fled the scene, leaving only a handful of exceptionally powerful individuals behind. With the departure of the lesser beings, a palpable silence settled over the arena. The assassin spoke softly, his voice laced with a palpable aura of menace that sent tremors through the hearts of the onlookers. The swordsman, too, felt a growing despair. Though his power was accumulating, he remained uncertain of his ability to vanquish his opponent, and his confidence waned, stirring silent curses within him. "Now it is your turn, little mouse," the assassin declared, suddenly pointing his dagger at the swordsman. "Hurry and gather your strength. Let me witness the legendary secrets of the Mickey Empire." The swordsman, incensed by such disdain, roared in reply, "If you seek death, I shall grant it." Instantly, his imposing presence intensified, and the dark clouds above completely obscured the sun. A colossal sword rose from his hand, piercing through the clouds, enveloped by an aura of mysterious energy that unmistakably resonated with the essence of law. As this ethereal energy manifested, the swordsman struck his chest forcefully with his left hand, unleashing a stream of deep crimson blood upon the sword of divinity. The colossal blade transformed instantly into a blood-red hue, emanating waves of sanguine energy, while the essence of law thickened around it. With a thunderous roar, the swordsman emitted a sound that shook the heavens, his aura shifting to one of mystery, nobility, and grandeur. Those with knowledge among the spectators gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, "The aura of a god." The nameless assassin paused momentarily, his expression one of disdain. The aura of a god. How overly generous, merely a pseudo-deity. The swordsman's oppressive force escalated, causing the ground beneath him to tremble and sway, sending the onlookers soaring into the air. With a resounding crash, vast sections of earth began to collapse, fragments of soil being inexplicably drawn upwards, floating around him. Gradually, his overwhelming presence reached its zenith. The colossal sword stood like a blood-colored pillar, visible for hundreds of miles, as the spectators were compelled to retreat several miles in the face of such pressure. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The swordsman unleashed 3 thunderous roars, and the giant sword cleaved through the heavens, descending fiercely upon the nameless assassin. The assassin, his face taut with gravity, crouched low, eyes closed, as an unfathomable tide of violent bloodlust surged from him, manifesting a demonic shadow behind him, radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The shadow bore 3 heads and 6 arms, each clutching a dagger, its 6 eyes fixated fiercely on the descending sword. As the colossal sword closed in, mere meters away, the assassin's eyes snapped open. With a powerful push from his legs, he transformed into a crimson shadow, hurtling towards the sword, while the demonic apparition simultaneously roared and charged forward. Divine slaughter. In an instant, the blood-red giant sword collided with the nameless assassin, resulting in a blinding flash of light erupting from the point of impact, followed by an earth-shattering boom that unleashed a torrent of shock waves. The spectators, overwhelmed by the deafening sound, instinctively covered their ears, some suffering ruptured eardrums. Subsequently, fierce shock waves surged forth, sending the onlookers tumbling backward, blood spewing from their mouths as they were propelled several miles away. The onlookers gazed in shock at the sight before them, where the already ravaged land had been further devastated by the shockwave, creating a massive crater spanning several hundred meters in diameter and plunging several meters deep. The once suspended swordsman from the kingdom of Mickey, having lost his strength, plummeted to the ground, prompting the skilled warriors among the spectators to swiftly rush forward in an attempt to rescue him. Suddenly, from the epicenter of the explosion emerged a figure, disheveled and drenched in blood, swaying precariously in midair. Remarkably, he was still alive. The elite warriors of the kingdom of Mickey stared in horror, their pupils constricting at the sight. The crowd, too, was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the assassin. Yet the nameless assassin remained silent, accelerating towards the fallen swordsman on the ground. "How dare you?" The onlookers realized his intentions, and one of the kingdom's experts transformed into a blur, racing to intervene, but he was just a moment too late. With a swift flick of his dagger, the assassin severed a head from its body. Then, producing a scroll from his hand, he tore it open and vanished in an instant, revealing a rare space transmission scroll. After this encounter, the nameless assassin became a household name across the continent, Previously, the long absence of the 10 divine beings had diminished the fear they inspired, leading many to believe they were no more than mere mortals unworthy of their esteemed title. However, following this incident, no one dared to criticize the 10 divine beings any longer. The Assassin's Guild gained immense popularity, and even though they suffered significant losses, no faction dared to take advantage of their misfortune. The shadowy assassin responsible for this chaos was executed, and the Shadow Stream lineage was expelled from the guild, leading to its disintegration and scattering across the continent. For 2 centuries, their presence faded into obscurity, until now, when a member of the Shadow Stream was unexpectedly discovered here. Clang, clang, clang. The series of metallic clashes jolted the dreamer from his reverie, redirecting his attention to the assembly hall. There, the cloaked figure had revealed himself. Wielding a 1-meter-long single-edged sword, relentlessly striking at Matsushita Yato, who defended himself with a dagger. Sparks flew as the confrontation escalated. Ultimately, the assailant, exploiting a feigned maneuver, disarmed Matsushita, his sword resting perilously against the young man's throat. "Little brat, you're still too green. Go home and drink your milk," the man bellowed, his laughter echoing with arrogance. Matsushita, humiliated, glared at him with fiery eyes, his fingers digging painfully into his palms, blood dripping onto the floor. The man relished Matsushita's disgrace, laughing even more heartily before sheathing his sword. "Run along now, kid. I'm too busy to play with you." As he turned away, he failed to notice the glint of cold fury in Matsushita's eyes. Just as the man took a few steps, Matsushita surged forward, flicking his wrist to release a foul-smelling powder towards him. "Scoundrel! Coward!" The followers of the bamboo pole man erupted in furious curses, wishing to intervene but were too late. The individual in question gazed in terror at the approaching powder, while Matsushita Yayo seemed to envision the man's anguished cries. Suddenly, a shadow darted between the two, wielding a piece of cloth that swiftly enveloped the powder. In a flicker, the shadow materialized beside Matsushita Yayo and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sharp crack echoed, instantly swelling Matsushita Yayo's cheek. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he recognized his assailant as the half-buried in the abdomen and immediately wilted. Unperturbed, the half-buried in the abdomen delivered a powerful kick, sending Matsushita Yayo flying over 5 meters, crashing to the ground in agony, yet stifling any sound. The flower-faced man, Matsushita Yayo, remained utterly unresponsive, while the others fell silent, not daring to utter a word. What is the third rule of the Black Dragon Society? The half-buried in the abdomen glared menacingly at the surrounding individuals, who, under the weight of his fierce gaze, bowed their heads in fear. "Speak. What is the third rule?" he bellowed, startling the crowd, some even collapsing in terror. The half-buried in the abdomen disdainfully regarded those who had fallen, waving his hand dismissively. "Drag them away to be fed to the dogs." At that moment, several men entered and dragged the incapacitated individuals out, their desperate cries for mercy reverberating through the hall, punctuated by occasional screams. The chilling sound sent shivers through the onlookers, causing even Matsushita Yayo to cease his writhing. The third rule: no harm shall come to one's brethren. Violators shall face death without mercy. Each word was articulated with lethal intent. Upon hearing this, Matsushita Yayo fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded. "I implore you, esteemed leader, show mercy. My Matsushita family has but this one son. For the sake of my years of loyal service, I beseech you to spare his life." His face twisted in sorrow, tears mingling with his snot, evoking pity from any who beheld him. However, the little dog Foolish One remained silent, while the followers of the bamboo pole man clamored for the enforcement of the rules. A cacophony of demands for punishment clashed with Matsushita Yayo's desperate pleas. "Esteemed leader, I am increasingly aware of my inadequacy to manage the affairs of the society. I wish to retire." Matsushita Yayo, steeling himself, proposed a greater temptation. The eyes of the little dog Foolish One brightened momentarily before returning to a reluctant demeanor. "Matsushita-zwa, the entire continent is in turmoil, and our Black Dragon Society is also affected. We need capable individuals like you to support us. I am grateful for your kindness, esteemed leader." Matsushita Yayo replied, visibly moved. "I long to devote myself to the Black Dragon Society, yet my body can no longer endure. I humbly request your permission to retire." The little dog, foolish yet earnest, pondered for a moment before sorrowfully declaring, "Very well. Since the left guardian insists on retiring, I shall not press the matter further. However, in light of the left guardian's diligent service, I bestow upon him a property in Jakarta and a sum of 10,000 gold coins." Given the Left Guardian's advanced age and the fact that he has but a single son, I fear he may have no one to care for him in his twilight years. Therefore, I decree that his son, Matsushita, is to be confined to contemplation within the household for 10 years. The steel-plated man, intent on his destruction, found mere confinement unsatisfactory. He yearned for confrontation. Suddenly, a woman beside him tugged at his sleeve. Upon turning to her, he saw her shake her head, signaling him to remain silent. Observing their leader's lack of response, his followers too fell into silence. Matsushita, in a display of desperation, bowed repeatedly until he struck his forehead against the ground, leaving a crimson mark. "Great leader, have mercy." "Enough," the little dog replied. "You may tidy yourself and return. Your position shall be temporarily filled by the half-buried abdomen." With a heavy heart, the little dog added, "It is best if everyone departs. We shall reconvene tomorrow." All those present bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, only straightening once the little dog and the half-buried abdomen had left. Yum, witnessing their dispersal, swiftly departed to prepare for her return. After entering the back hall, the little dog and the half-buried abdomen surveyed their surroundings, and the little dog whispered, "Go track them down. Ascertain where these little rodents are hiding." With a deep bow, the half-buried abdomen transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. Yum retraced her steps, hastily leaving the lair of the Black Dragon Society. Within minutes, she arrived at the dilapidated mansion where Lin Han and the others were. The owl Lin Han had stationed outside soon detected Yum's return, and he came forth to welcome her inside. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow concealed nearby observed the mansion, marking its presence before quietly departing. "What news? Have you gathered any intelligence?" Upon entering the room, Lin Han and Yu Ming were immediately approached by Bentley, who inquired with great urgency. "This matter is far more complex than I had anticipated." Yu Ming, wearing a grave expression, addressed the assembled company and proceeded to disclose the situation regarding the Shadow Stream. After hearing the revelation, a somber atmosphere enveloped the group. "Since the Shadow Stream was once a part of your assassin alliance, you must be aware of some of their shortcomings, correct?" Lin Han pondered for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing this, the group of Bentley turned their gazes towards Yu Ming. After some contemplation, Yu Ming replied, "This pertains to the secrets of the alliance. I hope you can maintain discretion." Lin Han and the others nodded in agreement. Yu Ming organized her thoughts and remarked, "The Shadow Stream, as part of the Assassin Alliance, although expelled from the League, still possesses a wealth of information regarding them. The Shadow Stream is a rapid training school, characterized by its formidable prowess in the early stages but a decline in effectiveness later on, which has led to their scorn from various other schools. Despite the disdain from many factions, the merits of their methodology are indeed commendable. Numerous schools within the Alliance have adopted certain aspects from them, particularly in the utilization of external resources. In the past, it would take 3 to 5 years to cultivate a competent assassin, whereas the Shadow Stream employs a brutal method where a group of trainees engages in combat, and only the survivors are inducted into their ranks. This allows them to produce a qualified assassin, one with substantial experience, within just 1 or 2 years. "How merciless!" exclaimed Heather with a look of disgust. As a woman, even the most formidable among them tends to be more emotional than their male counterparts. Yu Ming continued, "This is merely a part of it. The Shadow Stream relies on exploiting human potential to expedite the training of assassins, which results in their members being exceptionally strong in the early phases but lacking in endurance. Otherwise, the Shadow Stream would have long since supplanted traditional schools as the foremost faction in the Assassin Alliance." "Oh, so, does that imply that the Shadow Stream has a plethora of low to mid-tier members but lacks high-end combat power?" Lin Han, with a look of bewilderment, remarked, "Yet, how is it that the Shadow Stream bears such a striking resemblance to the ninjas of the Foot Basin Nation on Earth?" Indeed, throughout the years, the most formidable recorded member of the Shadow Stream was a lower-tier demigod, while the rest languished below the divine level, with countless members beneath the saintly rank. However, following that particular incident, the Shadow Stream suffered a significant setback, and it appears that the Black Dragon Society is not particularly formidable either. Nevertheless, it is wise to exercise caution, for even a lion exerts its utmost strength when hunting a mere rabbit. Lin Han advised solemnly. The few individuals from Bentley nodded gravely. They were not reckless individuals. This was their home ground, and I was still in a state of weakness, unable to leave quietly. Moreover, they would likely locate us soon, so we must hasten our preparations. Lin Han's expression was grave as he spoke. It is not that they do not wish to depart from Jakarta. Rather, They lack a discreet means of leaving them with no choice but to engage in battle. The others nodded in agreement, settling down to rest and prepare for the impending confrontation. Lin Han fell into deep contemplation, pondering how to navigate through this predicament. This situation was markedly different from previous encounters. Everyone was ensnared within the dominion of others, and they were also facing relentless pursuit from an entire faction. This peril surpassed the previous ordeal with the Angla family, as there had been the trump card of transformation into a demon. Whereas now there was nothing but a steadfast resolve to endure. Lin Han was instantly consumed with concern for the future of his companions, uncertain of the outcome of this impending conflict. Observing Lin Han's furrowed brow each day, Heather felt a pang of empathy in her heart. Gradually, she leaned closer, gently brushing her fingers across the furrow between his brows. Lin Han opened his eyes and beheld the worried visage of Heather. A faint smile graced his lips as he inquired, "Why are you still awake?" Heather nestled into his embrace, intertwining his arm behind her back as she gently replied, "I cannot seem to fall asleep." Lin Han found himself somewhat overwhelmed. This woman, usually fierce and unyielding, now displayed an unexpectedly delicate demeanor. He couldn't help but ponder whether this was merely a prelude to her usual boldness, a calm before the impending storm. Furthermore, the sight of a stunningly beautiful woman nestling into his embrace in the stillness of the night was quite perplexing. "Very well, it is time to sleep. Tomorrow brings its own matters." Lin Han gently patted her back, offering soft words of comfort. Heather let out a soft hum. Like a little kitten curling further into his embrace, finding a comfortable position and emitting gentle snores. Lin Han gazed at the slumbering Heather, rendered speechless by the predicament of the night. With no other choice, he immersed himself in meditation. As dawn approached, the hour was most taxing on the weary. Bentley and the others had succumbed to sleep, and Lin Han, too fatigued, dozed off while cradling Heather. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the owl and the falcon, jolting Lin Han awake. He hastily rose to rouse the others, for the images transmitted from the owl and the falcon revealed a multitude of dark-clad figures swiftly advancing towards the dilapidated abode. "Awaken! The enemy approaches." Lin Han urgently roused a few individuals from their slumber. Initially, Bentley and the others were still somewhat dazed, but upon hearing of the impending threat, they instantly regained their composure, springing to their feet to gather their belongings and prepare for battle. As they organized themselves into a combat formation, the group of cloaked assailants had already encircled the estate, sealing their fate. At this critical juncture of life and death, each member unveiled their most formidable techniques. Yu Ming sheathed her former dagger and brandished a gleaming short blade, for it is said that an inch shorter, an inch more perilous. And this short dagger proved to be exceedingly lethal in close combat. She adjusted her stance to its optimal state, fully prepared for the confrontation ahead. Lin Han donned the battle mode of the trialist attire. Although his power was significantly diminished, he could still provide some assistance. With all aura skills activated, he bestowed various enhancements upon his companions. Hester drew forth a long sword from her ring, accompanied by several magical scrolls. Lin Han had given her the ring shortly after her revival, and the scrolls primarily contained protective spells, with only a few of offensive nature. Howard brandished a massive sword, measuring 1.5 meters in length and 2 palms in width, standing resolutely before the group like a guardian deity. Meanwhile, Bentley exuded an air of nonchalance. Seated cross-legged upon a blanket, the horizon lute resting on his lap, his fingers gently caressing the strings. With a slight nod to the others, Lin Han and his companions inserted special earplugs into their ears. Observing that everyone had donned their earplugs, Bentley closed his eyes, concentrating all his mental energy as his fingers began to delicately strum the lute strings. The melodious notes resonated through the air, quickly expanding into the surrounding space. The cloaked figures also heard the enchanting music, finding it rather pleasant, contrary to their leader's ominous warnings. The half-buried commander, leading the ambush against Lin Han and his companions, was aware of the hypnotic effects of Bentley's music from the incident at the women's boutique. Startled by the initial strains, he hastily instructed his subordinates to don the prepared earplugs, rendering them incapable of hearing the sound. Although some among the cloaked figures dismissed this precaution as unnecessary, obedience to their leader remained their foremost principle, even if it meant facing death. With earplugs securely in place, the half-buried commander and his minions rushed forth, disregarding stealth. For he recognized that their presence had already been detected. The battle had commenced. Bentley continued to pluck the strings, his eyes completely shut. As he gradually became one with the music, the notes persisted, yet an inexplicable essence intertwined with the melody. Witnessing Bentley's complete immersion in the music, Lin Han and the others summoned their mental fortitude to withstand the lethal sound, as that enigmatic force penetrated the barriers of their earplugs and infiltrated their minds. Fortunately, Lin Han, as a mage reliant on mental prowess, was well equipped to resist, while the others, despite their training in combat energy, had gained considerable strength from Lin Han's previous divine interventions, enabling them to fend off the encroaching anomaly. However, the half-buried commander and his subordinates were not as fortunate. Their indifference towards Bentley's music rendered them oblivious to its changes, and by the time they sensed something amiss, it was too late. That enigmatic force had fully invaded their minds, corrupting their thoughts. Suddenly, countless demons, exuding an icy aura, erupted from the ground, enveloping everyone in a swirling tempest of malevolent energy. They beheld these fiends, drooling with foul saliva, lunging toward them. The demons' claws pierced their bodies, impaling them upon their talons before devouring them, slowly chewing and swallowing their prey. Initially, they resisted, but soon they were overwhelmed by an uncountable horde of demons. "Ah, help! Mother, I shall kill you, kill you. Do not kill me, please." At this moment, the once well-trained assassins were utterly shattered, scattering in all directions in a desperate attempt to evade the grasp of the demon. Yet, no matter how swiftly they ran, it was futile. They were still seized and consumed. In the midst of the chaos, a handful of formidable assassins gathered, forming a tight circle to fend off the advancing demons. Green blood splattered as they engaged in a fierce battle, sustaining wounds that left them marred and bloodied. One assassin had lost an arm, his body battered and broken. Yet he fought valiantly, wielding his dagger against the relentless claws that reached for him. Seizing a moment of respite, he shouted towards the central figure, "My lord, what shall we do?" Alas, his distraction proved fatal, as a claw pierced through his chest, and with a horrific scream, he was torn asunder. Witnessing the dwindling number of his trusted subordinates, the central figure, known as half-buried abdomen, descended into madness. He transformed into a blur, darting through the horde of demons. Upon returning to his original position, he found himself breathless, yet the demons he had struck down lay decapitated at his feet. However, the number of demons continued to swell, while the cloaked figures dwindled to mere remnants, encircling half-buried abdomen, who gazed in despair at the approaching fiends. They could almost envision themselves being shredded by the demon's claws and devoured whole. Suddenly, a sharp snap echoed, reminiscent of a broken string, and the demon before them vanished instantaneously. Upon closer inspection, there were no demons in sight, only the black-clad assassins standing in stunned silence. A sense of foreboding washed over half-buried abdomen as he approached one of the figures, gently tapping his shoulder, only to see the man collapse forward. A gust of wind swept through, and all the standing assassins fell abruptly. The remaining few were gripped by an icy terror as they lifted the masks of their fallen comrades, their faces contorted in horror, mouths agape as if they had witnessed something unspeakably dreadful. The remaining assassins' resolve crumbled, and one of them leaped up in a bid to escape. Yet, after only 2 steps, a flash of cold light severed his head, a torrent of blood sprang from his neck. Half-buried abdomen wiped his dagger on the fabric of the fallen man's attire and declared, "I refuse to stain my blade with the blood of my own kin." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "Do not be overly frightened. The one who attacked us must be that pianist, Bentley, and the sudden cessation of the music indicates something has gone awry. Otherwise, we would have perished long ago." The others pondered his words and found a semblance of comfort. To bolster their spirits, half-buried abdomen seized the moment to assert, "Such a bizarre ability cannot be sustained for long. Otherwise, he would have already become notorious across the continent. So let us not dwell in fear. In the darkness, we assassins are the true sovereigns. Now, let us honor our fallen comrades with the blood of our enemies." The abdominal half-buried figure, undeniably the most trusted confidant of the Black Dragon Society's leader, possessed an unparalleled talent for persuasion. The remaining few were stirred into a fervor, burning with the desire to exact vengeance upon Bentley and his associates for their fallen comrades. Kill, kill, kill. A palpable wave of murderous intent surged towards the dilapidated courtyard. Within the confines of the estate, Bentley found himself in dire straits. The strings of his Tianya Chin lay severed, and his pallor was ashen, devoid of any color. Resembling a mere puddle of mud sprawled upon the ground. The piece he had just performed, entitled The Devil's Banquet, was composed based on his first-hand experience during Lin Han's transformation into a demon. Having lived through the sensation, he found it all too easy to immerse himself in the melody, leading to a significant depletion of his mental energy during this inaugural performance. Although he succeeded, the exertion ultimately resulted in the destruction of the Tianya Chin. Howard hastened to Bentley's side, assisting him to his feet. "How are you?" the others inquired with concern. "I am well," Bentley replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke weakly. "Merely a consequence of overexerting my mental faculties. I shall recover with a brief respite. The task ahead is now yours." Nodding in agreement, the group readied their weapons for battle. Heather handed several protective scrolls to Lin Han, who sat beside Bentley. "If we are unable to shield you, tear open a scroll to ensure your safety and that of Bentley." Lin Han took the scroll, offering her a gentle smile as he reassured her, "Do not worry. Everything will be fine. We still have the entire Ruodun continent to explore together." Upon hearing this, a tender smile graced Highway's face. She then raised her sword and glanced towards the door, while Howard positioned himself protectively beside the others. Yuming entered stealth mode, akin to a venomous serpent, poised to deliver a lethal strike to the enemy. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed at the entrance, as the courtyard door shattered into countless fragments, scattering towards them. Standing at the forefront, Howard let out a soft grunt. A formidable wave of battle energy surged from within him, manifesting as a protective shield that stood resolutely against the onslaught. The debris collided with the shield, disintegrating into dust, while Howard remained steadfast, unmoved. During this period, Howard had diligently honed his body and battle energy. Although the quantity of his energy had not significantly changed, its quality had improved remarkably. It had become denser and more formidable than before. At that moment, several figures clad in black entered through the doorway. They were the remnants of the half-buried band. Their faces bore signs of exhaustion, and aside from the half-buried leader, a flicker of fear was evident in the eyes of the others. Who was playing the lute just now? Hattori Hanzo demanded ominously, his gaze scanning the group. When it fell upon Bentley, who sat slumped on the rug, the strings of his tinya lute severed, and his face pale, Hanzo's eyes fixated on him, a wave of murderous intent emanating from his being. "Kill!" the half-buried leader bellowed, transforming into a shadow as he charged towards Bentley. The assassins behind him surged towards Lin Han and the others, paralyzed by fear instilled by Bentley, opting instead to attack Highway and her companions. Just as the half-buried leader advanced, he abruptly halted, a glint of cold light flashing perilously close to his throat, narrowly missing it. A cold sweat broke out on his brow, the residual dread lingering in his heart. In that moment of fury, he had momentarily paused upon sensing danger, realizing that had he not hesitated, he would have met a grim fate. Bentley, failing to land his strike, swiftly retreated into stealth mode, awaiting another opportunity. The half-buried leader scoffed, pivoting his form and darting into the void. His single-edged sword sliced through the air, igniting sparks from an otherwise empty space. The hidden Yuming revealed herself, retreating as her palm was cut, blood dripping from her dagger. "Pathetic," the half-buried leader derided. "Let me show you what a true assassin is capable of." With that, a plume of black smoke billowed from beneath him, and when it dissipated, he had vanished. Yuming searched desperately for any trace of him, remaining vigilant and scanning her surroundings. After the emergence of the black smoke, the half-buried leader employed the unique camouflage technique of the shadow stream, stealthily closing in on Yuming. The abdominal half-buried, a mid-level emperor-ranked assassin, surpassed the realm of the Phantom Dream considerably. Even if the Shadow Flow's skills were utterly inadequate, they could obscure his presence entirely. Gradually, he closed the distance to Phantom Dream, now less than 3 meters apart. Just a few more steps would allow him to sever Phantom Dream's head with his single-edged sword, relishing the sensation of warm blood splattering upon him. With only 2 meters remaining, he tightened his grip on the hilt, disregarding the need for concealment. With a swift leap and a downward slash, his sword descended with ferocity, and he envisioned the moment when his opponent's head would soar high. However, as his blade approached within half a meter of Phantom Dream's neck, a hammer-shaped orb of lightning struck him on the head, causing the world to whirl and his control over his body to dissipate. As abdominal half-buried leapt into the air, Phantom Dream felt a surge of dread. Yet, evasion was futile, as the Emperor-level assassin could lock onto his target during an attack. Just when he believed his demise was certain, a luminous orb collided with his assailant's head, causing the lock-on to vanish, while the foe succumbed to dizziness, losing control of his body. Without hesitation, Phantom Dream executed a swift horizontal cut with his dagger, aiming for abdominal half-buried's throat. Nevertheless, being an Emperor-level combatant, and with Lin Han's skill damage significantly diminished, the Stormhammer only incapacitated him for less than a second. As Phantom Dream's dagger glided toward his throat, abdominal half-buried regained his senses, swiftly leaning back to evade the strike, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick from his right leg toward Phantom Dream's abdomen. Phantom Dream twisted his waist to avoid the blow, bringing his dagger down with alacrity. A spray of crimson erupted as Abdominal Half-Buried retreated hastily, his right leg slightly limping, blood streaming from the wound and soaking his shoe. It was the result of Phantom Dream's earlier strike with the dagger. In response, Abdominal Half-Buried swiftly formed several hand seals with his left hand, then brushed his palm across the sword, causing it to emanate intense heat as if scorched by fire. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the blade firmly against his wound. The acrid stench of searing flesh wafted through the air, leaving Lin Han and Phantom Dream in astonishment. After tending to his injury, Abdominal Half-Buried plunged his sword into the ground and rapidly formed more hand seals. Phantom Dream, now alert, charged toward him, but it was already too late. Having completed the final hand seals, Abdominal Half-Buried exclaimed, "Shadow Clone Technique." His body twisted, and two identical figures emerged from behind him. Phantom Dream halted, unsure of which to strike. Yet, Abdominal Half-Buried did not pause. One of the three figures charged directly at Phantom Dream, while the other two advanced toward Lin Han and Bentley, and the last targeted Heiswei and her companions. Lin Han gazed in astonishment at the half-buried figure in his abdomen, his mind incessantly lamenting. Is this a joke? How could the ninjutsu of those little devils manifest here? What a predicament. Yet, Lin Han harbored a deep-seated disdain for those little devils and seldom indulged in their anime, particularly Naruto, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Upon witnessing a clone rushing toward Lin Han and Bentley, Yuming felt a surge of anxiety and contemplated turning back to intervene, only to find herself ensnared by another clone. Meanwhile, on Heather's side, she and Howard were already struggling against several assassins. The sudden appearance of an additional clone amplified their burdens significantly, rendering the situation perilous and leaving them utterly unable to divert their attention to thwart the advancing threat toward Lin Han and the others. Lin Han gazed at the approaching doppelganger, his heart a tranquil sea. With remarkable speed, the doppelganger closed the distance, its single-edged sword descending with fierce intent, aiming to cleave Lin Han in twain. Heiswei let out a startled cry, instinctively turning to rescue Lin Han, only to be ensnared by the adversary. Lin Han offered her a radiant smile, signaling her not to worry. In that moment, he summoned the divine shield, enveloping himself in a golden barrier. The half-buried blade struck the shield with tremendous force, yet it did not shatter the protective barrier. Instead, a powerful rebound of energy surged back, leaving the doppelganger astonished, gazing in disbelief at the golden shield. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Han flicked his wrist, sending a torn scroll hurtling towards his opponent's face. Then swiftly stepped to the side, positioning himself in front of the Bentley. The half-buried doppelganger, sensing a shadow approaching, instinctively executed an upward thrust, the single-edged sword crashing into the scroll. In an instant, a brilliant explosion erupted from the scroll, engulfing the surroundings in flames. Lin Han clutched his forehead, a pained expression crossing his face. The energy from the explosion was deflected by the divine shield, sparing Lin Han and the Bentley from harm. The fierce detonation drew everyone's attention, and upon seeing Lin Han unharmed, Heiswei and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Recalling Lin Han's past prowess, they realized their concerns had been somewhat unwarranted. Even in a weakened state, he was not to be underestimated. As the fiery chaos subsided, revealing the half-buried doppelganger, they beheld its tattered attire. The once form-fitting night gear had transformed into ragged strips, resembling a disheveled figure. Baka! The half-buried doppelganger roared in fury, charging toward Lin Han. This roar betrayed its true nature, for the doppelganger was devoid of emotion, akin to a marionette. The half-buried single-edged sword executed an upward strike aimed at Lin Han, a maneuver notoriously difficult to counter, as one's instinct when defending against an attack typically drives them to exert force upward or forward, leaving them vulnerable to a rising assault. Damn it! Are you intent on severing my lineage? Lin Han thought, his heart aflame with indignation as he beheld the sword thrusting toward his most cherished region. He swiftly retreated while simultaneously wielding his staff, summoning the water element to manifest before him. In a flash, a blade of light sliced through the air, causing the water element to split in two, transforming into a spray that vanished into the ether. Lin Han's skills were relentless. A magma creature appeared before him, attacking with its abdomen half-buried. With a sharp sound reminiscent of metal scraping against stone, the life of the magma creature came to an abrupt end, its head soaring high before its entire body crumbled into a pile of rocks. The half-buried abdomen, with its pointed sword aimed at Lin Han's chest, was enveloped by a mysterious force that rendered Lin Han unable to evade. Yet, Lin Han remained composed, swiftly flipping through the pages of the Book of Trials in his hand. A golden protective shield encased him, and the single-edged sword of the half-buried abdomen struck against it, sending a rebounding force from the blade's tip to the hilt. Thud, thud, thud. He staggered back 3 steps, but steadied himself, gazing at the turtle's shell-like shield. Feeling akin to a dog trying to bite a hedgehog, frustrated and unable to find a point of attack. At that moment, his eyes fell upon Bentley, slumped nearby, and he suddenly realized that his original target had been the musician. Now, he found himself entangled with others for far too long. Lin Han noticed the shift of his gaze towards the Bentley and immediately sensed trouble, swiftly positioning himself in front of the car. As he turned his abdomen slightly, a plume of black smoke rose from beneath his feet, enveloping him and rendering him invisible once more. A sense of amusement filled Lin Han's heart. How audacious to play hide and seek before me. He must be tired of living. Clearly, the opponent had forgotten the lesson learned during his previous battle with Yu Ming, resorting to the same old trick as he stealthily maneuvered around Lin Han. Aiming to attack the Bentley from behind, Lin Han feigned vigilance, scanning his surroundings. As the opponent approached within 3 meters of him, Lin Han's figure abruptly vanished. The adversary, sensing the imminent danger, realized too late the peril he was in. Suddenly, a hammer-shaped light sphere materialized, striking the unsuspecting foe and rendering him unconscious. Lin Han did not relent. He tore open a scroll and forcefully hurled it towards him. Instantly, a colossal stone plummeted from the heavens, a manifestation of Earth-type royal magic, known as meteorite fall. As the stone descended, the opponent felt an immense pressure from the wind and jolted back to consciousness, just as he prepared to evade. Tendrils of vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring him. Although he managed to break free swiftly, it was a moment too late, for the stone crashed down upon him. Ah! Flowing slash! The adversary bellowed, swinging his single-edged sword fiercely at the meteorite, producing a sound reminiscent of flowing water as the blade sliced through the air. This flowing slash was a skill from the Shadow Flow school, reputedly conceived by its founder through contemplation in water. When mastered, the sword could sever streams, rivaling sacred-level skills. With a resounding clash, the sword met the meteorite, sending shards flying. Astonishingly, the meteorite was deflected to the side, yet the opponent sustained significant injuries. His single-edged sword shattered into fragments, his palm torn, and the wound on his right leg reopened, while debris inflicted numerous abrasions upon him. Most critically, his arms, strained from exertion, suffered severe muscle pulls, rendering them ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han unleashed 2 spectral wolves and released a chain of lightning from his staff, striking the adversary, who immediately felt a wave of paralysis wash over him. The spectral wolves seized this chance to lunge at him, aiming for his head. Even in his grievously wounded state, the opponent, being an Imperial-level fighter, was formidable. He swiftly kicked out with his right leg. Despite the injury, his power remained formidable, sending one spectral wolf dissipating into vapor upon impact, while the other drew near with its gaping maw. He remained composed, tilting his head to evade the wolf's jaws. But his shoulder was caught instead, the spectral wolf tearing away a chunk of flesh. The adversary could no longer endure the excruciating pain and let out a harrowing scream. Hearing this cry, his subordinates turned towards the source, and 2 loyal followers immediately abandoned Hesterway and Howard to rush to his aid. However, Lin Han was determined to thwart their intentions. With his staff raised high, a tempest of blizzards descended upon the battlefield, enveloping the 2 assassins and the half-buried figure in snow and icy winds, the snowflakes cutting like daggers. In mere moments, numerous wounds appeared upon the bodies of the 3. The 2 assassins abandoned Hester and Howard to render assistance, leaving only one assassin and a mere projection of the half-buried figure to obstruct their path. Ultimately, the projection was but a lifeless imitation. And even with the support of one assassin, it was no match for Hester and Howard. Howard drew the enemy's ire while Hester launched a stealthy attack, swiftly piercing the throat of the assassin with her blade. Soon after, the projection of the half-buried figure was also shattered, proving to be significantly weaker as merely a semblance. On the other side, Yu Ming concluded her own skirmish rapidly, with the projection vanishing after a dagger had sliced its throat. Once the trio had dispatched their foes, they regrouped around Lin Han, who cast a healing wave and a radiant light, swiftly mending their wounds. Encircling the half-buried figure, they readied themselves for the final confrontation. Observing his adversaries restored to their prime, the half-buried figure realized that today's mission had ended in utter failure. With his side suffering grievous losses while the opponents remained unscathed, a sense of retreat began to take root within him. He gestured to the 2 assassins to withdraw, who nodded in response. They then produced 2 black spheres from their pockets and hurled them to the ground, unleashing a thick cloud of smoke. As Yuming prepared to investigate, a multitude of concealed weapons erupted from the obscurity of the smoke. Howard promptly surged forward, conjuring a large shield of fighting spirit that intercepted all the projectiles. Lin Han's mind shifted as he opened the mini-map. He observed 3 red dots swiftly fleeing towards the heart of the city. Following closely, the Thunder Warhawk pursued them. Lin Han directed the War Eagles to pursue the direction in which they fled, while Heather and Yu Ming hastily followed suit. Meanwhile, Howard and Lin Han stayed behind to attend to Bentley. We must swiftly relocate, as a multitude of enemies will soon converge upon this location. Lin Han observed that Heather Wei Yu Ming had already caught up and said to Howard. Howard, with a hesitant expression, replied, "What shall we do if they return and cannot find us?" Lin Han explained, "No worries, I will control the Battle Eagle to lead them to us." Howard responded with a slight acknowledgement, then joined Lin Han in tidying up their belongings before shouldering the Bentley and departing from the dilapidated estate. Once at a considerable distance from the decrepit abode, they discovered an unoccupied house. Fortunately, due to the chaos in Jakarta, many had vacated the area, leaving numerous vacant homes. Otherwise, Lin Han and his companions might have been compelled to seize someone else's dwelling. The duo swiftly organized a relatively spacious room, sealing the doors and windows with cloth and igniting a bonfire as they awaited the return of Heather and Yu Ming. After approximately an hour, a rhythmic knocking echoed at the door. Lin Han promptly swung it open, revealing Heather and Yu Ming, with another figure standing behind them. To his astonishment, Lin Han recognized the individual as Mu Ping, the one taken by Gandalf. Upon seeing Mu Ping, Howard rose with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "Little brother, you've returned." Mu Ping, equally thrilled, gazed at him, nodding vigorously, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. At that moment, Heather, standing nearby, nudged Lin Han in the back. He turned to her and inquired, "What is it? Is he the archer taken by the continent's foremost mage, Gandalf?" Lin Han nodded. "That boy who was rather bashful and shy?" Heather continued to inquire, albeit with a voice somewhat louder than intended, causing everyone to overhear. Upon hearing her words, Mu Ping's face immediately flushed crimson. Observing his embarrassment, Heather exclaimed in astonishment, as though she had discovered a new world. "He truly is shy, but I find it delightful." The crowd was momentarily taken aback by her boldness, left in a collective state of shock. "By the way, how did you two come to be together?" Lin Han, fearing she might utter something even more audacious, promptly shifted the topic. "Let me take this one," he said. At that moment, the usually reticent Yu Ming seized the opportunity to speak. Among this group, he held the utmost admiration for Lin Han. Recognizing his superior prowess, he found Bentley utterly perplexing. As this fellow never seemed to act sensibly, constantly jesting at his own expense, only improving slightly after mastering the art of sound assassination, he cherished the company of Howard, a man passionate about martial arts, who was straightforward and reserved, unlike Bentley, who incessantly chattered. Yet, he harbored a profound fear of Heather. For those who were fierce often engaged in actions that were quite overwhelming. Upon hearing Heather utter yet another bold remark, he hastily interjected to prevent Lin Han from speaking further, as one could only speculate what she might say next. After inviting everyone to sit, he continued. Heather and I followed War Eagle and soon caught up with the 3 individuals. Given that all 3 were injured, their leader had completely lost his combat effectiveness, allowing us to gain the upper hand and press the attack. Subsequently, one of the assassins astonishingly employed a skill reminiscent of the demonic disintegration technique, unleashing a surge of latent power that propelled him to the pinnacle of the upper monarch level. Almost immediately thereafter, another assassin invoked the same skill, resulting in the emergence of 2 assassins at the peak of the upper monarch level. Lin Han felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the assassin from the Shadow Stream would exhibit such tenacity, resorting to self-destructive skills to safeguard their leader. Although they were both committed to protecting the leader, it was evident that we were no match for them, and we soon found ourselves overwhelmed. Just as despair began to take hold, an arrow flew in from the distance, piercing the throat of one of the assassins. In swift succession, the other assassin met the same fate, with an arrow striking through his throat as well. Lin Han and Howard gazed at Mu Ping in astonishment, taken aback by the remarkable transformation they witnessed after such a long absence. Under the weight of their incredulous stares, Mu Ping felt a surge of embarrassment, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Yu Ming continued, "The remaining leader has lost all combat capability and was effortlessly dispatched by Heather." But, at this point, Yu Ming's speech faltered, his eyes furtively darting towards Heather. Following his gaze, Lin Han and Howard turned to look at Heather, who, upon realizing she was the center of attention, wore an expression of utter confusion. "Why are you all looking at me?" she asked. May I ask you a question?" Lin Han inquired timidly. "What is it?" Heather responded, still bewildered, unable to comprehend Lin Han's peculiar demeanor. Lin Han inquired softly, "Did you do something while pursuing those assassins?" "What do you mean?" Haizui replied, bewildered. "I didn't do anything extraordinary. I simply eliminated their leader. He intended to kill you, so I first rendered him incapable and then took his life." She spoke with an air of indifference, as if it were merely a trivial matter. At that, Lin Han felt a chill beneath him, while Yu Ming, equally apprehensive, instinctively tightened her legs. Howard appeared somewhat oblivious, seemingly yet to grasp the situation, while Mu Ping stood bashfully beside Howard, the flush on his face not entirely dissipated. "Castrated?" Lin Han stammered. "The issue is, what connection does that have with him wanting to kill me?" "None at all," Haizui replied nonchalantly. "Then why did you do it?" "Because I wanted to." Lin Han was momentarily speechless. This was simply outrageous. It was too audacious. But what happened next? Lin Han inquired curiously. "How did Mu Ping manage to return with you?" "After we dealt with the leader, Mu Ping emerged on his own. It appeared he knew Heather, and he claimed to be your friend, wishing to accompany us to meet you. Initially, we were skeptical, but he mentioned you and a woman named Avril, which convinced Heather to bring him along." Lin Han gazed with curiosity, uncertain of how he had come to know about Heather. Mu Ping, observing his inquisitive expression, remarked, "I have only met Avril and her companions. They recounted the events that transpired after I was rendered unconscious and mentioned that you were in peril on your way to the Hydran Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, urging me to assist you." Lin Han felt a mix of joy and guilt upon hearing those words. He was elated that Avril had seen the message he left behind and was on her way to the Highland Martial Arts Academy. However, the concern Avril expressed for his safety weighed heavily on him, especially since he had sought the company of another woman. Turning his gaze northward, a sense of confusion enveloped him. Seeing the guilt and uncertainty in his eyes, Heather's heart sank, and she grasped his hand tightly. Sensing her anxiety, Lin Han turned to her with a gentle smile and softly squeezed her hand. Comforted by his concern, Heather's worries eased, and she gazed at him with tender affection. In that moment, it felt as though the world around them had vanished, leaving only the two of them, their emotions intertwining deeply. "What is happening?" a hoarse voice called from behind. Instantly, Lin Han and the others looked towards the reclining Bentley, who was propped up on his elbows, his complexion noticeably improved. Howard continued to play the role of a supportive friend, assisting Bentley into a sitting position. "How do you feel?" the group inquired softly. "I'm fine, much better. Though my head still aches a bit," Bentley replied hoarsely. Noticing Mu Ping beside Howard, he asked, "Who is he?" "This is Mu Ping, my friend who has just joined us," Lin Han explained, gesturing towards Bentley. "And this is Bentley, a bard." Upon hearing this, Bentley shuddered slightly before declaring with earnestness, "I am Bentley, a great bard, and I will surely make my name known across the continent." Everyone except Lin Han regarded him with puzzled expressions, surprised to discover he was a bard. However, reflecting on his formidable musical prowess, they found it less peculiar. Such a groundbreaking ability could indeed forge a path to fame, regardless of one's strength. Only Mu Ping remained skeptical, as bards were often perceived as lacking physical prowess. "All right, we must seize the moment to rest. This place is not suitable for lingering. The sooner we depart, the better," Lin Han remarked, clapping his hands to capture everyone's attention. Previously, our chances of leaving were uncertain, but with Mu Ping's addition, our prospects for a safe escape have greatly improved. Bentley looked at Mu Ping with astonishment, surprised that this seemingly youthful boy could inspire such confidence in Lin Han. Yet, he kept his thoughts to himself, trusting in his friend. The group settled down to recuperate, while Lin Han and Howard, having already rested for a while, engaged in conversation with Mu Ping about recent events. Through their casual dialogue, Lin Han learned of the happenings after Gandalf had taken Mu Ping away. It turned out that Gandalf had immediately brought Mu Ping to the enigmatic forest, where he entrusted him to an elderly man. After a brief, mysterious discussion, Gandalf departed, leaving Mu Ping in the old man's care. The following day, the elder returned, leading Mu Ping to a hillside, where he presented him with a bow and a quiver of arrows before mysteriously walking away. Mu Ping initially found it peculiar to be given a bow and arrows, but soon the reason became apparent. 2 level 3 magical beasts, windwolves, emerged. Magical beasts are classified into 19 levels, corresponding to the strength of warriors and mages. Level 13 signifies low-level beasts, while level 26 denotes intermediate beasts. and level 79 represents high-level ones. Generally, beasts of the same level possess slightly greater strength than humans of equivalent rank. Each level is divided into 3 tiers: initial, intermediate, and advanced. A level 3 beast is akin to a mage or a fighter capable of utilizing magic and possesses the dual abilities of close combat and ranged magical attacks. Upon spotting Mu Ping perched above, the 2 wind wolves immediately unleashed 2 blades of wind towards him. Mu Ping had already entered a combat stance at the side of the wolves. He deftly leaped aside to evade the wind blades, swiftly knocking an arrow to his bow. With a technique reminiscent of parting swallows, he released 2 arrows, each aimed at a different wind wolf. The wolves, however, were not to be underestimated. They deftly dodged the projectiles with a side lunge, only to unleash another pair of wind blades. Mu Ping evaded behind a nearby tree just in time. As the blade struck the trunk, sending splinters flying and leaving 2 deep gashes measuring 15 centimeters in length and 2 centimeters in depth. Not to be outdone, Mu Ping emerged from behind the tree, skillfully drawing and firing 3 arrows in rapid succession, forming a triangular formation aimed at the wind wolves. The arrows flew in a straight line, reaching one of the beasts in the blink of an eye. The wind wolf attempted to evade by sidestepping, successfully dodging 1 arrow but suffering the piercing of its foreleg by 2 others, with one embedding itself in its back, with a howl of anguish for its injured companion. The other wind wolf unleashed a wind blade and charged towards Mu Ping, propelled by the elemental force enveloping its paws. Wolves are intelligent creatures, and seeing that long-range attacks were ineffective, it opted for close combat. As a skilled archer, Mu Ping instinctively sought to avoid melee encounters, hastily loosing arrows in an attempt to deter the approaching beast. However, as merely a fighter-level archer, he had only managed to inflict superficial wounds on the wind wolf. Had the 2 beasts closed in earlier, he would have undoubtedly become their prey. Before long, the wind wolf closed the distance, and Mu Ping's arrows had only caused it minor injuries. The beast lunged and brought him down, its jaws poised to crush his skull. In this life-and-death moment, a strange memory surged into his mind, an image of a man wielding a longbow and an arrow, not to shoot but to engage in combat. His movements as graceful as they were fierce, dispatching foes with his bow and arrows. As the wolf's maw neared his head, Mu Ping instinctively thrust the back of his bow into the beast's mouth, preventing it from closing its jaws. Without hesitation, he seized the bow and kicked the wolf in the belly, sending it sprawling away before swiftly rising to a defensive stance. With his right hand holding an arrow at the ready and his left arm cradling the bow at his side, his legs positioned in a bow stance, he was taut with anticipation. The wind wolf, having regained its footing, executed a swift roll and lunge once more. Yet Mu Ping did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, using the back of his bow to block the wolf's claws while thrusting the arrow toward the creature's eye. The wind wolf instinctively tilted its head to avoid the strike. Mu Ping remained composed, bending his body to shoulder butt the wind wolf away. However, due to his inexperience, he still felt the sharp claws graze his shoulder, leaving behind a few shallow wounds. After knocking the wind wolf aside, Mu Ping swiftly nocked an arrow, releasing it with precision toward the creature's throat. The wind wolf, thrown off balance by the impact, instinctively twisted its body to evade the shot aimed at its neck, resulting in the arrow striking its abdomen instead. Just as Mu Ping prepared to take advantage of the creature's weakened state to finish it off, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind behind him. He hurriedly dove forward, but it was too late. A searing pain erupted in his back. He let out a grunt and quickly rolled over to face his assailant. Before him stood the previous wind wolf, baring its teeth and growling lowly, while the 2 arrows embedded in its body had fallen away, and astonishingly, its wounds showed no signs of bleeding. Indeed, as a magical beast, its regenerative abilities were remarkable. Meanwhile, the wind wolf struck in the abdomen drew closer. Crouching low and poised to pounce, Mu Ping shifted his stance to confront them. With his right hand gripping the bow across his chest and his left hand holding an arrow against his abdomen, he leaned slightly forward, his eyes darting between the 2 wind wolves. The atmosphere on the hillside grew tense. The wind ceased to blow. Not far away, an old man perched in a tree faced this direction, eyes closed, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he murmured, "Bow combat technique. I never anticipated this little fellow would awaken this ability first. The legacy of my clan holds promise." Tears trickled down his cheeks as his lips murmured incessantly. Ultimately, the lowly magical beasts, possessing limited intellect, could not withstand the standoff and lunged at Mu Ping, one from the left and the other from the right, jaws snapping fiercely. Unfazed, Mu Ping sidestepped, ensnaring the head of the right wind wolf with his bow and flinging it away with force. Bang! The two wind wolves collided violently. As the wind wolf regained its footing and lunged again, Mu Ping employed the same technique, sending both wolves sprawling once more. After several exchanges, Mu Ping felt his strength waning, breath coming in labored gasps, while the two wind wolves fared no better, their wounds splitting open and blood flowing freely. Their assault significantly weakened. As the two wind wolves charged again, Mu Ping chose a different strategy this time, evading one wolf while ensnaring the other's head with his bow. He then pressed down, pinning the wolf to the ground, and drove the arrow deep into the back of its neck. The wind wolf let out a piercing cry, thrashing in desperation. Mu Ping exerted all his strength to keep it subdued, stabbing repeatedly until the creature finally ceased its struggles, emitting a few whimpers before drawing its last breath. This all transpired in a matter of moments, leaving the other wind wolf still uncomprehending of its companion's demise. Upon dispatching one wind wolf, Mu Ping quickly regained his footing. Alert for the remaining foe, the surviving wind wolf, witnessing its companion's death, let out a heart-wrenching howl and lunged at him. By this point, Mu Ping had grown somewhat adept with the bow combat technique that had suddenly appeared in his mind. He stepped forward, thrusting an arrow forcefully ahead. The wind wolf, unable to evade in midair, was struck in the abdomen by the arrow. After piercing the creature, Mu Ping swiftly retreated to avoid the wolf's claws. After the wind wolf was pierced in the abdomen by an arrow, it fell to the ground and began to roll violently. Yet, the more it rolled, the greater the pain became. Seeing the wind wolf thrashing on the ground, Mu Ping did not hesitate to swiftly draw another arrow and shot it directly into the creature's throat. The wind wolf struggled a couple of times before it succumbed to death. With the creature now lifeless, Mu Ping sighed in relief, but the moment his tension eased, he became acutely aware of the soreness throughout his body and the sharp sting from his wound. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed backward. When Mu Ping regained consciousness, he found himself in a wooden cabin, where an elderly man sat calmly by his bedside, practicing his breathing. Feeling a bit parched, Mu Ping gently rose to seek water. "You're awake?" A voice suddenly emanated from the old man, startling Mu Ping, who quickly turned to face him. The old man remained seated, his face turned toward Mu Ping, yet his eyes remained firmly shut. MMM, Mu Ping nodded in acknowledgement. The old man returned the gesture, stating, "Today, your performance was commendable. You defeated 2 third-level wind wolves with your combat master prowess." "Oh," Mu Ping responded with curiosity. "Elder, why am I here?" The old man stood and walked outside, prompting Mu Ping to follow closely. The old man said nothing, moving at an unhurried pace that belied his speed as he ventured deeper into the forest. Mu Ping strained to keep up, pouring all his energy into his pursuit. Yet he could not match the old man's swift strides. Whenever Mu Ping lagged too far behind, the old man would slow down, waiting for him to draw near before accelerating once more. After nearly an hour of relentless chasing, Mu Ping finally reached the towering tree with a diameter of approximately 10 meters, where the old man paused. Upon catching up, Mu Ping collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, whereas the old man's expression remained calm, his breathing steady. "Not bad, not bad." A rare smile broke upon the old man's ancient face as he pressed a few spots on the tree trunk. Suddenly, a door appeared on the trunk. Mu Ping gazed in astonishment at the unexpected entrance. "Come with me." The old man's expression shifted to one of somberness and gravity. Mu Ping felt an inexplicable calling emanating from within the door, a sensation of blood ties coursing through his heart. He followed the old man inside, and as soon as he stepped through, the door closed automatically, the trunk reverting to its original state as if nothing had transpired. Though the door was shut, the interior was illuminated, with starlight cascading from above, illuminating their path. Following the old man for about 10 minutes, they arrived at another door. The old man pressed his hand against it, muttering incantations. After a few moments, the door creaked open. Bright light streamed through. And as Mu Ping followed the old man through the doorway, he was awestruck by the sight before him. Before them lay an endless plain, lush with trees, and a massive city towered in the center. Mu Ping sensed something within the city calling out to him, and he found himself gazing dreamily at the grand metropolis. The old man, facing the city, had opened his previously closed eyes, now shimmering with a misty haze. After a moment, he took several deep breaths to steady his emotions. Turning to gaze at the distant Mu Ping, he remained transfixed by the city, his eyes clouded with bewilderment. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the old man's eyes, and in an instant, he appeared beside him, seizing him and transforming into a shadow that soared towards the city. When Mu Ping regained his senses, he found himself suspended in midair, startled. Just as he was about to scream, a fierce wind rushed into his mouth, choking him into silence. After several minutes, they arrived above the heart of the city, the old man pivoting to fly towards a magnificent palace at its center. In the blink of an eye, they stood before the palace, which sprawled over nearly 1,000 acres and towered approximately 100 meters high, a colossal structure indeed. "Follow me," the old man commanded without glancing back, his voice slightly trembling. Mu Ping, still not fully recovered from his astonishment, merely complied. Ascending the roughly 20-meter-high steps leading to the palace, they moved swiftly, reaching the summit in less than 2 minutes. Standing before the entrance, Mu Ping felt diminutive. The grand door loomed at around 10 meters high, forged from a rare metal known as Demonbane iron, reputed to be the most precious of its kind. Demonbane iron was exceedingly scarce across the continent, and its appearances often incited frenzied competition, leading to numerous casualties. Weapons crafted from this metal were said to possess the ability to counteract magic, earning the moniker of Mage Slayer. Assassins and archers coveted this material, for one could imagine the terror of a mage whose protective shield faltered against a dagger or arrow, rendering them vulnerable. Thus, whenever Demonbane iron emerged, the Mage Association would inevitably intervene to seize it, making them the largest holders of this precious metal on the continent. Consequently, when Mu Ping beheld the palace door crafted from Demonbane iron, astonishment washed over him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The thought of dismantling the door and melting it down to forge countless anti-magic arrows filled him with exhilaration. He envisioned a day when he could be adorned with a quiver full of such arrows, ready to retaliate against any mage who dared offend him. 1 arrow for a minor grievance, 2 for a serious slight. What a splendid notion that was. Moreover, he contemplated forging a Demonbane sword and shield, along with a complete set of armor, equipping himself to face any mage without fear. The old man, observing Mu Ping's astonished fixation on the door, felt a swell of joy in his heart. He had not anticipated that the palace, built by his ancestors thousands of years ago, could still leave others in awe, filling him with pride. Yet, had he known Mu Ping's intention to dismantle the door, he would have been infuriated. Such an act would be a sacrilege against their ancestors. With a flick of his right hand, the old man revealed a wound on his palm. Pressing his hand against the door, he swiftly formed intricate seals with his left hand, which moved like a blur, creating ethereal afterimages. After about half a minute, he halted and called to the still-dazed Mu Ping, "Hurry and come here to smear your blood on it." Mu Ping quickly approached, resolutely biting his fingertip and applying his blood to the door. As soon as the blood touched the door, a tremor surged beneath his feet, and the grand entrance gradually swung open. A potent elemental aura poured forth from the threshold, enveloping him, while the resonant call intensified and drew nearer. Stepping through the doorway, he found himself in an expansive conference hall, spanning nearly 1,000 square feet. Within this vast space stood 9 towering stone pillars, each adorned with an array of enigmatic runes that intermittently glimmered with a ghostly light. At the northernmost end of the hall resided a golden chair, reminiscent of a dragon throne, intricately carved with elaborate patterns that exuded an air of majesty. The chair was empty, yet an aura of mystery lingered, with a silver-white bow resting upon the pedestal in front of it, pulsating with a powerful life force, the very source of the compelling call he sensed. Mu Ping could almost perceive the bow's elation and excitement, observing it tremble as if on the brink of breaking free from its bindings. The old man also noticed the peculiar silver-white bow, which had remained dormant for millennia, unresponsive to the countless valiant youths of their clan who had dared to approach it. To his astonishment, the bow began to stir even before Mu Ping laid his hands upon it. His heart swelled with surprise and joy. After so many years, the bow of kings had finally awakened, heralding the potential for the revival of their lineage. Overcome with emotion, he knelt before the silver-white bow, performing a series of strange gestures before exclaiming with fervor, "Chieftain, I have awaited this moment. After nearly 10,000 years, I have finally witnessed the emergence of our king. I have not failed your expectations. I have brought forth our sovereign." Tears streamed down his face, a mixture of sorrow and exhilaration etched upon his features. For nearly a decade, he had guarded the sacred ground, striving for the survival and resurgence of their kind. At long last, his perseverance bore fruit, and he wept, releasing the solitude and sorrow of countless years. Mu Ping, witnessing the old man's tear-streaked face, felt a surge of uncertainty, torn between the desire to comfort him and the fear of misstep. After a moment, The old man rose, neglecting to wipe away his tears, and urged Mu Ping with palpable excitement. "Child, go and retrieve that bow." Taken aback by the request, Mu Ping hesitated momentarily. Seeing his silence, the old man's expression shifted to one of urgency as he beseeched, "Just give it a try, merely a test." Moved by the elder's earnestness and sensing the call growing louder within him, Mu Ping slowly approached the silver-white bow, while the old man watched intently. As Mu Ping drew nearer, the call resonated more profoundly, the feeling of a blood bond intensifying. When his hand finally rested upon the bow's back, it quivered in response, like a playful child seeking affection, nuzzling against his palm. The old man held his breath, his heart racing, as he beheld Mu Ping's hand upon the bow. Paralyzed by the moment's gravity, upon witnessing the silvery bow begin to pulsate, a profound sense of relief washed over Mu Ping. Grasping the bow's back, he carefully lowered it, and it instantly radiated a brilliant light that illuminated the entire council chamber. The old man, observing Mu Ping's actions, felt an overwhelming sense of ease, his eyes brimming with excitement. As Mu Ping examined the bow closely, he discerned no remarkable features. It was merely slightly lighter in weight and pleasantly warm to the touch. He attempted to infuse his fighting spirit into the bow, finding the process remarkably smooth and devoid of any hindrance. However, to his horror, when he sought to retract his fighting spirit, he discovered it was irrevocably drawn into the bow, uncontrollably pouring forth from his body. Panic surged within him as he wished to call for the old man's assistance, yet found himself utterly powerless. The infusion of his fighting spirit accelerated, depleting his own reserves. When his fighting spirit was entirely consumed, the bow began to draw upon his mental energy, causing Mu Ping to experience dizziness and sharp pains in his head. Moments later, overwhelmed, he succumbed to unconsciousness. As Mu Ping fell into a faint, the silvery bow emitted a torrent of white light, enveloping him within its embrace. This ethereal light gradually became tangible, forming a cocoon around him. The cocoon pulsed rhythmically, resembling a heartbeat, resonating with a steady thump. The old man, filled with exhilaration, approached the cocoon, settling beside it in meditation, occasionally leaning in to sense its aura. In his dreams, Mu Ping encountered a myriad of strange visions, envisioning himself as a ruler, leading an eclectic assembly of peculiar individuals and magical beasts into battle against humanity. His followers primarily consisted of archers, adorned with wings, whose archery skills were formidable, capable of obliterating mountain peaks with a single shot. He also dreamt of wielding a silvery bow, engaged in combat against a fearsome adversary. Remarkably, the bow required no arrows. Each time he drew the string, it conjured an arrow automatically, each imbued with immense power. His formidable foe displayed extraordinary strength, causing the very earth to tremble with a mere gesture. Each arrow Mu Ping released was deftly blocked, with the adversary countering effortlessly. The malevolent figure moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant for close combat. Undeterred, Mu Ping wielded his bow in melee, employing the newly learned bow fighting techniques with remarkable proficiency, matching his opponent blow for blow. However, over time, he began to falter under the relentless pressure. Ultimately, he unleashed a forbidden technique, channeling the forces of heaven and earth to form a devastating arrow. As he released it, the very skies darkened, and his adversary summoned all their strength to resist. Yet, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the celestial might, shattering into fragments before being sealed away. Due to the use of forbidden techniques, he suffered a backlash, his soul scattering as his body turned to ash. The peculiar onlookers, witnessing the fall of their king, were instantly engulfed in sorrow. With heavy hearts, they raised their bows and released 9 arrows skyward, resulting in a deluge of countless arrows darkening the heavens and obscuring the sunlight. The air was thick with their lamentations, and Mu Ping, too, felt the weight of grief, an overwhelming urge to weep. Suddenly, a powerful force pulled him from above, and darkness enveloped his vision. When he awoke, he found himself cocooned in a white chrysalis. He extended his left hand, and a silver bow materialized within his grasp. Drawing the bowstring, an arrow formed where there had been none, and with a gentle release, it shot forth, creating a gaping hole in the chrysalis. The old man, who had been meditating beside the cocoon, was struck by an inexplicable sensation, as if Mu Ping had awakened. He sprang to his feet, eyes gleaming with joy as he gazed at the white chrysalis. Suddenly, he sensed a massive influx of elemental energy approaching and swiftly dodged to the side. A brilliant light erupted from the chrysalis, piercing through the door and soaring into the sky. At that moment, A sound akin to fabric tearing echoed from behind. And upon turning, he was taken aback. Emerging from the chrysalis was a vastly transformed Mu Ping, clad in resplendent light armor, adorned with a helmet engraved with countless runes. Wearing scale armor, a jade belt, and cloud-like boots, wielding a silver bow that emanated an aura of authority. The old man, upon witnessing Mu Ping's attire, felt a tremor of recognition, recalling a phrase uttered by the king eons ago before his demise. When the stars fall, I shall return. He collapsed to the ground, bowing deeply with fervor, exclaiming, I am Daigel Harriman Redley, a remnant of the feathered clan, and I greet your majesty, wishing you eternal longevity. Mu Ping, initially bewildered by his peculiar clothing, found it surprisingly comfortable, noting that it could vanish into his being at will. He tore through the opening and stepped out, only to be startled when the old man suddenly knelt before him, calling him your majesty. Rushing to help him up, he asked, Grandfather, what are you doing? Yet, no matter how he pulled, the old man remained rooted to the ground, as if his knees had taken root. After a futile struggle, Mu Ping, breathless, pleaded, Grandfather, please rise, this will shorten my life. The old man finally responded, lifting his tear-streaked face to cry out, Your Majesty, Redley failed to protect our people, leading to the annihilation of the feathered clan. The chieftain and all the elders fell into slumber, with 9 out of 10 of our kin perishing in battle. And the survivors sealed themselves away, leaving me to endure alone. Mu Ping, utterly at a loss, found himself unable to lift the old man, who continued to ramble incoherently. He could only insist, Grandfather, you must be mistaken. I am not a monarch. My name is Mu Ping, and I am merely an ordinary person. Impossible. You must be His Majesty. The king promised he would return. The old man, upon seeing that he did not admit to his identity, immediately countered, Moreover, the feathered divine bow recognizes you as its master, which means you must be His Majesty. Mu Ping was instantly rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. This old man must have been bewitched, calling everyone your majesty indiscriminately. If this were overheard, it would surely lead to his demise. He could only shake his head repeatedly, weakly asserting, Grandfather, you truly have mistaken me. I am not His Majesty at all. In fact, I do not even know who you refer to as His Majesty. The old man, observing the sincerity in Mu Ping's expression, which did not seem feigned, found his previously resolute demeanor falter into confusion. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression regained its firmness. With a tone brimming with conviction, he declared, Your Majesty, it is likely that your memory has yet to fully return. After all, tens of thousands of years have passed. It is entirely normal for some discrepancies to occur. It must be so. The old man's expression grew increasingly assured as he spoke, ultimately gazing at Mu Ping with unwavering reverence, as if beholding a deity. Mu Ping, at a loss for words, was taken aback by the old man's obstinacy. No amount of explanation seemed to suffice. The old man suddenly prostrated himself, respectfully stating, Your Majesty, please allow me this transgression. Due to certain reasons, you have lost your memory. For the sake of the Feather Clan's continued legacy, I shall train your reincarnated self for a time. I ask for your understanding. Having spoken, the old man rose, his expression reverting to its previous demeanor. He grasped Mu Ping's belt, and together they soared away from the city, passing through the tree gate and returning to the original wooden cabin. Once he gently set Mu Ping down, he said with utmost reverence, Your Majesty, during this time, I shall diligently train your reincarnated self so that your strength may be restored at the earliest opportunity. Without waiting for Mu Ping's reaction, the old man left behind a few items and departed from the wooden cabin, leaving Mu Ping in a state of bewilderment. Noticing that dusk had fallen, Mu Ping hastily consumed a morsel before retreating into the small wooden cabin. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he examined his physical condition. As the fighting energy circulated within him, he was astonished to discover that his prowess had reached the lower level of Do Zone, and his body had undergone significant fortification. Both strength and reflexes had improved immensely. The night passed in silence. The following morning, while Mu Ping was still immersed in slumber, an abrupt force lifted him. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself in the forest facing the old man, who stood before him with a stoic expression. Your Majesty, he stated, today's training task is simply to survive. This forest is inhabited by many magical beasts, and you must remain alive before nightfall. I shall return for you when darkness falls. With that, the old man swiftly ascended into the sky, transforming into a shooting star before vanishing. Looking down at the silvery bow and several quivers in his hands, Mu Ping was momentarily speechless. He had intended to summon his splendid light armor, yet it remained unresponsive within him. Moreover, he sensed that the feathered divine bow lacked the vibrancy it had possessed yesterday, now feeling akin to a mere lifeless object. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, and a colossal tiger emerged, crashing through several trees as it approached. Its four paws were engulfed in flames, radiating an overwhelming presence, far surpassing that of the wind wolf from the previous day. The tiger in question is a level 4 upper-tier magical beast, the fire-striped tiger, characterized by its fiery attributes. Without hesitation, the fire-striped tiger lunged forward, leaving Mu Ping with no choice but to reach for his bow and arrows to engage in combat. On that day, Mu Ping managed to slay 2 fire-striped tigers but sustained severe injuries, ultimately being rescued by an elderly man. The following day, he vanquished 3 more fire-striped tigers, elevating his prowess to that of a mid-tier Dozone archer. On the 3rd day, he defeated 5 fire-striped tigers. By the 10th day, Mu Ping had slain a level 5 magical beast, the Thunderbird, a flying creature of the lightning element, narrowly escaping death and once again being saved by the elderly man. At this juncture, his innate strength had reached the pinnacle of Dozone. On the 11th day, Mu Ping killed 2 Thunderbirds, surpassing the Dozone level and attaining the rank of Do Wang. By the 20th day, he had dispatched 10 Thunderbirds and simultaneously battled 5 level 4 magical beasts, the frenzied porcupines, with ease, elevating his power to that of a mid-tier Do Wang. A month later, he had transcended the Do Wang rank, achieving the status of Do Huang, while also acquiring numerous peculiar skills through life and death battles, which proved immensely beneficial. However, he needed to solidify his strength to avoid instability, and the prolonged combat with magical beasts had rendered him somewhat callous, necessitating a period of rest. 10 days later, Mu Ping ventured deep into the forest once more to train, having developed a fondness for the exhilarating sensation of his growing power, transitioning from initial trepidation to an enjoyment of relentless combat. Yet, the lack of social interaction had made him increasingly introverted, often going days without uttering a word. Half a month later, Mu Ping returned to the small wooden cabin, appearing like an ordinary person devoid of power, yet exuding an inexplicable aura in his every movement. Upon seeing him return, the elderly man, initially expressionless, sensed something peculiar about Mu Ping's presence and examined his body. While everything seemed normal, the elderly man was taken aback to discover Mu Ping's strength had astonishingly reached the upper-tier Do Huang level, causing both shock and elation within him, as the rise of the Feather Clan appeared promising. Indeed, the elderly man exclaimed, marveling at the now humble Mu Ping. Feeling the praise, Mu Ping's face flushed red. Despite his significant increase in strength, his shy nature remained unchanged. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Grandfather, may I inquire why you refer to me as your majesty?" The elderly man, startled by Mu Ping's address, looked alarmed and replied, "Your majesty, you humble this old servant. You may call me Ruidali. As for why I call you your majesty, allow me to share a story." Nodding in agreement, the two found a place to sit. Thousands of years ago, the continent was not as harmonious among the various races as it is today. During that time, deep-seated conflicts prevailed among the races, leading to frequent wars. The major races on the continent included the widely dispersed human race, the beast race from the magical beast forest, the sea race dwelling in the oceans, and the feather race, who had resided for generations in the mysterious forest. The feather race? I have heard of the beast and ocean tribes, but what of the winged tribe? It seems there is no such race upon this continent, is there? The old man, upon hearing his words, displayed a profound sorrow upon his face. After a brief pause, he replied, "Indeed, the winged tribe has long since vanished from this land, having been eradicated millennia ago." He glanced at Mu Ping and continued, "However, this shall change. The winged tribe will return." Mu Ping was left utterly bewildered. How could a tribe that had been exterminated possibly make a comeback? Yet, the old man offered no explanation and proceeded, at that time, for races dominated this world, the beast tribe, renowned for their formidable physical prowess and mastery of both magic and martial arts. The ocean tribe, distinguished by their vast territories and numbers, along with their mastery of water magic. The winged tribe, where every individual was an exceptional archer. And lastly, the human tribe, endowed with the powers of magic and combat energy, yet their most formidable asset lay in their creativity and capacity for learning. Initially, the humans were the weakest race, often bullied even by some subordinate tribes. However, through relentless study of the abilities of other races, such as their absorption of fire magic from the flame tribe over the course of millennia, The humans surpassed the Flame tribe in their mastery of fire magic. Through continuous learning and innovation, the humans vanquished one tribe after another, ultimately rising to stand alongside the beast, ocean, and winged tribes as one of the four great tribes. Beyond these four dominant races, the continent is home to numerous smaller tribes, which are often subservient to the larger ones. Notably, the Beast tribe is affiliated with the Beast clan, the Dwarves with the Human tribe, and the Elves with the Winged tribe. The Ocean tribe, having established dominion over the seas and functioning as an alliance, lacks subordinate races. Thousands of years ago, during a time when the major races engaged in both overt and covert struggles yet maintained a delicate balance, a catastrophic event unfolded for the Winged tribe. A demonic dragon from the depths of hell suddenly materialized within the mysterious forest. This dragon transcended the divine level, becoming a true god, though its power was constrained by the continent's spatial limitations, peaking at divine level. Its comprehension of the laws of the universe far surpassed that of the indigenous races of Ruidun continent, rendering it invincible. The mysterious forest was thrown into chaos. Countless members of the Winged tribe were slaughtered, while masters from other races refrained from intervening, secretly hoping for the complete annihilation of the Winged tribe. A true god? Could it be that gods truly exist in this world? Mu Ping asked in astonishment, for it had long been said upon the continent that no gods existed. Aside from a few religious adherents, no one professed faith in deities. Even among those religious individuals, belief was often tenuous, with most joining merely to learn the magic and combat skills espoused by their faith. For instance, the Church of Light propagates the doctrines of the God of Light. However, the majority of those who join do so primarily to learn light-based magic or radiant combat energy. The elder paused to gather his thoughts and then spoke. In the realm of Ruidun, there are no gods, however. Beyond this realm exist two other dimensions, the celestial realm and the abyss. In these dimensions reside the divine and the demonic. Yet these beings are not as sacred or malevolent as portrayed in various religions. In truth, they are akin to us, albeit with significantly greater power. Oh. Mu Ping gazed at the elder in astonishment, surprised to learn of other worlds, concepts previously unheard of, leaving him with even more questions. Why do these gods and demons not descend upon us? With their might, none could possibly withstand them. This leads us to the concept of the world's power. The elder replied, within this universe, alongside various elemental forces, there exists a formidable power known as the world's might. The magic and combat energy we cultivate belong to the elemental forces, while the energy governing the cosmos is the world's might, the most potent force, the very essence of existence. Each realm has its limits. When a master surpassing the world's threshold appears, the world's might intervenes, sealing their strength to prevent the disruption of balance. Mu Ping's mind suddenly cleared, and he remarked, so it was the world's might that sealed the power of that demon dragon. The elder nodded, affirming, indeed, otherwise it would have obliterated the entire world. Its rampant destruction caught the attention of the Feather Monarch, the sovereign of the Feather clan, who was then in seclusion, contemplating the laws of the universe. The Feather Monarch intervened to halt the indiscriminate slaughter and challenged the demon dragon to a duel in the mountainous region between the mysterious forest and the elven forest, which is now known as the Fallen Godland. That battle plunged the world into darkness. Upon hearing this, Mu Ping realized that the influence emanating from the Silver Bow originated from that very conflict, and he cautiously inquired, did the Feather Monarch ultimately perish? While the demon dragon was sealed, the elder looked at him in surprise. Having only just mentioned this matter, he was already revealing the outcome. Could it be? A thought sparked in his mind, and a look of profound delight crossed his face as he exclaimed, Your Majesty, have you regained your memories? Mu Ping was indifferent to the elder referring to him as Your Majesty, allowing it to continue, knowing it futile to request a change. No. I merely experienced a surge of memories upon grasping the bow, one of which was this recollection. The elder was instantly elated and eagerly asked, Are there any other memories? Mu Ping shook his head, and the elder's expression fell into despondency. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Mu Ping reassured, It's all right. Perhaps some memories have yet to surface, and they may return in time. When they do, I shall certainly inform you. A faint smile flickered upon the elder's face. What transpired thereafter? Mu Ping sensed the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense and decided to shift the conversation. The old man regarded him with a hint of curiosity, and upon noticing the look of hunger on his face, Mu Ping understood his thoughts and explained, My memories only extend to the time when that monster was sealed. Beyond that, I recall nothing. The old man nodded in comprehension and continued. When the Feather Emperor perished, the entire Feather clan plunged into sorrow. Strangely, other races refrained from attacking the Feather clan, and the elves did not separate to establish their own autonomy, despite their strength being on par with the Feather clan, which had just endured a calamity. However, the Feather clan, having lost their emperor, gradually receded from the conflicts on the continent, while the elves retreated into the enchanted forest, choosing a life of seclusion. But what happened next? How did the Feather clan face annihilation, if other races did not assault them? How could such a formidable clan be extinguished? The thought of a once great race being driven to extinction piqued Mu Ping's curiosity, and he felt an inexplicable wave of profound sorrow each time he heard of their demise, intensifying his concern for the Feather clan. They had hoped that withdrawing from the continental strife would ensure their safety, yet true disaster crept upon them silently. The old man's gaze drifted through the doorway into the distant void, his eyes reflecting a depth of sorrow and anguish. It seemed he was reliving that calamity, the countless members of the Feather clan falling in battle, the once beautiful enchanted forest awash with blood, strewn with lifeless bodies. As loved ones and friends succumbed one after another before his eyes, leaving him powerless. The despair was compounded by the betrayal of once dear companions, who turned their blades against him. Mu Ping felt the profound sadness emanating from the old man, which stirred his own emotions, and tears began to flow unbidden. After a considerable time, he regained his composure, but the old man remained ensnared in his memories, sinking deeper into despair, an aura of death surrounding him. Mu Ping hurriedly shook his shoulder to rouse him, concern etched across his face as he inquired, "Are you all right?" The old man's countenance still bore the weight of sorrow. Yet the deathly aura had dissipated. He replied, "I am fine. I was merely recalling some painful memories." After collecting his thoughts, he gazed into the void and continued. After that monster was sealed for thousands of years, strange and bloodthirsty beasts began to emerge in the enchanted forest, emanating an aura of darkness akin to that of the initial dragon. At first, no one paid much heed, dismissing it as an infection of sorts. However, it soon became apparent that members of both the elf and feather clans were succumbing to madness, becoming bloodthirsty and filled with darkness. These transformed beings launched frenzied attacks on all surrounding life, resulting in numerous casualties among the feather and elf clans. Eventually, this alarming development caught the attention of the feather clan's leadership, who dispatched numerous experts to investigate, but they uncovered little. It became evident that a significant number of both clans had been infected, leading the leadership to issue a purge order, exterminating all infected individuals. Initially, it seemed the ordeal had concluded, yet the events of over 9,000 years ago serve as a reminder that this was merely the beginning. The old man paused, seemingly overwhelmed by the weight of that tragic history, unable to continue. Mu Ping gradually found himself captivated, enveloped in the somber atmosphere, and could not help but inquire, what transpired 9,000 years ago that led to the annihilation of the Feather Clan? The old man turned to glance at Mu Ping, whose face was adorned with curiosity and concern, his eyes filled with anguish. He lowered his head, his expression a mixture of fury and sorrow, and recounted, "That day marked the ancestral worship of the Feather Clan, an annual occasion when we would gather to honor our forebears, expressing gratitude for their sacrifices, including their very lives, which afforded us our present happiness. Additionally, it was the death anniversary of our king, His Majesty, the Feather Emperor. On that fateful day, dark forces erupted, and a multitude of aberrant beasts, along with members of the Feather and Elf clans, stormed the sacred grounds, mercilessly slaughtering all in their path. At that moment, the members of the Feather clan were caught off guard, and countless lives were extinguished in an instant, many of whom were mere children. Did not the elites of the Feather clan emerge to quell the chaos?" Mu Ping asked anxiously, oblivious to the peculiarity of the current situation. The old man cast a curious glance at the eager Mu Ping, his eyes momentarily brightening before quickly concealing his emotions, and continued, "The higher-ups did appear. Yet the previously weak aberrants suddenly revealed a plethora of formidable warriors. In that instant, the leaders of the Feather clan found themselves incapable of breaching their defenses, forced to witness the slaughter of the innocent. Eventually, the elders, who had long guarded the ancestral grounds, intervened, turning the tide as they drove the aberrants into disarray. For a fleeting moment, the morale of our people surged, but then the situation took a dire turn with the arrival of a singular individual. Who was he?" Mu Ping inquired with curiosity. "A madman, a banished lunatic." Mu Ping looked at him with intrigue, pondering who this individual could be. capable of altering the course of the battle even after the emergence of numerous adept warriors, and why the old man held such a negative view of him. His name was Mo Lien, originally one of the Feather Clan, yet he had been exiled for practicing forbidden techniques that rendered him devoid of his fighting spirit. To our shock, he had transformed into an aberrant, his strength surging to that of a high-ranking deity. By that time, he had succumbed entirely to madness. His wings turned black, and even the combined efforts of the elders and the clan leader could not subdue him, leaving them at a disadvantage. Mu Ping was astonished to learn that this individual was also of the Feather Clan and could contend with all the elders and the clan leader single-handedly. In desperation, the clan leader and elders resorted to forbidden techniques, sacrificing their very life force to enhance their powers, barely managing to reach a stalemate with Mo Lien. The struggle ensued, and seeing their leaders employ forbidden techniques, the Feather Clan citizens followed suit, leading to a deadlock in the battle. At that moment, reinforcements from the Elf Clan arrived. With their fresh vigor, they ultimately drove the aberrants into retreat, leaving only a few to escape, with Mo Lien fleeing after sustaining grave injuries. Mu Ping envisioned the clan leader and elders sacrificing themselves to prevent the extinction of their race. Witnessing the valiant efforts of many ancestors who risked everything for the continuation of their lineage, and he beheld the devastating scene of fallen bodies strewn across the battlefield. Tears streaming down his face. Choking back emotion, he asked, "What happened afterward? What transpired next?" The old man's face was etched with profound sorrow as he choked out. In time, the clan leader and the elders, their lives continuously waning, faced imminent peril. Ultimately, the Elf Queen, in conjunction with numerous esteemed members of the Elven race, employed forbidden techniques to place all members of the winged tribe into a slumbering state, fearing that, should all the skilled warriors succumb to this sleep, the remaining winged tribe would fall prey to humiliation and slaughter. The clan leader ordered everyone to retreat to our ancestral land, sealing it away. While leaving one person outside to await His Majesty's return, Mu Ping gazed at the sorrowful old man and softly inquired, "That person was you?" The old man nodded, his face brimming with anticipation as he continued, "For nearly 10,000 years, I have awaited, teetering on the brink of despair. At last, I have been graced by His Majesty's return, and my mission is complete. But how can you be so certain that I am the king, the winged emperor you speak of?" Upon hearing the old man's unwavering belief that he was the legendary winged emperor, Mu Ping felt a surge of curiosity regarding the source of his conviction. Of course, when His Majesty fell, he left behind a phrase, "When the stars fall, I shall return. And now, with the winged god Bao recognizing you as its master, you must undoubtedly be His Majesty reborn." The old man's excitement grew with each word, his face alight with exhilaration. At that moment, Mu Ping found himself pondering whether he truly was the reincarnation of the winged emperor. For the coincidences were too numerous to dismiss. And then what happened? Why did you not remain there? Bentley, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed Mu Ping for answers. The others, including Hathaway, watched him with eager anticipation, awaiting the unfolding of the tale. Meanwhile, Lin Han sat in contemplative silence, reflecting on how closely this scenario mirrored the narratives found in the novels Back on Earth, where the protagonist, a figure of great significance, reincarnates bearing the weight of a mission to save the world and maintain cosmic peace, ultimately winning the hearts of countless beauties before vanquishing the villains and achieving victory. Lin Han found himself increasingly speechless. He had traversed into another realm, accompanied by the skills he had acquired in the game. According to the conventional tropes of fantasy novels, he ought to be the protagonist, continually unleashing his potential and triumphing over adversaries, with countless princesses, holy maidens, mature women, and Lolas clamoring for his attention, impossible to repel. However, it seemed that he had taken a rather unexpected turn. Thus far, each time he triumphed over thousands, he found himself incapacitated for a significant duration. While he did have two women by his side, which somewhat aligned with the archetype of a novel-esque hero, Lin Han found himself puzzled, his mind clouded by confusion. However, his optimistic nature prevailed as he thought to himself, "Since clarity eludes me, I shall relinquish the attempt and simply be myself." As the saying goes, life resembles a fierce contest. When one cannot resist, it is best to recline and savor the experience. Taking the lead is akin to a rotating cast. If you falter, another shall step in. Mu Ping observed the expressions of those around him and paused before speaking. Ultimately, "I did not acknowledge myself as the so-called Feather Emperor, yet I pledged to him that I would find a way to release his seal in the future. Grandfather readily mentioned that breaking the seal requires divine-level strength, a capability I have yet to attain. He also noted that I have reached a plateau, and what I need now is experience to hasten my ascent to godhood. Thus, I shall depart from the mysterious forest to seek out Brother Howard. At this revelation, the crowd nodded in acknowledgement, their spirits stirred by the secrets hidden within the annals of history. They recalled the tumultuous era of thousands of years ago, a time rife with warfare and heroic figures. The once mighty Feather clan, now on the brink of extinction, evoked admiration for the Feather Emperor, who fought valiantly for his kin against the Dragon of Darkness, as well as for the clan members who sacrificed their lives for the continuation of their lineage. At that moment, Lin Han's voice broke through. Enough of gathering together. Let us make the most of our time to rest. Having endured a battle earlier, the group felt fatigued and sought out clean spots to lay down their blankets and sleep. However, Mu Ping found himself unable to rest. Since departing the mysterious forest and navigating numerous challenges to reunite with Lin Han and the others, he had contemplated many matters regarding the forest's mysteries, thoughts he could have kept to himself. Yet, he felt compelled to share, for without doing so, he would struggle to explain the events of recent times and his sudden surge in strength. Moreover, revealing these matters served another purpose. He wished to ascertain whether Lin Han and the others were indeed his true friends, given the likelihood that he is the reincarnation of the Feather Emperor. Should he regain his memories, he would need the support of loyal allies to restore the Feather clan. Although he recognized the potential for this to appear somewhat self-serving, Mu Ping believed it was a necessary course of action. He could only strive to treat them better in the future, for he did not intend to exploit them but rather seek their assistance as friends. Should any of these secrets be divulged, Mu Ping would not hesitate to act. After all, if one regards me as a friend, I too shall reciprocate, leaving our fates to the whims of destiny. Unbeknownst to him, since acquiring the memories from the Feather God Bestow, his personality had undergone significant transformation. While he still appeared shy and reserved on the surface, he had grown considerably more resolute and assertive within. The night passed in silence. The following morning, the group packed their belongings and arose, allowing Yuming to assist them in enhancing their appearances, transforming them into entirely different personas, especially Heather, who had been transformed through makeup into a man, sporting thick eyebrows, prominent eyes, and a full beard, left Mu Ping greatly astonished at the marvel of such artistry. Once the makeup was complete, the group split into two factions to gather intelligence. Lin Han, Heather, and the fully recovered Bentley formed one team. As they traversed the streets, they noticed that numerous muscular men in tight attire were patrolling, stopping any strangers they encountered for questioning. Initially, Lin Han and his companions were apprehended for scrutiny, but after the patrolling subordinates compared their faces to a sketch on a piece of paper and found no resemblance, they were released. Continuing their journey, the trio had scarcely advanced a few steps when they were suddenly met with shouts of violence emanating from ahead. At the end of the street, hundreds of men clad in black bodysuits were brandishing large swords as they charged forth, attacking anyone in uniform. The surrounding populace fled in terror, with blood spilling and cries echoing throughout the area. The three quickly crouched and slipped into a nearby shop, peering cautiously outside. The black-clad assailants rushed past the establishment, leaving chaos in their wake. The outnumbered patrolmen were mercilessly slaughtered, and many innocent bystanders also fell victim. What is happening? Why are they turning against their own? Heather whispered, observing the retreating shadows. I suspect they are experiencing an internal conflict, quite possibly a betrayal. Bentley pondered, his voice heavy with thought. Lin Han and Heather looked at him with curiosity. While the notion of infighting was evident, how could they ascertain the legitimacy of a betrayal? Look at their necks. Bentley pointed towards the corpses of several fallen black-clad men. Following his gesture, Lin Han indeed noticed a distinction. Each of the deceased bore a yellow ribbon around their necks. This ribbon served as a means of distinguishing allies from foes. Over 1,000 years ago, a rebellion had occurred in the Roman Empire, with the insurgents identifiable by yellow scarves worn around their necks. Thus, the significance of wearing a yellow scarf came to symbolize rebellion and resistance. Upon hearing these words, Lin Han was instantly reminded of a film he had watched on Earth titled A City Full of Steamed Buns. In that cinematic masterpiece, Brother Jay Cho, adorned with a yellow scarf around his neck, led his subordinates in rebellion. However, the film had left him with a lingering discomfort, particularly towards the end, where the screen was inundated with a cacophony of floral motifs, a distinctly overwhelming experience. At that moment, those clad in black were obstructed by another group of similarly attired individuals. The rebels, showing no hesitation, charged forward with lethal intent, while their adversaries, similarly armed, met them with fierce resistance. A tumultuous clash ensued, echoing with cries of battle that reverberated through the heavens. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of approaching footsteps broke the air, as several hundred figures, also draped in black and sporting yellow scarves around their necks, surged from a nearby alley, with reinforcements at their side. The rebels advanced with unstoppable momentum, forcing their foes into a retreat littered with fallen bodies. Lin Han and his companions hastily followed, skillfully utilizing the buildings to conceal their presence, thus evading detection. Soon, they arrived at the heart of the city, where a towering wall suddenly loomed before them, with the cloaked figures standing 100 meters away. At that moment, Lin Han and his companions discovered the markings left by Mu Ping and his group. Following these signs, they reached a small building, where Lin Han observed Mu Ping and his companions engaged in casual conversation. After discreetly closing the window, they gathered around a table. Have any insights emerged regarding the current situation? What has led to their internal strife? Lin Han gazed at Yu Ming and inquired, for as an assassin, intelligence gathering was his forte. I apprehended a man in black and, upon questioning him, discovered that he was a member of the Black Dragon Society. The left protector, Matsushita, had been stripped of all authority by the society's leader, the foolish little dog, and had thus instigated a rebellion in a bid to seize power. Upon hearing these names, Lin Han was instantly rendered speechless. The combat style resembled that of a certain country, and even the names echoed the same. Was this a quintessential invitation for trouble? Why don't we take advantage of their internal strife and leave this place? Bentley suggested. At this moment, they were preoccupied with their own chaos, making it an opportune time to depart. If they managed to quell the insurrection, it would be far more difficult to escape later. Lin Han, however, disagreed. He shook his head and said, there are numerous ways for us to depart. Besides seizing the opportunity to slip away now, there exists a more effective method that offers a permanent solution. What method? The crowd, filled with curiosity, inquired in unison. They die, and we shall bask in the light. Lin Han spoke with an air of deadly intent, enunciating the final 3 words with deliberate emphasis. The chilling aura emanating from him startled Heather and her companions, raising the hairs on their necks. It was the first time they had witnessed Lin Han exuding such a fierce malevolence. Of course, they had not been present when Rui Li was slain by Heather, and a silent mourning for the lost souls filled their hearts. Lin Han's intense desire to kill stemmed not only from the relentless pursuit by the half-buried faction, but also from the very essence of their combat style and nomenclature. It was as if every Chinese person harbored an instinctual urge to annihilate those from the Foot Basin country. As for the so-called Japanophiles, those who dreamt of living in Japan or immigrating to the Foot Basin country, they required no further explanation. Observing the crowd, who gazed at him with a dazed expression, Lin Han revealed a faint smile and remarked, "What's the matter? Have you never encountered someone as handsome as me?" The crowd instantly erupted in laughter, with Bentley being the most exaggerated, doubling over as if to retch. All right, enough jesting. Let us continue to observe the situation and, when the opportunity arises, demonstrate our prowess, Lin Han declared, rapping his knuckles on the table to garner their attention. Upon hearing this, the crowd moved several stools to the window, creating a few peepholes through which they could observe the lair of the Black Dragon Society. Recently, numerous figures clad in black had appeared at the foot of the castle, with approximately 400 to 500 gathered beneath the wall directly opposite the small building. These individuals were evidently well-trained. The front line consisted of about 100 shield bearers, brandishing large shields, followed by over 100 swordsmen, with more than 200 archers positioned at the rear. It seemed their commander possessed some tactical acumen, avoiding the blunders evident in the city filled with dumplings, where Brother Jalen led his men with reckless abandon. Any strategist with a semblance of sense would understand the necessity of archers for ranged support during a siege. These archers appeared to be hastily assembled. Suddenly, Mu Ping, who had been mostly silent, pointed at the archers and said, they should have originally been swordsmen or other practitioners of combat energy. The crowd quickly recognized the issue. Some of the archers were awkwardly gripping their arrows as if they were swords, causing a wave of sweat to break out among them. The situation forced Matsushita Yase into a corner. Little did he know that the foolish pup would strike so swiftly, leaving him unprepared. With the archers in insufficient numbers, some weaker swordsmen had to masquerade as archers. The weaker swordsmen, however, were more than willing to take on the role of archers, relishing the opportunity to remain at the rear, shooting arrows without facing the front line. How delightful that must have seemed. The black-clad figures and those atop the wall stood in a tense stalemate, neither side daring to make the first move. Suddenly, a series of crisp hoofbeats echoed from a distance, and shortly thereafter, a dozen riders appeared. Though they were not clad in black, they wore yellow scarves. As these individuals arrived, several elegantly dressed figures appeared atop the wall. The riders approached the black-clad men, and the leading middle-aged man looked up at the figures on the wall, addressing them with a mocking tone. "Little pup, did you ever imagine you would find yourself in such a predicament? Surrender quickly, and I might spare your life, allowing you to enjoy your twilight years." Yesterday, the trusted subordinate from the half-buried faction and his men had not returned, and their scouts had discovered several corpses within the city, prompting Little Pup to fly into a furious rage. The half-buried in the abdomen had been raised by him since childhood, although nominally his subordinate. He had always regarded him as a son. He never anticipated that in a single night he would become a white-haired man mourning his black-haired child. This morning, however, he was informed by his subordinates that many leaders had vanished, taking their families and followers with them. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart, and he soon learned of the rebellion led by Matsushita Yasei. The suddenness of the event left him unprepared. His men were slaughtered, abandoning their posts, while the rebels swiftly advanced to besiege the stronghold, leaving no avenue of escape. In the span of one night, he lost a son and faced betrayal from his followers. The once formidable Sh Core had become anxious, his wrinkles deepening, and his hair turned completely white, losing the demeanor befitting a leader. As he gazed at the raucous Matsushita Yasei below, he felt utterly exhausted. After striving for so long, he had lost his son and faced treachery. What a lamentable fate. The remaining leaders, witnessing their chief's despondency, were filled with regret. They had initially believed they could serve as loyal subjects. Yet now the emperor they had pledged to serve seemed ready to abandon them. The thought of Matsushita Yasei ascending to power sent cold sweat running down their backs. One among them hastily stepped forward and said, "My lord, I sense that the death of Lord Half-Buried in the Abdomen is shrouded in mystery." Upon hearing the mention of Half-Buried in the Abdomen, Sh Core's interest peaked, and he turned to scrutinize the speaker, demanding, "What mystery? What information do you possess?" The man, noticing Sh Core's sudden alertness, felt a surge of elation, affirming to himself that he had indeed struck the right chord. He carefully organized his thoughts and responded, "My lord, consider this. The unfortunate demise of Lord Half-Buried in the Abdomen coincided with Matsushita Yasei's rebellion. Such timing is too fortuitous. How could he have gathered so many for the uprising in such a short span? There is but one possibility." "What possibility?" Sh Core, flustered by concern, momentarily lost his capacity for rational thought, letting the man lead him by the nose. The man articulated each word with precision. He must have known beforehand that Lord Half-Buried in the Abdomen would meet his demise. At this revelation, Sh Core felt as though his mind had exploded. Blood surged through him, and he gasped for breath. The man, seeing that he had successfully stirred Sh Core's emotions, seized the opportunity to elaborate. Only a select few were aware of Lord Half-Buried in the Abdomen's actions, including the traitor Matsushita Yasei. With the prowess of Lord Half-Buried in the Abdomen, dealing with those few would have been a simple matter. Yet, he ultimately met an untimely end, which suggests foul play. Either he encountered a master or fell into an ambush. It is improbable that a master was involved. Had there been one, he would have already left. Thus, it must have been an ambush. But how did they know of Lord Half-Buried in the Abdomen's destination? Who informed them? Each of his statements pierced the heart, subtly implying a connection between Matsushita Yasei and Lin Han, without explicitly stating it. The murderous intent of the foolish little dog wolf was successfully provoked. Gazing down at the arrogant Matsushita Yasei, thoughts of the tragic half-buried corpse ignited an unquenchable fury within him. Leading to a thunderous roar, "Matsushita Yasei, I swear I shall not rest until you are vanquished." Matsushita Yasei, standing beneath the city walls, was momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, this despondent little dog wolf had suddenly erupted with such intense wrath. Feeling a sense of grievance, he thought, "Is it truly necessary to harbor such hatred over merely claiming your seat?" Simultaneously, a surge of anger welled up within him, and he bellowed back at the city walls, "Then let us see. Today, either you shall perish, or I shall." The foolish little dog wolf, enraged by the audacity of his enemy, issued commands relentlessly, preparing for a desperate battle. Observing that the little dog wolf had indeed fallen into his trap, the man's spirit was reignited, and a faint smile graced his lips as he nodded towards several hall masters nearby. True to his role as the leader of the moment, The little dog wolf orchestrated everything with meticulous precision. The combatants within the city readied themselves, while those upon the walls fortified their defenses, hauling boulders and cauldrons of oil up to the battlements. However, Matsushita Yase remained idle, merely watching the bustle above with a sense of detachment. Matsushita Yaho, witnessing his father-s in action, felt a surge of anxiety and exclaimed, "Father, this is the opportune moment to attack. We should strike while they are still unprepared." Matsushita Yase chuckled softly and replied, "Yaho, you are still young. From my understanding of the little dog wolf, he would never commit such a basic error." Pointing at the figures scurrying atop the walls, he continued, "Observe how those engaged in battle, though hurried, maintain an orderly pace. Even the archers, though resting, have their bows at the ready. Should we make a move, we would immediately face a devastating counterstrike." Following his father's gesture, Matsushita Yaho scrutinized the activities on the city walls and, upon realization, felt a deep sense of respect, declaring, "Father, your wisdom is unparalleled." A hint of satisfaction flickered across Matsushita Yase's face at the compliment. Yet, he pondered, "Father, if that is the case, what shall we do? Waiting until they are fully prepared will make breaching the walls exceedingly difficult. Even if we prevail, the losses will be catastrophic." Matsushita Yase merely scoffed. "I have my own methods. Even the toughest shell cannot withstand an internal assault." Matsushita Yaho was left in confusion, unsure of his father's meaning. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed his father shake his head, leading him to bury his questions deep within and gaze up at the bustling figures on the city walls. The little dog wolf's subordinates worked swiftly, completing their preparations in less than half an hour. Although puzzled by Matsushita Yase's lack of action, they chose to follow his lead, dismissing him as overly arrogant. By this time, everything atop the walls was ready, and the dark-clad figures below were poised for battle. Seeing that the preparations on the wall were complete, Matsushita Yase turned to one of the hall masters beside him and commanded, "Let the assault commence." The hall master nodded and turned, shouting for everyone to prepare. The shield warriors raised their shields, while the archers positioned themselves to unleash a volley of arrows. Soon, the air was filled with arrows soaring like locusts towards the city walls. "Cover! Cover!" The frontline commander on the walls bellowed. The archers responded with equal fervor, raining arrows down upon the enemy. At that moment, the shield warriors demonstrated their purpose, holding their shields overhead to protect the archers from the incoming projectiles. As 10 minutes swiftly passed, the shield warriors provided cover for the archers and swordsmen, retreating to safety beyond the range of fire. Matsushita Yada's side suffered minor setbacks, attributed to the hastily assembled archers' lack of skill, and the advantageous high ground held by the opposing side made it easier for them to suppress and attack. Observing the defeat, Matsushita Yada grew anxious and rushed before his father, exclaiming urgently, "Father, you must deploy your secret weapon quickly. If this continues, we shall be exhausted." Seeing the disheartening situation, Matsushita Yada nodded and retrieved a bamboo tube from his bosom, raising it high while pulling the fuse. Boom! A resounding explosion filled the air, and a massive firework blossomed in the sky, visible even in the daylight. In less than 10 seconds, a tremendous clamor erupted from within the city, thick smoke billowing forth, accompanied by the sounds of battle and clashing weapons. Upon witnessing the firework, Little Dog Stupid Wolf felt a wave of unease. And when the smoke suddenly billowed from the city, a chilling realization struck him, filling him with dread. The hall masters following Little Dog Stupid Wolf were equally taken aback by the rising smoke, their minds racing with uncertainty. Matsushita Yata, seeing the smoke, suddenly understood why his father had remained unperturbed. It was due to such a formidable secret weapon. He felt a surge of admiration. Those clad in black who followed Matsushita Yada also regarded him with newfound respect, sensing the reverence in their gazes, which brought a proud smile to Matsushita Yada's face. Meanwhile, chaos reigned on the city walls. The foot soldiers, fearing for their lives, were in disarray, while the leaders harbored their own ulterior motives, seeking an escape. A bloodied figure in black rushed to the city gates, kneeling before Little Dog Stupid Wolf and gasping for breath. "Master, we can barely hold on. There are rebels infiltrating the city, and they are attacking the gates. Please, you must leave at once." This revelation sent Little Dog Stupid Wolf into a state of panic, thoughts of escape surfacing in his mind. "My lord, do not hesitate. If we do not leave now, it will be too late." As the words left the man's lips, the ground beneath them trembled. Boom! A tremendous roar resounded as the city gate collapsed with a thunderous crash. In an instant, despair washed over the crowd. for their final bastion had vanished. The foolish wolf, upon witnessing the fall of the gate, realized that all hope was lost. He recalled the words spoken by the previous leader when the mantle of leadership was passed to him. As long as there are people, the guild shall endure. When people perish, the guild shall perish. Observing his dwindling followers and the warm blood splattering around him, he made a resolute decision. Drawing his great sword, he leaped onto a height and proclaimed loudly, "As long as there are people, the guild shall endure. When people perish, the guild shall perish." He then charged into the throng, his sword swinging fiercely, unleashing torrents of combat energy and blood. A vacuum of over 2 meters in diameter formed around him as he relentlessly pushed towards the location of Matsushita Yase. The subordinates of the foolish wolf, inspired by his declaration, felt a surge of fervor and rallied behind their leader, wreaking havoc upon their foes. Matsushita Yase, noticing the advancing throng led by the foolish wolf, wore an expression of profound disdain. With a wave of his hand, he commanded loudly, "Archers, fire at will. Shield warriors, provide cover. Swordsmen, maneuver to encircle and cut them off." At his command, his followers sprang into action. The shield warriors rushed to the front. Forcefully planting their shields into the ground to form a wall of defense, the archers began to unleash a relentless barrage upon the enemy, and the swordsmen, demonstrating their formidable agility, surged from the flanks in squads of a dozen towards the adversaries. Meanwhile, within a small building, Lin Han and his companions were equally taken aback, witnessing such a large-scale slaughter for the first time. The betrayal of the Black Dragon Guild had reached a critical climax. Lin Han nodded at Bentley and said, "It is your time to perform." Bentley acknowledged with a nod, then unfurled a blanket on the ground, sitting cross-legged with the Tianyachin resting on his lap. After the strings of the previous Tianyachin had snapped, Bentley had entrusted Yuming to stealthily procure several instruments from the city's shops, which he had stored in Haithwai's spatial ring. "Plug your ears," Bentley said nonchalantly. Although everyone was curious about Bentley and Lin Han's intentions, especially Mu Ping, who had never witnessed Bentley's use of sound-based assassination techniques, he wore a look of eager curiosity. Lin Han smiled and said, "This time, it is not about inflicting harm. You will understand the specifics shortly." With that, he plugged his ears with earplugs. Though curiosity gripped the onlookers, they hastily donned the earplugs, having previously experienced the terrifying effects of sound-based attacks. Mu Ping followed suit without hesitation, placing his trust in Lin Han and Howard. Once everyone was equipped with earplugs, they resumed observing the battle through the window's opening. Seeing that everyone had put in their earplugs, Bentley closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then delicately rested his hands on the strings of his instrument, remaining perfectly still. After about half a minute, his long fingers began to move, gently oscillating over the strings with varying tempos. The melodious notes wafted through the window and into the battlefield. Initially, the onlookers dismissed the music, thinking it was merely some idle bard strumming away, yet they found the melody quite enchanting, stirring their blood and igniting a sense of fervor within them. Xiao Quan, the foolish wolf, and Matsushita Wild both heard the music. Xiao Quan, acutely sensitive to the sound, recalled that it was the very musician responsible for his half-buried fate. Instinctively, he sensed danger, but upon reflecting on his own predicament, he shrugged it off. Seeing that Matsushita was seemingly unfazed by the melody, he coldly thought, "If we are to die, let us all perish together." Unbeknownst to Matsushita, many in the city had fallen under a hypnotic spell. Nor did he realize that the half-buried fate was linked to the music. He believed the demise was the work of a skilled assassin and had no inkling of the true nature of the melody. Had he known of its terrifying power, his composure would have certainly faltered. As Bentley's fingers danced ever more rapidly across the strings, the music grew increasingly fervent, profoundly affecting the combatants who found themselves losing control over their emotions, driven to relentlessly engage in battle, wielding their weapons without fatigue. 10 minutes slipped by, and Lin Han observed Bentley, whose face was slick with sweat and whose arms trembled slightly. The prolonged rapid strumming was taking its toll. He opened the skill panel and allocated 3 skill points to the stamina aura. Instantly, a massive dark green magical circle appeared beneath him. Bentley, who had felt as if his arm might fracture from exhaustion, suddenly experienced a lightness throughout his body. His arm regained sensation, and his fingers moved even faster over the strings. Although perplexed, he kept his eyes shut, knowing that his task was to spur the Black Dragon Society members into a frenzy of slaughter. Stamina Aura passive skill increases the movement speed and attack rate of nearby allies. As Lin Han bestowed the Stamina Aura upon Bentley, he noticed his own experience points steadily rising. Though the increase was minimal, it was consistent. Empowered by the stamina aura, Bentley's fingers flew over the strings with renewed vigor. And he felt no fatigue. The music he played escalated to a crescendo, sending waves of exhilarating sound into the ears of the Black Dragon Society members, relentlessly assaulting their last vestiges of reason. At that moment, Xiao Quan, in a state of terror, realized that his subordinates had spiraled into chaos, recklessly charging towards the rebel forces. Unbeknownst to him, the haunting melody infiltrated his mind, igniting a fervent desire for battle that surged through his veins, compelling him to charge forth and annihilate all in his path. Startled, he hastily steadied his thoughts, expelling the frenzied yearning for combat from his consciousness. Meanwhile, Matsushita Yase became acutely aware of his subordinates' peculiar behavior. He found himself unable to command them as they recklessly charged towards the enemy, engaged in a relentless slaughter. Alarm coursed through him as he discerned the strange nature of the music, and despite his attempts to intervene, it was already too late. His men, driven by a crimson haze, swung their weapons indiscriminately, inflicting harm upon both allies and foes alike, descending into chaos. Even the formidable Dozong practitioners lost their rationality. While only those of Dowang rank managed to withstand the onslaught, it was the Dohuang and above who remained unaffected. The clash between the rebels and the defenders spiraled into utter pandemonium as the lesser combatants ceased to distinguish friend from foe, slaughtering indiscriminately. The skilled fighters attempted to intervene but soon realized their comrades had succumbed to madness. Even when they endeavored to separate, their blades would swiftly turn upon their own. Archers relentlessly loosed arrows towards the opposing ranks, indiscriminate of their own kin, and after exhausting their quivers, they seized the massive swords from the ground to charge into the fray. The shield bearers, too, succumbed to frenzy, pressing forward with their shields like human tanks, bulldozing through all that lay before them. The carnage persisted, all semblance of order lost amidst the chaos, as the combatants became enmeshed in a brutal melee devoid of distinction between enemies and allies. The lesser warriors, with bloodshot eyes, continued their savage onslaught, while even the elite, recognizing the futility of restraint, plunged into the fray. In that moment, the air was filled with the thunderous din of battle, the ground littered with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed freely. Lin Han and the others gazed in bewilderment at the scene before them. Lin Han had initially thought that the chaos would merely heighten their bloodlust, but to his astonishment, they were ultimately consumed by their murderous desires, transforming into relentless killing machines. Although Lin Han and his companions felt a twinge of compassion, especially Heather, who, as a girl, was horrified by the gruesome battlefield. Her face pale and retching uncontrollably, Lin Han remained resolute. To show mercy to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself. Under the deliberate intervention of the foolish little dog and the wolf, the battle raged with unprecedented ferocity. Meanwhile, those skilled fighters sought to locate the one playing the lute. But the foolish little dog and the wolf relentlessly attacked Matsushita Yase. Given that his strength surpassed that of all others, Matsushita Yase was unable to withstand the assault alone, forcing him to band together with his own elite fighters for defense. They simply could not spare any experts to search for the lute player, while a couple of individuals dared not venture forth alone, and the numbers were insufficient. Upon discovering that those skilled individuals were intent on seeking the pianist, Lin Han was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, realizing that he had been so preoccupied with slaying the nefarious members of the Black Dragon Society that he had overlooked the hidden dangers. This blunder could have led to the complete annihilation of his forces. However, he soon observed a peculiar circumstance. The small, foolish wolf seemed deliberately intent on preventing Matsushita's wild faction from dispatching individuals to locate the pianist. Although the reason eluded him, he felt a sense of relief in the absence of hostility from this unexpected ally. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, over an hour had elapsed, and the battle was nearing its conclusion. Only a handful of minions remained engaged in combat, while the majority had been utterly vanquished. The skilled fighters on both sides had sustained heavy casualties, with only a dozen or so remaining on the side of the small, foolish wolf, including several scheming leaders, all of whom bore numerous wounds. Matsushita's wild faction fared little better, possessing only a slight numerical advantage with their own wounded warriors. On Lin Han's side, Heather had already slumped to the ground, her face pale as a ghost. The gruesome sight of corpses strewn across the battlefield had profoundly affected her, leaving her in a state that would take days to recover from. Although the expressions of Yu Ming and the others were similarly pallid, their masculine resilience enabled them to endure without much distress. However, The most elated among them was undoubtedly Lin Han. Though his complexion was somewhat ashen, he could not conceal the joy shimmering in his eyes. Unexpectedly, he had gained a wealth of experience despite merely playing a supportive role. The sheer number of foes had led him to level up twice, reaching level 22. At that moment, his attributes were as follows. Character, Lin Han level, 22 status, weakened skill points, 4 ordinary skill points ordinary skills, Gale Step, level 1, Water Element, level 1. Entangle, level 1, Magma Creature, level 1, Blink, level 1, Owl, level 1, Divine Light, level 1, Storm Hammer, level 1, Battle Hawk, level 2, Healing, level 3. Blizzard, level 3, Chain Lightning, level 3, Holy Shield, level 3, Focus Aura, level 3, Glorious Aura, level 3, Thorn Aura, level 3. Endurance Aura, level 3, Ultimate Skills, Resurrection, level 3, Voodoo, level 3, Teleportation, level 3, Special Skills, Demon Transformation, Divine Descent this time. Bentley's performance featured a medley incorporating the March of the Volunteers, China's national anthem, the ancient piece 10 Sides Ambushed, and the German Armored Division's song The Mass, among various other stirring war-themed compositions, culminating in his own creative work. This piece bore two distinct effects. If executed with precision, it could uplift morale, yet if mismanaged, it could plunge listeners into madness. Bentley's intention was to incite the members of the Black Dragon Society into a frenzied frenzy against one another. He aptly named this composition War, marking its second performance, the first being during its creation. Lin Han observed that the remaining individuals were all formidable warriors at the level of Duke or higher, and thus, the enchanting melodies he played had little effect on them, unless he were to perform the Devil's Banquet. Consequently, he ceased his performance of War. Bentley, recognizing his current lack of strength, also stopped playing. Although the aura of endurance kept him from feeling physically fatigued, the exhaustion of the mind was beyond its remedy. As he halted, darkness enveloped his vision, and his body swayed precariously, nearly collapsing, his complexion turning ashen. The crowd rushed to support him, while Mu Ping gazed at Bentley in astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed someone wield music as a weapon. Meanwhile, the small hound and his companions felt a sense of relief, for none of them wished to endure that life-threatening music any longer. Although its impact on them was minimal, the unknown was far more terrifying. Who could predict whether this music might eventually harm them as well? Matsushita Yase regarded the small hound and his group with disdain, proclaiming, "If you surrender now, I may spare your lives. Otherwise, should I capture you, your fate will be worse than death." The individual who had deceived the small hound from atop the city wall was a hall master of the Black Dragon Society, who immediately retorted with a curse. "You speak nonsense. I would rather die than surrender." He then raised his voice in defiance, shouting, "As long as there are people, there will be annihilation." The remaining masters echoed his rallying cries. The small hound's eyes turned red with emotion as he bowed deeply to them, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you all. With loyal allies like you, I have no regrets in death." At that moment, one of them hurriedly stepped forward to prevent him from bowing, exclaiming with fervor, "Lord President, you must not do this. We are members of the Black Dragon Society. It is our duty to serve it faithfully." The others echoed this sentiment. Rushing to stop him from bowing, Matsushita Yase stood aside, observing the spectacle with a detached indifference. Suddenly, a metallic sound pierced the air, followed by the furious roar of the small hound. "Thief! How dare you!" The hall master, who had been leaning against him, swiftly retreated, covering a distance of several meters in an instant, while the remaining few were caught off guard and were sent flying by the small hound's wrathful sweep. Matsushita Yase and the others were left stunned, bewildered by the sudden onset of infighting. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a dagger embedded in the small hound's side, blood seeping forth and staining his garments. After dispatching the others, the small hound propelled himself forcefully off the ground, charging towards the hall master who had betrayed him. The hall master, witnessing the small hound's charge, hastily fled towards Matsushita Yase, shouting, "Lord Left Guardian, the small hound is gravely wounded. You must eliminate him quickly. In return for my assistance in dealing with the small hound, I plead for your mercy." Upon realizing the situation, Matsushita Yase suddenly understood that this man had, in a desperate bid for survival, taken advantage of an unguarded moment to stab the foolish little dog, Chuan Lang. A wave of sorrow washed over him for Chuan Lang, who had ultimately been betrayed by his own. Inside the small building, Lin Han and the others were momentarily taken aback by this dramatic turn of events. Lin Han hastily turned to Mu Ping and said, "Find an opportunity to assist that foolish little dog." The others looked at him with curiosity, having just witnessed his desire for the enemy's demise. Now he was advocating for their aid. Yu Ming suddenly had an epiphany and exclaimed, "You intend to keep the foolish little dog alive to restrain the enemy?" The group, upon hearing Yu Ming's words, experienced a moment of clarity, leading to even greater admiration for Lin Han. He nodded and explained, "Given our current strength, facing Matsushita Yase's group alone would be exceedingly difficult. However, joining forces with the foolish little dog would be considerably easier. Even though he is injured, a dying camel is still larger than a horse." The group promptly understood, and they swiftly departed the small building, making their way towards the unfolding confrontation. At that moment, Matsushita Yase's group had already engaged Chuan Yi Lang, whose subordinates, having been severely injured by his explosive effort, had taken the opportunity to flee during the chaos. Matsushita Yase, seeing them escape, chose not to pursue, deeming them insignificant and unthreatening. Although Chuan Yi Lang was formidable, he was now gravely wounded, rendered nearly powerless under the relentless assault of Matsushita Yase's group. The sight of Chuan Yi Lang's predicament brought Matsushita Yase a perverse sense of satisfaction. Seizing the moment while Chuan Yi Lang was preoccupied, Matsushita Yase lunged from behind, unleashing a powerful cross-slash with his single-edged sword, aimed directly at Chuan Yi Lang's back. Sensing the imminent danger, Chuan Yi Lang swiftly rolled to evade the cross-slash, but was a fraction too slow, resulting in a gash over a dozen centimeters long across his back, crimson blood spilling forth. Matsushita Yase, intent on taking advantage of his weakened state, executed a swift thrust, propelling himself like an arrow towards Chuan Yi Lang, his blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Chuan Yi Lang attempted to evade, only to find himself ensnared. Previously, he could have forcibly broken free, but now he was utterly drained, helplessly watching the glinting blade approach his chest. As Matsushita Yase observed the despair in Chuan Yi Lang's eyes, a smirk crept upon his lips. The sword's aura surged forth, closing the distance to less than half a meter from Chuan Yi Lang's chest. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped Matsushita Yase. He instinctively shifted aside, narrowly avoiding certain death as his blade struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Just as he moved, an arrow whizzed past his cheek, piercing the throat of one of his subordinates, who fell to the ground, clutching his throat in agony, blood pouring forth from his mouth. Chuan Yi Lang, now acutely aware of the threat, could no longer focus on vanquishing his opponent. His body tensed in vigilance, as were his remaining subordinates. The little dog was quite perplexed at that moment, uncertain about who was aiding him. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind, leading him to ponder, could it be them? Indeed, he recalled the group that had played the piano earlier, although the reasons for their assistance remained a mystery. It was preferable to be alive. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards a nearby fallen single-edged sword, and his body instinctively shifted closer to it. Behind a building situated approximately 100 meters from the city wall, Lin Han and Mu Ping were discreetly observing the reactions of the group, led by Song Xia. Beneath Lin Han's feet, an invisible magical array emanated a peculiar aura. Mu Ping, having just released an arrow, turned to Lin Han with a look of astonishment and inquired, "Brother Lin, what is happening? Why has the power of my arrow suddenly increased so dramatically?" Lin Han glanced at the skill panel, his heart swelling with satisfaction. With a smile, he remarked, "I possess a unique spell that enhances ranged damage capabilities, known as the Aura of Strength." Mu Ping responded with a soft "oh" and fell silent, placing his unwavering trust in Lin Han and Howard. He believed wholeheartedly in whatever they said, for he regarded them as his true friends. Aura of Strength, passive skill, increases the attack power of all allied ranged units in proximity. Lin Han suddenly caught sight of a skill on the skill board, and a sly smile crept across his face. He allocated one of the remaining 2 skill points to the Strong Strike aura, transforming the previously gray skill into a vibrant hue. He leaned closer to Mu Ping and whispered, "Try shooting again. It would be best if you could take down someone." Although Mu Ping was uncertain of the reason, he complied and knocked an arrow. A few seconds later, he released the bowstring, and the arrow shot forth like a flash of light towards one of the skilled adversaries. Yet, Mu Ping did not stop there. He swiftly drew back the bow and loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession, a technique known as the string of arrows. Unbeknownst to him, each arrow was imbued with an intense aura of death. The target sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. Mu Ping had deliberately chosen a less formidable opponent. one who was merely at the lower tier of the Battle Emperor rank, and he was confident in his ability to eliminate him. As the first arrow sped toward him, the man hastily crossed his sword in defense, failing to notice the subsequent 2 arrows following closely behind. The first arrow struck his single-edged sword with a resounding metallic clash, causing him to stagger as a wave of deathly energy seeped into his weapon, eroding its material. To his astonishment, another arrow was already in flight, colliding with his single-edged sword and sending it flying, shattering it in the process. The force of the impact made his already unstable posture falter. But what truly terrified him was the realization that a third arrow was on its way. In a moment of despair, that arrow pierced through his skull. The group, who had momentarily relaxed, was jolted back into tension, aware that they, too, could not easily evade such a relentless barrage. However, what transpired next left them utterly dumbfounded. As it did Mu Ping. The man, who had seemingly been struck dead by the arrows, suddenly exhibited a transformation. A torrent of deathly energy erupted from his body, quickly enveloping him. After approximately 5 seconds, a sound of grinding bones emerged from the shroud of death, and a figure clad in black emerged, wielding a broken sword. A necromancer! Matsushita Yeo exclaimed in terror, and the others recognized the signature magic of a necromancer, particularly recalling the recent global mission from the Mercenary Guild, Eliminate the Necromancer. This resurgence of the once silent necromancer filled them with dread, for in the minds of the common folk, a necromancer symbolized the eerie, the brutal, and the formidable. Mu Ping gazed at Lin Han in astonishment, never anticipating that one of the 2 individuals he respected most would wield necromantic magic. Black Arrow, automatic release, infuses the arrows of archers in the party with deathly energy. Those slain by Black Arrow will have their corpses transformed into a skeleton warrior under the control of the caster. Lin Han observed their performance and realized that they had ventured into dangerous territory. Noticing Mu Ping's peculiar gaze, he innocently shrugged and remarked, "This magic was taught to me by my master. It is my first time using it. However, I did not anticipate its bizarre nature. Nevertheless, even necromancy holds no inherent malice, as the essence of power lies not in its nature, but in the wielder's intent." Mu Ping, still merely a teenager, struggled to grasp Lin Han's meaning, but nonetheless took note of his words. Little did Lin Han realize that this statement would profoundly influence Mu Ping, ultimately becoming one of the guiding principles of his life. Meanwhile, the skeletal warrior showed no signs of hesitation as it brandished its broken sword and charged towards Matsushita Yawago. To everyone's astonishment, the skeletal warrior retained the strength and skills it possessed in life. With a swift turn, it closed in on Matsushita Yawago, lifting its broken sword to strike. Matsushita Yawago looked upon the approaching skeleton with alarm. However, his limited strength rendered him unable to evade the blade in time. At that moment, Matsushita Yawace, without a moment's hesitation, rushed to his side as the skeletal figure lunged at his son. With a single strike of his sword, he delivered a powerful blow against the broken sword, forcing the skeleton to stagger back. At this juncture, the skilled fighters finally reacted, dispatching 3 of their number towards Lin Han and Mu Ping's location, while the remainder surrounded Matsushita Yawace to besiege the skeleton, neglecting the severely injured little dog. Shun Yilang. Although the skeleton's power was not formidable, it felt no pain and exhibited a reckless courage, managing to withstand the onslaught of several attackers. Seeing the trio approach, Mu Ping swiftly knocked an arrow and drew his bow, releasing 3 arrows in a formation towards them. Following this, he and Lin Han quickly retreated from the scene, adhering to the archer's principle, never linger in one place for too long. The 3 arrows sliced through the air, reaching their targets in an instant. The trio, realizing the imminent danger, swiftly evaded to the side. Seizing this opportunity, Mu Ping and Lin Han swiftly moved to a location several dozen meters away, repeatedly knocking their bows to unleash another trio of arrows. Upon witnessing yet another set of arrows, the 3 were compelled to dodge once more. However, as they did so, a thick plume of black smoke rose from beneath their feet. When the smoke dissipated, the 3 had mysteriously vanished from sight. Lin Han observed the 3 figures, who had approached stealthily with a disdainful curl of his lips. His gaze shifted to a nearby clearing, revealing a glimmer of anticipation upon his countenance. Suddenly, a crimson blossom erupted from the void, and one of the previously cloaked individuals materialized, clutching his throat in agony as blood seeped through his fingers. The other 2, witnessing their companion's abrupt demise, halted in terror, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Taking advantage of one's momentary lapse, Ming had stealthily struck down the unsuspecting foe. However, as she prepared to execute a similar maneuver on the remaining two, she discerned their alertness, realizing her opportunity had vanished, compelling her to retreat momentarily. As a distinguished assassin, meticulously nurtured by the Assassin Alliance, Ming possessed a profound understanding of the strengths and weaknesses inherent in various assassin factions. Although the Shadow Flow had long since severed ties with the Alliance, she remained acutely aware of their vulnerabilities, particularly their reliance on the smoke-based stealth technique, which employed specialized cloaks to obscure their presence. These cloaks, unique to the Shadow Flow, had the remarkable ability to adapt their hue to match the surrounding environment. This conferred a significant advantage in the early stages, as engaging in combat-related invisibility necessitated substantial energy expenditure and higher rank requirements. In contrast, those donning the cloak merely needed to activate their energy when required. Nonetheless, the cloak's limitations were equally apparent. The transformation of color required a brief moment, albeit fleeting, during which perceptive opponents could easily detect the change. Furthermore, the duration of invisibility was finite. Once the inherent energy reserves within the cloak were depleted, its efficacy would wane. Mu Ping, having observed the unfolding drama, discerned the underlying intricacies. He drew his bow, knocking two arrows aimed at one of the individuals, who remained preoccupied with guarding against Ming, oblivious to his complete exposure. Releasing his fingers, the two arrows arced gracefully, each tracing a distinct trajectory towards their target. By the time the individual realized the impending danger, it was too late to evade. He could only watch in horror as the arrows pierced his flesh. The same transformation soon befell him, as he morphed into a skeletal warrior. The remaining individual, now acutely aware of his perilous predicament, abandoned all pretense of concealment and swiftly retreated. The skeletal warrior, recognizing the fleeing figure, pursued relentlessly, while Mu Ping, resolute in his intent, swiftly knocked another arrow and loosed it in one fluid motion. The arrow sliced through the air, closing the distance in an instant. Sensing the threat behind him, the man attempted to dodge the arrow but failed to notice the glint of a single-edged sword poised at his back. With a sickening thrust, the sword pierced his heart. The man, his face contorted in anguish, turned to confront the skeletal figure radiating an aura of death, blood gushing from his mouth. The skeletal warrior extracted the sword with a swift motion, continuing its relentless advance towards Song Xia and the others. At this moment, the previously defeated skeleton warrior lay shattered, its limbs broken, yet still attempting to crawl towards the nearest target, sending chills down the spines of those who beheld it. Matsushita Yase stepped forward and struck the skeleton warrior with his sword, reducing it to mere fragments. Through this battle, the group discerned the skeleton warrior's weakness. Despite possessing the strength of its former self, it lacked the experience it once had, making it vulnerable to even the slightest tactical maneuver. Just then, a new skeleton warrior charged towards them, drawing upon their earlier experience. The group remained calm and lured the creature into pursuit while Matsushita Yase awaited an opportune moment. As the skeleton warrior was distracted, he swiftly appeared at its side, delivering a decisive blow to its leg bone. With a crack, the bone shattered, causing the skeleton warrior to lose its balance and fall. The group quickly descended upon it, hacking it into pieces. After vanquishing the skeleton warrior, they dispersed and rushed towards Lin Han's direction. Mu Ping hastily loosed several arrows to delay the pursuers while retreating alongside Lin Han, shooting back to create distance. However, the assassin's speed proved overwhelming, and the gap between them and Mu Ping narrowed rapidly. Realizing they could not maintain their distance, they decided to regroup with Heather. Before long, Lin Han reunited with Heather and their companions. Aside from Bentley, who concealed himself in a hidden spot to rest, the rest were present. Howard stood at the forefront, wielding a shield as a stalwart defender, while Heather positioned herself protectively behind him, safeguarding Lin Han and Mu Ping. Meanwhile, Ming concealed herself, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Lin Han summoned water elementals and magma creatures, albeit significantly weakened, yet still a welcome addition. He activated all his aura skills: Focus Aura, Glorious Aura, Thorn Aura, and Stamina Aura. Matsushita Yase felt a deep sense of frustration. Today, he had been ambushed and nearly slain by a traitorous subordinate, while a foolish wolf had unexpectedly turned against him. Initially, everything had progressed smoothly, and he had even reached the city's underground with the help of an insider who opened the city gates, seemingly on the verge of claiming the throne. However, an unforeseen melody disrupted his plans entirely. The music, which he had thought would have no effect, turned out to be enchanting. causing chaos among his subordinates and those of the foolish wolf, leading to infighting that nearly obliterated his forces. This unheard-of ability to harm through music sent shivers through him, and he could not help but label the individual responsible as a demon in his mind. Yet, this did not trouble him too greatly. Though many of his men had fallen, the foolish wolf had suffered similarly and was gravely injured by his own allies. This brought him a sense of joy, for he knew that the loss of his minions mattered little. As long as he ascended to the throne, he could easily replenish his ranks. But at this critical juncture, a detestable archer emerged, managing to slay several of his subordinates who were of notable skill. Given that the Black Dragon Society already boasted few experts, losing even a handful was a far greater blow than the death of hundreds of common minions. Moreover, the adversary surprisingly possessed a necromancer. It is well known that the most terrifying profession on the continent is that of the necromancer, with the dread of the skeletal sea being the nightmare of all professions. Although the reason for the adversary's failure to unleash the skeletal sea upon us remained a mystery, I did not dare to lower my guard. At long last, my companions and I vanquished the skeletons and pursued our foe. However, upon witnessing their formation, a wave of frustration washed over me. The opposing forces were formidable, boasting royal-level prowess, while aside from myself, my companions were merely at the same royal level. When considering our ages, it was impossible not to feel as though we had aged like dogs, for we were significantly older yet possessed similar strengths. I could not help but suspect that they hailed from a prominent family, as only such esteemed lineages would have the means to cultivate royal-level talent at such a young age. When that archer launched another assault against me, ire surged within. Even if you emerged from a prestigious clan, such arrogance was intolerable, having slain so many of my comrades. With a sudden turn, I charged toward Mu Ping along with my subordinates. Lin Han observed that only 5 adversaries remained, feeling a considerable sense of relief. However, the presence of an imperial-level opponent posed a significant challenge. He raised his staff high, and a flurry of snowflakes descended, drastically reducing the speed of his foes. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Ping swiftly knocked an arrow, launching several projectiles toward the individuals caught in the blizzard. The remaining foes, aside from Song Xia Yejia, were seasoned fighters. Those who had survived this lengthy battle were undoubtedly experts, including the clandestine assailant of the foolish canine, who turned out to be an upper-tier Do Huang master. The group deftly wielded their single-edged swords to deflect the arrows and retrieved black spheres from their waists, hurling them forward. With a series of explosions, thick black smoke enveloped the area, obscuring their figures. Mu Ping lost sight of them and continued to draw his bow, adjusting his aim. Suddenly, a multitude of throwing darts surged forth from the smoke, targeting the group. Standing at the forefront, Howard immediately planted his shield into the ground, channeling his combat energy into it, conjuring a massive barrier before him. The darts clattered against the shield, producing a cacophony of sounds. Mu Ping was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding, feeling himself locked onto, while Lin Han was equally startled, noticing a large red dot appear beside Mu Ping on his mini-map. He promptly cast a divine shield upon himself and executed a blink to position himself between Mu Ping and the ominous red mark. A single-edged sword materialized from thin air, striking fiercely against the golden barrier. The rebound force jolted the sword, causing the unsuspecting Song Xia Yejia to stumble backward. Heatherway, witnessing Song Xia Yejia unexpectedly appear beside Mu Ping, was momentarily startled. However, upon seeing Lin Han thwart the attack, her heart settled. Swiftly, she maneuvered her slender sword toward his back. A surge of black smoke erupted, concealing her form. Heatherway sensed that her sword had pierced something, and upon retracting it, she discovered droplets of blood on the blade's tip. Lin Han, glancing at the vibrant red dots moving across the minimap, felt a twinge of frustration. Although he could see their locations, their constant movement rendered any information he relayed to Mu Ping futile. Upon further inspection of the map, he was astonished to see a green dot suddenly brighten significantly. Upon closer examination, he realized it represented Mu Ping, prompting him to turn and gaze at his companion, his mouth agape in astonishment. At that moment, Mu Ping hovered in midair, a pair of pristine white wings unfurled behind him, with a wingspan nearing 5 meters, gently flapping as powerful elemental winds swirled around him. These wings manifested when Mu Ping attained royal-level strength, initially startling him, prompting him to inform the elder of this extraordinary transformation. The old man claimed to possess the bloodline of the feathered clan. However, it is commonly understood that only those with a pure lineage develop wings upon reaching the sacred level. This enigma left many perplexed, ultimately leading to the conclusion that he must be the reincarnation of the Feather Emperor, a being of exceptional status. Later, Mu Ping conducted an investigation into these wings and discovered that they were not only visually striking but also immensely powerful. By unfurling his wings, his strength surged by an entire level. Currently at the upper Dao Emperor rank, he astonishingly ascended to the lower Emperor rank, merely one tier below Songxia Yesheng, who stood at the mid-Dao Emperor level. With his eyes closed, Mu Ping gripped a silver-white bow in his left hand and pulled back the string with his right. Suddenly, an arrow composed of wind elements materialized from the previously empty bowstring. Releasing his fingers, the arrow of wind transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. A piercing shriek echoed from a distance as a figure clad in black plummeted from the air, a gaping wound appearing in his chest, from which a torrent of warm blood gushed forth. He collapsed to the ground, struggling for a moment before succumbing to death. No! A furious roar erupted nearby. Songxia Yesheng, disregarding the need for concealment, rushed towards the fallen man. Kneeling beside him, he trembled as he cradled the dying figure in his arms, tears streaming down his cheeks. Lin Han and the others glanced over, realizing that the individual before them was none other than Matsushita Yase's son, Matsushita Yago. Witnessing the profound sorrow etched on Matsushita Yase's face, they could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. After all, he was a father. Yet, had Lin Han been the one to act, he would have undoubtedly slain Matsushita Yago, for despite Matsushita Yase's heartache, he remained an adversary. Suddenly, Matsushita Yase let out a thunderous roar, releasing Matsushita Yago's lifeless body as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards the hovering Mu Ping. Enraged, Matsushita Yase moved with astonishing speed, surpassing Howard in an instant to confront Mu Ping, bringing his single-edged sword down with fierce intent. At that moment, Mu Ping was no easy target either. He swiftly braced the descending blade with the back of his bow, leveraging the force to retreat rapidly. As he withdrew, his fingers deftly plucked the bowstring, unleashing a flurry of wind element arrows aimed at his assailant. In a deft maneuver, Matsushita Yase pivoted his sword, deflecting all the arrows, and continued his relentless advance toward Mu Ping. However, Lin Han and his companions were determined to thwart his intentions and swiftly advanced to obstruct him. The other three subordinates of Songxia Yi, upon witnessing Lin Han's movements, quickly rushed over to entangle Lin Han and his group. Although they harbored fear of Mu Ping, they were unperturbed by Lin Han and his companions. Yet, they failed to account for the presence of Yu Ming, who had been lurking in the shadows all along. Lin Han summoned the water element and the magma creature, while Heather and Howard positioned themselves protectively by his side, forming a triangular formation that complemented each other's strengths. The three cloaked figures circled around them, intermittently lunging forward to strike. Meanwhile, Mu Ping found himself ensnared by Matsushita Wild, yet he was no ordinary archer. Equipped with a bow in one hand and an arrow in the other, he engaged in a fierce duel, employing archery techniques that rendered the contest evenly matched. Though Lin Han's skills had been diminished, the peculiarities of the beastly powers he commanded remained undiminished. He maneuvered the water element and the magma creature to serve as shields, absorbing the onslaught directed at Howard, while occasionally utilizing other abilities to harass their foes. At that moment, the hidden figure of Yu Ming finally sprang into action. Employing the skill of shadow stealth, he swiftly approached one of the cloaked adversaries. Aware of Yu Ming's target through the minimap, Lin Han unleashed all of his attacks upon the unsuspecting foe, causing a flurry of disarray. In that instant, Yu Ming struck with precision, a dagger swiftly slicing through the man's throat. Without hesitation, he vanished into the shadows, a testament to the assassin's creed of striking swiftly and retreating without delay. The cloaked figure clutched his throat in agony, blood gushing between his fingers as he emitted a series of gurgling sounds before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining two, witnessing their comrade's assassination, were struck with dread, realizing that a specter of death lurked among them. Their offensive faltered, diverting a significant portion of their focus to guard against Yu Ming's potential ambush, thus pushing Lin Han and his companions into a precarious position. Matsushita Wild, upon realizing that another of his subordinates had perished and that the remaining two were in dire straits, found himself in a stalemate. Despite possessing superior power, the unpredictability of his opponent's techniques left him increasingly anxious. He momentarily forced Mu Ping back before retreating to create distance. Once separated, he began to form hand seals with remarkable speed, the movements identical to those used by the fallen half-buried. It was none other than the clone technique. With his prowess, he completed the seals before Mu Ping could react, bellowing, "Clone technique!" Instantly, two identical Matsushita wilds appeared behind him, resulting in 3 elite warriors of the mid-level emperor rank. 2 of the clones charged toward Mu Ping, while the third turned to confront Lin Han and his allies. Lin Han's gaze darted to the minimap, and he was taken aback to see 3 red dots of equal intensity, indicating that Matsushita Wild's clones possessed the same strength as the original, unlike half-buried's weaker duplicates. Mu Ping, already struggling against one Matsushita Wild, found himself overwhelmed by 2, unable to fend off the relentless assault that left him with several new injuries. Meanwhile, Lin Han and his companions were not faring any better. Lin Han was in a weakened state, and Heather and Howard struggled to contend with the 2 cloaked figures, relying solely on Lin Han's magic to suppress them. With the addition of an Emperor-level expert to the fray, the situation took a dire turn, proving to be even more challenging than what Mu Ping faced. Had it not been for the hidden assistance of the enigmatic dream, they would have surely met their demise. In that moment, the 4 found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. Lin Han regretted his impulsive decision to delve into this tumultuous situation, realizing that had he departed earlier, neither he nor his friends would have been embroiled in such peril. He resented his lack of strength, lamenting that this predicament could have been avoided. On the road from the Roman Empire to the Hydran Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, a colossal carriage ambled along. Inside, Lin Han languidly leaned against the carriage wall, engaged in conversation with Dream, Bentley, and Heather, while Mu Ping lay pale and unconscious, with Howard attending to him. Reflecting on the harrowing events of that day, Lin Han was struck by a wave of trepidation. It had been a tumultuous journey filled with twists and turns, culminating in an unforeseen outcome. Gazing at the unconscious Mu Ping, he was overwhelmed with guilt, for Mu Ping had finally found himself only to suffer grievous injuries and fall into a coma shortly thereafter. Initially, the group had been left in disarray due to Matsushita Yase's wild doppelganger technique. However, just as despair began to envelop them, the severely wounded canine, Shun Yilang, suddenly surged with vitality. He ignited his life force to unleash a forbidden technique, staunching his injuries and elevating his power to the pinnacle of the Emperor level, mere steps away from the Saint level. The revitalized Shun Yilang appeared beside Lin Han and his companions, effortlessly dispersing the doppelganger with a single strike before launching himself at the other 2 manifestations of Matsushita Yase. Matsushita Yase, recognizing Shun Yilang's sudden resurgence, chose to sacrifice one of his doppelgangers to strike Mu Ping squarely in the chest, sending him flying and leaving his fate uncertain. His true form retreated rapidly, distancing himself from Shun Yilang. Ultimately, due to the disparity in their powers, Matsushita Yase was pursued and cornered by Shun Yilang, who had now gained an overwhelming advantage. A single blow from Shun Yilang left Matsushita Yase gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death. Just as Matsushita Yase was poised to employ his final trump card, the duration of Shun Yilang's forbidden technique expired, and he collapsed, his eyes fixed on Matsushita Yase, brimming with hatred and mockery. With feeble lips, he uttered, "In the end, you are just like me," and then breathed his last. His piercing gaze still locked onto Matsushita Yase, instilling in him a chilling sense of dread. Yet, a sense of relief washed over him. It was indeed a blessing to be alive. Rising with a minimal effort to tend to his wounds, he ambled toward Lin Han and the others, disregarding the unconscious Mu Ping. With the pressure of Matsushita Yase's doppelgangers lifted, Lin Han and his companions unleashed their fury upon the remaining 2 subordinates. Driven mad by the sight of Mu Ping's injuries, they inflicted deep wounds upon their foes, one of them losing an arm and narrowly escaping death multiple times. In a critical moment, Shun Yilang's demise allowed Matsushita Yase to evade disaster, but as Lin Han and the others noticed Matsushita Yase approaching, anxiety gripped their hearts, intensifying their assault. The 2 remaining subordinates, seeing their leader unharmed, were filled with joy, their spirits lifting as their attacks faltered. However, Lin Han and his companions were determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Seizing upon his moment of error, Lin Han unleashed a storm hammer upon his adversary's head, momentarily incapacitating him. At that instant, Yu Meng, who had been lying in wait, swiftly struck, plunging a dagger deep into the man's heart. What puzzled the group was that Matsushita Yase unexpectedly halted a few meters away, observing with wide eyes as his subordinates were dispatched without intervening. Although Lin Han and his companions found this behavior strange, they did not pause in their assault, swiftly eliminating another cloaked figure. They then formed a defensive formation, directing their gaze toward Matsushita Yase. At this juncture, Lin Han had ascended to level 23, acquiring 7 ordinary skill points, and with one more level up, he would be able to learn a formidable new skill. This encounter had proven to be exceedingly advantageous. Lin Han and his companions felt a profound sense of exhaustion, having fought tirelessly until now. The recent struggle to vanquish the 3 men in black had drained a considerable amount of their strength. Were it not for the presence of Matsushita Yase, they would have long since succumbed to fatigue and taken their rest. Sensing the weariness of Hathaway and the others, Lin Han took a slight step forward and addressed the silent Matsushita Yase. "May I pose a question to you, sir?" Hathaway and the others were taken aback by Lin Han's audacity in confronting such a perilous figure as Matsushita Yase and daring to inquire of him. They hurriedly positioned themselves between Lin Han and the formidable presence. However, Lin Han gently pushed past Hathaway and Howard, standing resolutely before Matsushita Yase. The latter regarded Lin Han with an enigmatic smile, remarking, "You are quite astute. Please, ask your question." Lin Han felt a sudden jolt in his heart upon seeing his smile. He quickly steadied his thoughts and inquired, "I would like to understand why you did not seize the opportunity to attack while we were in disarray, but instead chose to watch as your subordinates were vanquished by us. After all, they are your own men." Although Heather and the others were equally curious as to why Matsushita Yase refrained from intervening, they merely kept their questions to themselves. However, upon hearing Lin Han broach the subject, they were taken aback. Had it not been for the trust they placed in him, they might have hastily covered his mouth. Even so, Heather discreetly tugged at his sleeve from behind. Lin Han gently grasped her hand, offering a reassuring squeeze, then fixed his gaze upon Matsushita Yase, awaiting his response. Meanwhile, his other hand clenched and released repeatedly, damp with perspiration. "Why didn't you save them?" Matsushita Yase retorted, his tone suddenly chilling as he continued. "If they had failed to protect your son, would you have saved them?" Confronted by Matsushita Yase's contorted visage, Lin Han felt an icy dread wash over him. Matsushita Yase bellowed, "My only son is dead." He gestured towards the 3 corpses on the ground. "It is because of them. Had they safeguarded Nozomi, he would not have perished. Why must it be my son who dies and not them? Why?" Abruptly, his tone shifted to one of eerie calmness as he remarked, "Even if you do not kill him, I shall take their lives myself, to keep my son company in death. Ultimately, I owe you my gratitude, ha ha ha." His laughter erupted into a fit of madness, tears streaming down his cheeks. Witnessing Matsushita Yase's descent into insanity, Lin Han and the others were seized by a profound unease. Silence enveloped them as Matsushita Yase bowed his head, lost in thought, while Lin Han and his companions seized the moment to regain their strength. After approximately an hour, Matsushita Yase suddenly lifted his head, casting a malevolent smile towards them as he said, "Have you rested enough? Once you have, I shall send you to join my son." Lin Han was suddenly taken aback, and he quickly comprehended the meaning behind his inexplicable smile. He had underestimated his opponent, thinking others to be fools, when in fact, he himself was the fool from the very beginning. After regaining his composure, he solemnly addressed Matsushita Yase, "If you saw through us from the start, why allow us to rest?" Matsushita Yase cast a disdainful glance at Lin Han and replied, "What does it matter if I let you rest? To me, you are merely 4 insignificant ants. Even that archer was barely worth my time. As for why I allowed you to rest," his tone shifted, a frenzied expression gracing his face as he declared, "I intend to transform your hope into despair, to watch you suffer and perish in that despair. Only then can I alleviate the hatred within my heart. Now, I shall send you to join my son." With that, Matsushita Yase transformed into a speeding arrow, hurtling towards Lin Han. The latter and his companions had maintained their vigilance from the outset, and upon witnessing his attack, they rushed forward to intercept. Howard infused all his fighting spirit into his shield, creating a formidable barrier to thwart Matsushita Yase's onslaught. Bang! A blade of light nearly half a meter long erupted from the single-edged sword of Matsushita Yase, piercing through the fighting spirit shield. Despite Howard's efforts to reinforce the shield with all his might, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. The shield, along with its bearer, was pierced the moment it came into contact with the blade of light. Had he not dodged swiftly, he would have been impaled. Meanwhile, Heather took action the moment Matsushita Yase launched his assault. She deftly aimed her rapier at his throat, but he seemed to anticipate her strike, twisting his neck to evade the blade. Simultaneously, he waved his left hand, sending several cross-shaped projectiles towards Heather's chest. In a hurry, she used the scabbard of her sword to draw a protective arc in front of her, managing to deflect some of the projectiles, yet one still found its mark, embedding itself in her left arm and staining her sleeve with crimson. Lin Han, perceiving the imminent danger to Heather Wei, swiftly directed his wand, causing several vines to surge from the earth and ensnare Matsushita Wild, who was poised to strike again. Suddenly, the long-concealed Yuming sprang into action, moving with an eerie grace. And in the blink of an eye, he found himself beside Matsushita Wild, his dagger poised to slash at the latter's throat. To his astonishment, the dagger easily found its mark, yet the anticipated geyser of crimson did not erupt. Instead, Matsushita Wild's form abruptly transformed into a piece of wood, collapsing to the ground, while he himself vanished. This was the secret flow technique, a ploy of substitution. Upon witnessing Matsushita Wild's disappearance, Lin Han hurriedly opened his mini-map, only to be struck with terror as he noticed a blood-red dot hovering near Yuming. He shouted urgently, "Yuming, he's beside you." Simultaneously, he cast the holy shield upon himself and blinked to appear at Yuming's side, but alas, he was still too late. Matsushita Wild suddenly materialized behind Yuming, murmuring softly, "I detest the Assassin Alliance." A sickening sound pierced the air as a blade penetrated flesh. A single-edged sword protruded from Yuming's abdomen, blood cascading down the blade in a sinister stream. With a visage etched in agony, Yuming gazed helplessly at the glistening sword, his lips parting weakly in an attempt to utter something. No. With a furious roar, Lin Han forcefully struck his staff against Matsushita Wild's head. However, Matsushita swiftly evaded the blow and drew his sword. A copious amount of blood gushed from the wound, and Lin Han, disregarding further attacks, hastily waved his staff while flipping through the Testeress book. Waves of healing energy and divine light enveloped him, and soon the wounds began to scab over, eventually healing completely. Yet, Yum remained unconscious, lost in a deep slumber. Matsushita Wild was taken aback to discover that Lin Han was indeed a priest, endowed with such formidable healing abilities. Nevertheless, he pressed on, preparing to eliminate Lin Han with his single-edged sword. Just as he moved, a delicate voice rang out from behind. "Dance of Death." Suddenly, Heather appeared before him, her slender blade aimed straight at his throat. To his astonishment, Matsushita found himself immobilized, ensnared by her presence. He swiftly swung his sword to deflect the incoming thrust. Just as relief washed over him, Heather vanished, only to reappear behind him, again lunging for his neck. He awkwardly tilted his head to avoid the blade, but still received a shallow cut. Heather continued her relentless assault, appearing from various angles 5 times in total. By the time her skill concluded, 3 wounds marred Matsushita's neck. Though not fatal, they bled profusely, one perilously close to severing an artery. Watching the panting Heather, Matsushita felt a surge of dread, coupled with a deep-seated hatred for her. In a flash, he materialized above her, his sword poised to deliver a fatal blow. Heather sought to evade, but the unique locking ability of the Emperor rank rendered her incapable of escape, leaving her to despairingly witness the descending edge of the sword. Suddenly, a robust shadow surged forth. It was Howard, brandishing an enormous sword that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. With tremendous force, he swung it down towards Matsushita's single-edged sword. A deafening clash echoed as the slender blade struck the great sword, momentarily forcing it down. Howard's veins bulged as he exerted every ounce of strength to hold the sword back. "Humph," Matsushita scoffed, flexing the muscles in his arm, and with a decisive move, he pressed the single-edged sword downwards by several inches, causing Howard's great sword to rest heavily upon his shoulder. Blood began to seep from the wound, staining his shoulder crimson, while the great sword continued to push down, forcing Howard's legs to bend slightly, his feet sinking into the ground. As Lin Han prepared to strike, a sudden melody emanated from a zither, resonating through the air. The sound enveloped Matsushita Yase, rendering him momentarily disoriented and devoid of strength. In stark contrast, Lin Han and his companions remained unaffected. Howard, perceiving Matsushita Yase's mental state faltering, felt the weight upon his great sword dissipate. Seizing the opportunity, he forcefully lifted the sword, sending Matsushita Yase's single-edged blade flying, while the latter's body arched backward. Without hesitation, Howard delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. The impact caused Matsushita Yase to expel a cloud of blood. Despite his formidable prowess, the nature of his assassin profession had rendered his physique comparatively frail. The blow left him feeling as if his insides were being torn apart. Seeing Matsushita Yase wounded, Heather and Howard rushed forth, relentlessly targeting his vital points. With his strength considerably diminished and under the influence of Bentley's zither, Matsushita Yase, now weaponless, could only evade, unable to mount any form of counterattack, thus finding himself in dire straits. The music quickened, amplifying the effect upon him. Howard executed a horizontal slash aimed at his waist, forcing Matsushita Yase into a painfully reluctant retreat. Suddenly, a hammer-shaped orb crackling with electricity materialized above him. By the time he attempted to evade, it was too late. He was struck, plunging into darkness, numb to all sensations. Witnessing the turn of events, Heather seized her slender sword and hurled it with force, piercing his throat and pinning him against the wall behind. Matsushita Yase weakly raised his hand towards the hilt of the sword, but ultimately succumbed, his hand dropping limply as he breathed his last. With Matsushita Yase finally defeated, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. Without pausing to rest, they hurried to assist Mu Ping and Yu Meng. Fortunately, Lin Han's timely healing ensured that both remained merely unconscious and out of mortal danger. Bentley emerged from a nearby corner, and Lin Han approached him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder, softly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Bentley, his face slightly pale, shook his head in modesty, replying, "We are friends." Lin Han nodded slightly. The group procured a carriage and swiftly lifted the two unconscious individuals aboard, hastily departing from the city of Jakarta to avert any unforeseen repercussions. After all, this city was under the dominion of the Black Dragon Society, and they had just slain the leader. Should those individuals seek vengeance, the consequences would be dire. Not long after Lin Han and his companions had left, onlookers who had been observing from the shadows began to disperse, disseminating the news of the incident. Among the details shared, the name Bentley emerged frequently, an individual capable of wielding music as a lethal weapon. Concurrently, news of Bentley's extraordinary ability spread across the continent, prompting various factions to take notice of this newfound figure. Initially, ordinary mercenaries dismissed the tale as a jest, but upon realizing its authenticity, they were astounded. A well-meaning individual even bestowed upon him the moniker the Music Demon, a name that would soon resonate throughout the entire continent, transforming into a legend. The group hastened towards the Hydran Academy of Magic and Martial Arts without pause. Along the journey, Lin Han discovered the reason behind Matsushita Saise's susceptibility to music's influence, while others remained unscathed. Initially, Bentley had refrained from joining Lin Han and the others due to the extensive mental energy expended while playing the Peace War. Instead, he remained in a concealed dwelling not far from the small building, recuperating. During his rest, he meticulously contemplated the advantages and disadvantages of his sound-based assassination technique, continuously reflecting on his experiences. To his delight, he began to formulate a solution for the limitation of only being able to target a single individual. He rehearsed this method in his mind, and with each iteration, the likelihood of success seemed to increase. Essentially, the approach involved first locking onto the intended target with his mental energy before employing the sound assassination technique. Notably, this locking mechanism did not require Imperial-level prowess. It merely necessitated focused mental energy. When Bentley sensed that his mental energy had sufficiently replenished, he rose to check on Lin Han and the others. Unlike the previous incident involving a near-fatal stab wound, this time he had merely depleted his mental energy, which posed no significant danger. As he emerged, he witnessed him being struck by Matsushita Saise's attack, prompting a surge of adrenaline. He quickly maneuvered closer to the scene, finding a nearby concealed spot. He settled into a cross-legged position, placing the Tianya Chin upon his lap and taking a deep breath. With his eyes closed, he released his mental energy to lock onto Matsushita Saise, deftly plucking the strings of his instrument. Fortunately, this method proved effective, allowing Lin Han and his companions to seize the opportunity and successfully eliminate Matsushita Saise. A fortnight and a half later, Lin Han and his companions finally arrived at the Hydran Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, established over 10,000 years ago. The true identity of its founder remains a mystery. All that is known is that he was a figure clad in a white robe with a hood, his appearance and age shrouded in obscurity. At the time, the academy was located at the confluence of the Mickey Empire, the Kingdom of Portugal and Spain, and the enigmatic forest, an area devoid of governance, rife with chaos and incessant bloodshed. On that fateful day, a man in a white robe appeared, accompanied by 10 similarly attired individuals. Within half a day, he uprooted all existing powers in Hydran, and compelled the populace to construct a city. After 5 arduous years, 100,000 souls succeeded in erecting the largest city on the continent, Hadeland City. However, only a little over 10,000 survived the ordeal, and the majority were forcibly exiled to a small island in the Eastern Sea, their ships destroyed, a place that would come to be known as Devil's Island. The 11 individuals established the Hadeland Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, which essentially encompassed the entire city. The leader among them became the head of the academy, while 8 others founded the branches of the academy: the Department of Magic, the Department of Combat Chi, the Department of Alchemy, and the Department of Potions, thus becoming the principal and vice principals. The remaining 2 oversaw discipline and external affairs. Through years of development, the Hadeland Academy emerged as the foremost institution on the continent. The advanced knowledge imparted at the academy far surpassed the general understanding prevalent throughout the land, leading to a surge of exceptional talents. Eventually, various powers coveted this knowledge, and the rapid growth of the academy instilled fear in them. Consequently, numerous factions declared war against the Hadeland Academy, with the Grand Empire, the largest nation of the continent, dispatching many of its elite to participate in the conflict. What was initially deemed an assured victory for them turned into a nightmare for all factions involved. During the war, aside from the students trained by the academy, dozens of white-robed figures emerged, striking terror into the hearts of many. These individuals were all experts of divine rank and above. The battle raged fiercely, obscuring the skies with turmoil, and the powerful forces of the continent were left in disarray, with the Grand Empire suffering catastrophic losses, reducing it from the mightiest empire to the weakest. Had it not been for its substantial resources, it would have faced annihilation. This war rendered the Hadeland Academy a nightmare for all factions. Fortunately, the Academy chose not to pursue further vengeance, allowing several centuries to pass amid the fears of various powers. Over these centuries, the Hadeland Academy astonishingly produced hundreds of divine-level experts, though the white-robed figures never reappeared. The head of the Academy and his 10 subordinates vanished overnight after designating their successors. However, no one dared to harbor any intentions for the multitude of divine beings, numbering in the hundreds, was not to be trifled with, and among them were the 10 divine beings of the continent. Who knows if those robed figures were lurking nearby? The 10 divine beings of the continent are a ranking established